Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In February 2018, the quiet town of Deltona, located in eastern Florida off the Atlantic coast, was shaken by the brutal murder of a young man named Patrick de la Cerda. The 25-year-old man was discovered dead in his home, and the severity of his injuries indicated that the perpetrator harbored a personal grudge against him. The Patrick de la Cerda case is an example of a near-perfect, elaborate and planned crime that may have gone unsolved. Although the murderer was identified almost immediately, there was no direct evidence to prove his guilt. As later claimed, investigator Chad Weaver, who investigated the case, knew from the start that it would be a true detective worthy of a screen adaptation. What happened? Who is Patrick de la Cerda? Patrick de la Cerda was born in June 1992 in Miami, one of Florida's most picturesque cities. His mother, Patricia Runza, was born and raised in France, while his father, Max de la Cerda, was a native of Spain. But in the 1980s, he moved to the United States, where he married and had a son. The de la Cerda family was extremely friendly and cheerful. Patrick grew up in an environment of love, caring, and mutual respect. He was a very nice, intelligent, and sociable guy who did well in school, could easily become the soul of any company, and had a lot of friends. Furthermore, the boy was very close to his parents from childhood, and they spared no effort or money to ensure that their son received a good education and grew up to be a worthy man. The family patriarch had spent his entire life working in the construction industry and was a highly skilled professional. The family was not wealthy, but they were well off by city standards. After graduating from high school, Patrick decided to pursue a career in construction to continue his father's legacy. When the young man was in university, his parents decided to divorce after nearly 25 years of marriage. It should be noted that they parted in a quiet and peaceful manner, with no scandals, property division, or other issues. The mother relocated to the quiet town of Deltona in the state's east and remarried shortly thereafter. The adult son decided to stay in Miami with his father, where they both work and are well known in the construction industry. Despite the divorce of the parents, all family members remained close and friendly to one another. They were constantly in contact with one another, calling and communicating on a regular basis, and we were always available to assist when needed. Patrick paid regular visits to his mother in Deltona, where he told her about everything going on in his life, including his joys and experiences meeting the girl of his dreams. Due to his French and Spanish heritage, Patrick had a bright appearance and enjoyed great success with fair sex from a young age, but it had always been an example of the family in which he grew up, so he did not seek frivolous and fleeting affairs. He dreamed of a bright mutual feeling and his own strong family. De la Cerda met the girl of his dreams by chance on the internet, on one of the popular sites where lonely hearts find each other. He registered and created an account at the suggestion of a friend, but he didn't fully believe that he could meet his soulmate there. One June evening in 2017, he was browsing the site's girl profiles without much enthusiasm when his attention was drawn to a photo of a searing brunette with an unusually bright appearance. She had big, bottomless eyes and a lovely smile. Patrick was completely enchanted and decided to write to the stunning stranger. She responded to his message, and they began to communicate more comfortably. The girl's name was Jessica Devnani. She was born in 1988 in Orlando, Florida, which is located in the state's central region. After graduating from high school, she enrolled in one of the local universities to study banking, and after graduation, she worked at a bank branch in her hometown of Orlando. Jessica was also immediately drawn to the handsome young man. They exchanged phone numbers after a few days of active correspondence on the website. For the next few weeks, they called each other every evening and talked for hours about anything. The couple quickly established mutual sympathy and trust, so the young people decided to meet in person. Because they lived in different parts of the state, they chose a location about halfway between them for the meeting. Already on the first date, Patrick realized Jessica was the girl he had been looking for, and now refuses to let go. She liked him right away, and Jessica was perplexed by the age difference because she was 4 years older than Patrick. On the way home, Patrick called his mother and told her that he had met the girl of his dreams, whom he wanted to marry and start a family. Patricia recognized the joy and excitement in her son's voice and knew he was serious. She was happy for him This long-distance relationship lasted several months and posed a significant problem, because the couple could only see each other on weekends and in neutral locations. Usually, they rented a hotel room in a cozy, secluded location and simply enjoyed each other's company. However, everyone flew home on Sunday night because they had work the next morning. Marriage proposal. To be closer to his sweetheart, Patrick relocated to Deltona, where his mother lived, in December 2017. He purchased a house in a quiet neighborhood and began repairing it, preparing a cozy nest for his chosen one's move. Jessica couldn't leave work right away, so they planned a housewarming party for early spring next year. On New Year's Eve, when the couple met, the young man decided to surprise his girlfriend. He set up fireworks in the backyard of the house, and, as Jessica watched the fireworks, she got down on one knee and held out a box with a ring, asking her the most important question: will she become his lawful wife? Jessica was overjoyed and, unsurprisingly, agreed with him. Patrick admitted that he had been looking for an engagement ring for a long time, but had not found the right one in any of the jewelry stores. He believes that none of them are attractive or refined enough for such an occasion. He chose the best of what was available in order to make a proposal before the new year, but then ordered another from the jewelry workshop, an exclusive ring designed by the young man himself. Something had happened to Patrick. 2 months have passed since the engagement. Preparations for the wedding and upcoming housewarming were underway. Their parents approved of the couple's decision, and they were ecstatic to be embarking on a new chapter in their lives. The young people intend to hold a lavish celebration in Miami on the Atlantic Ocean's shores, or in France, the groom's mother's homeland. On February 27, 2018, Patrick's father, Max de la Cerda, got a call from a courier. The father's phone number was added as an additional contact. The courier confirmed that his son's order had been delivered to the specified address, but the customer does not open the door or answer the phone. This was so unlike Patrick, so the father was immediately concerned. However, because he was at work at the time, he was unable to pick up the order while also checking on his son's well-being. Max decided to ask his future daughter-in-law. He called Jessica, and his voice was filled with anxiety as he explained that he could not reach his son. Jessica had attempted to contact her fiancé since the morning, but he did not return messages or make calls. When she mentioned this to Patrick's father, Max concluded that something had happened to Patrick. Jessica immediately dropped everything and dashed to the groom's house. When she pulled up, she immediately noticed Patrick's car in the driveway, indicating that he hadn't left. She had her own key. Jessica entered the yard and called out to her lover several times. However, there was no response. Jessica carefully opened the front door and discovered a terrifying image. Her fiancé lay practically at the entrance in a pool of his own blood. He showed no sign of life. Jessica immediately called 911, but when paramedics arrived, they were unable to help Patrick and declared him dead. By the time the cops arrived, Jessica was sobbing in the backyard of the house where Patrick had proposed 2 months prior. When one of the officers approached her, she simply looked at him and told him she knew who had murdered her lover and destroyed her entire life. A wealthy and powerful ex-boyfriend can help you understand this difficult situation, and to understand who would want to kill a young guy who appears to have no enemies or ill wishes, you must go back in time to when he and Jessica first met. The girl was then in a relationship with Gregory Bender, a wealthy businessman who ran his own investment fund. Jessica met Gregory while she was a student. He was 20 years older than her, and he literally turned the young ladies' heads. The businessman wooed her beautifully, gave her expensive gifts, and took her to luxurious resorts. Jessica believed she had found her one and only love, but she soon noticed some oddities in his behavior. Gregory sought to exert control over his girlfriend by closely monitoring where she went and who she communicated with. If Jessica had an admirer, he quickly got rid of him with threats and intimidation. At the same time, he told her very little about himself. This relationship lasted nearly 8 years, and Gregory never revealed his chosen one to his family or friends. Gregory rarely invited his girlfriend to his house, and they only met, spent time together, or went on vacation when he wanted to. He argued that he was extremely busy. Jessica, of course, wanted to have a normal family and have children. But Bender insisted that it was not yet time for that, and when she tried to end the relationship, Gregory gave her a ring and proposed marriage. Jessica agreed, but nothing had changed. They continued to live apart and only saw each other when the groom said so. Gregory was involved in a car accident that left him in a hospital bed. Jessica rushed over to him when she heard about it, but first she stopped by his house to get some items for Gregory. Jessica encountered a woman she had never seen before and inquired as to her identity. Rather than responding, the stranger asked her a similar question. Jessica showed the ring on her finger and announced that she was the bride of the house's owner. The woman then laughed and showed her the ring, claiming to be Bender's legal wife, Damara Sanchez. Bender? After such a shocking revelation, Jessica decided to immediately end her relationship with the businessman who had cheated her for so long. However, the boyfriend began to literally pursue Jessica, begging her to return and promising to divorce Damara in the near future so that they could marry. She renewed her faith in this man, but time passed and nothing about their relationship changed. Jessica became tired of this affair and filled out a questionnaire on a dating site where she met Patrick. After beginning to communicate with him, she made the firm decision to end her relationship with Gregory, which she informed him of, but he refused to let go. Obsessive stalker. Bender initially persuaded Jessica to return to him and try to restart their relationship, promising to divorce his wife. He then proceeded to make threats and harass others. When he realized that all of this was pointless, he decided to look for a rival about whom he knew nothing. He had to hire professionals to hack into Jessica's account and discover who she was communicating with. Gregory began sending Patrick threatening messages and demanding that he break up with Jessica, whom he referred to as his fiancée, after discovering his identity and obtaining his contact information. Patrick did not react to the threats and remained calm, believing that the situation would not escalate beyond threats. But Jessica was terrified because she realized her ex-boyfriend could expect anything from her. He was a wealthy and well-connected man with an extensive collection of firearms at his disposal. Jessica suggested that Patrick end their relationship before anyone was hurt, but he refused. Then they decided to contact the police, providing evidence that Bender was stalking and threatening them. The couple obtained a restraining order against Gregory, preventing him from approaching them or attempting to make contact in any way. Gregory was also ordered to surrender all firearms stored in his home. Things settled down for a while, and the lovers began to believe that the stalker had left them alone. Jessica, on the other hand, persuaded Patrick that it was necessary to install CCTV cameras around and inside the house because she was concerned that Gregory would break the bane, conduct a crime scene investigation, and test the first theory. But let's return to the tragic events of February 27, 2018. During the initial examination of the crime scene, the criminalist immediately ruled out the robbery theory and stated that, based on the nature of the mutilation, this murderer had a personal motive and literally despised his victim. A 25-year-old man was found with gunshot wounds in his thigh, chest, and head. The experts also discovered injuries and bruises consistent with a fall from a ladder. The body was lying on the floor between the front door and the stairs to the second floor. Investigators suspected that the killer had snuck into the house and was waiting for the owner on the second floor. When an unsuspecting Patrick entered and climbed the stairs, the intruder stepped out to meet him and fired the first bullet into his leg. The wounded young man rolled down the stairs, and the perpetrator followed him down, firing another bullet into his chest before killing the victim with 2 follow-up shots to the head. The murder weapon was not discovered, but it was a rather uncommon model of pistol that was difficult to obtain. The first shell casing was discovered on the second floor of the house. 2 more similar shell casings were discovered downstairs, but the 4th casing was not present, so it was assumed that the perpetrator took it with him, possibly as a trophy. Despite Jessica's claims that she knows who killed her fiancé, the first person suspected was the murdered man's neighbor, with whom he had a serious disagreement a few months prior. The man was a combat participant and veteran of the United States Army who was injured and severely concussed during the war, resulting in a mental disorder. He was an expert with firearms and could easily obtain a rare model of gun in December 2017. The veteran mistook his new neighbor for a burglar and opened fire. Fortunately, no one was hurt, but the neighbor was admitted to a psychiatric hospital due to an exacerbation of his condition. After he returned home, he continued to follow Patrick, calling him a spy and promising to expose him. The mentally ill neighbor may have a motive based on his unhealthy imagination, so the man was detained and decided to interrogate Patrick. He made no secret of his dislike for him. However, at the time of the murder, He had a complete alibi, which was confirmed by several people looking for evidence and attempting to provoke the perpetrator. So the original version of the robbery was canceled because everything in the house was in its proper place and the money and valuables remained untouched. Only hard disks containing recordings made by video surveillance cameras were missing, making it impossible to determine who entered and exited the house that day. In addition, no evidence was discovered at the crime scene. Forensic experts were unable to locate a single fingerprint, shoe print, or DNA trace. The murder was meticulously planned, and while the investigation had little doubt that Gregory was responsible, it appeared at the time that he would get away with it. The police decided to go undercover and ask Jessica to call her former lover and invite him to a candid conversation. Jessica agreed without hesitation, dialing Bender's number and making a spectacle of herself. She blamed him for what had happened, cried, and repeatedly asked why he had done it. However, Gregory appeared to have figured out what the investigators were up to from the start and persisted in pretending he didn't know. When Jessica revealed that he had killed her fiancé, the businessman pretended to be surprised, and after expressing his condolences to the ex-girlfriend, he attempted to persuade Gregory to confess in order to enrage him or force him to make a mistake, but it never worked. The police had no reason to stop or question the man. He could only be called to testify, but he followed the restraining order and appeared to have let his ex-girlfriend go long ago. The killer's notes. While the investigation was treading water looking for leads, the police received a call from Daymara Sanchez Bender, who claimed to have important information about the Patrick de la Cerda case. The woman was immediately invited to the station for an interview, during which she stated that shortly before the crime, she noticed a strange notebook on her husband's desk in his office. Looking into it, I discovered a detailed plan of some stranger's house, along with a strange algorithm of actions. She had not paid attention to it at the time. However, when Daymara saw a news report about a young man's brutal murder and the story showed the plan of his house, she immediately remembered the sketches of her unfaithful husband, with whom she was on the verge of divorce, and decided to tell the investigators that this information gave the police enough reason to search the alleged perpetrator's home. The mysterious notebook about which the businessman's wife spoke was found in the office, but the pages containing the house plan and other records had been removed. However, they were quickly discovered in the office. But, in a trash can that Gregory had apparently failed or forgotten to empty, he simply ripped out the pages, crumpled them up, and tossed them away. Apparently, he was confident that his house would not be searched because the sheets of paper contained no evidence against him. In addition to the layout of the house, there was a detailed plan of the crime itself, indicating that the criminal had planned extensively and thoroughly, working out every detail. It was specifically mentioned that the phone should be turned off, gloves should be worn, and shoe soles should be lubricated with a special compound to avoid leaving traces on the floor. The records revealed that Gregory followed his victim, knew when Patrick returned home, and was aware of the presence of surveillance cameras in the house and yard. In addition, Gregory disposed of the crime weapon, dirty clothes, shoes, and gloves. He was only disappointed because his own records had not been destroyed in time, and by his wife's curiosity. In addition, a fourth missing shell casing was discovered on the table in a cigar box that the gunman was supposed to have taken as a trophy. Forensics determined that it was the same shell casing from the crime scene. The trial and defense attorneys attempted to shift the blame onto Jessica, but the evidence was sufficient to arrest Gregory and begin the trial. The main issue was that all of the evidence found could be considered circumstantial, because the criminal weapon was never found. There was no evidence that the accused had ever visited the victim's home, and there were no witnesses. Bender's trial didn't start until May 21, more than 3 years after the atrocity. During this time, he hired the best lawyers who had enough time to fully prepare for the case. The businessman was upbeat and appeared to believe he'd get away with it. Jessica was a key witness. She detailed her long-term relationship with Gregory, including how she discovered he was married and attempted to end it, as well as the harassment and threats he made against her and Patrick. She provided saved screenshots of correspondence and phone records. In response, Bender's attorneys attempted to shift all of the blame to Jessica. The defense claimed that Jessica provoked Gregory with her behavior by registering on a dating site and beginning a new relationship while still in a relationship with Gregory, which hurt his pride and ego. Jessica was also accused of mercantilism, with some claiming that she enjoyed receiving expensive gifts from wealthy suitors. In the main evidence sheets containing records of the murder plot, the lawyers described it as a fantasy of a wounded man seeking vengeance on his rival. At the same time, the defense claimed that the defendant's involvement in the crime was limited to plans and fantasies, so no traces of him were discovered. Furthermore, the lawyers claimed that the search of their client's home was illegal and violated, so the second evidence was a shell casing that he could simply plant in the process. The crime weapon was also not discovered, and Jessica identified the model of the gun from a picture, claiming that she had previously seen it in her boyfriend's collection, but she could be mistaken because she was not well versed in weapons, according to her ex-wife's testimony and final verdict. At one of the sessions, the defendant's now ex-wife, Damara Sanchez, was called as a witness. The man who had previously appeared indifferent suddenly became animated and confessed his love for her. The ex-wife was moved by this confession and appears to have changed her mind about testifying against Gregory. She erred in her testimony, citing forgetfulness, and finally stated that she had lived with the man for many years and doubted his ability to commit murder. Despite defense attorneys' attempts to challenge the legality of the defendant's home search, his ex-wife's unexpected statement, and a lack of direct evidence, the jury found Gregory Bender guilty of first-degree murder after hours of deliberation. He received a life sentence and will never be eligible for parole. As the judge read the sentence, the defendant stared at Jessica, seemingly without blinking. He was literally glaring at her, making her feel sick and nearly causing a panic attack. She sat next to her late fiancé's mother and, at one point, started sobbing and choking. Despite numerous attempts by Bender and his well-paid lawyers to appeal the verdict and have the case reviewed, all of their appeals were denied. Not least among these factors was the case's widespread societal resonance, because a wealthy millionaire businessman murdered a simple working man in cold blood and attempted to evade justice. Patrick de la Cerda's story received widespread media coverage. Gregory Bender is still behind bars at the moment. Jessica Devnani says she feels safe and will continue to live for Patrick and honor his memory. She wears the ring that he gave her as a gift. In addition, Patrick never gave her the exclusive piece of jewelry he promised. Jessica has a close relationship with her deceased fiancé's parents, who treat her like their own daughter. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Paula Andre Salazar was born on September 6, 2015. In Venezuela, her mother, Andre Bermudez, was from Maturin, Monagas. Her father, Leonor Salazar, was from Tucupita, a town in the state of Diamaquiro. The couple decided to immigrate to Ecuador with their child Paula in September 2016, 1 year after her birth. They hoped for a better life for themselves and their daughter. A month after moving to Ecuador's capital, Quito, the family's relationships deteriorated for a variety of reasons. Andreina broke up with Leonardo and moved to Cuenca, Ecuador's third largest city. She took Paula with her. Her best friend's mother lived in Cuenca, and she kindly offered to let her and the girls stay in the house while they looked for another place to live and work. Leonardo, the girl's father, returned to Venezuela to his hometown of Tucupita after a breakup and later immigrated to Trinidad and Tobago. Leonardo had been disabled for quite some time. The man's left arm was completely paralyzed following an accident he had suffered while riding a motorcycle at a young age. The man's inability to use his left arm made it difficult for him to find a good job, even in Ecuador's capital. After moving to Cuenca, Andreina almost completely stopped communicating with Leonardo, only informing him once that she had taken a job on a farm in Tucupita. Andreina began a new romantic relationship with Washington Andres Amara a few months after her separation from Leonardo. Andres was a local Ecuadorian, and more importantly, he owned the farm on which Andreina worked. Andreina grew up in a wealthy family. Andreina moved to the area with Paula when she was a year and a half old. Andres and Andreina welcomed a child on April 7, 2019. With a new baby, the family became happier and more united. However, everything changed when an event occurred on March 27, 2020, which completely altered the lives of everyone involved. At the time, the family was doing well, enjoying each day, and everything was going well on the farm. On one such day, everything appeared to be going well. Andres took Paula and drove her to the flower plantations. The girl became dizzy and vomited while on the way. Andres had no choice but to visit a public restroom. As soon as he and the girl entered, Paula vomited again. He decided to leave her alone for a few minutes and return to the car to get a change of clothes, because the girl's clothes were all dirty. When Andres returned, he discovered Paula lying with her head in the toilet bowl. The men rushed the girl out, attempted first aid, and quickly transported her to the hospital. When the 4-year-old girl was handed over to the doctors, she showed no signs of life. According to the doctor, Paula has died. After the doctors on duty performed an initial examination and assessed the girl's condition, they discovered that Andres' story was riddled with inconsistencies. For example, the doctors determined at first glance that the girl had bruises on her body and face, which could not be explained by the information her foster father provided. In such cases, medical professionals must notify the police. Indeed, the circumstances indicate that shortly after the police arrived, Andres was arrested as a suspect in Paul's murder. Although Andres claimed Paula drowned in the toilet bowl, the autopsy revealed something much darker. First and foremost, the tests revealed that the girl had been dead for approximately 24 hours when she arrived at the hospital, which contradicted the man's version of events. Paula's foster father claims that he administered first aid and cardiopulmonary resuscitation just minutes before transporting her to the hospital. The autopsy revealed that the girl died as a result of several broken ribs, multiple microtraumas, a cracked spine, and sepsis. Paula's death was clearly not an accident, as her small body contained numerous recent and old injuries. Leonardo Salazar, the girl's father, learned of Paul's death on March 33, several days after the events. His mother, who was still in Venezuela, had informed him of his daughter's death over the phone. She learned it from Andreina's friend. It should be noted that after Leonardo left Ecuador, Andreina began a new relationship. She ended all communication with him. That is why, for 3 days, Leonardo was unaware of her tragedy. Until that point, he could only see her in the photos Andreina and his mutual friends had sent him. In addition, Andreina blocked Leonardo from all social media platforms, preventing him from communicating with Paula. She also cut off communication with almost all of Leonardo's relatives. Andreina even turned almost all of their mutual friends against the girl's birth father, informing them of his refusal to communicate with Paula, preventing Leonardo from learning of his daughter's death. However, Andreina's family informed him of a different cause of death. They told him about Paula, who died from COVID-related complications at the time. Ecuador, like the rest of the world, was placed under quarantine due to the pandemic. At the time, there were almost no deaths from the coronavirus in the country. Leonardo was undoubtedly suspicious that his daughter had died from COVID, so he immediately began researching virus-related deaths in Ecuador. These statistics were shared on social media and news sites. Leonardo immediately noticed that there were no children among the few coronavirus victims in Ecuador. Leonardo's relatives assisted him in his investigation, and one of them promptly sent him a newspaper article about the arrest of Andres, who was suspected of killing Paula. Leonardo then started calling Andreina every day, but it wasn't until 10 days later that she decided to call him back herself. During that conversation, Andreina rather coldly informed Leonardo that Paula had died of COVID and that she couldn't give him any more information because her lawyers had forbidden her to do so. Leonardo went on to create a Facebook page dedicated to Paula, as well as an Instagram profile called Justice for Paula, with the help of an acquaintance. The published posts sparked a massive backlash on social media. Their primary goal was to bring those responsible for his daughter's death to justice on the same day that Andreina called Leonardo. She arrived at the morgue to begin preparing for her daughter's funeral, despite the fact that the prosecutor handling the case requested more time to investigate the body. However, the girl's funeral took place on April 10, 2020. Andreina simply refused to allow a second autopsy on the girl because of the information she shared on social media. Andreina's friends and acquaintances contacted Leonardo and informed him of Paula's sad life in the years preceding her death. Leonardo had the majority of the information they possessed, which was based on isolated recordings of conversations, photos, audio recordings, and other similar items. Witnesses claim that since Paula's mother moved in with Andres, the girl has been abused by both her stepfather and her mother. Andrea, not only allowed her daughter to be treated this way, but she was also directly involved in the entire situation. Everyone claimed that they only saw Paula happy and cheerful when she was playing alone in front of her stepfather. The girl appeared depressed, shy, and suddenly became very frightening. The little girl once told people that she was aware that her mother and stepfather had beaten her for misbehaving. She even confessed to it as a form of punishment. Andres pushed her, and she hit her head against the wall. Paula described her stepfather as a monster, and she was clearly terrified of him. The little girl had nightmares all the time, and she had insomnia since she was a child. A couple initially preferred that the girl, who was 2 years old at the time of moving into the stepfather's home, fall asleep alone. She frequently cried, but no one paid attention to her. In addition, her mother and stepfather forced her to tuck in by herself. Furthermore, her mother Andreina had taught her how to cook since she was 2 years old. This was absurd. Paula was forced to cook her own breakfast and dinner because her mother preferred to sleep in the mornings and take a break from the baby in the evenings. She just didn't want to take care of her daughter. Not only that, but Andreina was unconcerned about the girl having to deal with baking on her own, despite the dangers at the preschool where mother had placed Paula, a girl who constantly complained of leg and back pain and frequently stated that she could not walk. Her constant complaints, as well as the bruises on her body, compelled the teacher to take her to the medical center. Following an examination, they concluded that the girl was mistreated in her family. Teachers contacted the special police organization to investigate the girl's abuse of her family. Officials took up the case and decided to send the girl somewhere she could be safe while the investigation was ongoing. As a result, on October 16, 2019, Paula was temporarily transferred to her uncle Andreina's brother. A hearing on the case was scheduled for December 4, 2019. Unfortunately, the teachers scheduled to testify did not show up, and for whatever reason they were unable to attend this hearing. As a result, it was decided to hold a retrial on February 27, 2020. However, this time, all of us teachers simply did not show up. The court was forced to dismiss all charges against Bola's parents, and she was eventually returned to her mother. Exactly 1 month later, on March 27, the girl died, and it is unclear why the teachers refused to attend either of the two hearings. It is speculated that Andreina bribed the teachers or simply persuaded them that, while the girl had some issues with her parents, they were not liable for what she said about them. Following Paula's death, Andres was placed in protective custody during the investigation, but he soon appealed the decision. As a result, on June 12, 2020, the judge issued the restraining order and determined that demand could be released to house arrest. However, during the hearing, which was held via video conference, Andres announced that he was withdrawing his appeal. At the time, Leonardo was still running a social media campaign. He also asked his subscribers for financial assistance to travel from Trinidad and Tobago to Ecuador. He intended to file a complaint against Andreina. Andreina had not yet been charged and was free, according to Paula's mother, but it was too late. Fortunately, Leonardo was able to obtain adequate financial assistance as well as free legal advice from 2 Ecuadorian lawyers, Oswaldo and Alejandro, who generously offered him their support and assistance in the lawsuit. Leonardo had to cross the border between Trinidad and Venezuela, risking his life by floating on a raft and then crossing the entire border from Natchering to San Cristobal. He had to book private transfers because the pandemic had canceled all services, and he couldn't take his usual route to Ecuador due to the pandemic. Venezuela's maritime and land borders were closed, leaving only a few regular flights to 4 or 5 countries in the months that followed. Once Leonardo arrived in the state of Táchira, he had to cross the border into Colombia over treacherous terrain. He then took a bus to Hipaluxo and continued through the hills and plains until he arrived at the Rumichaca Bridge, which connects Colombia and Ecuador. Leonardo then took a cab and drove to Quito on June 30. He met with a lawyer as soon as he arrived, and the deceased girl's father filed a complaint against the ex-girlfriend, who was also named as a suspect in Paula's murder. On July 6, 2020, Envious was found to be addicted, and the woman appeared in court, where it was determined that she should not be held in custody, that a house arrest would suffice, and that she must report to justice twice per week. As a result, Andres and Andreina were each charged with murder. In November 2020, the maximum punishment under Ecuador's penal code was approximately 13 years in prison. The first hearing in the case was held at the time, and a specific date for the start of the trial had yet to be announced. During the hearing, Leonardo's attorney expressed concern about Andrina's possible escape, citing her previous attempt to commit suicide with bills. They also applied for Andrina to delay it with an electronic monitoring bracelet. The judge granted the lawyer's request and reduced the number of days the suspect had to appear in court to once per week rather than twice. However, a few days later, Andrina insisted on reconsidering the decision to wear an electronic bracelet. On November 16, an additional hearing was held to reconsider these decisions. Undoubtedly, all of these details slowed the trial, but the judge was able to set a date, which was set for December. The trial of Andres and Andrina did not receive extensive media coverage. However, much of the information made its way onto social media, and some of the facts went unreported due to the pandemic, which was a major topic in the media. The trial started on January 14, 2021. At the time, no decision had been made on Andrina's alternative forms of imprisonment, and Andres was held in the regional detention center during a closed-door trial in which no media representative was present. In addition, some participants joined the hearing via video link. According to the doctor who performed the girl's autopsy, Paula had nearly all of her spinal discs rebuilt. Some of her ribs were broken, while others had fused. This indicated that the girl had previously broken ribs, which had eventually healed on their own. She also had nail stigmata, a condition in which the nails grow into the skin, resulting in bruises and scratches on her face, body fluid buildup in her lungs, scars on her head, and serrations on her column. According to the assessment, it was the later injuries that caused the infection to spread and eventually lead to sepsis, which resulted in death. The autopsy report also confirmed that Paula had died about 24 hours before Andres took her to the hospital. The number of internal and external injuries reflected the little girl's abuse, as well as her guardian's carelessness, as they had never taken her to the doctor. Furthermore, the girl was malnourished, underweight, and too small for her age, as well as having mineral and nutritional deficiencies due to Paula's injuries. Andrina, the girl's mother, attempted to persuade her family friends that the child suffers from a variety of psychological issues, which have resulted in a proclivity for self-torture, which Paula used to draw attention to herself. According to the girl's mother, when her younger brother was born, Paula lost parental attention, stopped sleeping at night, and tried to manipulate everyone by crying. The trial also revealed that in October 2019, when Paula was supposed to remain in her uncle's custody under the board's decision, she instead stayed at her parents' house and only slept at her uncle's house for a few nights. In other words, if the police organization's measure did not have the desired effect, it was possible to establish that the girl began to be abused in 2017, only a few months after Leonardo's departure from Ecuador. It most likely began as soon as Andrina started dating Andres. More than 40 accusing party witnesses testified at the trial, confirming that Paula was subjected to abuse for at least 3 years of her short life. Andrina stated at the final hearing before the verdict was handed down that she accepted full responsibility for the child's abuse. The woman claimed she had beaten Paula with a belt and, on occasion, her fists. Through this statement, a girl's mother attempted to shift blame away from her husband. She stated unequivocally that he was innocent, had nothing to do with it, and had never mistreated Paula. Andrina also admitted that she chastised her daughter for causing problems with her new husband. Breaking up with her new husband meant returning to the streets and losing the financial stability she could only find with him. Her daughter's well-being came last. After learning about Paula's life situation, the judges were concerned about the couple's newborn son, but unlike Paula, this child was never abused. It must be established that Andres has chosen to exercise his right to remain silent and has never made a statement about the incident since being arrested. By February 3, 2020, Paula's trial had concluded, and the couple had been sentenced. Both defendants were convicted of murdering the girl, and the maximum sentence for this crime is 13 years. Leonardo's original attorneys and the accusing party demanded the maximum punishment for the perpetrators, but the chief judge decided to consider an aggravating factor, namely that Paula was only 4 years old, implying that she could not defend herself against her attackers as a result of a judge sentenced Andrina and Andres to 17 years and 4 months in prison. According to Ecuadorian law, convicts have 3 days to appeal their verdict. So, despite Andrena's 17-year and 4-month prison sentence, the couple was expected to file an appeal right away. She is still on house arrest while Nuss is in jail. The woman did, in fact, take advantage of her right to appeal, so the higher court must now confirm her prison sentence. In the meantime, the woman continues to follow the original measures. This is not the case for Andres, who was arrested while visiting the hospital with a dead girl. Undoubtedly, the fact that Andrina is still at large is causing public outrage and anger, particularly the anger of Leonardo, who is concerned that the woman will take advantage of the situation to avoid justice. If you were shocked by this story, please remember to subscribe to the channel. There are other equally shocking stories. From our end, we express our condolences to Paula's father and wish him the time he needs to recover from his terrible grief and obtain justice for Paula. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. One summer day, in 2014, the New York Police Department received an unexpected call from a woman who wanted to speak with the detective working on the Shell Collin case. Deborah Holmes called and urgently requested a meeting with the investigators after learning such shocking news. They hoped that this unexpected call would help thaw the long, stagnant investigation into a tragic loss, which had been stalled for 5 years. It was about the tragic death of Shale Danishevsky, which caused a stir in Manhattan on New Year's Eve 2010. Shell Kovlin grew up on the West Side, surrounded by Orthodox Jews. Her family's deep roots in this close-knit community shaped her upbringing. Shell's transition from a happy childhood to a successful adulthood was marked by her love of learning and academic excellence. This thirst for knowledge eventually led her to a prestigious asset management degree, which opened the door to a successful career in the Swiss banking industry. Her rapid rise in the financial world saw her managing multi-million-dollar portfolios for clients in 1998. Despite a successful career in one of the world's wealthiest cities, Shell felt unfulfilled. She had a stable financial situation and a loving family. However, her dream of starting her own family and becoming a mother remained unfulfilled. In February 1998, you were determined to change your fate. Shell attended a Jewish singles event aimed at assisting those looking for a significant other. There, she met 26-year-old Rod Kovlin, a fellow banking professional. The young couple shared many common interests, both motivated by a desire for success and stability in life. Their connection was instantaneous and profound. The relationship blossomed quickly because they complemented each other perfectly, disregarding the significant age difference. Shell and Rod were inseparable, sharing every moment together. They were so in love that they decided to marry soon after meeting. Despite the fact that some acquaintances thought Rod and Shelley had made a hasty decision, everything felt right. The happy couple soon welcomed 2 beautiful children, a boy and a girl, to complete their family. On New Year's Eve, 2009, the Kovlin family's idyllic life was shattered by a tragic accident that killed Shell. At first, the police thought it was a freak accident. They were convinced it was only that early on December 31. At the Manhattan police station, 2 officers are finishing up their night shift and were having coffee to talk about their holiday plans. However, the peaceful atmosphere was abruptly disrupted at 7:30 a.m. An urgent phone call. Rodney Kovlin. In a frantic state, he informed the officers from the Upper West Side of strange occurrences, including the discovery that his ex-wife, Shela Danishevsky, was dead in her bathtub, submerged in blood-stained water. Emergency services hoped Rod could help save the victim. Following the operator's phone instructions, Rod pulled her out of the water and attempted resuscitation, but it quickly became clear that saving her life was not possible. Shell's body remained cold and motionless. A distraught Rod wrapped her in a blanket he found in the bedroom and waited for the police to arrive. Thus, on December 31, 2009, Manhattan witnessed a heartbreaking event in Rod Kovlin's life. The police responded quickly to the incident. Upon arrival, they quickly assessed the situation and cordoned off a major street in Manhattan. They were greeted by a luxurious home just a few steps from the city park. The Upper West Side was known for its safety, so officers assumed Sheil Danishevsky's death was another tragic case of self-harm. When they entered the apartment, they discovered children's toys scattered throughout, which was not surprising given the upcoming holiday. They then went to the bathroom, where a woman's body was wrapped in a blanket by her husband. Rod had just pulled the body from the water, as evidenced by the bloody water in the tub and the wet floor. There was a bleeding wound on the back of the Shell's head. The officers surveyed the bathroom and discovered an open cabinet door with a torn hinge, implying that the woman may have slipped and torn it off while attempting to hold on to the door. Forensic experts arrived shortly after and performed a thorough examination to rule out any other potential causes of the tragic incident. After a thorough examination, they determined that there was no break-in or signs of a struggle. Investigators were increasingly inclined to believe that Shell's death was an accident. The detective working on the case decided to speak with family members. During their questioning, it was revealed that Sheil and Rod's 9-year-old daughter was the first to discover her mother's body, and she was traumatized and shocked by what she saw. The girl was able to tell the police officer exactly what had happened. It turned out that the night before, she and her younger brother had slept in their mother's bed, which is quite common. When she woke up in the middle of the night and noticed her mother's absence, she went to find her and discovered the horrifying scene in the bathroom. The terrified child immediately contacted her father for assistance. Rod and Shell had recently separated, and he had moved to a new apartment on the same floor of the same building. To get to his apartment, he only needed to cross the corridor. The girl called her father, who was nearby, and arrived right away. When he entered the bathroom, he removed Sheila's body from the water and called for help. The girl's account was exactly what Rod had described, confirming the theory of an accidental death. The police informed Shell's relatives about the tragic incident, which shocked everyone. The autopsy and forensic examination were scheduled the day after the body was discovered. However, surprisingly, it never occurred. When the medical examiner called the investigators to begin the examination, he was surprised to learn that, despite the necessity, the procedure would not be carried out. This perplexed the examiner, who wondered how this could happen. A rabbi from the synagogue had intervened. He contacted an organization in charge of Orthodox Jewish burials, which then requested permission from the police to access the tragedy site in order to exercise religious rites guaranteed by the victim's family faith. Permission was granted, and a team led by the rabbi arrived on scene. They cleaned the bathtub of blood traces and prepared the body shell for burial. All evidence and clues gathered were destroyed before reaching the police's forensic department. Autopsies are considered taboo in Orthodox Jewish tradition and are seen as desecration of the deceased body, so the organization acted quickly. In this case, the synagogue's rabbi put pressure on Shell's family, grieving relatives, and husband, who were grateful for the rabbi's assistance and, despite their doubts about the incident's accidental nature, did not object to it. The family also decided to forego the autopsy and leave funeral arrangements to the burial preparation organization. Thus, within 24 hours, Shallow had been buried. Hundreds of people came to pay their final respects and condolences to the family. Later, after learning from the police that potential clues were destroyed while cleaning the bathroom, Shell's parents began to have doubts about the official version of her death. A fall in the bathtub was certainly a risk. However, the possibility of death from such an accident appeared increasingly unlikely to them. Although nothing confirmed their suspicions, the thought that their daughter's death was not an accident troubled them greatly. The New York Police Department was unable to conduct further investigation because the evidence was destroyed, prompting the family to hire a private detective to clarify the circumstances and confirm that Shell's death was caused by a tragic fall. The private investigator hired by the woman's relatives began investigating this unusual case. First, visit the deceased's family home and speak with the relatives. From their statements, he discovered that their relationship was far from perfect and their marriage was facing serious challenges. The couple celebrated their 10th wedding anniversary in 2008. However, their marital bliss quickly crumbled. Rod struggled in his career, frequently changing jobs. It was revealed that he had developed a gambling addiction and had spent a lot of money on it. Shale is concerned about her husband's neglect of the family and excessive use of computer games. Rod was spending their savings on backgammon tournaments, which Shell had complained about to her close friends. He was dissatisfied with the amount of family money he spent on his numerous trips. Furthermore, she discovered that he had been unfaithful during his numerous trips. it's important to note that Shelley wasn't passive or naive about her husband's behavior. After discovering his infidelity through his emails, she decided to end their marriage and obtained permission for a religious divorce. Externally, the couple still appeared to be married, but Rod had moved in to another apartment in the same building, and an official divorce took some time to complete. Despite their estrangement and strained relationships, Shelley and Rod attempted to maintain a friendly demeanor, particularly for their children. However, Rod's behavior frequently caused conflicts and disagreements. Shell had recently complained to her close friends about her husband, describing him as aggressive and hot-tempered. She suspected he was monitoring her entry into her apartment when she was not present and checking her emails. She also suspected Rod had installed a camera in the building's corridor to monitor when she returned home. These complexities in their marital life could have prompted further investigation into Shell's death. After gathering all of these details, the private detective proposed the theory that Rod was involved in his wife's death and that he needed to conduct additional investigations to learn the whole truth. The detective's first goal was to determine whether a crime had occurred at the location where the body was discovered. He intended to inspect the Shell apartment but encountered a problem. The door was sealed. He quickly obtained a court order to gain access to the site and arrived at the scene, accompanied by New York police officers. He tried to unlock the door with the key provided in advance, but the stubborn lock resisted for a while. After a few moments, Rod Coughlin emerged from his apartment at the end of the corridor. He claimed to have heard noise and came to see what was going on. When confronted by the police, the detective Rod took the key and effortlessly opened the door. This prompted some questions for the detective. Did Rod hear sounds in the corridor by chance, or was he deliberately keeping an eye on things? Once inside the apartment, the detective was determined to find evidence to back up his murder theory. Shell's relatives say she was home on December 31, but her phone was missing. The detective thoroughly searched every room, but only found the woman's phone charger. While the phone was not found, the detective was tasked with investigating the bathroom at the scene of Shell's death. He paid special attention to the hinge that investigators suspected she had severed during a fall. The more he examined this item, the more he questioned whether the shell could have torn off the metal detail, which was securely attached to the cabinet. Even with the woman's weight, it would have required immense strength. There were serious concerns about such a possibility. After a lengthy discussion with law enforcement, the detective attempted to persuade them that this was not an accident, but rather a homicide. The investigators were not persuaded and cited a lack of evidence. As a result, it was decided to conduct an autopsy to definitively determine the cause of death. The impending exhumation of Shell's body sparked intense thought and debate among her family. More than 2 weeks had passed since her burial, and it was a difficult decision for her family to make. In the Jewish faith, such interventions are viewed negatively, and religious leaders frequently oppose them. The family needed time to make their decision. Despite the prohibitions, they believed it was critical to learn the truth about their daughter's death and consented to the exhumation. However, this step was complicated not only by moral considerations, but also because carrying out the exhumation required a special order from the prosecutor's office, which was difficult to obtain. Despite the family's consent, it took nearly 3 months to obtain the necessary documents. The exhumation and autopsy were performed. The results were startling. The examination revealed that Shell died as a result of asphyxiation caused by violent strangulation, which had broken her neck bones. As a result, the official account of her death changed. Her death could no longer be considered an accident, and the young woman was officially identified as a murder victim. The New York Police Department resumed their investigation into Shell's death after the autopsy results confirmed the detective's suspicions. Investigators began meticulously examining new details such as phone call records and bank statements, all critical information in a murder case. Aside from family members, everyone who interacted with Rod and Shell was questioned, including the nanny, housekeeper, and even the divorce lawyer. The lawyer informed the police about the couple's unusual behavior. Rod claimed at the first divorce hearing in May 2009 that he was unable to pay alimony due to unemployment. The judge jokingly suggested that Rod give up his favorite games, which infuriated him in court and exposed his true nature to everyone. Rod did not stop there. He sought vengeance on Shell, accusing her of living an immoral lifestyle, misusing funds, and even calling her employer with slanderous allegations about drugs and violence against their son. Shelley suffered greatly as a result of these false accusations. An investigation launched in response to these allegations revealed no evidence to back up her husband's claims. The most shocking aspect of this story, however, was when Rod and Shell's son revealed that his father had coached him to say phrases designed to discredit his mother. Rod paid a high price for his despicable actions. At a new divorce hearing on July 7, 2009, he was barred from being alone with his children, a measure that remained in effect even after Shell's death. Rod was denied custody of his children, and a social worker turned them over to Rod's parents, inciting his rage. He most likely believed he would finally accept responsibility for his children. The police also spoke with a woman who had previously cared for Rod's children before being fired by him. She provided the detectives with intriguing information. It turned out that on December 30, Shelley had an expensive keratin hair treatment worth several $100s. After treatment recommendations included avoiding moisture and heat exposure for several days, which precluded bathing or showering. This begs the question of why Shelley would risk damaging her hair by disregarding these recommendations. Investigators suspected that Shell did not take a bath on the day she died. However, their conclusions lacked direct evidence and were insufficient to charge anyone with murder on their own. Detectives also looked at the building surveillance footage where the couple lived. On the day of the murder, they noticed Rod's unusual behavior. At 4 a.m., he left his apartment dressed as if he was going out. He returned after some time. The night watchman at the building's entrance, who was interrogated, found Rod's early morning departure unusual because he had never left so early before. The watchman remembered Rod asking if he needed anything, to which he said no. However, Rod returned a few minutes later with chocolate bars and offered them to him. The investigators believed Rod's actions were deliberate in order to create an alibi for himself. Rod was now the primary suspect, and the investigators' task was to prove his guilt using any means necessary. Their main question was what possessed Rod to murder his wife during the investigation. Despite 2 divorce hearings, Shelley and Rod remained legally married, which meant that without a will or divorce, the property would automatically go to Rod. It amounted to more than $5 million. Another critical point was that on December 31, 2009, Sheila scheduled an appointment with her lawyer to change her will, intending to exclude her husband. This was undoubtedly a blow to Rod, providing a motivation for the crime. Rod's potential loss of $5 million was undoubtedly a motivating factor. Because he was already a suspect, all of Shell's assets were transferred to a secure account pending further investigation into his involvement in the crime. It was obvious that if Rod had been monitoring his wife, he would have known about her meeting with the lawyer to remove him from the will. Investigators suspected Rod of installing spyware to track his wife. Shell was also seen returning home around 8 p.m. on surveillance footage. The night before, they were talking on the phone, which was never found after the crime. Now that they had confirmed that the phone was in the apartment, they decided to conduct another search of the crime scene. When the investigators returned to the apartment, they didn't have to search long. They couldn't believe their eyes when they saw Shell's phone calmly lying on her bedside table, plugged into the charger. No one noticed the device in this location during the initial search by the New York police or the examination by private detectives. Furthermore, during previous searches, investigators photographed the room, but the phone was not on the bedside table. There was only one explanation. Rod had returned the mobile phone to the Shell-sealed apartment. It was unclear whether this was a foolish mistake or a deliberate taunt to the investigation. Rod was called in for questioning, but he had already retained a lawyer who advised him to remain silent. The investigators had to look for more evidence of his involvement. When police examined Rod's phone records, they discovered frequent calls to a number registered in Jacksonville, North Carolina. Deborah Holmes, a married mother of 3, owned the phone number. She was 14 years older than Rod. They met at a backgammon tournament 5 months before Shell's murder and had a passionate affair. The lovers met at backgammon tournaments and later played online together. The investigator saw an opportunity to find a leakhead and called the woman to ask her some questions. To their surprise, Deborah explained that her lawyer had advised her not to speak with them. Faced with another refusal, law enforcement officials decided to inquire about the attorney's name. It turned out to be the same lawyer who represented Rod Kovlin. The police's last hope was to find compromising messages or electronic correspondence between Rod and Deborah. They hoped to find these on Shell's newly discovered phone. Unfortunately, Every message has been professionally deleted. Even expert programmers were unable to retrieve the data. Rod had meticulously planned everything, apparently mocking the authorities. Days turned into months and years, and it was clear that Rod Kovlin was avoiding justice. Perhaps the crime he committed was perfect, but the rabbi's cleanup of the bathroom, which removed all traces of blood and other evidence, was crucial. This action destroyed all potential DNA, fingerprints, and fibers, complicating the investigation, which became increasingly drawn out. Rod never admitted to his crime, and a lack of evidence prevented the case from proceeding to trial. 5 years had passed since the investigation into Sheil's death began. However, no arrests had been made. After years of fruitless searches for clues and evidence linking Rod Kovlin to his wife's death, the suspect's mistress unexpectedly came forward. Following her phone call, the police invited her to the station, where Deborah Holmes arrived immediately. It turned out that she and Rod had split up a few months before, prompting her to call the police. What she told the investigators over the next 3 days shocked them. Deborah had a lot to reveal. She informed them about Rod's plans for custody of his children. Rod was still a suspect in his wife's death and had no custody rights over the children, so he couldn't access her money. Rod was willing to do anything to seize her. She had left millions and devised a heinous plan. Kovlin intends to persuade his 15-year-old daughter to stage an assault, then accuse his father, Rod's father, of the offense. This would land the grandfather in jail, resulting in him losing custody of his grandchildren. Rod hoped his daughter would accept his plan in exchange for money. Meanwhile, the criminal was regularly withdrawing money from the only account he had access to, which Shelley had set up for their children's education. Rod's parents noticed he was squandering his savings, which should have gone towards his daughter and son's future. They were dissatisfied with his lack of interest in his children's lives, which sparked a disagreement. Rod was so angry with his parents that he seriously considered ending their lives. Rod Kovlin shared his plan with Deborah in 2012. He planned to have his daughter put rat poison in her grandparents' house. Because the girl was a minor, Rod calculated that she would spend far less time in prison than he would. Deborah persuaded her lover to abandon his evil intentions. Following this, Rod had several other ideas. At one point, he considered burning down his parents' house and jamming the doors to keep them inside. He also considered arranging a sham marriage for his daughter with a Mexican man, after which she would be required to give up a portion of her inheritance to her father. When the police heard Deborah's testimony, they couldn't believe the accuracy of the details. She had been gathering evidence and storing it on hard drives all along. She realized she was dealing with a psychopath. She patiently waited for Rod to lose interest in her before handing over these valuable insights to the authorities. The recordings included hundreds, if not thousands, of Rod's conversations with various people. Now law enforcement officers had to carefully listen to these gigabytes of data in search of compelling evidence. Deborah's contributions to this complex investigation were significant. As investigators began analyzing the recordings, they discovered an astonishing fact. During a conversation with a backgammon acquaintance, Rod inadvertently mentioned having keys to Shell's apartment and the ability to enter it at any time. These hard drives proved to be a valuable resource for the police, containing hundreds of case-related materials. Investigators discovered Rod was plotting against his own daughter, intending to blame her for the mother's death. In an email address used by the father to send a forged email, it was claimed that the daughter admitted to lying and that her mother did not simply fall. According to the fabricated story, they had an argument in the evening, and she pushed her mother into the bathroom. Thanks to all of the information gathered, the police finally had enough evidence to charge Rod Kovlin with his wife's death. On November 1, 2015, Rod Kovlin was arrested. Sheil's family awaited the trial of their daughter's assailant, but victory was not guaranteed. The charges were circumstantial, and a skilled attorney could raise doubts in the jurors' minds. The detectives continued their investigation, gathering new information and meticulously verifying all evidence. Soon, irrefutable proof came from an unexpected source. While in prison, Rod Kovlin told a fellow inmate about his wife's death. He described his actions in great detail, even mimicking the gesture he used to strangle her. The police requested surveillance footage and discovered that it perfectly matched the autopsy results. This was direct evidence of Rod's guilt, almost like a confession. The trial lasted 7 long weeks. During this time, the jury heard Kovlin's heinous plans, which included murdering his wife, targeting his parents, and framing his own children. The jury was appalled by his cold-blooded and deceitful behavior. It took them 2 days to reach a final decision. Rod Kovlin was found guilty in March 2019 of the deaths of Shelly Danishevsky, his wife, and his children's mother. Despite the lack of direct evidence, he received a life sentence with the possibility of parole. After 25 years, Shayla Kovlin was a successful and determined woman seeking simple family happiness. However, a ruthless, greedy monster crossed her path, claiming not only her life, but also that of her children and loved ones. Deborah Holmes' determination brought this tragic story to justice. The criminal was sentenced for his heinous actions. Deborah's bravery most likely aided not only in obtaining justice, but also in preventing potential future crimes. Rod Kovlin will never again harm his family or the people of New York. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On June 8, 2018, fishermen on a commercial vessel near the Long Island Strait spotted something unusual in the water. A closer look at the deck revealed it to be a man's body. The fishermen immediately reported their discovery to the Coast Guard. Police arrived at the scene and recovered the body of a young man from the shore. They observed unexplained bruises and abrasions on the body. Spencer McPherson, who had been reported missing a few days prior, and his girlfriend, Sophia McKenna, were later identified. Spencer's body was sent to be examined in order to determine the cause of death. The autopsy results showed that drowning was the cause of death. Experts discovered no signs of violence, and all injuries were attributed to water. It is important to note that the specifics of the autopsy were not revealed. Spencer and his girlfriend disappeared over the same weekend. 2 other men have gone missing in the area. Their bodies were eventually discovered to have drowned as well. The police initially believed these were tragic accidents caused by unfavorable circumstances, which resulted in the young people drowning. There were no other theories about the incident considered at the time. The body of Spencer's companion, Sophia McKenna, was never discovered. This mysterious story unfolded on the night of May 27, 2018. Groton is a small town in Connecticut, northeastern United States. The case remains unsolved, leaving more questions than answers. The story's main characters are 2 young people who decide to go for a walk and visit the lighthouse in New London, which is located on the banks of the Thames River and is regarded as a mystical place by locals. The historic lighthouse, built in 1909, is well known for rumors of strange occurrences associated with the ghost of its first keeper, Ernie. According to legend, his beloved abandoned him, and in despair, he committed suicide by jumping from the lighthouse's rooftop. Since then, both residents and visitors have reported strange occurrences at the lighthouse. Some report unexplained phenomena, such as doors and windows opening spontaneously, while others report bedsheets slipping off beds. Sailors have reported radios turning on for no apparent reason and ships mysteriously unmooring from the shore. As a result, the lighthouse has become the subject of numerous television shows devoted to paranormal phenomena. Although these claims are rumors, the location continues to entice visitors with its mysterious and unusual aura. Spencer and Sophia were among those who had long wanted to visit this mysterious lighthouse and set out on the eve of Memorial Day. However, something went wrong that night. What exactly happened is unknown to family members, and police can only speculate based on the limited information available. On Saturday, Sophia McKenna's friend Austin attempted to contact her but received no response. He didn't think much of it at first, knowing Sophia had a habit of sleeping late. However, after several hours of unsuccessful calls and messages, Austin became concerned. He contacted Sophia's mother, Michelle, to see if Sophia had called her the night before. Michelle hadn't checked her cell phone because her younger daughter had been playing with it all morning. When Michelle finally checked her phone, she discovered 7 missed calls from an unknown number. When she attempted to call back, she reached Spencer's voicemail, a friend of her daughter's, and realized the calls could have been from Sophia. Michelle attempted to contact Sophia, but also received no response. Panic set in, and she and Austin immediately started looking. Austin called all of the local hospitals. Michelle filed a missing persons report, and the police contacted Spencer's family. They discovered that his relatives were also concerned because he did not show up for an important family gathering and did not respond to their attempts to contact him. They went to Spencer's apartment but found no evidence of his presence the previous night. Spencer's father was aware that his son had met with Sophia the evening before, which concerned him and his wife due to Sophia's problems. Spencer's mother mentioned that her son had planned to go fishing with a friend, but she suspected he was lying and intended to meet Sophia that evening. She last spoke to her son at 10 p.m. When he wished her a good night, he realized what had happened. Spencer's family also reported his and his girlfriend's disappearance to the authorities. Around 6:30 p.m., police began searching for the missing youths. At the time, Austin contacted the sheriff, informing him that he knew where Sophia and Spencer had been the previous night. He explained that he knew this because he had let Sophia go there. Austin also mentioned that he came across a video posted by Sophia on Snapchat the night before. Sophia had taken the video with Spencer's mobile phone while they were on a boat heading towards the lighthouse. The footage captured the back of a young man rowing towards the lighthouse. Everything looked good, and they seemed to be having fun. Sophia later posted this video to her Snapchat account. Later, at 2 a.m., a photo of Sophia was posted on Spencer's chat. She was posing playfully against the concrete barrier of the lighthouse in the background, which was marked with a "Do Not Cross" sign. What happened just minutes after this photograph is a complete mystery. Spencer's mobile phone made the first call to Michelle Sophia's mother at 206,208, 5 minutes after the photograph was posted at 2:05 a.m. The last call was at 209. Michelle, who was asleep at the time, did not respond to any of the calls. There were no voicemail or text messages left, and the 911 service received no calls from that number that night. The photos and videos posted by the young people confirmed that they were at the lighthouse. As a result, the police immediately dispatched 20 Coast Guard units to the scene. The Coast Guard's firefighters and police conducted searches by air, sea, and land. The police made their first discovery on the university campus: Sophia's car. They discovered her cell phone inside the car. Meanwhile, on the same night, the Coast Guard discovered the t-shirt Spencer was wearing in the video. The police speculated that Spencer may have used it to anchor the boat to the shore. The search continued through the night and the next day. Soon after, a storm broke out, and state officials announced that the search for the young people would be halted until new leads or indications of their possible whereabouts emerged. This decision shocked their family and friends. However, they continued their own search efforts, posting pictures and disseminating information about Spencer and Sophia's disappearance throughout the city. They asked the public to report any available information. Despite the large crowds on the streets at the time of the young people's disappearance, no witnesses came forward. The family's search lasted several days. However, all the questions remained unanswered. What happened? Why was Sophia repeatedly calling her mother? Why didn't she leave a voicemail or contact the police? There were numerous speculations and assumptions. Could they have ingested something illicit? Indeed, they had violated the law by stealing a boat from campus and traveling to the lighthouse without permission. Sophia most likely feared being held accountable and therefore chose not to contact the police. She and Spencer had already run into legal issues a few days before. Spencer had been arrested for driving under the influence, and Sophia was facing charges for aggressive behavior. Perhaps for this reason, she chose to contact her mother rather than the police. However, it is unknown what other circumstances Sophia faced in her life. She may have been panicked and unable to think clearly at the time. People's reactions to such situations can be unpredictable. Meanwhile, detectives attempted to reconstruct the events of the day. May 26, 2018 began as a typical day. It was sunny and warm, and the upcoming weekend promised plenty of entertainment. The city was preparing to celebrate Memorial Day, a national holiday. Sophia had the day off, but Spencer was scheduled to cover a colleague's shift at 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. After that, the young couple planned to meet and participate in the city's festivities. Sophia and Spencer planned to spend the rest of the day together, including a visit to the mysterious lighthouse, which is known for its paranormal phenomena, which they were eager to witness for themselves. The details of what happened after Spencer's shift ended are unknown. It is unclear where they went, or if they met anyone, and there is no indication whether they drank. However, it was determined that Sophia parked her car at the University of Connecticut campus around 2 a.m. and, for some reason, left her cell phone in the vehicle. Perhaps she forgot about it, or it was out of charge, so she chose not to take it. The pair then illegally took a 14-pound sailboat with no master engine and only oars. They pushed it into the water and proceeded towards the lighthouse, navigating the rocky shores. Clearly, it was dangerous given the lack of safety equipment. Most likely, they were not afraid to embark on this journey because Spencer was confident in his aquatic abilities. He had been an excellent swimmer and boat handler since he was a child. That is all the investigators were able to gather about the events of that night. On Monday evening, while scanning the area from a search helicopter, the police discovered a white and blue sailboat stuck in the rocks, covered in dust. The vessel was 12 kilometers west of the lighthouse. According to 30 p.m., this was most likely the same boat that went missing from campus, possibly used by Spencer and Sophia. Although this was not proven conclusively, fingerprints were discovered on the boat, but they were never analyzed or the results made public to determine whether they matched the fingerprints of the young couple. There were also disagreements over the type of vessel used. Initially, it was reported as a kayak, but later information indicated that it was a white sailboat with a red inscription. In their search for clues, investigators thoroughly investigated Sophia McKenna and Spencer Mugford's backgrounds. Sophia McKenna was born on March 7, 1996, in North Stonington, Connecticut, around the time of the incident. She was 21 years old and lived in Groton, Connecticut, USA. She was Michelle's first marriage daughter, and she grew up with her younger sister Grace and older brother Justin. Sophia was very caring towards her siblings, whom she adored. Sophia was a happy and intelligent child with unique characteristics. She was active, full of energy, and lived a vibrant and fulfilling life. Her parents' divorce, which occurred when she was 6 or 7 years old, had a profound psychological impact on her life. Sophia was diagnosed with bipolar disorder in high school, which caused her to become depressed. This mental illness is characterized by extreme mood swings such as manic episodes or hypomania. Sophia experienced emotional lows such as depression, sadness, and melancholy, interspersed with manic episodes of euphoria. These mood swings could have an impact on her behavior and ability to think clearly. Sophia received medication and psychotherapy to help her symptoms. Unfortunately, there is no cure for bipolar disorder. It poses a challenge to both the patient and their family. Sophia's daily life was significantly impacted by her illness. Her behavior became unpredictable, and her life was chaotic. She had unstable relationships, and the people she interacted with frequently demonstrated complex behavior. Sophia and Austin met in 2015. She captivated the young man's heart right away with her bright and cheerful personality. He pursued the attractive Sophia with passion and persistence, and they soon began a 3-year relationship. However, Sophia and her mother both found this relationship unpleasant. Michelle Austin was a problematic young man who was aggressive and used anabolic steroids in sports, making their relationship unstable. The young couple frequently argued and yelled at each other, sometimes to the point of physical confrontation. Because of her mental health problems, Sophia was usually the instigator of these conflicts. Austin's aggressive outbursts caused Sophia to sustain injuries that necessitated hospitalization on several occasions. Sophia discovered Austin's infidelity about a month prior to the incident and decided to end their relationship. They did, however, maintain sporadic contact. Despite her difficulties, Sophia attempted to move forward. She was a very attractive young woman, and she briefly worked as a model for a local company advertising their jeans. This helped her fund her education. She eventually graduated as a massage therapist and found work at the Red Door, an exclusive spa in a luxury hotel. It was here that she met Spencer Mugford, a 20-year-old colleague. Spencer, a native of Florida, was a sea enthusiast and experienced swimmer who worked as a sailing instructor. He came from a loving family with high expectations for his future. Spencer and Sophia quickly bonded over common interests and wavelengths. They reportedly dated for some time, but neither of their families approved because the young couple was constantly in trouble. According to Michael, Sophia's mother, she was very concerned about Sophia's well-being, especially since Sophia and Austin continued to meet and consume alcohol on a daily basis. Sophia's relationship with Spencer eventually ended, and they decided to remain friends. The exact reason for this is unclear, but Sophia appears to have returned to her ex-boyfriend Austin. Despite this, Sophia and Spencer continued to spend a lot of time together, both at work and outside of it, including on their final day of searching, when a fisherman discovered Spencer's body. His family published an obituary in the local media. Sophia's family did the same, but they remained hopeful and continued their search. They repeatedly tried to recall the events preceding the disappearance, attempting to determine what the young people did that evening and whether they met anyone on their final day. However, no new information has emerged. Spencer's phone was never found, and the police did not provide cell operator records, so it was unclear whether he made any other calls besides those to Michelle's number. Cameras at the lighthouse and campus were reportedly not operational. As a result, there were no video recordings of what happened that night. It was also revealed that the lighthouse was never checked, despite the fact that authorities should have done so immediately following the couple's disappearance. Sophia McKenna's close relatives set up a Facebook page called Searching for Sophia McKenna in July 2018 to keep the case in the public eye. The page served as a platform for sharing information, brochures, and requests for information from the public. Weeks after the disappearance, an unusual incident occurred. Michelle received a message from Sophia's social media account requesting money while the police were in possession of Sophia's phone. This message raised suspicions about a hacker's involvement. The investigations into Spencer's death and Sophia's disappearance came to a dead end. The police produced no conclusive findings. Unofficially, several theories about the incident circulated. One involved Austin, Sophia's ex-boyfriend, and his potential role in the young couple's disappearance. Some speculated that Austin might have attacked Sophia and his friends assisted him in disposing of Spencer. Their tumultuous relationship, marked by frequent arguments and physical altercations, was a topic of public debate. Michelle, Sophia's mother, witnessed several of their arguments a month before she vanished. Serious issues arose when Sophia discovered Austin's infidelity on May 8, 2018, and ended the relationship in what could have been an act of revenge or a fresh start. Sophia dated another guy and brought him to her apartment. Austin, enraged, rushed to her apartment, where neighbors saw him banging and kicking the door and hurling insults at Sophia. Sophia opened the door after approximately 15 minutes of silence, assuming Austin had left. However, Austin was still present, attempting to push Sophia into the apartment. Fortunately, Sophia was able to close the door quickly. Neighbors heard him threaten to cut her throat if she did not open the door. When police and Michelle arrived, Austin was arrested. The next day, May 9, a court order went into effect. Sophia mentioned Austin's previous attacks in her statement and included photos of her injuries. She expressed concern for her safety due to his stalking. A restraining order forbade Austin from being in the same vicinity as Sophia. Sophia later felt guilty, and the restrictions were eased. Austin was no longer allowed to share an apartment with her. The man with Sophia at the time refused to reveal his identity and did not cooperate with the police. Michelle initially claimed Spencer was with Sophia, but later changed her statement. However, a colleague Sophia trusted confirmed that it was him. Sophia and Spencer's coworkers confirmed that they were in a relationship at the time of their disappearance, behaving as a couple both at work and outside. Witnesses also described a situation at the hotel in which Austin, Sophia's ex, showed up at her workplace and publicly threatened her. Nonetheless, Austin and his father took part in the search for the missing couple, using a private helicopter and distributing flyers with their images throughout the city. Austin claimed on social media that Sophia had been his girlfriend for 3 years and that she had no romantic relationship with Spencer, only friendship. Many people found it odd that this post seemed to emphasize Sophia's association with him rather than her disappearance. On July 10, Sophia's family and friends organized a memorial day for her. Austin went to the event with Michelle and later shared a now deleted message on social media. "Rest in peace, baby, we'll see you soon." These actions sparked concern among acquaintances. Austin told authorities that he spent the entire day with Sophia on May 26 and that they continued to meet despite the court order, even making plans for the following day. A friend of Austin stated that around 3 a.m., on the night of the incident, Austin texted Sophia, claiming to be at the gym with a friend. However, this was doubtful because gyms are closed at that time here. His family maintained that he was at home before going to the gym. An undisclosed witness claimed that Austin and his brother were invited to a party that day. Austin had planned to go, but later messaged that he was tired and would be unable to attend. This raises questions about Austin's whereabouts during Sophia and Spencer's disappearance. With no clear answers, Austin's acquaintances described him as temperamental, which may have been exacerbated by steroid use. There were rumors that Austin, his brother, and a friend had connections to the Groton police. In addition, a woman from Austin's family allegedly married the police chief, who was investigating Sophia's case and had received complaints about police violence. However, the credibility of these claims made by Austin's friend with a criminal record is doubtful. The following day, a YouTube channel dedicated to Long Island disappearances posted a video about Sophia. Austin deleted all photos of them together from his social media. This action caused confusion, especially since Sophia's fate remained uncertain. One theory is that Austin had found a new girlfriend and wanted to avoid any complications. However, the complete removal of all photos featuring Sophia appeared unusual. Furthermore, when Austin met with investigators just days after Sophia's disappearance, his involvement in the search seemed to wane. He appeared calm and composed, not visibly distressed by the loss of someone close to him. However, this is insufficient evidence to support any accusations against Austin. People respond differently to stress. One theory holds that Sophia was murdered to prevent her from testifying against Austin in a domestic violence case. Without her testimony, there would have been insufficient evidence, and the case could have been dismissed. This is precisely what occurred in the summer of 2018, when the case against Austin was dismissed. It's worth noting that Austin is not officially a suspect. This theory is still speculative, and the investigation continues. Another theory holds that Sophia and Spencer may have encountered dangerous individuals at the lighthouse. It was a busy day due to the holiday, but witnesses either forgot or didn't think the information was important, so no one reported it to the police. Sophia's mother speculated that her daughter had been kidnapped or a victim of human trafficking, but there is no evidence or ransom demand to back up this claim. The police also considered the possibility of an accident caused by reckless actions or decisions. The young couple set out in an unprepared boat, without life jackets, into strong currents. When they arrived at the lighthouse, they anchored the boat using Spencer's t-shirt. They took photographs before realizing the boat had drifted away, relying on his swimming experience. Spencer may have underestimated the water's low temperature. The darkness, which can distort distance perception, may have led him to believe the boat was closer. Physically exhausted from his workday and the swim to the lighthouse, Spencer might have drowned. Sophia tried to call her mother for help after realizing she couldn't see or hear Spencer. In desperation, she may have jumped in to assist Spencer and drowned as well. Sophia is not a strong swimmer, so she is unlikely to jump into such conditions. However, under the influence of alcohol, she may have made an irrational decision. It's also possible that she was walking on the narrow ledge of the lighthouse, trying to find Spencer when she stumbled and fell with her phone, being swept away by the current and drowning. These theories remain relevant, though others exist. None is the official version, and there are no suspects or perpetrators circulating primarily on social media. Sophia's family and friends continue to look for her, desperate to find out what happened and where she is. In 2019, an independent detective discovered several bones near the shore and immediately reported them to police. However, the investigators who arrived at the scene determined that the bones were of animal origin. The remains were never collected, and because of the high cost, no forensic examination was performed to determine whether they were human. There are numerous aspects of this case that raise concerns and necessitate a thorough investigation. After all, this is about a missing person and a distraught family looking for answers. Sophia undoubtedly deserves more search efforts. Several bodies of other missing people have been discovered in these waters, but not Sophia's. No new information has emerged in her case, and the mystery of what occurred that night at the lighthouse remains unsolved. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. After committing the heinous crime, Victor Alexander Portorial Mendoza went to the home of his girlfriend's father, Reina, to retrieve forgotten children's clothing. He took a tablet belonging to one of the victimized girls and pawned it at a nearby pawn shop for approximately 500 pesos. The next day, he spent the equivalent of $10 while on vacation with his best friend Crystal at the beach. During the outing, he admitted that he had done something wrong to his lover, but without providing any specifics. Crystal later stated that she deduced the gravity of the situation based on Victor's tone, words, and expression. She allegedly tried to visit the house to see if Reina and her children were okay. Victor, on the other hand, declined the visit, citing the disorder and the family's difficult emotional atmosphere. That was enough for the girl to conclude that she had done her best in the circumstances. Crystal did not report to the police. Concerned neighbors contacted the police after the smell of decomposition emanating from Reina and Victor's home became too strong to ignore or explain with rotting garbage or dead animals on the property. The pungent, nauseating odor was undoubtedly emanating from the newly relocated couple's home, where flies gathered at the windows. Reina and Victor had just moved into the house and had yet to make friends with the neighbors. No one had the couple's phone numbers or other contact information. Furthermore, no one had seen Reina, Victor, or the children in several days due to an inability to contact the homeowners, and the frightening smell alarmed neighbors who called emergency services. A few hours later, law enforcement officers picked up the door lock and entered the residence. Inside, they were met with a truly terrifying sight. The 4 lifeless bodies of Reina and her daughters were discovered in a room next to their mother, while the son was found hanging from a rung in a closet. It is unclear how the press got to the scene so quickly. But no sooner had the detectives identified and located the man who lived with Reina than a report with shocking details about the family's death aired on one of the major metropolitan television channels. While working in his workshop, Victor Alexander Portorial learned that police had broken into his home and discovered the bodies of 4 victims. When he realized he was about to be detained, he sent a message to the workshop owner. "I ended the life of the person I loved the most. She loved me with all of her soul, and I loved her without any arguments. This is a very sad story." In messages to Miguel Orania and Mariciani, he shared Reina's relatives' contact information and asked them to forward it to the police. He explained that he only trusted Miguel to express his deep regret for what had happened and asked him to convey to the biker club his final wish, to leave as a biker at the funeral, accompanied by a large motorcycle. Victor's last message, after which he stopped responding to Miguel, has made me doubt everyone. Everyone wants to save me, but it won't happen. I am leaving this damned world. I don't care what happens. I am leaving. See you later. Miguel Arania contacted the police, told them everything, and revealed that his friend had reportedly committed suicide. Law enforcement officers located Victor's cell phone and responded to the scene. Victor Alexander Portorial Owl did not harm himself. Furthermore, he didn't even consider it. He didn't feel any remorse or guilt for what happened. The man was aware that he would be apprehended and, in some ways, planned his arrest to ensure his safety. He gathered his essentials in his backpack and headed to a small park near the workshop. For a while, he sat pensively on the sidewalk beside the park. A passerby approached him and asked if he needed assistance. He shakes his head from side to side. He said he was fine, stood up, walked into the park, and lay down on the grass in this position, gazing serenely at the sky and placing his hands behind his head. Victor lay down for nearly an hour. Around 8 a.m., a national police vehicle arrived. He did not move or resist arrest. The arrest lasted less than 5 minutes. Reina Isabel's Encarnacion was born in 1985 in the Dominican Republic. Reina's parents separated a few years after her birth. Her father left the family but continued to support his ex-wife and daughter. Later, Reina's mother met another man, and the girl gained a stepfather who gradually became another father to her. Reina formed a strong bond with her mother's new husband, while maintaining a positive relationship with her biological father. Both men treated her with kindness and concern. Reina grew up to be a curious and energetic child. She loved learning and attending school. Her father's house was nearby, and she saw him frequently. This intelligent and cheerful girl appeared to have a bright future ahead of her. After finishing school, Reina enrolled in university and began her studies in commercial law. At the same time, she applied to the Autonomous University of Santo Domingo with the goal of obtaining a second degree in medicine, but she was denied admission and had to postpone her dream until the following year. When Reina turned 20, she met Daniel Bowden, a man much older than her. Despite their considerable age difference, a romantic spark ignited between them. A few months into their relationship, Reina became pregnant and they married. This union produced 3 children: Daniela, Aramina, and Angela. Reina had to give up her dream of pursuing a second higher education. At first, Reina and Daniel's marriage appeared ideal. However, as time passed, the age gap began to have an impact on their relationship, resulting in frequent disagreements. Daniel realized that their constant disagreements were detrimental to their children. After 8 years together, the couple decided to part ways. A long legal battle ensued, primarily over child custody. Unable to reach an agreement on their own, family court specialists intervened, deciding to conduct a psychological evaluation to assist the children in determining who they wanted to live with. The experts concluded that the father should be the guardian, based on his age, financial situation, and the opinions of the older children. However, the judge who made the final decision ignored the expert recommendations and awarded custody of the older children to Reina. Angela, Daniel's youngest daughter, was to be raised by one of his sisters. Tragically, this decision deprives the children of both a future and a life. The years that followed demonstrated that the judge should have followed the advice of experts. It turned out that Reina's struggle was about alimony rather than the children. After gaining custody of the older children, she immediately handed them over to her mother, believing this was the best option for everyone. She then filed a new legal dispute over alimony payments. Reina claimed that her ex-husband did not pay her any of the court-ordered money. Daniel countered that he had fulfilled all obligations, but he was unable to provide proof that the payments were made in cash. The legal battle lasted several months and ended in the mother's favor, with Daniel paying additional alimony. Significantly, during the second legal proceeding, Ren's mother testified on behalf of her former son-in-law, Daniel. She believed Daniel was a wonderful and responsible father who deserved better treatment. She emphasized that he and her daughter had spent 8 wonderful years together, with Daniel being a good, responsible husband and father. This is not to say that Reina abandoned her children entirely. She visited them almost every day at their grandmother's house and took them to her home on weekends. The rest of the time she enjoyed life to the fullest, making up for lost youth. Attending one of the parties, she met her new love, Victor Alexander Porterreal. It's unclear what drew the young woman to Victor. He was 2 years younger than Reina. On the one hand, Victor made a strong first impression. A mystically inclined young man with long black hair and glowing white contact lenses, a biker and a metalhead. On the other hand, he was a filthy, unkempt, introverted, and insecure man. These peculiarities did not deter the girl. The couple quickly moved in together after falling in love. Reina's mother accepted Victor. The young man won her over with his affability and numerous stories about difficult life situations he had encountered. He frequently and in detail described his difficult childhood when his mother abandoned him in the care of a strict and harsh father. Unfortunately, manipulating the maternal instinct did not notify the children's grandmother. On the contrary, it made her like the manipulator more. Victor was born in 1987. He did spend his early years with his father. It is unclear if he was cruel to him. Victor learned to adapt to circumstances, even if they were uncomfortable for him, and no one in his environment noticed anything unusual about him other than his appearance. Since childhood, Victor was never in conflict. He excelled in school, graduating with honors. He couldn't go to university because his parents couldn't afford it. As a result, he began looking for work and quickly landed an internship at a motorcycle repair shop. Since then, motorcycles have become his passion. Victor eventually acquired a Harley-Davidson motorcycle and joined the subculture of motorcycle enthusiasts and fans, a quiet, law-abiding citizen who has never received a parking ticket. Victor, however, terrified those around him, always dressed in black, with eye makeup, painted nails, and frequently wearing white contact lenses. Very rarely did his control fail, revealing the lurking monster. Following the incident, a neighbor described how he accidentally saw Victor pottery while catching a neighbor's chicken, slitting its throat, and drinking the hot blood directly from the bird's wound. Reina and Victor took the kids on weekends and occasionally on weekdays. The grandparents were relieved to have a break from their 3 noisy and active grandchildren. They noticed that their daughter's new partner was caring and attentive to the children. Reina never complained to her parents about Victor, and they never appeared to disagree, which pleased her parents greatly. The only blemish on this idyllic scene was a disturbing piece of information they had accidentally discovered. Victor had a 10-year-old daughter, and her biological mother had obtained a restraining order that prevented Victor from approaching her. Reina's parents didn't understand why her mother would do such a thing. Reina's stepfather followed Victor around several times, but discovered nothing unusual or incriminating. The young man did not consume alcohol or illegal drugs, and he was either at home or at work repairing motorcycles. He was never rude to the kids, even when left alone with them. In other words, despite suspicions, he appeared to be a normal person. Reina's parents dismissed the restraining order as her birth mother's eccentricities and settled down. The tale ended when the aunt, who had been caring for Angela, the youngest daughter, informed Reina that she could no longer care for her. Around the same time, Reina's mother developed health problems, forcing the grandchildren to relocate from their grandmother's home to Reina and Victor's. Suddenly, the 5 of them found themselves in a small apartment. However, the circumstances were extremely favorable. Reina was offered a new job at a higher salary. The reunited family relocated to a spacious rented home with several separate rooms. A happy family life began with a spacious home-loving partner and their mother. Isn't that an indication that everything was going well? Perhaps it was, but Reina soon lost her job, and the family experienced financial difficulties. According to Victor's mother, she had to provide financial assistance to the young couple because they didn't have enough money for food or rent. Meanwhile, as a mother, Reina was unaware of her daughter's difficulties. Reina only brought the children to her mother's house on rare occasions, and she asked her grandmother to feed them well, which she gladly did. In addition to the financial issues, the couple began to experience strange and clearly unhealthy symptoms. Reina had never complained to anyone about anything, but their relationship was anything but normal. Victor appeared on the street with short, cropped hair, not long before the terrible events occurred. It turned out that the couple had a serious fight the night before, and Reina had cut off his long black hair in retaliation while he slept. Victor also admitted that Reina threatened to leave him with the children if he did not find a well-paying job within a month. On Saturday, February 3, 2018, Reina went to her mother's house to pick up the children, who had been with their grandmother since Thursday. Reina's mother noticed nothing unusual about her daughter's behavior. On the contrary, she was sociable, and when they were both in a good mood, they had time to talk over a cup of tea while the kids packed their belongings. The following day, early Sunday morning, February 4, the girl and her mother had a brief phone conversation in which they discussed current events and agreed to call back later. Reina never contacted her again. After numerous phone calls and text messages to her daughter and grandchildren, the woman called Victor, who also did not answer. So the silence and ignoring of calls continued for several days. Finally, on Wednesday, February 7, Victor responded. He assured me that everything was fine and promised that Reina would call back soon to explain everything in detail. He advised her not to worry and to wait for the call. The daughter never called back, and the parents realized that something terrible had happened. A day later, they received a call from law enforcement officers who told Reina's parents the horrific details of what had occurred. Victor Alexander began testifying immediately following his arrest. He did not hide anything and did not expect leniency. According to him, he had intended to end his life but changed his mind. He believed he needed to pay for what he had done. The detailed testimony allowed for a nearly complete restoration of the chronology of events. On Sunday morning, February 4, the roommates got into another big fight in their shared bedroom. Victor delivered several blows to Reina's neck, chest, and stomach. As a result, she died. He then locked her body in the room and sent Daniela, Reina's oldest child, to the store, requesting that she buy him a pack of cigarettes. While the girl was gone, Victor went into the children's room and strangled Reina's daughter with a necktie while she was sleeping. When Daniela returned from the store, he treated her exactly as he had treated her sister. He then moved the children's bodies into the bedroom he shared with Reina, At the time, young Armand was quietly playing in the small courtyard behind the house. Victor approached the boy and explained that his older sister had gone to the store and it was too late. So he'd take him to his aunt's house before heading out to find Daniela. Armand obediently followed Victor to his and Johanna Mendoza's house, leaving the boy behind. The man returned to the house, hoping to conceal the consequences of his actions. It appears that it wasn't until he returned to the house that he realized he couldn't hide the truth and that it would eventually be revealed. A few hours later, he returned for the boy and informed his aunt that Daniela had been located and that it was time to return home. Victor killed Armand at home by hanging him from a rung in a closet. The man claimed that he committed this crime because they were all in a difficult financial situation that he was psychologically unable to deal with. Victor's acquaintances confirmed that he had recently complained about financial disagreements among family members. Victor's mother told investigators that her son's financial problems had driven him to despair and compelled him to commit such a terrible crime. The couple was already in a difficult situation, which was exacerbated over the weekend when they did not receive their expected paycheck. Mrs. Johanna Mendoza, the accused's aunt, believes that the situation of my son, who was still a young man, being demanded money by a woman and her children, pushed him over the edge. However, the crime's extreme brutality was inconsistent with the severity of the mental illness. The preliminary autopsy report clarified the situation, revealing that all of the female victims were not only deprived of their lives, but also abused. An investigation by the public prosecutor's office revealed that the victim, Reina Isabel Encarnacion, had repeatedly expressed concerns to the accused on WhatsApp about the inappropriateness of intimate acts towards Angela while she was sleeping. In one of her most recent messages, the woman threatened her cohabitant that she would go to the police. Reina's mother told the police that the detained young man had always treated the three girls with kindness. However, he had a special relationship with Angela. He carried her in his arms, frequently placing her on his lap and hugging and kissing her. He even gave her a special nickname. Señorita. Investigators assumed Victor killed the family members not because of financial problems, but to conceal the wrongful acts committed against Angela. Forensic evidence revealed that Reina, as well as the two girls, had been wrongfully abused. The experts were unable to determine whether the wrongful acts were committed before or after their deaths, because the bodies were discovered at a late stage of decomposition. A psychiatric examination revealed that Victor has antisocial personality disorder, which means he lacks both guilt and conscience. The heinous crime outraged and shocked the entire Dominican community. The trial began in January 2019 and concluded in just 2 days. Forensic experts, investigators, and various witnesses testified, with much of the information coming from Victor's friends. For example, Crystal, the defendant's best friend, claimed that on the day of his arrest, he gave her all of his social media passwords and his mother's telephone number. According to her, it appeared that the young man intended to leave his life. Another friend of the young man claimed that Victor confessed the crime to him in detail a few days before being arrested. The friend, however, mistook the confession for a joke because it was so shocking. In general, everyone who had ever seen or met the accused was astounded by his actions. Neighbors, teachers, and co-workers all saw him as a quiet guy with a distinct appearance, nothing more. He didn't appear confrontational, was not known as a brawler, and, according to them, never spoke ill of others. He wasn't particularly social. Victor had only one diagnosis as a child, attention deficit disorder. However, according to his mother, the condition did not cause any problems for the family or himself. At the trial, 18 witnesses, including 2 forensic experts, testified. The latter revealed such shocking details that Victor's mother demanded the full force of the law against her son. Justice must be served. He has to pay for everything he has done. She said this in court. She begged Reina's family to forgive her for having such a son and shared their sorrow. Victor Alexander Portorial pleaded guilty in court to murdering Reina Isabel Encarnacion and her 3 children. He also apologized to the victim's family and the general public for the crime. I accept the facts. Not everything that was said occurred exactly as described. I realized that I couldn't go back in time and reclaim the lives I had taken. I apologized to the community and all family members for what had occurred. I contributed to my arrest because I realized that if I killed myself, I would be unable to pay for my actions. Victor Portorial stated calmly that the man received the most severe sentence imposed by the Dominican Republic's judicial system in 30 years. At the time, the sentence was spoken. He was only 30 years old, which meant that, under the right circumstances, he could be released from prison and live the rest of his life freely. This possibility prompted the National Congress to speed up updates to the criminal code. The country's 1844 code excludes cumulative punishment for multiple crimes. Victor Alexander would have received a sentence of up to 60 years in prison if the updated criminal code, which is currently being debated in the National Congress, had taken effect. The death of Reina and her children highlighted the need to replace the code as soon as possible. Nonetheless, justice prevailed, and the perpetrator received the maximum sentence. Reina's mother, speaking on various television programs, stated that she was pleased with the outcome of the case. The biological father of the 3 children who were taken is still unsure what happened. He claimed that the tragedy involving his children would not have occurred if the judge had listened to the experts and granted him custody. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The student rode her bicycle and disappeared. Without a trace, the police launched a search, but none of them could have imagined the disturbing revelations that awaited them in just a few days. So many shocking details emerged in the case that even seasoned FBI agents were horrified, and none of them expected such an ending. Sierra Jacob was born on February 11, 1996, in the small American town of Delta, Ohio. The girl grew up in a very large and friendly family. She had 2 sisters and 2 brothers. Sierra loved to play sports and was on the school volleyball team. She also loved to travel. The girl dreamed of visiting Italy and put a lot of effort into making that wish come true until she finally managed to go there. During her studies, she started dating a guy named Josh. After graduating high school, they went to different universities. Sierra planned to get a job with her uncle, who owned a metal fabrication company, and the young woman decided to major in human resources. She enrolled at Toledo University, located 50 kilometers from her home. Despite the distance, she and Josh planned to keep dating and made plans for their future. The couple even began to take their time choosing engagement rings for their future wedding. After 2 years at university, the young woman went to her hometown for a summer vacation. At that point, she still had some school work to close, but she decided to do it from home so she could spend more time with her family and her boyfriend. In addition to that, Sierra was also doing an internship with her uncle's company she was in her 20s at the time, and the young woman was thoroughly preparing to work there. After graduation on July 19, 2016, Sierra decided to drive to her boyfriend's house. She had bought a new bike a few days before, and she couldn't wait to try it out. The young woman left the house at about 5 p.m. and headed toward Josh's house. Around 9 p.m. her mother came home and found her daughter not there. This struck her as a little strange. She thought Sierra would have come home by now, but it was summer, and it was just starting to get dark outside. Besides, the young woman was already in her 20s, and her mother didn't worry about it. She had assumed that her daughter would stay at the boyfriend's house, but that all changed when Josh called her at 1:30 p.m. He asked if Sarah was home since the boyfriend couldn't reach her. According to the young man, they broke up at about 7 p.m., and she hasn't been in touch since. Considering that more than 3 hours had passed since then, the young woman's mother began to get seriously worried. Together with Josh, they started calling friends and relatives of the young woman, hoping she had stopped by one of them. But no one had seen her that night. Then the mother called all the nearby hospitals, but there was no one there either. Eventually, the woman decided to go to the police, and around midnight she filed a missing persons report. Despite the fact that Sierra was 20 years old, the police immediately began their search. Given that Josh was the last person to see her, they went to him. The guy said that the young woman arrived at his house shortly after 5 p.m. After about an hour and a half, they decided to go for a ride together. Sierra rode her bike, and Josh rode his motorcycle. The couple rode along country roads along numerous cornfields. Josh even took a picture of Sierra on her bike, and the young woman posted it on social media. After riding around for a while, they decided to go their separate ways. Sierra and Josh separated about a mile away from her house. The guy rode back on his motorcycle, and she headed home on her bike. While the police talked to the young man, other officers drove around looking for Sierra. They headed for the road near where the young woman had begun her journey home alone, and soon they were able to spot the first disturbing tip-off. As they drove along the road along the fields, one of the officers saw that the corn stalks in one place were heavily pinched, as if someone had waded through them. He walked over there with a flashlight, and after a few yards saw Sierra's bicycle. On examining it, the policeman saw traces of blood on the handles and seat next to the bicycle was a woman's sock, which also had bloodstains on it. He reported the find to his colleagues, and soon other police officers arrived on the scene. On closer inspection, they found several other items not far from the bike. They were men's sunglasses, a screwdriver, and some car fuses. Just as interesting was the fact that motorcycle tire tracks led to the bicycle across the cornfield. All this was enough for the investigators to come to a disappointing conclusion. It was likely that Sarah had been stolen. As the case took a serious turn, they began to look closely at Josh as a possible suspect. First of all, statistically speaking, it is the people closest to them who are most likely to turn out to be the perpetrators. Second, that night Josh was riding a motorcycle, and next to the bike, Sierra found similar tire tracks. Besides that, the detectives wondered why the guy didn't walk the young woman home. She had less than a mile to go, and he was on a motorcycle and could have gotten home quickly anyway. Josh allowed the police officers to look around his house, his car, and his motorcycle, and that's where the officers came across his work overalls, which showed signs of blood. The young man said he wore the clothes when he was hunting, and the blood belonged to animals. Investigators turned the overalls over to experts, and they quickly confirmed that he was telling the truth. Otherwise, there was nothing to suggest Josh was involved. The experts also examined the items found in the field and extracted one DNA sample from them that belonged to an unknown person. Josh immediately volunteered a sample, and they did not match. As a result, he was no longer considered a suspect, and the police started looking for other leads. The next day, they received a call from a farmer. The man told them that on the evening of Sierra's disappearance, he was driving down the same road with his son. At one point, they noticed a motorcycle helmet on the side of the road, and the father told his son to bring it to the car. The farmer later examined it more closely and saw traces of blood on it, and then contacted the police. Detectives admitted that the helmet may have belonged to the kidnapper, but his identity remained a mystery. At this point, the FBI was already involved in the case, and the agents decided to take a close look at the photo that Josh had taken of Sierra shortly before her disappearance. Thanks to the photo, they knew what kind of clothes she was wearing, but the detectives noticed something else. The young woman was wearing a fitness bracelet on her wrist. They immediately requested geolocation data for the device, but here the investigators were unsuccessful. The device had been turned off shortly after Sierra disappeared. The police received another tip shortly thereafter. Josh told them that as he and the young woman were driving down the road, a suspicious white van followed them. The guy got the feeling that the driver was following them. The vehicle was traveling at a slow speed and slowed down. When the couple slowed down at one point, Josh even tried to drive up to him, but the driver pulled away. The guy thought it was strange, and he even remembered part of his license plate number. The police quickly found the vehicle and its owner. She turned out to be a woman, and detectives determined that she had nothing to do with the crime. During the conversation, she herself accused Josh of trying to drive up to her and push her off the road. As a result, investigators decided that there had simply been a miscommunication between them and continued to look for more leads. Several days had passed since Sierra's disappearance, but the police were still unable to find any additional clues. Then they decided to go through all the residents who had been previously convicted of violent crimes and lived in nearby communities. Going through the list of these people, they immediately noticed one man, 57-year-old James Worley. He lived only a few kilometers from the field where Sierra's bicycle was found. The reason the police were so interested in him was very simple. James had been convicted of kidnapping a young woman in the 1990s. She was riding her bicycle when suddenly a man ran over her in his van, threatening her with his screwdriver. He tried to force the young woman into the car, but she managed to escape. Given that Sierra disappeared during the bike ride and the screwdriver was found next to him, police quickly suspected James of kidnapping her. Investigators went to him to verify this theory. The man was clearly unhappy about the visit and stated that he had not killed anyone. Nevertheless, he voluntarily allowed the officers to inspect his home. James and his mother lived on a 120-acre farm, and there were many different structures on this huge property. It took the detectives a long time to look at them all. During this process, James kept repeating to the police that he had not kidnapped Sierra and had only heard about the case from the news. This behavior began to seem strange to them. The man was literally repeating the same thing over and over again, but something more interestingly awaited them next. Suddenly, James said that on the night of Sierra's disappearance, he had just driven along that road and his motorcycle had stalled near the very spot where the police later found the young woman's bicycle, according to James. He saw her bike and decided to get closer, so he headed into the field, pushing his motorcycle nearby. The man added that, as he walked there, his car fuses, sunglasses, screwdriver, and helmet fell out. Suddenly, his motorcycle started up again, and James drove on, forgetting to pick up all those items. As you might have guessed, the detectives were very suspicious of this story. In addition, just a few hours earlier, a witness had approached them and said that the evening of Sierra's disappearance, he had seen a strange van on that road. The witness noticed it because the vehicle was driving at a very high speed, breaking all possible rules. He memorized the license plate number and gave that information to the police. After running the blades, detectives learned that the van belonged to James, and during a search he spotted it near the house. The man also allowed them to examine the van, and the officers found something of interest inside, where a ski mask, duct tape, plastic clamps, handcuffs, and amazed, the items themselves did not in any way indicate his guilt, but given James's criminal record for kidnapping, such a set made investigators suspicious. But the creepiest finds awaited them in one of the barns. Detectives found a separate room where, behind a hidden door inside which was an air mattress, beside it were chains that looked as if they had been designed to keep a person in the room. Next to the mattress was a refrigerator, inside of which the police found traces of blood. There is also a strong smell of bleach, from which they deduced that the blood had been thoroughly cleaned, but the main clue was the contents of a small box. There were bras and several pairs of women's underwear, one of which had blood on it. All this was enough to arrest James, at least temporarily. While experts examined the collected evidence, the man was taken in for questioning and asked to explain the secret room with the blood and chains. In response, James gave them another dubious story. He said he had made the room because he wanted to set up his own studio to shoot adult material, so it was just his improvised film set. Of course, the detectives didn't believe what he said. The room looked as if it had originally been made to hold people against their will. Nevertheless, they still could not connect it to Sierra's disappearance, nor could they determine her whereabouts. But that all changed on the third day after her disappearance. During a lengthy search, the police found a freshly dug grave in a field that contained Sierra's body. Her hands were handcuffed, and the young woman had a large plastic toy in her mouth. She was also wearing an adult diaper. Medical examiners determined that the victim died from strangulation, but they were unable to determine even the approximate time of death. In addition, they did not find any signs of violence. Around the same time, forensic scientists were actively examining all the evidence collected from James' barn. They found female DNA on one of the pieces of duct tape lying next to the mattress, and it matched Sierra's DNA. The cops also obtained geolocation data on James' smartphone. It turned out that on the night of the young woman's disappearance, he had spent almost 2 hours near that location. They received another disturbing piece of evidence from the psychologist James had court appointed for a previous abduction. According to him, during one of his sessions, James stated that he was learning from his mistakes with each new abduction, and then next time he was going to bury the bodies. Apparently, the psychologist decided not to inform the police of such disturbing statements made by his client, and did so only after he had been accused of murder. With this set of clues, the detectives formed the most likely chronology of events. Apparently, James spotted Sierra on the road that night, hit her with his helmet, and dragged her into a field with his bicycle. Based on his geolocation data, the man sat there until the sun went down. During that time, he called his brother and told him that his motorcycle had broken down. Apparently, this was his way of creating an alibi. As soon as it got dark outside, James drove home, got off his motorcycle onto his van, and returned to the field, picked up Sierra, and took her to his barn. At that point, the young woman was either unconscious or restrained. What happened next, only James knew. He apparently abused the victim for some time before killing her and burying her in a field. Experts only speculated that the victim may have been there for 3 days. The man himself continued to deny all of these allegations, and the case went to trial. The trial began in March 2018, with the prosecution presenting additional evidence that further pointed to his guilt. It turned out that the key to the handcuffs placed on the victim's hands was found on James' keychain. His lawyers decided to stick with the theory that James simply wanted to set up an adult film studio in his barn, and the cops pulled that into the murder. However, they did not provide any adequate arguments for their client's innocence. The trial ended in less than a month, and on March 28th, the jury found him guilty. As a result, James received the death penalty, with his execution scheduled for May 20th, 2025. Of course, this story was far from over for the detectives. Given everything they had learned about the man, The police were certain that James had committed similar crimes before, but he had managed to avoid responsibility. Investigators were still working on his case, trying to tie the unsolved disappearances to James, but it had yet to yield concrete results. The victim's parents established the Sierra Scholarship and also participated in the creation of a bill that would have required the state to make an open registry of people previously convicted of murder and kidnapping. The bill was quickly supported and went into effect on March 20th, 2019. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Pike County carnage. The crime committed against 8 Roden family members became one of Ohio's most notorious and complex cases. Overnight, the motto "all for one, one for all" proved fatal for each family member. Only minor children were spared from the widespread violence. The investigation spanned 10 states in the United States, and detectives conducted over 600 interviews, resulting in approximately 700 witness statements. Several theories were proposed, including self-harm, retaliation by illegal drug dealers, and cult sacrifices. Attorney General Mike DeWine suspected local residents of withholding critical information. The investigation appeared to have reached a dead end until a solution appeared on the surface. As it turns out, the most complex situations are frequently rooted in simplicity. This story shows how familial bonds turned into a bloodbath. In Pike County, Ohio, USA, it all started with a crush. Hannah Mae Roden was 13 when she met Edward Jake Wagner, who was 18 years old. The young man asked her to the prom. They became inseparable after that evening, and their relationship elicited mixed feelings. Unquestionably, the love that grew between them was visible to the naked eye. On the other hand, the age gap raised numerous questions and concerns. However, the young couple's parents did not interfere with their relationship. After all, everybody was young once. Over time, the Roden and Wagner families began spending weekends and parties together. Love was passionate and carefree. Hannah announced her pregnancy at the age of 15. Jake was overjoyed when he heard the news. He anticipated how excited his family would be about the new addition. Wagner highly valued traditions and lineage, which is why he adored his children, who represented the continuation of their lineage. Even ancestral names were passed down through generations. Jake's father was named George Wagner III, and his brother George Wagner, for the Rodens, had a more straightforward, less ostentatious approach to children. However, this did not diminish their family values. Hannah's parents, Christopher and Dana Roden, remained close and united after their divorce. They adored their 3 children and worked tirelessly to ensure their well-being. Unlike Wagner, the Rodens had a modest income. Christopher, 40, worked as a handyman at the Big Bear Lake family complex. Dana was 37 years old and worked as a nurse's aide at a youth rehabilitation center. Nonetheless, they instilled humanity and diligence in Christopher Jr. Hannah and Clarence Frankie were overjoyed with the arrival of little Sophie. To commemorate her birthday, a large party was planned. Soon after, Jake suggested that Hannah move in with him and his family, claiming that it would make their lives more comfortable. Living in a trailer makes it difficult to argue this point. His logic appeared sound, but Hannah declined. By then, she had a better understanding of her partner and saw the invitation as an attempt to limit her independence. Furthermore, the caring and attentive young man had developed suspicion and aggression. Jake had used physical aggression on several occasions, and his rough behavior soured Hannah's feelings for him. Her refusal became a source of contention for Wagner. Now, both Sophie's parents were determined to gain full custody of the girl. The families started advocating for their own interests. Driven by his desire, Jake threatened his beloved after she refused to sign a document transferring custody rights to him and his brother. In a fit of rage, he intended to message her, stating that if necessary, he would take the daughter by force. If you truly loved her, you would not be able to resist. He claimed that you would have given her up long ago to be raised in a safe environment. For some reason, he thought the Rodens were a danger to Sophie. Such conversations continued for 2 years, during which Jake became increasingly tyrannical. Hannah grew tired of being in complete control and ended the relationship in March 2015. Furthermore, she had learned something alarming. Jake's brother, George IV, had taken custody of a son by threatening the boy's mother with a weapon. This confirmed that the Wagners saw moral and physical coercion as acceptable ways to protect themselves and their daughter from this unscrupulous family, and the young Roden decided to distance herself. She intended to raise her daughter alone while working as a nurse's assistant and finishing school. The situation deteriorated when everyone learned of Hannah's second pregnancy. Jake questioned her claim that the child was from another man. He attempted to find out if she was seeing anyone else. So in December 2015, he hacked her social media accounts but discovered nothing incriminating. At the end of his search, he discovered that the woman was communicating with Georgia about her former mother-in-law, which piqued his interest. A court case was soon to follow, during which the Wagners had numerous interactions with the woman. "They'll have to kill me before they can take custody of my daughter," Hannah stated in her message. Jake infuriated his family when he revealed the details of the correspondence. Then his maternal grandmother, Rita Newcomb, 65, forged an important custody document. Furthermore, during a court hearing to determine the granddaughter's residence, Christopher Roden and George Wagner, III, had a heated argument. The family's relationship eventually deteriorated completely. The Wagner family soon came up with a terrible idea. Hannah was so uncooperative that they felt compelled to eliminate her, as well as the entire Roden family, who could potentially claim custody of Sophie. This insane thought evolved into a monstrous plan that was finalized by Christmas 2016. People's thoughts during the holiday season are typically focused on love and creation, which is not true for the Wagner couple who organized the vote. It was decided whether they would carry out their plan, and all family members agreed. The only thing left to do was assign roles and prepare. 5 months were spent investigating the Roden homes and surveillance cameras. They pay special attention to their daily routines and work schedules. Everyone involved in the criminal plot was accountable for something. For example, Angela Wagner purchased sneakers for all family members to wear at a specific time, to keep victims from seeking help. She purchased a special communication blocking device and intended to secretly install it on the Roden TS phones, to minimize noise. George III suggested creating homemade silencers. He also handled the transportation on the night of the crime, attempting to secure a van that would not attract attention. Sophie was to remain safe at home with Angela because the court had granted Hannah and Jake joint custody. The Wagners chose a time when it was their turn to care for the girl, meticulously planning every detail to ensure a perfect execution. On the night of April 21st, 2016, George Wagner, I decided to pay Christopher Roden a visit, allegedly to offer him a job opportunity that would improve his financial situation. The job offer was simply a ruse to gain unwitting access to the house. Roden Sr. opened the door in the morning of April 22nd, 2016. At approximately 8 p.m., Bobby Joe Manley's sister, Dana Roden, entered Christopher's trailer. She has done this every day since he offered her a job. Bobby cared for the Roden family's animals. She noticed someone inside, which was unusual for the time when everyone was going about their business. Christopher and his cousin Gary, 38, lay in a pool of blood inside the trailer. The men lived together in horror. She picked up the phone and called emergency services, reporting what she had seen and requesting assistance at 4077 Union Hill Road. Barbie, shocked, went to the homes of her other relatives. She gave a loud knock on one of their doors. Soon, a 3-year-old boy named Clarence Roden appeared. She asked where his parents were, but he did not respond, instead pointing to the bed. Entering the house, she screamed at the sight of Clarence, 20, and his wife, Hannah Hazel. The couple had died, and their 6-month-old baby was alive but splattered with his parents' blood. Following Bobby's 911 call, the police went straight to the given address. As they approached the road and property, a neighbor stopped them. Sensing trouble, he requested that the officers check additional addresses of the family members. He was correct. In the third trailer, police discovered bloody bodies. The victims were identified as Dana. Hannah is 19 years old and Christopher is 16. The attackers spared Hannah's youngest child, a baby girl who was only a few days old. Another victim was discovered later, Kenneth, the elder Roden's brother, aged 44, who lived a 15-minute walk away from the others. By 2 p.m., 8 victims had been identified: Christopher, Dana, Clarence, Hannah Hazel, Christopher Jr., Hannah Mae, Kenneth, and Gary. The only survivors were small children, a 3-year-old, a 6-month-old baby, and a newborn only 4 days old, as well as 2-year-old Sophie, who was at the Wagner's home at the time of the incident. After examining the bodies, police concluded that all of the victims had died in their sleep from gunshot wounds. Detectives eventually pieced together the events of that night. The patriarch of the family was awake when the attackers broke into the house, as evidenced by a wound on his right arm. Christopher attempted to defend himself but received 9 shots to the head, torso, and limbs. Dana Roden had 5 bullets removed from her neck and head. The remaining members of the family were killed by gunshot wounds to the head. Gary was shot 5 times. Christopher Jr. was shot 4 times. Clarence and his wife Hannah were shot 3 times each. Hannah Mae was shot twice and Kenneth was shot once. The assailants fired 32 shots in total, including some posthumously. In addition, bruises were discovered on some of the bodies, indicating physical abuse. Because no one in the vicinity heard anything, investigators concluded that the perpetrators used silencers, indicating a well-planned and executed act. The victims were clearly not at random. Someone sought vengeance on the entire family. During the search, police discovered 5 different types of Remington shell casings, as well as an unused bullet from another gun model. Furthermore, the scattered nature of the trailers suggested that more than one person committed the crime. Leonard Manley, Dana's father, claimed the criminals were aware of the Rodens well, or the dogs would have been barking all over the pike. The question of who would dare to commit such an act kept police officers busy. The Attorney General's office contributed more than $20,000 to the Roden family's funeral. The deceased were interred in multiple stages. Gary was the first victim, buried on April 28, 2016, in South Shore, Kentucky. Hannah Hazel followed him, and her farewell was held on May 1st in the village of Otway, Scioto County, Ohio. The other victims were buried on May 3rd in West Portsmouth, the same county. Many locals came to bid the family farewell and pay their respects. The surviving children were placed in the custody of relatives. A wave of panic swept through the neighborhood. The police urged the Rodens' relatives to exercise caution and advised all Pike residents to stay away from their homes at night. The cold-blooded mass murderer enraged residents across the state, who demanded that the investigation's findings be made public and the perpetrators apprehended as soon as possible. Jeff Ruby, a Cincinnati businessman, offered $25,000 for information that could help arrest and convict those responsible for the murder, but he later declined the offer. The investigative task force working on the Roden case included over 100 people. Following the funerals, as part of the investigation, 3 trailers belonging to the deceased family were towed away. The next day, several more vehicles met the same fate and were transported to a secure facility. This was done to protect the deceased's personal belongings while also preserving evidence. Following the investigation, the family's cars and farm equipment were scheduled to be returned to the victims' relatives. Forensic experts joined the investigation. Trailers were meticulously inspected. However, no DNA from the suspects was discovered in any of them. Cameras were installed in the mobile homes, but they too provided no information because they had been disabled. The perpetrators meticulously planned every detail of the crime. It appeared that there were no significant leads until detectives discovered one. 3 crime scenes in one location yielded approximately 200 cannabis plants. Officers suspected the cannabis was grown for sale rather than personal use, prompting speculation about the involvement of Mexican drug traffickers. However, the amount of cannabis discovered was insufficient to support an attack by an entire cartel. In January 2017, a close relative of the Roden family was arrested for drug trafficking, which was deemed an unrelated incident. Leonard Manley claimed that his daughter had no involvement in the cannabis operations. "They're trying to drag Dana through the mud, which I don't like," he asserted. Some family members confirmed that Christopher and Kenneth Roden, the older brothers, grew marijuana, but they were unaware of any large-scale production. The theory of a family feud over illegally obtained funds was also refuted. Along with the prohibited substances, specialized equipment for breeding chickens for cockfighting and cages with fighting cocks were discovered at the Roden TE. It quickly became clear that illegal cockfighting was not the cause of the homicides. Months passed without uncovering the true motive for the crime. On April 13, 2017, local authorities announced that there was insufficient evidence to make any arrests. Nonetheless, prosecutor Rob Young stated that the investigation was ongoing, implying that they had some leads they were not yet ready to share. Another year passed, and the second anniversary of the mass murder received little attention, with no coverage in the local press and no sheriff or prosecutor attending the memorial service. The community concluded that the investigation had unexpectedly stalled. On May 12, 2017, a SWAT team raided a home in Pike County, about 10 miles from the crime scene, initially looking for suspects but later revealing that they were gathering evidence. Detectives also searched a house in Adams County that Jake Wagner once owned, but had sold by June 20, 2017. The investigation shifted the spotlight to the Wagner family: 26-year-old Jake, 27-year-old Georgia, the third, 47-year-old Georgia, the fourth, and 48-year-old Angela, who lived 15 miles away from the victims. The Wagners relocated to Kenai, Alaska, citing difficulties in settling in the area. They claimed to have loved the road and their family, and that their deaths caused them great grief. Rob Young's words from a year ago proved correct, as the investigation had made a breakthrough and was now looking for information from the public on the Wagners' discussions about firearms, ammunition, vehicles, and so on, 2 years earlier. It wasn't long before the suspects, desperate for money, returned to Ohio, where detectives had gathered enough evidence to make arrests, including proof Jake had hacked Hannah's account. During the examination of the Wagner family's devices, search queries for guardianship were discovered. It was also discovered that Angela had bought sneakers for the entire family just a few weeks before the crime. The tread pattern on one of these matched that of one of the trailers. The officers believed Angela was the mastermind of the horrific scheme, with Jake serving as the primary executor. According to the investigation, all family members were involved in the criminal act. On November 13, 2018, the Attorney General announced the arrest of the Wagner couple and their sons. They were charged with planning and carrying out life-ending procedures. Angela's mother, Rita Newcomb, is 65 years old, as is Frederick Wagner. George III's mother was also arrested. They were charged with perjury and obstructing justice. Rita Newcomb underwent handwriting analysis in 2019, proving her involvement in the forgery of Sophie's guardianship document. Later, to avoid imprisonment, she agreed to a plea deal. The charges against Federica Wagner were dropped in June 2019. The other Wagner has remained incarcerated after refusing to cooperate with the investigation. They denied any involvement in the Rodins' deaths and expressed sorrow for their loss, hoping that the true perpetrators would be apprehended. However, on April 22, 2021, 5 years after the tragic incident, Jake decided to reach an agreement with the prosecution. The agreement stated that he would reveal details of the crime in exchange for all family members receiving life sentences rather than the death penalty. Wagner Jr. admitted to killing 5 out of 8 people. He pleaded guilty to 23 criminal charges, including 8 counts of aggravated crime. The remaining charges were burglary, conspiracy, illegal possession of dangerous ammunition, and forgery of evidence and documents, interception of telegrams and oral communications, unauthorized use of property, obstructing justice, participating in corrupt activities, and engaging in unlawful intimate relations with a young woman. He stated that eliminating the mother was the only way to ensure custody of his daughter. By killing Hannah, he felt compelled to do the same to the other Rodins, fearing they would seek vengeance and refuse to give up the girl. Angela was the next person to stand trial. On September 10th, she pleaded guilty to conspiracy to commit aggravated felony, robbery, and evidence tampering. She also agreed to testify against the remaining defendants. In exchange, the charge of killing a person was dropped. Angela was sentenced to 30 years in prison. The trial of George Wagner started on August 28, 2022. The man denied any involvement in the crimes and claimed he was completely unaware. In contrast, the prosecution argued that he was involved in the planning, execution, and concealment of the crimes. Georgia IV was ultimately found guilty of 22 counts and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The trial of George III is scheduled for February 2024. Despite the fact that his entire family has been convicted, he maintains his innocence and will most likely face the same fate as his older son. This person's harmonious relationship ended in tragedy. Wagner's collective madness is beyond comprehension and forgiveness. Their actions rendered 3 children orphaned. What happens to Sophie when she grows up and realizes what happened during their struggle for custody and a false sense of security? Wagner deprived the young girl of loving parents, relatives, and a peaceful existence. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we'll look at a story that occurred in 2022. This case involves multiple countries, and the sentence was issued less than a month ago. What began as a fairy tale ended as a horror film. Ekaterina Bauman was born on May 13, 1989, in Leningrad, one of Russia's largest cities, which was later renamed St. Petersburg. The chain of events that resulted in something horrific began in Turkey in 2009, when Ekaterina, 20, went on vacation with her family. It was here that she met Walter Bauman, a German citizen, 13 years her senior. Walter was fluent in Russian because he was born in Kazakhstan, which, like Russia, was a part of the USSR until 1991. Walter completed his education in Germany and made a good living, but his personal life was not going so well. He was constantly looking for the ideal woman and dreamed of meeting her. But he didn't meet the definition of a perfect man. He lived with his parents, didn't care about his appearance, dressed sloppily, and looked repulsive overall. He met many women on the internet, and almost all of them were Russian. He spent a long time chatting with one of them before deciding to travel to Russia to see her in person. But when she met Walter in person, he did not leave a good impression on her, and she no longer wanted to communicate with him. That's why, when he had a holiday romance in Turkey, his friends couldn't believe it. Ekaterina was young and gorgeous. She must have had many admirers, but for whatever reason, she chose Walter. This romantic love story began like many others, with two lonely hearts feeling attracted to each other. After Ekaterina returned to Russia and Walter returned to Germany, they continued to communicate via social media and lengthy phone calls. He told his friends how good and beautiful she is, and how they spend hours on the phone and write poetry to each other. He would then pay a lot of money to travel to St. Petersburg to see her on occasion. At the time, Ekaterina was in her second year of university in St. Petersburg. Walter was serious about his intentions, so he helped her transition to Hamburg University. Ekaterina left Russia and relocated to Germany in 2010. People in Bremerhaven, a port city on the North Sea coast, described Ekaterina as a smart, attractive, and cheerful young woman. After moving, she maintained constant contact with her Russian family. In Germany, she continued her studies in business administration, which she had begun in Russia. She enjoyed running and practicing yoga, and she was always looking for quiet places. A few months later, the lovers were married. Walter's friend Alexandra described their wedding ceremony as follows. They had a lavish wedding. I used to be a wedding photographer, so I've seen a lot, but Ekaterina was the most beautiful and happy bride I'd ever seen. They undoubtedly spent a lot of money on their celebrations. The registration took place at a lighthouse, from which they took off in a massive white horse-drawn carriage. Nobody had ever seen anything like this in Germany, and there were only a few guests, which seemed strange. According to Alexander, the wedding ended well before dawn. Their wedding photograph captures a happy scene. Walter appears to be a man who supports his young wife, whereas Ekaterina hugs him gently and smiles blissfully. It appeared that two people who were perfect matches had finally found each other. The couple settled into a happy family life, and their story read like a fairy tale. Instead of a luxurious castle, the newlyweds settled into Walter's parents' home. And this is when Ekaterina encountered her first problem since moving to Germany. Living with Walter's parents proved difficult. The fairy tale began to fall apart. Walter's mother was a tough woman, and she will play a significant, if not the primary role in how this story ends. So it's best to give her a brief introduction. Ludmila Bauman spent her first 38 years of life in Kazakhstan. She was an exceptional student. She began as an assistant chemist and technologist, progressed to chemical engineer, and finally to middle school teacher. She married when she was 18 and had her only child, which may explain why he was the most important person in her life. The Bauman family had German roots, so they moved from Kazakhstan to Germany, where they settled in Bremerhaven. Ludmila spent many years working at a marine institute, researching the problem of global warming. She was in a good position. They would frequently go out to sea and participate in about 25 expeditions, including those in the Arctic. Her migration history served as a model for many German immigrants, which is why her 1-meter-long portrait hangs on the facade of Bremerhaven's Immigration Center, alongside 30 other portraits. But Ludmila couldn't accept that her son Walter was no longer a small boy, but rather a fully grown man in his 30s. When he wasn't present, she would call him every hour, asking when he would return, where he was and with whom, because he was her only child and she didn't have a healthy distance from him. The Katerina has also faced prejudice from Ludmila, but she continues to strive to please her husband's mother in every way. Ludmila constantly interfered with her son's marriage and criticized Ekaterina. She accused her of being a bad housewife. Ekaterina attempted to combat this attitude, but her efforts were never successful. When she went outside, she changed into a gray mouse. Otherwise, she'd have to hear from her mother-in-law about how she dressed like a prostitute. Walter worked in a port, earning approximately 4,000 euros per month. He was always at work on weekends and holidays because it paid better. He was not a workaholic, but rather greedy. He saved the majority of his earnings and had substantial savings that he didn't want to spend. In 2017, when Ekaterina got pregnant, Walter decided to spend some of his savings. He bought a house and moved away from his parents. The search took a long time because Walter wanted to spend as little money as possible. Ekaterina had hoped that the move would improve their relationship, but it did not. Ludmila was a constant visitor to their home and continued to interfere in all aspects of her son's life. Around the same time, Ekaterina gave birth to her daughter, further straining the couple's relationship. Following the birth of his daughter, Walter became more strict and controlling of his wife. He spoke down to her and forbade her from learning to drive a car, as well as from communicating with her daughter in German, because he wanted her to know only one language, Russian. Ekaterina had no idea what the changes in her husband's behavior were about. He developed even more resentment, jealousy, and control than before. It was becoming increasingly difficult to predict his behavior. He could lose his temper over trivial matters. The couple's relationship deteriorated, and Walter went so far as to use his physical superiority against his wife, beating her. Authorities first learned about the bomb and family in late 2019, when the couple told the social worker that they had reconciled, but Ekaterina and her husband continued to berate and curse at each other. Walter secretly took photos and videos of Ekaterina while recording their phone conversations, sometimes in front of their baby. Walter asked a computer expert from his circle of friends to hack his wife's phone, but he declined. Walter accused his wife of being a bad mother and mentally unstable. Ekaterina, in turn, accused Walter of losing interest in her work and becoming burned out as a result. She could no longer live in constant stress and fear, so she sought help from a domestic violence support center. The first time she asked for assistance was in the fall of 2020. After his wife and daughter left, Walter did everything he could to get them back. He promised to change, admitting that he had acted inappropriately and telling Ekaterina that he couldn't live without her and their daughter. As a result, Ekaterina forgives him and returns home with their daughter, but the fighting between the spouses continues. When Walter realized he had wronged his wife, he would give her gifts or plan a family trip. The man changed his attitude toward both his wife and the child. Walter's attitude toward his daughter can only be described as complete control. When he was at home, he wanted his daughter to be constantly in his sight. If they went somewhere, he would not let her leave his arms. Despite the fact that she was only 3 years old, he reduced his work hours at the port in half in order to spend more time with his daughter. He would take his daughter to kindergarten and pick her up in the evening. He cooked for her, and she slept in the parents' room at night. Those who knew Walter well described him as a dramatizing strategist. He was skilled at manipulating others, and one of his primary goals in life was to be frugal with money. He often appeared nervous and impatient. After becoming a mother, Ekaterina visited her family in Russia several times, always accompanied by Walter. He feared that his wife would return to Russia, depriving him of the opportunity to be with his daughter. Ekaterina began considering divorce as she witnessed her husband's increasingly abusive behavior. At the same time, she discovered that all of her documents had disappeared. As it turns out, Walter took all of his wife's papers and left them at his mother's house. When Walter's mother paid them a visit, the couple got into another argument, and Ekaterina was kicked out. She was thrown away like a useless item. She contacted the police, and the situation was resolved. Ekaterina and Walter once got into such a heated argument right before kindergarten that administration notified youth support services about the situation. The quarreling couples began receiving child education assistance. For 6 weeks, a family crisis counselor would accompany the family and monitor the child's well-being. The counselor concluded that leaving the child with their parents was too dangerous. Ekaterina only continued to live with her husband because of her daughter, but she was unable to accompany her to Russia. For her daughter to leave Germany, Ekaterina must have obtained Walter's permission, indicating that he is not opposed to his child leaving the country. In August 2021, Ekaterina took the daughter for the second time and reported to a women's crisis center that her husband had threatened her life. Social services wanted to place a 5-year-old girl in an orphanage, and the Youth Affairs Department's psychologist described the situation as severe. Ekaterina agreed to the Youth Affairs Service placing her daughter in foster care, but Walter and his mother opposed it. That's why both parents had to care for the child. The girl lived with her father for a few days before moving to a women's shelter with her mother, always alternate and under the condition that the couple's daughter attend kindergarten to learn German. In a few weeks, the family was reunited again. According to some Russian sources, Ekaterina had bad roommates at the women's shelter, and the kindergarten that the daughter must have visited was too far away. As a result, she returned home, but the couple has begun the divorce process and lives in separate rooms. Ekaterina's desire to return to Russia was increasing. Walter wasn't against it, but only if his daughter stayed with him in Germany. That is why Ekaterina only visited St. Petersburg in 2021 and 2022. In Russia, she went on a date with a man she met online. He came from the Siberian city of Omsk and was a pilot. Ekaterina returned to Germany in mid-January 2022 and communicated with the Russian pilot on a daily basis. They exchanged many love messages, but a few weeks after returning to Germany, on February 4, 2022, the 32-year-old woman stopped communicating with her family and new lover. When Ekaterina ran away again, she only took an empty suitcase and 13,000 euros from her husband's stash. She left behind her phone, keys, clothes, and, most importantly, her 5-year-old daughter. This is what Walter told the police on February 6, 2022. When Ekaterina's parents couldn't reach her for 2 days, they contacted the German police and requested a welfare check. We learned about her disappearance in a strange way. I couldn't reach her on the phone for several days. Walter then picked her up and explained that he hadn't seen her since February 5th. He also stated that she does not respond because she does not have funds on her account. Svetlana Ekaterina is a mother of journalists. The entire city went searching for Ekaterina. People searched every square meter, posted flyers, and investigated every version of what happened. Walter was one of the few people who did not care about Ekaterina's disappearance. Concerned citizens distributed flyers throughout the city. The man was busy renovating his home. They assumed the worst immediately after the woman's disappearance, and her husband was the focus of attention. Only 4 days after Ekaterina allegedly fled the Beaumont family home, the police conducted a search. Walter had completed the renovations at this point, having painted the floors in the guest room and replaced a couch. He was also seen buying a large amount of cleansers from the local store. The police discovered that the surveillance footage from the house's video cameras had mysteriously vanished. Officers searched the house for 3 hours for evidence of the crime, leading a detection dog through the garage and into the house. In the garage, the dog became agitated but did not give a signal. The first tests conducted by criminalists revealed no evidence within the house or garage. Police discovered a knife and an electric shocker in the littered car and seized them as potential evidence. Officers noted that Walter was unconcerned about his wife, who had gone missing. Instead, he wanted to know if he would be granted sole custody of his daughter, aged 5. If his wife did not return, the search for Ekaterina continued day after day, but nothing was discovered. It's as if she disappeared. Officers recognized that the chances of a young mother fleeing and leaving her daughter's documents and phone behind in a foreign country are extremely low. Walter had the police's suspicion, as evidenced by his statement that Ekaterina fled with an empty suitcase. Ekaterina's mysterious disappearance alarmed people throughout the city and beyond. Women who didn't know Ekaterina organized a search. "We'll keep looking for her until we figure out what happened," said one of the organizers. 2 weeks after the young mother went missing, Approximately 400 volunteers from across North Germany searched for her in Bremerhaven several times, aided by rescue dogs. This incident elicited a massive response on social media. Ekaterina's family brought attention to her disappearance in Russia, and the story aired on the major Russian channels. My daughter was with this man for 12 years, but for a year and a half, their marriage was nothing but fights, and he hit her several times, according to Ekaterina, a journalist's mother. He kept my daughter in isolation and confiscated her IDs and bank cards. He didn't let her meet anyone. On March 1, 2020, 25 days after Ekaterina's disappearance, shocking news spread first in Bremerhaven, then across the country, and eventually in Russia. During a walk along the Weser River, an ordinary passerby noticed a strange suitcase that had washed ashore. He was horrified when he opened it. Inside were fragments of a woman's body, packed in garbage bags. It is important to note that not all fragments were contained within the suitcase. Several of them were missing. Sadly, the victim was 32-year-old Ekaterina Bowman. By a strange coincidence, the suitcase was discovered near the lighthouse where she got married. The suitcase washed ashore, which was a stroke of luck for the investigation. According to experts, it could have swum to the North Sea, leaving Ekaterina missing indefinitely. This is how her hopes for a happy resolution to her relative's mysterious disappearance were dashed. They could only say goodbye to their dear daughter, mother, and friend. The city residents organized a small impromptu memorial. Their neighbors, who were not unconcerned about what happened, left flowers, lit candles, and even wrote letters. Walter Bowman was arrested as the primary and sole suspect. After discovering the body, the family home was searched a second time. This time, experts worked for several days. The police discovered a bottle containing a strong sedative in Ekaterina's blood. The police also discovered single-use gloves, foil, and adhesive tape, as well as a large supply of garbage bags and cleaners. Furthermore, canisters containing acetic acid solvents, bleached suitcase keys, and the pink scarf worn by Ekaterina in her most recent selfie were discovered in the garage and shed. Investigators also noticed that Ekaterina has few personal items. The majority of her clothes were discarded, and her wedding photograph, a memento of happy times, was hidden behind the piano. The police have also discovered the white jacket that Ekaterina was wearing in her last selfie. The jacket was discovered in a trash can at the workplace of Ludmila Baumann Walter's mother. While in custody, the man frequently wrote letters to his mother, confessing his love for her and referring to her as his son. The letters contained urgent appeals, such as "Help us all, Mother, save us. You can do it. You represent my only hope for the future, and please save me." 8 months later, it became clear what he meant. Ekaterina died on Friday, February 4, 2022. At 4:30 time, she took a 10-minute walk wearing our light-colored jacket and yellow skirt. Neighbors' video cameras captured the event. In the evening, the family ate dinner, which included tuna, halibut, mashed potatoes, and olives. It was a bottle of wine. According to Walter, Ekaterina drank only one glass while he consumed the remainder. That's why he fell asleep at 8 p.m. According to court documents, Ekaterina's phone was last connected to the network at 7:41 p.m. At 8:25 p.m., she called her new lover via video chat on her computer. She was in a good mood and promised to call him again as soon as she put her child to bed. But she did not call him that evening. She did not call anyone. 2 hours later, the Russian pilot sent a message wishing her a good night, but it went unread. A forensic examination revealed that Ekaterina had died 2 hours after dinner. This was confirmed by an examination of her stomach contents. Forensic experts discovered strong sedatives and alcohol in her blood, as well as a broken hyoid bone. The cause of death was determined to be strangulation. Experts claim that everything else done to the body was done with extremely sharp tools. Walter opened his car briefly the next morning, at 7:22 a.m. At 10:20 a.m., the car drove away and returned at 4:49 p.m. 3 days later. Walter called his wife's phone number, most likely to confirm his legend that she had run away. He also messaged her a few times, asking the most obvious question: "Where are you, Ekaterina?" Prior to Ekaterina's disappearance, Walter and his mother communicated frequently via WhatsApp, but after February 4, they went silent, which is completely unusual. In the middle of February, Walter drove his car to auto service, where he informed an employee that the interior needed to be thoroughly cleaned from top to bottom. On August 26, 2022, the trial began. The prosecutor claimed that Walter slipped sedatives into his wife's drink and strangled her after she fell asleep. Walter planned out what he was going to do with her body. The prosecutor's office cited the husband's fear of losing custody of his daughter in the event of divorce, as well as financial losses, as motivators. It was also revealed that traces of blood were discovered in the garage, which Ekaterina's husband intended to clean in accordance with online advice. They were found beneath the shelf, on the floor, on the stairs, and in the seams. Traces of blood were also discovered on the carpet in his car's trunk. Despite thorough cleaning, experts from the Institute of Forensic Medicine determined that Ekaterina had blood in all of the places mentioned above. Walter's phone and computer were seized by police, and they provided answers to numerous questions. Not long before the tragedy, he searched for information on how to avoid punishment for taking someone's life, including which acid dissolves, how many liters of acid are required to fill a bathtub, and how to read other people's WhatsApp conversations. How long does it take to die from a sedative? Can you be convicted without evidence in Germany between December 2021 and the end of February 2022? He conducted approximately 500 search queries. Everything indicated that Walter had planned this crime. On the day of his wife's disappearance, he Googled the electric shocker twice, and forensic experts discovered evidence of electrocution on Ekaterina's body. Investigators believe Walter was using a shocker to see if his wife was still alive. In court, Walter wore his wedding ring and stated that he had been widowed for far too long. He remained silent and made no comments about the charges brought against him. He would sometimes plug his ears while the witnesses were testifying, as if it had nothing to do with him. The most emotion he displayed was when he saw his mother in court. He cried when she was questioned as a witness. He looked at her with his hands folded, as if in prayer. "Get me out of here." He begged his mother in a letter, and it appears that she agreed to help her son. During her testimony, Ludmila Bowman stated that she was the one who killed Ekaterina, not her son. She said this to the astonished court. She arrived at her son and daughter-in-law's house in the middle of the night after her son called and asked her to care for the granddaughter. When she arrived, she found Ekaterina on the couch, soundly asleep. Ludmila explained that she wanted to wake her up and began shaking her. Ekaterina awoke and struck her in the face. They got into a fight, and Ludmila claims that she choked her son's wife during it. She also stated that she was the one who performed the following actions on Ekaterina's body. "I loved Ekaterina as a daughter. I did not want this, but was it Ludmila who did the crime? It's possible that her love for her son was so strong that she decided to accept the blame for him." As I previously stated, mother and son were extremely close and spoke on the phone frequently. The entire WhatsApp chat between mother and son occupied 1699 pages of investigation files. Despite her self-incrimination, Ludmila left the courtroom as a free citizen on that and all other days of the trial. The jury in the prosecutor's office did not believe the woman's statement and assumed she was only trying to protect her son. Even experienced attorneys were taken aback by the mother-in-law's incrimination. The attorney for a 66-year-old woman demanded her arrest, and her son's lawyers demanded Walter's release, but it did not come to this. The mother was released while her son remained in jail, but she refused to give up. Ludmila wrote a letter to the court detailing her actions with the body. She stated again, "My son did not do this." She stated again, "My son did not do this." She wished to be questioned again and charged. However, the court denied her request and refused to believe her again. Ludmila was able to prove that she took part in the crime. As previously stated, not all fragments were found in the suitcase. Ludmila Bowman demonstrated where to look for the missing fragment, which did not fit in the suitcase. The provided information proved to be correct, and the police discovered another bag that was weighed down so that it did not float. The bag was discovered exactly where Ludmila pointed. The pedometer on Ludmila's phone also indicated that she walked 220 yards on the night of the murder, around 0:40 a.m. Neighbors' video cameras near Walter's and Ekaterina's house captured a person passing by Walter's father's phone, who was also active at the time. He drove Ludmila to his son's house, despite telling investigators he was asleep. Experts determined that by this time Ekaterina had died, implying that the 66-year-old woman was giving false testimony. Then, there's this unusual detail. Ludmila Bauman arrived at the son's house after Ekaterina had died, and she was present during the subsequent actions involving the body. Even though she didn't take part in the process, she helped clean the house. Essentially, she assisted her son in concealing the crime's evidence and served as an accomplice. However, it appears that the corresponding laws work differently in Germany. Ludmila was not arrested or charged with anything. This appears strange, doesn't it? Please share your thoughts on this in the comments. The mother became increasingly desperate to save her son as the verdict date approached. She wrote another letter to the judge, stating that she, not Walter, committed the crime. Now the letter stated that I despised Ekaterina, but couldn't tell my son about it. He was fighting for his wife's love, and I was afraid she would want to end his life. That's why I decided to get rid of Ekaterina by making it appear as if she poisoned herself over her tragic love for a Russian pilot. In her words, she printed a goodbye letter in Ekaterina's name and planned to place it next to her when she died. She spiked the juice with various drugs and gave it to her son, not telling him what it was, but instructing him to give it to his wife at dinner. Ludmila stated that she came to the son's house to leave a farewell note under the name Ekaterina, but when she woke up, Ludmila had to strangle her. However, the court did not believe the woman's confession because all evidence pointed to the crime being committed by her son. Walter remained silent throughout the entire process. During one of the final hearings, he recited his notes on 230 sheets of paper about his time in Kazakhstan, his life, and love. The main message of his statement was that I had always loved Ekaterina and our daughter, but her emotional burnout and psychological problems caused many arguments over 230 sheets of paper, but he only mentioned the night that changed everything. He stated that he was sleeping when his mother murdered his wife and dragged her into the garage. Walter blamed his mother for the horrific crime, claiming she betrayed him, used him, and threw him in prison. When addressing the judge, he also stated that my daughter had lost her mother, and she should not lose her father as well. The scariest part of this story isn't even the details of the terrifying crime. However, all of this occurred in front of the couple's 5-year-old daughter. The Russian grandmother is currently barred from communicating with her granddaughter, who is believed to have been placed with a German foster family. Walter was at home with his daughter. Everything happened in front of her. He created a psychotraumatic environment for the girl. She frequently mumbled something while pointing to her head and forearms. She saw everything that indicated that Ekaterina was Svetlana's mother. The girl is currently living in a traumatized children's facility and has been given a new name so that she does not learn the truth about her real family. Svetlana is attempting to obtain guardianship for her granddaughter, but German authorities will not even allow her to speak with her on the phone. The verdict was announced on May 23, 2023, when Ekaterina's daughter was 6 years old. Walter Baumann was handed a life sentence. Under German law, he is eligible for parole after 15 years. The urn containing Ekaterina's ashes was buried in her hometown of St. Petersburg. The case of Ludmila Baumann remains open. The prosecutor's office may charge her as an accomplice, but so far, this has not occurred. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will discuss what happened in Germany in 2016. The story of Maria Lodberger, a 19-year-old Freiburg resident, sparked widespread outrage in German society, raising concerns not only about the work of local police, but also about Germany's entire government. Maria was born on December 6, 1996, to Clemens and Friederike Lodberger. According to the German press, her parents were both lawyers. Furthermore, her father was a senior official in the European Union. In 2016, Maria was a medical student at the University of Freiburg. In her spare time, she worked part-time in an urban center that assisted immigrants. Maria attended a medical faculty-organized party on the night of October 15 to 16, 2016. She had a good time with her friends, and when she started getting ready to go home, it was around 2:30 a.m. Maria lived on campus, approximately 3 miles from the university where the party was held. After saying goodbye to her friends, she went outside and rode her bike to campus. It was 2:37 a.m. At 8:20 a.m., on the same day, someone jogging along the river discovered a woman's body in the water near the shore. Witnesses called the police and an ambulance. However, there was nothing the medics could do to assist. They identified the victim as Maria Lodberger, who was 19 years old. She never made it to her dorm. A jogger discovered her body about a mile away. During the forensic examination, experts determined that Maria died from drowning. At the same time, someone attempted to strangle her with a scarf, which police discovered on the scene. That scarf contained a sample of male DNA, presumably belonging to the perpetrator. The police also determined the most likely motive for Maria's attack. The forensic medical examination determined that someone forced the girl into intimacy prior to her death. The police established a special commission of 68 investigators to investigate this case. In addition to the DNA on the scarf, police discovered several black hairs with bleach stains 7 inches long in the bushes near the crime scene. Importantly, this strand of hair contained the roots, allowing authorities to collect another sample of male DNA. This sample matched the one found on the scarf used to strangle Maria. The police were unable to determine the identity of the person to whom the DNA samples belonged because there was no information about him in the databases. On November 8th, the police offered a €6,000 reward for information that could help solve this case. Thanks to several individuals, the reward amount quickly grew to €35,000. The police questioned over 1,000 people, including those who attended Maria's last party. At the same time, over 100 people voluntarily donated DNA samples for comparative analysis. The majority of those who provided DNA were partygoers. However, none of the samples matched the DNA found at the crime scene. The residents of Freiburg were shocked when news of Maria's death surfaced in the media. People purchased all of the pepper spray in the city, knowing that the criminal was still at large. Furthermore, cases of harassment against women have increased in the city. A few days before Maria Lodberger's death, several refugees harassed a young woman in the same neighborhood. A similar incident occurred 2 weeks prior. Self-defense classes have never been so popular in Freiburg, when many people visited local sports centers to learn how to defend themselves. Meanwhile, 25 more officers began patrolling the city to improve security. People are afraid of going out alone at night. Mayor Dieter Salomon stated that we cannot put up with this situation. 25 more officers may appear to be a small number. However, in a city with a high crime rate, it signaled that the authorities were finally paying attention to the Freiburg problems. The police investigated all possible leads. However, the hair and scar discovered at the scene proved to be the deciding factor in identifying the perpetrator. Knowing that the man they were looking for wore long black hair with bleached ends. The police began analyzing the recordings from numerous city cameras. They discovered a man with similar hair color and length while reviewing CCTV footage from the city tram. The man wore an undercut, with short hair on the sides and back and longer on top. This recording is from the night of October 16th. At 1:57 a.m., 40 minutes before Maria left the party, the suspect boarded a tram near the university. After about 20 minutes, he got off at the last stop, which was less than a mile from where a jogger discovered Maria's body. According to the police, the suspect was bothering 2 girls on the tram, but they were eventually able to avoid his attention. On December 3, 2016, nearly 7 weeks after Maria's death, police arrested a suspect. Hussein Kavari, 17, considered himself an immigrant from Afghanistan when he first arrived in Germany. However, the investigation revealed that he was not 17 years old and did not hold Afghan citizenship. Kavari entered Germany without an ID card in November 2015. When crossing the border, he stated that he is from Afghanistan and was born in 1999. Hussein Kavari stated that he was 16 years old when he entered the country, but he did not have any documents to back up his claim. Due to his stated age, Germany accepted him as an underage, unaccompanied refugee. They placed Kavari with a foster German family in a picturesque town near the Black Forest, where he attended a local school, learned German, and received government benefits. Such a trick with age fabrication became common, giving an advantage not only when applying for asylum, but also when breaking the law. After all, juvenile offenders are punished less severely. We will return to the suspect's age later because it is only the tip of the iceberg in his biography. After Khavari was arrested as the main suspect in the Maria Loebner case, his image appeared in the press, despite German media attempts to conceal his face. Other European TV channels and newspapers did not follow suit, instead publishing a non-blurred image of his face. Maria Elena Anakopoulou, a lawyer from Greece, recognized the arrested young man after seeing photos of him in the media. She defended him in court in spring 2013. He was then charged with and convicted of a life-threatening attack on a young student on the Greek island of Corfu. Khavari robbed and threw a 20-year-old student off a cliff. The girl flew about 25 feet down and miraculously survived, thanks to the bushes on which she fell. She spent 17 days in the hospital and had 3 surgeries. Khavari was arrested, and when the girl recovered, she identified him as the attacker. However, Guevara did not understand the reason for his arrest and told the police that she was just a woman. A court sentenced a young asylum seeker to 10 years in prison for theft and attempted life deprivation. What's important to note here is that he claimed during the trial that he was born in Iran in 1996. However, when he entered Germany, he claimed to have been born in 1999. So the question is, how did Hüseyin Khavari get to Germany in 2015? If he was sentenced to 10 years in prison in Greece in 2014, here's why. He was released on parole in October 2015. Due to prison overcrowding in Greece, he violated his probation by failing to report to a police station on a regular basis, only visiting once. They put him on the wanted list, but only for Greece. At the time, the borders were open, and Khavari, along with thousands of other refugees, traveled to Germany, where he pretended to be an unaccompanied minor seeking asylum. Khavari was arrested as a suspect in the Maria Loebner investigation. His fingerprints were compared to those from a crime scene in Greece. This confirmed that he was the same person who attacked the woman on Corfu. After learning all of this, Germany posed numerous questions to the Greek authorities. Because the police did not initiate an Interpol search for Khavari, he was able to enter Germany without incident. Thomas de Maizière, Germany's federal minister of the interior, described it as gross negligence and expressed outrage that Greece had not shared information about this refugee. If we had received information from Greece, the suspect would have been apprehended at the border and investigated by German security authorities. All of this happened in a reprehensible manner. We will need to discuss this process with the Greeks. Maizière stated that while German and Greek police were attempting to resolve issues among themselves, ordinary Germans, including those from Freiburg, demanded that the authorities take action against uncontrolled immigration. In response to residents' discontent, Freiburg Mayor Dieter Salomon stated that they should not use Guevara's origin as a case against immigration policy. Instead, he proposed treating it as a separate incident. At the same time, the Alternative for Germany party contacted Maria Loebner, a victim of Angela Merkel's welcome culture. Unfortunately, the Maria Loebner story was not unique. On December 27, 2017, in Kandel, an Afghan refugee, Abdul Dalwadzai, 15, attacked his classmate, Mia Valentin, 15, with a knife in broad daylight. The reason for the attack was that Mia had stopped talking to him. As a result, she died in the hospital, prompting police to arrest Dalwadzai. The girl's parents doubted that I was 15 years old and demanded to know his age. They determined his age using X-rays of his arm, collarbone, and teeth. The expert concluded that Dalwadzai was at least 17 years old and probably around 20. Nonetheless, he was tried as a minor, which meant the maximum sentence was 10 years in prison. On September 3, 2018, the court sentenced him to 8.5 years in prison, causing outrage not only among the girl's parents but also throughout society. It is worth noting that Dalwadzai died in his prison cell a year after being convicted. He had self-harmed, and doctors did not have time to treat him. On March 12, 2018, Ahmad, an underage unaccompanied Afghan refugee, attacked 17-year-old Maria Bold in her Flensburg apartment. Maria and Ahmad dated for 2 years, but when he began controlling her every move, she ended the relationship and began dating another man. As a result, she died of 14 stab wounds. At the trial, Ahmad claimed that he was 17 years old at the time of the attack and that he should be tried as a minor, which implied a maximum sentence of 10 years. However, the examination revealed that Ahmad was approximately 29 years old, not 17 as he claimed. The judge agreed with the exam results and decided to try Ahmad as an adult. The court sentenced him to life in prison. However, under certain conditions, the German law on life imprisonment allows for an early release after 15 years. Authorities were also urged not to forget that Germans commit the exact same crimes. When the police revealed that the perpetrator was a refugee, tensions in society grew. Maria's parents were free to travel to Riga, and Clemens Leidenberger avoided condemning speeches. Instead, they established the Maria Lorger Foundation in memory of their daughter. This foundation earned them a civic award of 20,000 euros from the Federal Association of German Newspaper Publishers in Berlin. If my children or grandchildren ever ask me what I did to help the world develop in the direction I believed was best, I'd like to say that I took advantage of the opportunities that came my way. This quote from Maria served as the foundation for building this structure. It assists students at the University of Freiburg in difficult life situations. For example, Friederike Leidenberger stated that she wants people to remember her daughter's name, not only because of a terrible act, but also because of her life. Clemens Lodberger stated that the crime against Maria has deeply shocked Germans. Along with other events, it sparked public debate on a number of political issues. As Maria's parents, we do not want acts of hatred or cold-blooded contempt in our society to inspire hatred and incitement in others. Otherwise, the destructive spiral threatens to undermine the foundations of social cohesion. As parents, they considered expressing their Christian beliefs but chose not to do so publicly. We believe that our restraint and interest in an objective discussion of these complex political issues will ultimately benefit us. By establishing the foundation, they wanted to encourage people to use their educational opportunities and unique characteristics to find their place in society. When our lives became filled with darkness, pain, and confusion, a profound sense of gratitude settled in the United States. Thank you for your gift to Maria. According to Friederike Lodberger, having this attitude helps you control your fate. We felt as if God had given us the strength to deal with this fate. He is with us, accompanying us. We realized we had a new life task to deal with our daughter's violent death, and we will cope. We've been saying this to each other from the beginning. We keep saying it now, and the feeling of gratitude that we discussed helps us prevent all other feelings from becoming so strong that they take over, said Clemens Leidenberger. Now let's return to Maria's case. In addition to DNA evidence, police have Hussein Kavari's confession. The trial began in September 2017, and Guevara admitted to forcing Maria into intimacy before killing her. Furthermore, the man admitted that he lied about his age. He did not tell the court how old he was, only that he was of legal age. Under oath, the forensic dentist stated that the defendant was probably between the ages of 22 and 29. Kavari had his tooth extracted 8 months before the attack on Maria Leidenberger during a routine dental procedure. He kept it as a souvenir after the police discovered it while searching his apartment. According to the expert, the annual rings in a person's tooth root can be used to determine their age. That is how the forensic dentist came to know Hussein Guevara, who was between the ages of 22 and 29. The method is safe and produces accurate results. X-ray examinations of risky bones, which are frequently used to diagnose aging, are considered relatively imprecise. Senior prosecutor Eckhard Berger described the dental examination as critical evidence in determining the defendant's age. Kavari stated that his father died many years ago in Afghanistan. However, the police discovered that his father was alive and living in Iran. The prosecutor contacted Kavari's father by phone, which provided the court with a clearer picture of his age. According to the father, his son was born in Iran on January 29, 1984, so he was 32 years old when Maria died. Consequently, they tried him as an adult. During the trial, he claimed that a few hours before the attack, he and his friends had consumed a large amount of alcohol and taken some illegal substances. After partying with his friends, he boarded a tram and drove to the location where he later attacked Maria. Maria spent her spare time working at Freiburg's Immigrant Assistance Center. She attempted to assist people who had been thrust into a difficult life situation due to some unfortunate circumstance. She died at the hands of one of these people, and the crime sparked widespread outrage and disgust. Chancellor Angela Merkel received sarcastic thank you messages on social media for her liberal policy, which welcomed more than 1 million refugees and immigrants. During the trial, prosecutor Eckhard Berger reminded the 2 jurors and 3 judges that the defendant is on trial for a criminal offense, not Germany's refugee policy. Khavari sobbed in court as he read a statement of apology to the victim's family. He claimed to have nightmares about Maria's death every day. "I beg your pardon. I'd like to apologize to Maria's family. I wish I could undo it." He stated, "I deeply regret what I have done. I live with the anguish of what I did. This torment will eventually destroy my life." Hussein Khavari appeared at the trial. He informed everyone about his perilous fate. He described his journey from Iran to Turkey, then Greece, Serbia, and Slovenia before arriving in Germany. He talked about life in the ruins, eating garbage in Greece, stealing and using illegal drugs and alcohol, while living in a foster home in Germany as an underage refugee. In court, he stated that he suffers from psychological conditions, including nightmares and frequent insomnia. Among other things, his stress stemmed from concerns about his homeland. "I have a lot of problems. I've got a lot of problems," Khavari spoke. During his testimony, he described the night he killed Maria. He claims that he and his friends drank 2 bottles of vodka just hours before the crime. He then drank beer and wine alone. He also smoked a few cigarettes and used illegal drugs. He then boarded a tram near the future crime scene. He bothered the other girls on the tram, and when he got to the last stop, he stole a bicycle. He did, however, fall off his bike because he was too drunk. When he saw Maria, he pushed her off the bike and covered her mouth. She began screaming, and he decided to strangle her with a scarf, causing her to lose consciousness. According to Khavari, he noticed Maria Ladenberger's beauty and decided to take advantage of her unconscious state. He then carried Maria into the water, where she drowned. Authorities believed Khavari moved Maria into the water to destroy the evidence on her body. Khavari claimed that he was too drunk and couldn't control his actions. He expressed his dissatisfaction with the way things ended. Prosecutors challenged his version of events, alleging that his actions were premeditated. A psychiatric expert testified that he believed Khavari's remorse was phony, telling the court that the defendant demonstrated a strong and persistent desire for violence and warned there was a high risk of reoffending. Khavari had an interest in aggressive sexual practices and a hostile attitude toward women. He also stated that he has no remorse or compassion for other people's suffering. Maria's parents chose not to attend the trial. They hired a lawyer to represent their interests. Maria's father, Clemens Ladenberger, stated that we wanted the most constructive objective possible, but without any additional media hype, political statements, or impact on the course of the trial as a result of emotional statements made by the victims. When asked by a journalist if they wanted to meet face-to-face with the criminal, Maria's father replied, "We left this question open in any case. It was unclear from the start whether we would remain absent from the process from beginning to end. However, during the discussion, we asked each other if Maria wanted us there, and we concluded that she did not. Furthermore, based on the criminal's characteristics and behavior in court, we became increasingly convinced that we would not gain anything from this confrontation. We knew it wouldn't help us." On September 22, 2018, Hussein Khavari was found guilty. Presiding Judge Catherine Schenk condemned Khavari's extreme lack of empathy, who was handcuffed and dressed in a black hooded jumper. Before I read the verdict and sentence, many in the courtroom applauded. The court sentenced him to life in prison. As previously stated, the German law on life imprisonment provides for the right to early release after 15 years if the parole board determines that the convict does not pose a threat to society. However, during the sentencing, the judge emphasized the gravity of Hussein Khavari's guilt. It means that his early release from prison after 15 years is legally feasible but practically impossible. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will discuss a story that occurred in England in 2011. Emily Longley, 17, was full of hope and saw a bright future ahead of her. But, unfortunately, all of her plans failed. This case drew a lot of attention, not only because of the death of a young woman, but also because of how things turned out after she died. Emily Longley was born in England in 1994 to Mark and Caroline Longley. Hannah, Emily's younger sister, was born 2 years later. The girls had been close since childhood. They had a loving and caring family. When Emily was 9 and Hannah was 7, the family relocated to New Zealand. Auckland was their new home. Emily fell into the wrong crowd after emigrating to New Zealand. Her middle-class parents sent her back to the UK to begin a new life with her grandparents. Emily flew to England in 2010 to attend Brockenhurst College. She wanted to study business and become a model in England. She lived at her grandparents' house in Bournemouth. Bournemouth, located to the west of the Pool, is a town in the county of Dorset and a popular resort on the English Channel coastline. Emily moved to England while her sister, Hannah, was still in school, and her parents, Mark and Caroline, divorced but remained friendly. Emily was a stunning young woman who attracted a lot of attention. She met Elliot Turner, a 20-year-old, and he left an impression on her. Their communication eventually developed into a romantic relationship. Emily returned to New Zealand in April 2011 to see her family after a 6-month absence. Her father met her at the airport, and she ran up to him, hugging him tightly and telling him how much she missed him. Emily had a very close relationship with her father, who adored her and missed her infectious smile, laughter, and dirty jokes. The following day, the entire family visited Emily's favorite pizzeria. She informed her parents that, in addition to attending college, she was involved in modeling and had made some incredible friends. She also mentioned her current boyfriend, Elliot Turner, who is 20 years old. They'd only been dating for a few months, and she felt too young for anything serious. "I think I'll end it when I get back," she said. Emily spent the next few weeks socializing with friends and family. She had a great time. No one expected to lose her so soon. Emily found it difficult to say goodbye to her family as her flight boarded. However, Emily promised to return in 5 months. She wanted to see the Rugby World Cup matches, which were scheduled to begin on September 9. A few days later, Emily texted her father to tell him she was breaking up with Elliot, but she didn't go into detail. Elliot acted strangely after seeing photos of Emily that she had posted on social media while in New Zealand. Elliot was envious of the guys in these photos. Elliot Turner, the wealthy jeweler's son, was 20 years old and appeared to be living a carefree life. Turner was a well-known figure in the Bournemouth and pool bar and club scenes, as well as a member of the firm, a group of wealthy young men. Turner's friends all talk about him because he brags. He met Emily in December 2010. The couple had a great time at the resort and frequently partied late into the night. Turner, who had a history of obsessing over women, soon became jealous. As a result, their relationship quickly turned violent. Some described him as being threatening, aggressive, violent, controlling, and possessive. He received a harassment warning letter from the police in January 2008, when he was 16, telling him not to contact his ex-girlfriend after he bombarded her with text messages and emails after she ended their relationship. Turner loved being the center of attention. He did not have to work for a living. His parents provided him with everything he needed. Elliot everything he needed others, including his parents. His life revolved around parties, women, alcohol, and illegal substances. He saw himself as a man who could do whatever he wanted. Elliot carried a hammer in case anyone attempted to contradict him. Turner's friends believed he fancied himself a gangster and aspired to be the person everyone went to for help. He could come to the bar and buy drinks for everyone. Elliot brags about driving a new Mini Hooper, which was a gift from his grandmother. He attempted to maintain his bad boy image by posting a series of supposedly streetwise messages on social networking sites, and he frequently referred to himself as Scarface or God. He did not lack female attention, but when he met Emily, he became deeply attached to her. She praised his image as a successful person, which he had worked hard to develop. As their relationship progressed, Turner began to exhibit more controlling behavior. He even threatened to kill Emily, an emotional plea to Turner. Emily wrote him a note a few months before she died saying, "I love you too. Do not say you will kill me." 3. Stop talking about your ex-girlfriends. Stop being so aggressive and become more cool, because that is far more attractive, and you scare me because you are so intimidating. When Turner began to reveal his true face and his controlling behavior began to exceed all reasonable limits, Emily realized he was not the person she wanted to be with. However, people like Turner do not understand rejection. Emily spent the evening of May 6, 2011, with friends at one of the entertainment venues. Surveillance cameras captured how she arrived at a nightclub with her friends. That evening, Turner read Emily's Facebook messages and discovered she was dating another man. It annoyed him. He entered the club and started arguing with Emily. The entire story ended with a girl throwing her drink in his face. Turner verbally abused and threatened her with violence. He did not like Emily's outfit. He felt it was too revealing. He dismissed Emily's breakup with him. The man was not going to let her leave. Elliot spoiled her evening, so she chose to leave. However, her ex-boyfriend followed her. His friends overheard him say, "I'll kill her. I'll go to prison for it and still be a millionaire. I would do 10 years. It would not bother me." Turner caught up with Emily and persuaded her to go to his house. He stated that he wanted to talk in a more relaxed setting. Elliot Turner lived with his parents. Maybe that's why Emily joined him. Perhaps she expected him to behave more calmly in the presence of his parents. Neighbors saw them enter the house. The following morning, Nina Turner, Elliot's mother, called 911 to report Emily's inability to wake up. It was approximately 9 a.m. Before the ambulance arrived, there was a need to follow the operator's instructions on how to help Emily. Unfortunately, when the ambulance arrived, they could only announce Emily Longley's death. Anita, an Indonesian citizen, came to the UK to marry Lee Turner. When the couple had a son, they refused to deny him anything, which was a huge mistake. During her conversation with the emergency services operator, his voice did not sound like that of a mother who had just discovered her son's girlfriend dead. She was too calm, as if nothing unusual had happened in New Zealand, thousands of miles away from England. Emily's father, Mark, awoke at 2 in the morning to find a slew of missed calls from his ex-wife, Caroline, and younger daughter, Hannah. Hannah also left a voice message, which Mark could barely understand. Then he heard Caroline scream in the background, followed by her words, "Emily has died." Mark refused to believe it. He phoned his mother in England. When she responded, his entire world fell apart. His mother was crying uncontrollably. Moments later, one of the cops grabbed her phone. "I'm sorry to inform you that your daughter Emily has died," he said. Mark could not believe it. After all, Emily was sitting on his couch, smiling, just a week ago. Even after flying to the United Kingdom, the bereaved father refused to accept that his daughter had passed away. Unfortunately, it was not a dream. Emily's parents faced a heartbreaking challenge when their eldest daughter passed away. The police informed them that Emily had died in her sleep. It did not make any sense. She was young and healthy. The police gathered some evidence, but it was unclear what had happened to Emily. They needed to wait for the autopsy results. Elliot Turner's parents, Anita and Lee, told investigators that they had been home all night and had heard nothing suspicious. Elliot publicly mourned Emily by sharing photos of them together on his Facebook page. The police had no evidence to refute Turner and his parents' claims that Emily mysteriously died in her sleep. The most important aspect of any death investigation is determining the cause. When investigators discover the cause of the victim's death, they have a better understanding of the situation and how to proceed with the investigation. While awaiting the autopsy results, the investigators discovered that Emily had posted something strange on her Facebook page just a few days before her death. "I have a stalker." She added that someone had just called me, and I was like, "Who is this?" And they said, "You don't know me, but I know everything about you." And I was like, "How did you get my number?" And he said, "I'll tell you when I see you," and he kept inviting me out. So I hung up and they haven't stopped calling. Emily posted on Thursday, May 5. Simultaneously, the police discovered that Emily had a fight with Elliot Turner in front of other nightclub patrons before dying. Investigators discovered that Turner tried to control Emily's every move, that he was aware of her meeting with another man, and, most importantly, that Elliot threatened to kill her several times. However, his friends dismissed this as meaningless. believing that Turner's words were simply meant to strengthen his image as a gangster. The autopsy did not reveal the exact cause of Emily's death. However, experts speculated that it could be strangulation, with one stating that the physical findings are entirely consistent with pressure being applied to the neck. Investigators suspected that one of the Turner family members was involved in Emily's death, so they installed listening devices in their home. The police were right to investigate whether they were hiding anything. They overheard Elliot instructing his mother on how to interact with the police and what she should say. His father, Lee Turner, appeared to be the only one who recognized that what he was doing was wrong. He eventually submitted to his son and wife's will. While listening to the recordings, investigators also learned what happened to Emily Longley. Elliot Turner admitted to causing her death. They arrested Elliot Turner a week after Emily died. He, of course, denied any guilt. His lawyers attempted to challenge the authenticity of the audio recordings. However, after reviewing all aspects of the case, the judge permitted the prosecution to use the recordings as evidence. Not realizing the police were listening, Elliot admitted that he was angry every day, and no one had ever irritated him more than Emily. During the trial in May 2012, his lawyer claimed that his client acted in self-defense. Elliot Turner claimed that the corral in his bedroom became violent, and he had to grab Emily by the neck. He said he did not strangle her. He discovered her dead in his bed the next morning. During the second day of the trial, Turner expressed disgust with his actions that night, allegedly after discovering Emily's death. He wrote a letter to his mother telling her how ashamed he was and that he was leaving for Spain. One can assume Elliot Turner intended to leave the country on the day Emily died, but changed his mind for some reason. When the police arrived at Turner's home, following the 999 call, they discovered packed bags. Elliot's passport was in his pocket. He admitted in court that he threatened Emily and felt upset and deceived the night before her death, after discovering false emails on her phone claiming he had smashed her face into a table. When describing their fight before she died, he mentioned that Emily had begun beating him with her hands and feet. He attempted to calm her down before giving up and throwing her a 20-pound note for a taxi. He claimed she simply ignored me at first. Then, 5 seconds later, she went crazy. I'd never seen Emily become so enraged. I wasn't sure what to do. She wouldn't stop. I kept repeating myself, "Stop it. Calm down." At this point, I grabbed her by the neck with my right hand. Defense attorney Anthony Dunn inquired, "Why did you do that?" Turner responded, "To keep her from going crazy. I didn't know what to do. My right hand came into contact with her neck." When the defense counsel asked how hard he grabbed her turn, she replied, "Not very hard, but quite hard." I grabbed her and pushed her down on the bed. I pressed down on her neck while she was lying down. He claimed to have held her for 5 or 6 seconds before releasing her and storming out of the room. When asked if he intended to kill Emily Turner, he said no. He said he thought Emily had fallen asleep. He allegedly realized Emily was dead only after she failed to wake up the next morning. Emily's father, Mark, told the Herald newspaper how difficult it was for him to lose his daughter. "The truth is that death is unpleasant. It doesn't matter whether it's your child, your partner, or your 99-year-old grandmother. It stinks that someone is present one day, but not the next. Well, it is not something we can handle easily. Every anniversary is difficult. Birthdays are difficult. Christmas is difficult. Easter is also difficult because it marks the last time I truly spent time with her." Mark Longley said the most difficult part was that he would never see the woman she could have become. "I miss witnessing the life she was denied. We caught a glimpse of the woman she was becoming, and I was so proud of her. I am her father. Of course I am biased, but the world was a better place with her in it. It was certainly a lot more enjoyable." During the trial, they portrayed Elliot Turner as a spoiled, wealthy child whose parents wanted to help him avoid punishment. The court heard that he was given full control of the family's home in Bournemouth's affluent Queen's Park neighborhood, where he would host parties for his middle-class friends. His father, Lee, described him as wild. He was given his own living space in the converted garage of his parents' home, allowing him to come and go without disturbing them. He strangled Emily on his bed in his minibar-equipped room. The police searched the computers seized from Turner and discovered the following search queries: death by strangulation and how to avoid punishment for a crime. The primary motivation for the crime was jealousy. The court heard testimony from Luke Ashford, who spent the night with Emily. As previously stated, Elliot Turner learned about it. even when in custody. Turner boasted that the jury would believe his twisted story that Emily had attacked him and that he had acted in self-defense by strangling her out of jealousy. In letters written from his prison cell to his friends, he announced that he would soon drive a new Range Rover and relocate to Spain. He intends to sell the rights to his story and live a fashionable lifestyle. However, when the jury found him guilty, he quickly lost his illusions. On May 22, 2012, the court sentenced Elliot Turner to life in prison with a minimum of 16 years. Announcing the verdict, Mrs. Justice Dobbs described Turner as a man who exuded arrogance. She described Emily as a lovely, kind, and fun-loving girl who made everyone around her happy. You have suddenly and needlessly extinguished that light. You didn't love her. She was only a trophy. The relationship, if you can call it that, was entirely about you. It was about control, which you exercised through aggression and threats. You can set aside thoughts of champagne, Bentleys, and girls and focus on why you are serving a life sentence. Mrs. Justice Dobbs also sentenced Turner to 9 months concurrent imprisonment for perverting the course of justice. But Elliot Turner was not the only one on trial. Turner's parents, Nita and Lee, whom he used for cash to fund his extravagant partying, adored their son so much that they attempted to conceal his crime. Lee destroyed Turner's confession letter, and Anita removed the jacket from the bedroom where the letter was allegedly found. His mother even put off calling an ambulance so that her son could cover his tracks and the family could come up with a convincing story for the police. When asked why she did not call an ambulance, Anita Turner said she did not believe Emily had died, under cross-examination. They asked if she believed Emily had ruined her son's life. After a 6-second pause, she replied, "No." In the recording, Lee asks Anita if they did the right thing. "We have done the right thing." Anita responded. Both Nina Turner, 51, and Lee Turner, 54, were found guilty of perverting the course of justice and sentenced to 27 months in prison. Mrs. Justice Linda Dobbs stated that the two of you chose to fight the case with little remorse. Mr. Turner, you claimed you were unaware of the letter's contents when you destroyed it. The fact that it was burning in your conscience is clear from your anguished tone of voice on the recording. They were released in 2013, having served half of their sentence, and they continue to live in the house where Emily Longley died. Emily's father, Mark, burst into tears as he discussed the verdicts following the trial. Supported by former wife Caroline and daughter Hannah, he stated, "What we have heard over the last 5 weeks has shocked and disgusted us. That a man so evil as Turner could treat a gentle and loving girl like Emily so violently is beyond belief. We are so proud of her for traveling halfway around the world to improve her life. This is the life Turner chose to end." Mark stated that there was a lot of discussion about Turner's boasting, and that no one took his threats seriously until it was too late. He went on to say that even his mother didn't believe him when he texted her that he was going to break Emily's neck. If someone had taken his threats seriously, Emily might still be with us today. I hope Turner suffers every day in prison for what he did. In October 2020, according to the press, Elliot Turner's cellmates beat him in prison. It happened after he hung pictures of Emily in his cell and boasted about receiving letters from female fans. Some of his cellmates attacked him after he announced that he would return to his life of champagne, Bentleys, and birds in 5 years. Turner will be eligible to apply for early release from prison. One can only hope that common sense will prevail and that the parole board will make the correct decision regarding a person who has still shown no remorse for his actions. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A 17-year-old young woman and her friend went on a trip to Australia and, at one point, disappeared. Without a trace, despite an extensive search and many witnesses, her fate remained unknown for 18 years. When this terrible mystery was finally solved, one shocking fact surfaced: the police had everything they needed to close the case in a matter of days, but their negligence and unprofessionalism stretched it into nearly 2 decades. In this video, we will tell you what happened to Haley. Haley Dodd was born on November 30th, 1981, in England. When the girl was young, her parents and other children moved to Australia, settling in the small town of Mandorah. The young woman was an excellent student of sports and planned to go to study to be a veterinarian or a school teacher, but before finally deciding on her choice of future profession, She wanted to travel around Australia. Graduating high school in 1999 at the age of 17, she set off on a trip to Western Australia with her best friend Lisa. Their plan wasn't just to drive through local towns and attractions, but to spend a few months away from home. The young women were going to look for temporary jobs along the way to cover their living, food, and travel expenses. They planned a hitchhike between cities, which in the 1990s in Australia didn't sound like such a dangerous idea. At the time, there had been a number of murders of young women hitchhiking in the country, but compared to the overall number of people hitchhiking safely, these crimes did not cause any mass fear. However, Haley feared that her parents would not allow her to travel that way, even in the company of a friend. For this reason, she assured them that she planned to travel by bus. At the end of July, she and Lisa traveled to a town called Dengara. There, they were going to work as day laborers on a local farm. They were staying at a camping site where they could get a place to sleep for a small fee. Such places are in high demand in Australia, mainly because of their cheapness. A few days before going to work, Haley decided to use the remaining free time and go to a farm to family friends, which was 200 kilometers away. She decided to hitchhike to it, and Lisa didn't want to let her go alone, but Haley insisted she had nothing to worry about and would be back in a few days to say goodbye. Lisa gave her a folding knife for self-defense and some change so Haley could call her. The phone booth. After saying goodbye, hit the road at about 8 a.m. Family and friends at the farm awaited her arrival, but Haley never showed up. Worried, they called her mother and informed her that the woman feared something might have happened to her daughter, so she immediately called the police. The first thing she did was dial an emergency number and describe the situation. After listening to her story, the operator thought that nothing urgent had happened, so she advised her to go to the local police department and file a missing person report. So she did. The detectives began their search for Haley, beginning to reconstruct the chronology of events. The first thing they did was arrive at the campsite where Lisa was staying. She was mortified at the news that her friend had never made it to the farm, but the young woman was able to give the police a comprehensive introduction. She accurately described all the clothes Haley was wearing that day and even drew a sketch of the earrings she was wearing for the police. Haley had bought these earrings a few days before the incident. She and Lisa had gone to the store to treat themselves to some inexpensive items, and the young woman was attracted to this jewelry at that time. She couldn't have imagined that those earrings would be the key to solving this terrible mystery of her disappearance. Detectives disseminated information about the missing young woman along with their description. Although she was almost 18 years old, Haley looked much younger. She was 152 centimeters tall and weighed just over 40 pounds. The police were able to locate the first witness fairly quickly. It turned out to be the truck driver who had given her a ride that day. According to the man's story, she had knocked on his cab window at a gas station and asked for a ride to Mora, a town near where there was a farm. The trucker was on his way to another town, but he agreed to give her a ride most of the way. The man dropped her off at a turnoff above 50 kilometers from Mora near the town of Ashangara, where she was to turn off the main road and onto a country road. According to the trucker, Haley was in high spirits, chatting with him the whole way and talking about her journey. After she said she was almost out of money, he gave her $15 so the young woman could buy something to eat. The man also left her his number in case she hitchhiked back. He made trips down that road almost every day and could have let her down again later. Detectives received several more calls from people who had seen Haley in that area. Based on their statements, police concluded that the young woman had been on foot along the northwest road towards Mora. Apparently, she could not find any driver at the gas station to give her a ride. For this reason, she decided to walk along the road and try to hitch a ride. Based on the testimony of the next witness, he gave Haley a ride to the turnoff on Goonder Doe Road, after which she headed further in her direction on foot. A woman driving along the road, she spotted Haley just as the young woman was getting out of her car and moving on foot towards Mora. In all, the police were contacted by more than 10 witnesses. After putting their statements together, detectives concluded that the young woman was last seen at about 12 noon on the northwest road about 50 kilometers from Mora. There was another witness, though he had not seen Haley but still shared a disturbing observation with police. The man pulled over on the side of the northwest road because his engine was overheating. At one point, he heard a dog barking, followed by a piercing female scream. He couldn't see the source of the sound, as it might have been far enough away. The road passed through an empty, flat area where there was virtually no extraneous noise. With all this information in hand, the police's prognosis was disappointing from the start. Lead detective Eddie Rowe decided that They should look for the body and not consider the possibility that Haley might be alive, but management forbade him to investigate in such a manner, leaving it to the status of the search for the missing person. It's worth clarifying here that a murder investigation would have given the police more options than a missing person investigation, but the police had no leads that could help them get on the young woman's trail, so they quickly set about looking for potential kidnappers. In a short time, they were able to identify several dozen suspects who lived in the area, but eventually the police focused on 3 men. One worked as a teacher at a local school, another was a part-time gardener there, and the third lived not far from where Haley disappeared. When questioned, each of them pleaded not guilty and provided alibis. The police could not conclude with certainty of their innocence, but they could not find any evidence to the contrary. But soon the situation changed dramatically. The investigators were approached by a neighbor of one of the suspects. A 43-year-old school gardener named Francis told them that the day Haley disappeared, Francis borrowed his car to go shopping in Mora. When the man returned home around 1 p.m., a neighbor noticed damage inside the car. The turn signal knob was broken, and the dashboard also showed signs of impact. The neighbor didn't even have time to ask what happened to the car. Francis came home done with the shopping bags in the kitchen, got on his motorcycle, and drove off. This story seemed strange to the police, and they decided to re-interview Francis. The man said that at the time of Haley's disappearance, he was many kilometers away from the alleged place of her abduction. According to his story, after returning home, he immediately went to a party in the city of Perth on his motorcycle. But he was not supposed to get there that day. On the way there, he exceeded the speed limit and had a serious accident that took him to the hospital. The information available was enough for the detectives to ask the perfectly logical question: where was he going in such a hurry? His own testimony seemed very strange, and investigators decided to apply for a search warrant of his home. The officers searched his residence, but they were unable to find any potential evidence. They also searched the car and removed the seat covers so that experts could examine them in the lab. Unfortunately, none of this yielded any results, and Francis was left alone. Almost immediately after that, he moved to the other side of the country, to Queensland, and the detectives were left empty-handed, and the case went into a long drawer. They tried to find new witnesses and evidence to move the investigation forward, but to no avail. This went on for 8 whole years until Francis came back on the police radar in 2007. At the time, he was living in a remote outback in a small settlement. One morning, an elderly couple who lived next door to him were sitting on the porch of their house. At some point, they noticed with horror that a young woman with absolutely no clothes was running in their direction, and her head was covered with blood. She asked for help, and the residents of the house called the police. The victim said that she had tried to catch a ride the night before. A man stopped in front of her and offered her a ride. At one point, he told her he needed to go to a place to get gas and fill up his car. They drove up to a house in the middle of nowhere, and he called the woman inside and offered her some tea. Unfortunately for her, she said yes almost immediately thereafter. He attacked her, and after a brief struggle, tied her up for the next few hours. The victim was subject to indescribable torture and violence. Her assailant also tore off one of her earrings and took it for himself. As you may have guessed, this man was Francis. By morning, the woman realized that she could get the rope off her hands and then free her legs and run. She loosened the rope, waited for the right moment for Francis to move as far away as possible, and rushed to the back door of the house. Before she left, she removed her pendant and tossed it under the bed. The woman feared that the police might not find any corroboration of her story, so she decided to leave some personal item in his house, and it really worked. The police searched Francis's house, found the very same pendant, and arrested the man. At the trial, he quickly realized that he could not get away with it and decided to confess to what he had done. He was sentenced to 12 years in prison. The police in Western Australia, who handled the Haley Dodd case, were notified of Francis's arrest, but they did not appear to be at all interested. No action was taken by the detectives to revive the 8-year-old case, which was so closely resembling the circumstances of Francis's crime. Only through the insistence of Haley's mother did the detectives agree to reopen the case, but they quickly concluded that there was still no evidence against Francis, which meant there was nothing they could do about it. All these years, Haley's family tried to get the police to investigate thoroughly, but they assured them that they had done everything in their power. Desperate to wait for help from law enforcement, the relatives spent tens of thousands of dollars on private investigators, but all to no avail. The case did not take a new turn until 6 long years later, in 2013, when an extremely outrageous fact came to light. It turned out that the police had simply forgotten About the evidence that ended up being the key to the case, the medical examiner Tracy Horn filed a request to reopen the investigation. The reason was that the very same car seat covers from Frances's neighbor's car in 1999 were found in evidence storage. Suddenly it turned out that for 14 years they had never been tested for blood, DNA, and other evidence. When experts did retrieve them, they were immediately able to find a woman's earring that had snagged on the fabric of the covers, taking a drawing of Lisa's, which she drew for the police just after her friend's disappearance. Detectives were horrified to see it was the same earring that Haley was wearing the morning of her disappearance. But that wasn't all. A human hair was found in one of the car mats that had also been removed from the car. The hair was very likely Haley's own, but that probability was not 100%, which made it very difficult to prosecute Frances in the shortest possible time. As soon as the news leaked to the media, a wave of criticism poured in against the police for 14 years as evidence lay literally under the noses of the investigators, but in all that time they never remembered it. Of course, such a find instantly changed the course of the case, and the detectives went to the other side of the country to interrogate Frances again. At the time he was still in prison for assaulting a woman in 2007. The man gave them the same story he had told them 14 years earlier. He denied his involvement and assured them that he was shopping in Mora at the time of Haley's abduction. The interrogation, which lasted nearly 4 hours, was inconclusive, so the police had to prepare the case to go to trial. It wasn't until 2015 that he was formally charged with Haley's murder and deported to Western Australia. 2 more years later, in late 2017, the trial began. Frances's defense insisted that all the evidence presented was circumstantial. The earring Haley bought at a local store was very cheap and popular, so it could have been left in the car by another woman. The hair found in the car showed an almost 100% match to Haley's DNA, but not an absolute exact match. Although a mistake here would have been highly unlikely, that was enough for the lawyers, but all these arguments seemed unconvincing to the judge. Perhaps Frances would still have had a chance to get away with it if not for his crime in 2007. But then he didn't just kidnap a woman who was hitchhiking, he also took her earring. The prosecution believed that the man was collecting the victim's earrings as trophies, which only increased the suspicion against him. In the end, as a result, the judge found him guilty of kidnapping and murdering Haley Dodd, sentencing him to 21 years in prison. All of this took place while his previous sentence was still pending. Frances was 62 years old at the time of his sentencing, but the story did not end there. The court believed Frances kidnapped and killed Haley, then hid her body, but it was never found, and the man himself refused to plead guilty. Haley's mother repeatedly asked the killer to tell her where he hid the body, but to no avail, and in 2018, she helped pass a new law that says murderers are not eligible for parole if they refuse to reveal the location of their victims' bodies. In 2020, another high-profile event occurred when the court granted Frances an appeal to overturn his sentence and scheduled a new hearing. His lawyers again tried to insist that the man would not have had time to kidnap Haley between his trip to Mora and his return home, but the court felt that the time frame allowed him well enough to do so, especially given the rush with which he arrived home and immediately set off for Perth on his motorcycle. Moreover, the earring along with the hair were still on the list of key evidence against him, but Frances still managed to get his sentence changed. The court found him guilty of involuntary manslaughter, reducing his sentence from 21 years to 18 years, but thanks to a law passed in 2018, he would not be able to go free even after that time if he refused to identify the location of the body. There is another point in the whole story that keeps the detectives busy to this day. They are sure that many more women have become victims of Frances, and that none of them managed to escape. This maniac could have been picking up young women on the roads for decades, and what happened to them next only he knows. One of the most likely similar cases is the disappearance of a woman in late 2005. She hitched a ride to another city and was never seen again. The detective handling the case is certain that Frances kidnapped her because he knew the victim personally, but there is no evidence at this time. Perhaps the police will find it again in their warehouse a few years later, but it won't make a difference to the perpetrator. If the police had examined the car more thoroughly, Frances would have been arrested back in 1999. Now we can only guess how many lives he ruined in the ensuing years, but sooner or later the mystery may be solved. There's another creepy thing about this whole story. Remember that in the initial stages of the investigation, the police identified 3 main suspects, including Frances. Now, one of them killed his wife 5 months after Haley disappeared, and the other, who worked as a school teacher, turned out to be one of the worst child molesters in Australian history. Too bad the police had no way to solve them at the time. If you liked this video, don't forget to support the channel with a like and share your opinion in the comments. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will discuss what happened in Hawaii. Dana Ireland, 23, left her parents' house in Pune on the afternoon of Christmas Eve 1991, never to return after discovering her disfigured bicycle shoe and hair clumps. Bystanders dialed 911. However, Dana was not present. The investigation went on for several decades, and despite a trial and a verdict, the case has not been closed. The evolution of DNA testing methods was crucial in this case. The Dana Ireland case is likely the most well-known investigation in Hawaii's history. Dana Marie Ireland was born on December 12, 1968, in Fort Belvoir, Fairfax County, Virginia, USA. She was the youngest daughter of John Ireland and Mary Louise Crank. In 1991, her sister Sandra was 7 years older than her. Dana was 23 years old when she and her parents visited her sister in Hawaii on December 24th. In the afternoon, she rode her sister's bike. Later, people discovered her bike shoe and clump of hair by the side of the road. But Dana herself was not present. The bike's appearance indicated that Dana had been hit by a car. The impact was so severe that both wheels were deformed, and the steering wheel and seat came off completely. Unfortunately, the hope that the man who hit Dana would take her to the hospital rather than abandon her to die was false. The reality proved to be far scarier than anyone could have anticipated. Dana was discovered 5 miles from her bike. She had severe injuries to her body and head and was naked below the waist. As a result, one can conclude that someone not only hit her with a car, but also exploited her weakness. Nightmares haunt nurse Jerry Gallagher. She can't shake the memory of Christmas Eve 1991 on a seaside fishing trail in Wawa when she was led to Dana, Ireland. Gallagher and her husband Randy lived on Saddleback Road, a rough, unpaved road that cuts into the coastal jungle 25 miles southeast of Hilo, at 6 p.m. On Christmas Eve 1991, a friend named Brian knocked on their door to contact Gallagher, a licensed nurse. He wore a Christmas hat with blinking lights, but his mood was anything but festive. He drove her to Dana's location, which was a mile away from Gallagher's house. Dana was naked from the waist down, and the inner side of her legs was covered in bruises. Gallagher recalls trying to help the injured young woman with a first aid kit. She bandaged her wounds. The most severe injury was to the back of her head. She asked the woman. "Her name is Land," she appeared to say. Gallagher inquired about who had attacked her. However, Dana was unable to speak coherently. "Please give me the key so I can drive home," Ireland asked. Gallagher attempted to keep her awake. An ambulance arrived more than 2 hours after the girl was struck by a car. The lack of phones in the area caused a significant delay in receiving assistance. The medical personnel of the police and fire departments were preoccupied with other cases. However, their own mistakes contributed to a 34-minute delay. The dispatcher who received the call about the injured young woman provided the incorrect address for where they found Dana, resulting in a loss of valuable time. "I considered driving her to the hospital, but I was worried about paralyzing her." Gallagher says he's had nightmares about it. "None of us anticipated that it would take so long. It took an unbelievably long time to get help to her. She would have survived if they had sought assistance." An ambulance carrying Dana Ireland arrived at Hilo Hospital at 7:56 p.m. At this point, John and Mary Ireland were already looking for their daughter, whose disfigured bicycle lay by the side of the road. They heard about an injured woman discovered 5 miles away. However, they were unaware that this woman was Dana. "We assumed someone had hit her and transported her to the hospital." Mary later recalled that John instructed her and his eldest daughter Sandra to go to the hospital while he remained near Dana's bike. When the ambulance arrived at the hospital, Dana's mother and older sister were already present. Doctors fought for Dana's life for 4.5 hours, but they were unable to save her. She was pronounced dead at 12:25 a.m. The official cause of death was blood loss from extensive traumatic injuries to the head, pelvis, and abdomen caused by a car accident. Dana's family went home and listened to the radio the next morning. They thought a car had hit their daughter, but the radio said Dana's death was not accidental. When John spoke with a local police officer, he was told nothing about Dana being hit by a car and that someone had taken advantage of her vulnerability afterwards. He had asked a police lieutenant if the attack was intentional. "You're listening to rumors," the lieutenant informed him. Dana's death was a shock to her family. Her death irreversibly altered their lives. However, they would later discover that another challenge awaited them: years of searching for suspects and trials. The police launched an extensive investigation, which local newspapers described as intense. The police discovered a T-shirt belonging to the criminal at the crime scene. Investigators then seized as evidence a sheet containing traces of sperm on which Dana was lying when she was brought to the hospital. Dana was also carrying seminal fluid in her body. Furthermore, a bite mark on her body resembled the teeth of the person who had attacked her. As a result, the authorities had the criminal's DNA sample, but it was from 1991. It didn't really help the investigation process. Another possible clue was the tire tracks where they discovered Dana's bike. Investigators interviewed residents in the hopes of finding witnesses who saw Dana being hit by a car, but no one witnessed this incident. Perhaps for some reason, they remained silent. The location of the bike and Dana's discovery was not a densely populated area, but rather a secluded location with a bad road where cars rarely traveled due to a lack of witnesses and evidence to help find the criminal. The investigation has come to a dead end. Anyone who provided information about the case would have received a reward, the amount of which increased over time. However, there was no breakthrough in this case. Later, in May 1994, John Gonsalves contacted Hawaii County Police. Gonsalves was involved in a high-profile case involving illegal drugs. Despite facing decades in prison, he received a suspended sentence. The reason for such leniency was that he informed the police that his half-brother, Frank Pauline, knew important information about the Dana Ireland case. According to Pauline, the attack on Dana was carried out by brothers Albert Ian Schweitzer and Sean Schweitzer. The Schweitzers lived next door to the Paulines, and they didn't get along. Frank Pauline claimed he was present when Schweitzer attacked Dana. They ran over Dana Ireland, loaded her into the trunk, and drove her to another location. He informed the police, so Albert Schweitzer, Sean Schweitzer, and Frank Pauline became the primary suspects. Following the latter statements, there was a 30-year period of events, so let's get to know Frank Pauline better. Frank Raymond Pauline Jr. was born April 27, 1973, in Fremont, California, to Frank Cesar and Patricia Pauline. Pauline was living in Pune, a few miles from where they discovered her, when the attack on Dana, Ireland occurred, at the age of 20. Frank already had 3 sons. He first ran into trouble with the law when he was 9 years old. On February 8, 1983, he was caught in a burglary. You can see his entire track record up to the point of maturity on your screen. In February 1994. As he grew older, the gravity of his crimes increased. He received a 10-year sentence for harassment and robbery just over 2 years after Dana's death. These charges were unrelated to Dana Ireland, but they made it clear that Frank Pauline will not stop his criminal activities. During the sentencing hearing, prosecutors referred to him as a walking crime wave due to the number of crimes committed. Following the hearing, Pauline lived up to his new nickname. He walked out of court before being taken into custody to begin his prison sentence. He is classified as a fugitive. He was recaptured in Honolulu. A few days later, 3 months after Pauline was sentenced to 10 years, his brother, John Gonsalves, contacted the authorities and informed them that Frank had information about the Dana Ireland case. Pauline and Gonsalves decided that providing information about the Ireland case would help the first person avoid prison and the second get out earlier. Of course, the stepbrothers were untrustworthy sources of information. However, following a conversation with investigators, The case against John Gonsalves for illegal substances was closed. In the end, he received a suspended sentence. After Pauline stated that he had information about the Dana Ireland case, Big Island investigators went to Honolulu to speak with him, where the latter was in custody. They were interrogated for 90 minutes and asked to provide details about the day of the Dana attack. Because he claimed to have been present during the attack, they returned him to the Big Island, where he reconstructed the crime and showed detectives the locations he mentioned previously. Pauline told detectives that on December 24, 1991, brothers Albert Ian Sean Schweitzer picked him up at his home in a purple Volkswagen Beetle. Ian Schweitzer was driving, as he had previously stated. The trio came to a halt to take illegal drugs when they noticed a woman standing by the side of the road. We exited at an intersection heading towards Kappa Ho, and that is where we noticed a girl standing up. As we passed, my friend Ian looked to the side and said, "Whoa, look at that girl," then we continued down the road. Pauline explained that they turned around because Ian wanted to talk to the woman. They were driving back at about 4,045 miles per hour when Ian Schweitzer, the driver, failed to brake in time and collided with Dana Ireland. Schweitzer's left the car, loaded her into the trunk in front, and drove away. After a few miles, they came to a halt and pulled Dana out of the car. She was still alive. Pauline stated that, unlike the Schweitzer brothers, he did not get intimate with the victim. And yet, he said something that had serious consequences. He claimed that Schweitzer insisted he find a tire iron and hit the victim on the head to end her suffering. After that, they allegedly returned to the car and drove away. All of his testimony was on paper, and Pauline signed a statement stating that he testified voluntarily. Nobody forced or promised him anything, and he was not under the influence of illegal drugs or alcohol. After Pauline began cooperating with the police, he was transferred to the Maui Community Correctional Center for his own safety, as prison officials claimed he was a problem for management and had received threats from fellow inmates. Frank Pauline retracted his story in July 1996, just over 2 years after Gonsalves' statement to the police, claiming that he made it up because his stepbrother asked him to help him avoid jail. He claimed that, although he was not present at the time of the attack, he knew who was responsible. He confessed that he was only there to make them believe him. "And my brother is telling me that the worst thing that can happen to you is that they charge you with perjury," Pauline stated. However, perjury was not one of the crimes charged against him on July 30, 1997. He was charged with the murder of Dana Ireland after signing a confession in which he admitted to hitting her on the head with a tire iron. Later that year, the Schweitzer brothers also faced charges. They denied any involvement in the case, saying they were with their family on December 24, 1991. It is worth noting that the police had reason to believe Pauline lied when he claimed he participated in the crime alongside the Schweitzer brothers. After all, when investigators took him to the Big Island, he couldn't show the exact location where they hid Dana or where people later found it. But Pauline signed the confession, resulting in charges against him. Realizing his stepbrother was wrong, he stated that the only thing he could be accused of was perjury. He retracts his confession. Meanwhile, Gonsalves followed the script. As a result, the police dropped the primary charge of illegal substance conspiracy against him. He testified against his half-brother, Frank Pauline, during the trial. DNA testing technology was less advanced at the time than it is now. Shortly after the arrest, authorities obtained DNA samples from Pauline and the Schweitzer brothers. The Hawaii County Prosecutor's Office also examined biological fluids from the gurney sheath used to transport Dana Ireland to the hospital, as well as swabs taken from her body. The police were taken aback when they received a report stating that the DNA of Frank Pauline and the Schweitzer brothers did not match that of the criminal. Based on these findings, the charges against these 3 men were dropped. However, the investigation continued. They simply stated that someone else must be involved. Additionally, other evidence did not point to these 3 men. The Schweitzer brothers and Pauline's teeth prints did not match what investigators believed to be a bite mark on the victim's chest. The police discovered no traces of Dana Ireland's blood or hair in Albert Ian Schweitzer's Volkswagen, which he acquired only a month after her death. Perhaps pressure from the Ireland family, the public, and the press influenced how events unfolded. Albert Ian Schweitzer was 20 years old at the time of Dana Ireland's death, and his only criminal record included traffic violations such as resisting a traffic stop and racing on the road. Sean Schweitzer was 16 years old when Dana died, and Sean was 23 when the brothers were charged in the Ireland case. At the time, the police charged him with fourth-degree assault in an unrelated case, specifically inappropriate touching of a girl. In the latter case, he was sentenced to 180 days in prison and a year of probation. The girl was 15 years old when the incident occurred, and Sean was 16. Thus, despite the negative DNA test, all three suspects in Dana Ireland's death broke the law at some point. It, of course, did not help them clear their names. 5 days after Frank Pauline made his first statement to police, investigators raided the Schweitzer family home. They seized Ian's 1957 Volkswagen Beetle as evidence. Despite knowing Frank Pauline, both brothers told the police that they were not with him. Sean said he was at home on Christmas Eve, while Ian said he was either at home or at his uncle's house. Ian also told the cops how he got his car. First, I denied doing any bodywork on the vehicle. His car was purple when he first got it. But because it was not his color, he decided to paint it yellow. Schweitzer's lawyers believed Frank Pauline's accusation was motivated by family animosity. Despite this, the prosecutors moved forward on May 5, 1999, a few days before the statute of limitations expired for some of the crimes committed against Dana Ireland. The police received what they believed to be another breakthrough in the case. They received the statement from a prisoner named Michael Ortiz, who was Gonsalves' accomplice. He was in the same cell as Schweitzer before the police dropped the charges against him, in conversations with authorities. Ortiz claimed that Albert Ian Schweitzer confessed to him what he had done based on his testimony. Only 2 weeks later, Frank Pauline and the Schweitzer brothers were charged again in the Dana Ireland case. Following this, some people harbored suspicions and distrust toward the authorities. After all, they obtained information from a questionable source just a few days before the statute of limitations expired. It seemed overly convenient. Frank Pauline was the first to appear in court. The trial was highly emotional. Pauline maintained his innocence, telling the court that he lied when he confessed to Diana's death. On the witness stand, Mary Ireland recalled receiving the first call about what had happened to her daughter. She said something terrible had happened. Ireland said she saw a bicycle, a shoe, and hair on the road. However, the witnesses who linked Pauline to the crime had questionable backgrounds, and some stood to benefit greatly from pointing the finger. Among those who benefited from Pauline's conviction was his half-brother Gonsalves, who testified for the prosecution. Witness William Chung, who also testified against Pauline, stated that Frank admitted his involvement in the crime. However, when asked if he saw Pauline in court, he pointed to another person. Although Frank Pauline was present, the jury also discovered Dana Ireland's bike shorts, top underwear, and Jimmy's t-shirt at the scene. Not one of those items contained DNA from Pauline or Schweitzer. To address the lack of scientific evidence, Deputy Prosecutor Lincoln Ashita maintained that Jimmy's t-shirt and Dana Ireland's blood belonged to Pauline. "We are not afraid of the evidence, rather, we embrace it." Ashita stated that the same DNA technology works for both the defense and the prosecution. Pauline's lawyer objected, claiming the t-shirt was not even Frank's size. Nonetheless, the jury concluded that the evidence and assumptions presented during the trial were sufficient to convict Pauline. Despite forensic evidence indicating that Pauline made a false confession, he was found guilty and sentenced to 180 years. The next was Albert Ian Schweitzer's trial. He was aware that, despite the lack of physical evidence, Frank Pauline had been sentenced to 180 years in prison. Schweitzer was surprised when prosecutors offered him a plea bargain. However, he refused. Continuing to insist on Schweitzer's innocence, the prosecutor claimed that Schweitzer's Volkswagen Beetle struck Dana and then drove her to a fishing trail where she was discovered. All of this occurred despite several facts. First, witnesses saw another car, a pickup truck, near where they found Dana. Second, analysis of Schweitzer's car revealed no evidence of his involvement in this case, and E only became the official owner of Volkswagen in January 1992. Ian Schweitzer was sentenced to 130 years in prison in 2000, based on the testimony of Michael Ortiz, who claimed to have heard Schweitzer's confession and the allegedly unusual circumstance of scratches on his car's bumper. Sean Schweitzer accepted a plea deal after his older brother was convicted. He and his family changed their minds and decided not to pursue his innocence, fearing that the justice system would fail them again. Sean Schweitzer eventually pleaded guilty to lesser charges of kidnapping and involuntary deprivation of life. Sean Schweitzer agreed to accuse his brother and Frank Pauline of Dana's death and submit to a polygraph test to demonstrate his honesty in confessing to the crime and reporting the details. As stated in court documents, the test was administered on March 24, 2000, by a polygraph examiner from the State Attorney General's office. Sean Schweitzer's account of what happened was not truthful. In other words, he lied about his role in Dana Ireland's death. However, despite failing the test, he was offered a plea deal, and here's why. Deputy Prosecutor Lincoln Ashita gave the judge a different statement. According to court transcripts, Ashita stated that Schweitzer passed the polygraph, indicating that he was not deceptive in any of the questions. Sean Schweitzer was sentenced to 5 years probation, with 18 months of credit for time served. Sean told Hawaii News in an interview after his release that the agreement with the prosecutor's office was made by his family. In a single sentence 130 years later, his brother I recalled how he thought imprisoning both brothers was pointless. Ian stated that losing both sons would be even more stressful for his parents, and they would not survive it. He supported the family's decision and told Sean to follow the prosecutor's instructions to avoid spending the rest of his life in prison. Sean is still remorseful for making the deal and testifying against his brother. And as the months and years passed, he and his family struggled to deal with the stains left by this case. I endured years of disappointment and struggled to find work. Sean Schweitzer said that community members made comments about the case for years afterward. Dana's father, John, died in 2000, at 76. Following his daughter's death, he became an advocate for crime victims' rights. He also worked on passing a law governing the statute of limitations for violent crimes. Ian Schweitzer and his family refused to accept his wrongful conviction and continued to fight. In 2005, Ian Schweitzer sought a case review from the Innocence Project. 5 years later, in 2010, work on this project began to gain momentum. Law students, lawyers, and professors at the University of Hawaii studied old documents from the Dana Ireland case investigation. The prosecutors in Hawaii County allowed them to do their job. They allowed the Innocence Project to look into the case to see if the wrong people were convicted. Year after year passed, but the work to achieve justice continued. Dana's mother, Mary Louise Crank Ireland, died on October 10, 2016, aged 92. Throughout Ian Schweitzer's many years in prison, his parents attempted to visit him as often as possible. However, the visit ended when he was transferred from Hawaii prison to Saguaro in Loe, Arizona. The long flight and drive from Phoenix were difficult for them, particularly Linda Schweitzer, who was battling breast cancer at the time. That one time in Arizona prison, her son said something to her that still hurts. He said, "Mom, don't come back. I don't want to see you walk away from me." On January 23, 2023, 23 years after the jury found Albert Ian Schweitzer guilty, his legal team filed a motion requesting that the judge overturn the conviction based on new evidence and information. The court hearing took place the next day. A few hours after Ian's team filed the motion, a state deputy sheriff transported Schweitzer from Arizona's Saguaro Correctional Center and escorted him on several flights to Hilo. They made it in time for the hearing. After a long night at the hotel, his family met at the Hilo courthouse. The next morning, they were eager to see Ian Schweitzer, who had only arrived on the island hours before. He was wearing an Aloha shirt provided by his legal team. Schweitzer smiled when he entered the courtroom. His legal team presented new evidence in court. Nancy Den, a DNA expert, testified at the trial. They retested all of the items using advanced methods that had not been used in the previous tests. The technology was better explained and improved in the sense that we can now see things that we couldn't see before. In 2000, the authorities stated that there was too much Dana Ireland's blood on the t-shirt, which is why no DNA of Frank Pauline or the Schweitzer brothers was found on it. However, scientists who studied the Innocence Project evidence used modern technology to distinguish Dana Ireland's DNA from other DNA found on t-shirts. They discovered seminal fluid and sweat from the armpit on it. Nancy Dean, a DNA expert, testified that the DNA on the t-shirt and Dana's body belonged to the same person. However, this person was not Frank Pauline or one of the Schweitzer brothers, following his statement. A tire tread expert testified remotely, telling the court that Schweitzer's Volkswagen could not have left tracks at both crime scenes. In his opinion, a larger vehicle, such as a truck, SUV, or van, left those tracks. Dentist Adam Freeman was the last to testify. Ireland had an injury on her left breast that prosecutors initially believed was a human bite mark. But Freeman claimed it was not a bite mark. This case exemplifies poor forensic science, as the bite marks are flawed. He testified late in the evening, and after the witnesses finished testifying, District Court Judge Peter Kubota announced his decision. The new DNA evidence, the tire tread evidence, the bite mark evidence, and Sean Schweitzer's recantation all demonstrate that in a new trial, a jury would most likely return acquittal. Kubota informed the court that Albert Ian Schweitzer's conviction has been vacated, and he will be released immediately. Ian Schweitzer was suddenly set free with those words, 23 years after a jury found him guilty and 25 years after he was arrested. The judge then addressed Ian Schweitzer with moving words. You have 1/3 of your life ahead of you. You can either live it angry and resentful of the process or the people who put you there, or you can live it with newfound freedom. Kubota suggested that since you have your entire family here, you hug and love them, live a fulfilling life, and make the most of the next third of your life. Schweitzer, now free of the handcuffs, hugged his lawyers first, then his family members, some of whom he hadn't seen in decades. His mother cried in his arms. Ian, who was very young when his father went to prison, was present in court when they hugged. Sean, his younger brother, was also present, with a smile and open arms. Following Ian's acquittal, his brother, Sean's lawyer, is also seeking to clear his criminal record. Frank Pauline died in prison in New Mexico in 2015. On April 27, 2015, inmate Daniel Hood, who is serving time for killing 2 people, attacked Frank Pauline, hitting him 3 times in the back of the head with a rock while they were all in the recreation yard at the Southern New Mexico Correctional Facility in Las Cruces. They were cellmates. Hood attacked Pauline because he believed he was a snitch. The medical staff at the prison was unable to save Pauline, and his family's lawyer intends to file a petition for his posthumous rehabilitation. Ian Schweitzer claims that the transition from prisoner to free person is arduous, and that adjusting to life outside the prison walls is more difficult than he anticipated. He claims to struggle with anxiety on a daily basis. Schweitzer may be eligible for compensation for wrongful imprisonment, which allows rehabilitated individuals to receive $50,000 for each year spent in prison. However, the process is not easy, and his lawyers are working to ensure that he receives compensation. 3 decades later, the Dana Ireland case remains open, and investigators are hopeful that new methods of DNA testing and genealogy will allow them to find the person who destroyed the Ireland family's life. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The events described in this video occurred 6 years ago. On May 15, 2017, around 1 a.m., the Florida Coast Guard received a distress signal. According to the report, a yacht traveling from Cuba's Varadero resort to Florida collided with something and began to sink. There were originally 2 people on board the vessel, and when rescuers discovered only one of them, many began to wonder where things really were. Lewis Bennett and Isabella Hellman met online in 2015. Lewis was born in 1977 in England. He moved to Australia with his family at a young age, and by 2017 he held dual British and Australian citizenship. Isabella Rodriguez was born in 1975 in Colombia. Her family relocated to Florida in the 1990s, eventually obtaining residency and then US citizenship in 2002. Isabella married William Hellman at the age of 27. However, the couple divorced after 10 years. She met Lewis Bennett online in 2015, and their online communication quickly evolved into a real-life romantic relationship. In July 2016, Lewis and Isabella welcomed a daughter named Amelia. 6 months after the baby's birth, the couple bought an apartment in Delray Beach on Florida's Atlantic coast. The following month, in February 2017, Isabella married Lewis. On April 30, 2017, Isabella worked as a real estate agent, while Lewis owned a small solar panel company. After leaving her 9-month-old daughter with family, Isabella flew to St. Martin, a small Caribbean island where she met Lewis. They planned a honeymoon, returning to Florida on a sailing catamaran Lewis had purchased prior to meeting Isabella. On April 30, the couple departed St. Martin. They were in the British Virgin Islands on May 1 and off the coast of Puerto Rico on May 2nd. The next stop on their itinerary was Cuba, where they spent the majority of their time and planned to return from. On May 14, around 5:30 p.m., the catamaran set sail from Varadero, Cuba. 3 hours later, Isabella called her sister on her cell phone to say she'd be home tomorrow, but Lewis had already signaled a distress call around 1 a.m. He contacted the U.S. Coast Guard and reported that the ship had begun to sink due to a collision with an unknown object and that his wife had gone missing. Around 4 a.m., a Coast Guard helicopter crew found the Bennett life raft. A catamaran was also discovered floating upside down at dawn, but it had not yet sunk. Bennett was taken to Key West Island, the southernmost point of Florida. During his interview with investigators, Lewis stated that he and his wife took turns on duty and that the accident occurred when Isabella's turn came up. He was sleeping in his stateroom when he awoke to find that the ship had collided with something on deck and that he had not seen his wife. He started calling her name but never received a response. According to him, the mast was loose and could have thrown Isabella overboard. He also mentioned that when he last saw his wife, she was wearing a life jacket. Bennett was rescued by the Coast Guard, and a rescue swimmer reported that his backpack was unusually heavy. While inspecting the items he had loaded onto the life raft, the officers discovered 225 collectible coins whose origins had yet to be determined. The same day, May 15, Isabella Hellman was reported missing. A search and rescue operation took place in both the water and the air. However, on May 18, after 4 days of searching and no sign of the missing woman, the Coast Guard officially ended the rescue operation. Authorities suspected something was wrong when, less than 24 hours after the search for Isabella concluded, Lewis Bennett requested a letter from the Coast Guard stating that his wife was presumed dead. His request was denied because issuing such a certificate is not within the Coast Guard's jurisdiction. Bennett told a television station on May 24 that he was leaving for Cuba, where he planned to rent a boat and continue his search for his wife alone. 3 days later, on May 27, he met Isabella's sister and informed her that he had just returned from Cuba. He stated that I met with authorities there and checked every hospital, but there was no sign of her. She has now been missing for 2 weeks, so I'm not holding out much hope for seeing her, so I have to accept that. This is completely devastating to me. She's my soulmate. I thought we would be together forever. The next day, May 28, Lewis and the police arrived at the house where his wife's family lived to pick up their daughter, but Isabella's family refused to give her up. With scandal and the assistance of the police, Bennett took his daughter after all. Throughout the argument, Isabella's sister Elizabeth insisted that Lewis was to blame for Isabella's death. Bennett's quiet demeanor and behavior following his wife's disappearance piqued the interest of Isabella's family and the police. Detectives repeatedly heard during interviews with the missing woman's family and friends that quarrels between Isabella and Lewis had become more frequent since the child was born. The couple's neighbors also testified. Isabella told loved ones that Lewis insisted on moving to Australia, despite her desire to remain in the United States. Bennett denied any involvement in his wife's disappearance during an interview on May 30. He claimed that he and Isabella had planned a wonderful life together, but now he was alone, and their daughter would grow up without a mother. In parallel with the investigation into Isabella Hellman's disappearance, police began to investigate the origin of the gold and silver coins discovered among Bennett's possessions. Bennett had served as first mate on a yacht a year prior, and the captain had a stash of 617 collectible silver and gold coins worth approximately $100,000. Someone broke into the yacht while it was docked in the Caribbean and no one was on board, and stole all of the coins. The person who committed the theft could not be located at the time. However, now that the FBI has begun to investigate the origins of the coins, the captain of the yacht has identified the coins discovered on Louis Bennett as part of those stolen from him. Based on this information, the FBI obtained a search warrant for Bennett's apartment. Remember that when the man was rescued, 225 coins were discovered in his belongings. On June 16, 2017, a search of the apartment revealed an additional 162 gold coins hidden in a closet. Bennett had successfully left our territory and relocated his daughter to England, where his parents lived. The man's financial situation was not ideal, and he was apparently forced to return to the United States because there remained an apartment worth $125,000 and other personal belongings. He was also eligible for insurance payments in the United States for a lost catamaran. On August 28, 2017, Louis Bennett was arrested in Florida. He was accused of stealing coins and pleaded not guilty. A few days later, a federal judge set Bennett's bail at $250,000. He was unable to pay $250,000, so he remained in custody. While awaiting trial, Louis attempted to have his wife declared dead. This would have allowed him to dispose of his and Isabella's property, as well as the funds in her bank account. However, the judge twice refused to declare Isabella dead while the investigation into her disappearance was still ongoing. Bennett pleaded guilty in November 2017 to both stealing the coins and knowingly transporting them to the United States. Bennett's parents wrote a letter to the judge in the case, pleading for leniency and sentencing because his young daughter had already lost her mother. Bennett received a 7-month prison sentence on February 20, 2018, followed by 3 years of probation. On the same day, the verdict in the stolen coin case was announced. Bennett was charged with second-degree murder. Authorities claimed he intentionally caused the catamaran in which he and Isabella were traveling to crash. The prosecutor planned to base the charge on the staged wreck, claiming that Bennett orchestrated it to conceal evidence of the crime. Bennett, according to investigators, wanted to inherit his wife's fortune in order to pay off his own debts before moving to Australia with their young daughter, Amelia. Isabella confessed to being afraid of her husband via text message a few months before she died. Her text messages revealed that she felt Bennett no longer respected her, and when she returned home, she discovered an angry person. Isabella also stated that she was afraid to return home months before Miss Hellman disappeared. "If you no longer like or love me, please let us work it out as soon as possible, because the way you treat me all the time is pathetic." An inspection of the catamaran prior to its sinking revealed that the portholes below the waterline were open, and the damage to the twin hulls appeared to be caused from within. The waterline is the point of contact between the calm surface of the water and the hole in a floating vessel. An expert hired by the FBI to assist with the high seas mystery determined Bennett's story could not be true after reviewing photos and video taken by the U.S. Coast Guard of the catamaran before it sank. According to the analysis, it does not appear that the vessel sank due to accidental damage. According to court records, an associate professor of nautical architecture and ocean engineering at the U.S. Coast Guard Academy believes the vessel was intentionally scuttled. Coast Guard officers who discovered the sinking catamaran found no evidence of a collision with divers inspecting the vessel. They were hesitant to enter because it could have collapsed at any moment. Eventually it did. The catamaran sank at a depth of over 4,000 feet, and no thorough inspection was conducted. 2 years after her disappearance, Isabella Hellman was declared dead. In a series of orders, the judge confirmed what most people believe happened almost immediately after Isabella Hellman was reported missing at sea. According to Palm Beach County Circuit Judge Scott Scour, Hellman is presumed dead on May 14, 2017. Ms. Hellman has yet to be found and has not been in contact with any of her family members. Ms. Hellman is undoubtedly deceased, according to all available evidence. The statement was issued in January 2019. U.S. District Judge Federico Moreno rescheduled Bennett's February sentencing hearing in Miami for May 28, saying he would not act until Isabella Hellman's family could visit her daughter Amelia, who turned 3 in July 2019. Bennett was charged with manslaughter as part of a plea deal and the second-degree murder charge was dropped. While he could have received a life sentence for second-degree murder, the plea agreement now limits his sentence to 8 years in prison. Isabella's family described the deal as bizarre, but acknowledged that authorities had consulted with them when making the decision. According to a document signed by Bennett and filed with the court by the prosecutor, he was unsure whether he was looking for or calling for his wife. When he discovered she was missing, he did not send out flares or search for her on the catamaran or in the water. Bennett did not immediately ask for assistance. Instead, he loaded everything he needed onto a life raft, then attempted to stage a collision that caused the catamaran to flood before abandoning the vessel on the raft himself. According to the prosecutor's office, he called for help 45 minutes after coming to a stop and discovering that his wife was nowhere to be found. It is also worth noting that, according to the U.S. Attorney's Office, Bennett has extensive experience sailing in open water, including emergency training, and has previously traveled from St. Martin to Australia. He was aware of the emergency procedures, but for some reason he failed to apply them. The prosecutor stated that he did not require Isabella to wear a life jacket harness or a personal locator. In essence, Bennett admitted to negligence, specifically handing over control of the catamaran to his wife, who lacked the necessary experience, causing her to fall overboard and drown. Bennett is an experienced sailor who's been certified as a coastal skipper by the Royal Yachting Association of the United Kingdom. This training covered emergency procedures such as overboard protocols, and nighttime sailing safety. The Department of Justice issued a statement confirming this. In contrast to Bennett, his wife had not received emergency sailing training, did not hold a sailing certification, and had significantly less sailing experience. Only Bennett knows what really happened that night on the catamaran, and he is unlikely to reveal it. Following Bennett's guilty plea, Isabella Hellman's family issued a desperate statement through her lawyer, pleading with him to show remorse. Specifically, this statement states that the pain he has caused them is unbearable and will never go away. Lewis can do nothing to alleviate the pain he has caused by removing Isabella from them. However, he has caused additional pain by denying them contact with his and Isabella's daughter Amelia. She was as much theirs as anyone else's, and they adore and miss her. They've only had 3 FaceTime chats with Amelia, and they haven't seen or hugged her in a long time. They want to hug, love, and be with her. She, after all, is an equal member of their family as he is. According to the statement, they want Bennett to do the right thing. On May 28, 2019, Lewis Bennett, 42, was sentenced to 8 years in prison after pleading guilty to manslaughter in the death of his wife, Isabella Hellman. Bennett apologized to Isabella's family at the hearing. I would like to extend my heartfelt apologies to Isabella's family. I know they have endured unimaginable pain as a result of my actions, and for that, I deeply apologize. I made poor decisions that exacerbated a tragedy of such magnitude that I hope no one else ever has to go through it. Bennett stated this in federal court in Miami. He agreed to waive his right to appeal as part of the plea bargain. Bennett requested that he be released from prison early in order to continue raising his daughter. Bennett asked if he could be with his daughter as soon as possible. He wants to raise her in a way that respects his wife's wishes. However, Judge Moreno sided with the prosecutors and sentenced the defendant to 8 years in prison, followed by 3 years of supervised release. After the verdict was announced, members of Isabella Hellman's family stated that they intend to visit Amelia, who lives with Bennett's parents in England. At this point, I think all we can do is hope that the visits continue. There will be more of these so that Amelia grows up knowing she has 2 loving families, according to Michael Quatros, the attorney representing Hellman's family. She has lost her mother, but not her mother's family. I believe that the ideal scenario would be for both families to be involved in her life as she grows up, so that she has as many people supporting her as possible. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A woman mysteriously disappeared from her own home, and her friends decided to go to the police. At first, it looked as if she herself had gone somewhere, but with each new clue, the case became more and more creepy. Eventually, investigators were able to uncover the mystery and the truth turned out to be quite frightening. Mindy Schloss was born in 1955 in New York City. When she was 25, she moved to Alaska, where she graduated from a local medical university. The woman earned a degree in psychiatry and took a job as a nurse at Fairbanks Hospital. Though most of the time she had to work on the field, many people in remote areas of Alaska were not able to go to the hospital on their own, so Mindy and her colleagues would use all manner of transportation, including boats and airplanes, to get to them. She loved her job and took it as seriously as she could. Mindy lived about 600 kilometers from the hospital in Anchorage. She took a plane to work and stayed in a hotel all weekdays, going home on weekends. It was August 2007. Mindy, who was 52 years old at the time, returned to Anchorage for the weekend and was soon to fly back to work. During her absence, she always asked her best friend Jerry to stop by her house to feed her cat and give him the medicine he needed. On Saturday, August 4th, her friend called her to discuss the matter, but Mindy never came to the phone. She still hadn't been able to reach her all day, and it was strange, so Jerry contacted their mutual friend, but he too had not called Mindy that day. At first, Jerry thought Mindy had gone somewhere on business, but she didn't answer her phone the next day either. Then her friend decided to drive to her house. No one answered the door knock either, and Jerry used her spare key. At first glance, everything seemed normal. The house was in order. There were no signs of a struggle or any other evidence that something bad had happened to Mindy. It was only on the way out the jury noticed something strange. The doorknob of the front door was loose, and the woman decided to tighten the screws with the screwdriver. After that, she went to work without knowing where her friend had disappeared to. On Monday, August 6th, Jerry called the hospital where Mindy worked. To her surprise, the woman never showed up for work, which was completely out of character for her. Nor did she contact any of her co-workers to alert them of her absence. All this indicated that something might have happened to the woman, and Jerry decided to contact the police. The police department took a missing persons report, and Jerry and the detective went to Mindy's house again. No sign of a break-in was found. There was also nothing of value missing from the house. This ruled out the possibility that a burglar had broken into the woman's home. What's more, Mindy had some medications in her home that were only available with a doctor's prescription. Any burglar would most likely have taken them, since they were in demand among people with drug addictions. Upon entering the garage, they discovered that Mindy's car was missing. It was also very strange. The woman always took a cab to the airport and only used her car to get around town. The police concluded that something really bad had happened to the woman. A forensic team examined the house, trying to find any clues, but it was inconclusive. At the time, the kidnapping theory was unlikely. The police thought Mindy might have probably had an accident. She often went to the countryside, and the terrain in those parts was quite dangerous. People could have fallen prey to wild animals or just accidentally fallen off a cliff, but this theory did not bring the police any closer to solving the case, and they decided to begin a search for suspects who in theory could have been involved in her disappearance. The first thing they did was check on Bob, Mindy and Jerry's mutual friend. The man was eager to cooperate with the investigation, and the detectives quickly determined that on the day of the woman's disappearance, he was at work many miles away from her home. As the exact time of Mindy's disappearance, the police had no clear answer. The woman had now been in touch since Saturday. After examining her computer, experts determined that the last time she used it was at 1:30 a.m. that same day. With no solid leads, police decided to enlist the help of the public. They posted flyers around town with information about the missing woman and distributed the information to local TV stations. The same day, they began receiving calls from witnesses, but most of the leads led nowhere. People reported seeing Mindy in various places and even in other states. None of these leads were ever helpful. Meanwhile, Bob and his co-workers decided to comb the area where Mindy might have gone. She had been out in the countryside quite often for berries or just out for a walk. Unfortunately, the search also yielded no results. The detectives decided to go a different route and contacted the bank the woman used. They asked them to check to see if there had been any activity on her cards in recent days, and this is where a serious lead finally awaited them. Early Sunday morning, the day after Mindy went missing, someone had withdrawn $500 from her debit card, the maximum amount available for withdrawing in a 24-hour period. Police immediately obtained the ATM camera footage from the bank, and they got a disturbing sighting. It turned out that the money had been withdrawn by an unknown man. His face was covered by a bandana, so they could not identify him. He pulled down the bandana only after his face was out of the camera's field of view. As a result, the police had no choice but to wait until the man tried to use someone else's card again. Meanwhile, the detectives received another tip. They learned from Mindy's co-workers that the woman was planning to renovate her home and had hired workers. At some point, she had a conflict with their supervisor over the cause of the work. Mindy later admitted to her co-workers that she was afraid of him because he acted strangely during visits to her home. The police checked on the man, but he turned out to have an alibi for the day the woman disappeared. They also questioned another worker who came to her house on Friday around 7 p.m. The man was also uninvolved, and he couldn't remember anything suspicious that night. It wasn't long before detectives had a new lead. Bank security reported that Mindy's card had been charged $500 again in the early morning hours, but this time from a different ATM. After studying the security footage, the police immediately realized it was the same man as the first time, but there was something odd on the tape. The man withdrew the money and left, but returned to the ATM a few seconds later. He walked around it for a while pushing buttons and eventually left. Again, after calling the bank, detectives found out the reason for his strange behavior. The unknown person forgot to take the card out, and the ATM then takes it away to prevent the theft. The real owner can get it back by going to the bank with his ID. Of course, this was not an option for the criminal, so he lost access to Minnie's account forever. This time, the police managed to find a witness. He drove up to the very same ATM when an unidentified man came out of there. According to the witness, he got on his bicycle and rode away. It was a significant lead since most people were traveling by car or on foot, but all that information was still not enough to get any closer to a clue, and detectives decided to interview everyone in the Mindy area. They asked people to recall any oddities or to point them to neighbors who were suspicious. To their surprise, many residents named one particular house right near Mindy's house. According to them, parties were constantly held there. The residents were always making noise and disturbing the peace. The detectives went there and found out that quite a number of people were living there, but they weren't willing to talk to the police. The detectives then went to a woman who lived directly across the street from the house. She said she did not see anything suspicious, but her demeanor showed that she was very nervous. The next day, the woman called the police station and asked the detectives to meet, but not at her house. They met at another location, and the woman shared a creepy story. Shortly before the detectives first visited, a man who lived across the street had stopped by to see her. He said police were walking around the neighborhood and asked the woman not to tell them he lived here. When asked why, he said he was on parole and did not want the police to know his location. At night, the woman heard someone walking on the porch of her house. She looked out the window and saw that it was the same man. He stomped around, looked in several windows, and left. The woman was greatly frightened and decided to tell the police about it. Detectives learned his name was Josh Wayne, who was 27 years old at the time. After running him through the database, they found out that the guy had been convicted of murder 7 years earlier. At the time, he was accused of beating a woman to death, but a jury acquitted him. As a result, Josh was accused of tampering with evidence and sentenced to 6.5 years in prison. After spending 3 years behind bars, he was released early. Detectives immediately identified him as a prime suspect. After talking to his housemates, they found out that Josh didn't have a car and that he got around mainly by bicycle, but there was just one problem. When the police began looking for him, the man had disappeared without a trace. On Thursday, August 9th, police suddenly had another lead. A local trucker called them and said he had spotted Mindy's car in a parking lot near the airport. He had seen its picture in the newspapers and immediately recognized the car. Detectives arrived on a scene and confirmed that the car was indeed Mindy's. They also noticed that a surveillance camera was pointed at the parking lot from a nearby building and requested a recording. It showed a man driving this car into the parking lot at 2:30 p.m. on August 4th, getting out and wiping down the door handle. Apparently, he was wiping off his fingerprints. Unfortunately, the quality of the recording did not allow his face to be seen. CSI examined the car for prints or traces of DNA and were able to recover some samples. However, it took time to study them, and there was no guarantee they would be useful. In the case of Mindy's purse, which could indicate that the woman had been in the car with the perpetrator alive or dead, they are now getting the results they wanted using modern analysis tools. The detectives decided to use search dogs. Few believed this idea would succeed since it had been a week since Mindy had disappeared, but for lack of other options, they still turned to film dogs. The service dog was taken to the ATMs from which the unknown man had withdrawn money, as well as Mindy's car. The dog picked up the trail and headed down the street toward the woman's house, located 3 blocks from that location. After sniffing the front door, she went straight to the very house where Josh Wayne had previously lived. The detectives, who until recently had not believed in the search dog idea, were shocked. The service dog directly pointed them to the fact that Josh was in Mindy's car, near her house and near those ATMs. The next day, the police repeated the experiment with another search dog. The result was the same. The dogs walked the entire distance and stopped at Josh's house. Though it was not an unqualified piece of evidence that would work in court, the detectives decided not to waste their time and obtained a warrant for the suspect's arrest. They went to his house But the man hadn't been there in days. After searching the building, they found the same jacket that the unidentified man had been wearing on the cameras near the ATMs, and in the pocket was a cash withdrawal slip from Mindy's card. Next, they discovered a woman's gold watch and immediately showed it to Jerry. The woman confirmed that the watch belonged to Mindy. The experts were able to compare the DNA samples found on the steering wheel of Mindy's car, the samples from items from his home, and they matched. This indicated that Josh had been in the missing woman's car. This evidence was already much more serious, and the police were focused on catching the suspect. Leaflets with his name were posted all over the city, and they even rented several billboards. According to detectives, it was one of the largest manhunt operations in Alaskan history. Virtually every law enforcement officer was working on the matter, and locals reported any suspicious evidence. At one point, police released ATM camera photos and were approached almost immediately by a woman named Lisa. She said she had met Josh before and was sure he was the one in the photo. The important thing here is that the police did not name the main suspect, but what followed was the turning point in the case. Another acquaintance of Josh's came to the police with a confession. For the past week, she had been helping him get around town by transporting him in her car. One day, he left his backpack in the back seat, and the young woman and her mother looked inside. They found several more ATM receipts as well as a phone in the gallery. They also found a photo in which Josh was supposedly holding a gun in his hand. This information only added to the alarm. Detectives already feared that the suspect might attack someone else while they were looking for him, and thanks to his phone, they found out that it was also armed. The cops tried to convince his girlfriend to help them catch Josh. They wanted the young woman to take a tape recorder with her and go to meet him, where they would try to get him to talk about what he had done to Mindy, but the young woman was too scared and refused. Soon, however, she had to participate against her own will. On September 2nd, Josh came to her house and, in an aggressive manner, began demanding her backpack. Given that the young woman gave it to the police, she had to come up with an excuse on the fly. Realizing she didn't have the backpack, Josh asked her to take him somewhere far away from here to hide from the police, but the young woman refused. Instead, she offered to let him stay at her house, but Josh suspected something was wrong and left. The young woman realized that she would now be safe until the police caught the man, so she decided to follow him discreetly in her car, calling the detectives along the way. At some point, Josh reached his acquaintance's house and went inside. By that time, the police, SWAT, and FBI had already begun to converge on the scene. Everyone feared that the suspect would not surrender without a fight, and those fears proved to be true when using weapons. Josh took two people who were in the house with him hostage. A lawyer was invited to negotiate with him, who after several hours managed to convince him to surrender during the interrogation. He hardly spoke to the police, but the investigators were in no hurry to accuse him of killing Mindy. At that point, they already thought the woman was probably dead, but without her body it would have been extremely difficult to prove it, so Josh was only charged with stealing Mindy's bank card and watch. The FBI agent decided to get crafty. He listed the charges to Josh and he said they were all lies. The investigator then stated that they had evidence that he was the one who withdrew the money from someone else's card, and Mindy herself had gone to the police to report the card theft. Upon hearing this, the suspect ruined and asked what games they were trying to play with him. From this reaction, the FBI agent was finally convinced that Josh had killed Mindy, but the police still had to find her body. In order to charge Josh with murder, they had to work against the weather. It was snowing early in that area, and they would have no chance of finding Mindy if her remains got snowed in. On September 13th, police received a call from an electrician working near the town of Wasilla, about 100 miles. From Anchorage, he spotted the body of a woman in a wooded area and immediately thought it was Mindy, and experts from the lab confirmed that the deceased was indeed Minish Laws. The medical examination revealed that the woman had been shot in the back of the head, and her remains had been disposed of by fire. After the bullet was recovered, it was determined that it had been fired from the very weapon with which Josh had been apprehended. All the police had to do now was figure out how the events that led to Mindy's death unfolded. Meanwhile, the experts continued to examine every millimeter of her house, trying to find any trace of Josh's presence. It was extremely difficult to do so, so they had to collect virtually every hair from the floor of Mindy's house and then examine it in the lab. It took months, but eventually they were able to find a hair that belonged to Josh. This in the lab. It took months. This was confirmed by DNA testing, and the detectives now had proof in hand of the suspect's presence in the victim's home. On May 18, 2008, 10 months after the murder, he was finally charged and brought to trial while gathering witnesses to testify against Josh. An interesting situation occurred. His ex-girlfriend Lisa, who had identified him from a photo near an ATM, refused to testify in court. She regularly visited her ex-boyfriend in prison, and at one point the couple announced their intention to marry. Investigators were shocked by this turn of events, but they quickly realized what was behind the move. The U.S. Constitution allows relatives not to testify against each other, and in all likelihood, Josh convinced Lisa to marry him for these reasons. There was one problem, though soon after the marriage was consummated, it was declared null and void. The estate law prohibited weddings with inmates, but the detectives wondered why Josh was so intense in shielding Lisa from questioning and testifying. Was it really all about some pictures outside an ATM where you couldn't even see his face? Most likely, the young woman knew a lot more. Investigators tried to get her to talk, but at first they did not succeed. However, at some point Lisa herself contacted them and said that Josh confessed to her about the murder during one of her visits to the prison. According to his story, there was a party at his house Friday night. Josh, who had no means of livelihood, decided to sneak into the house next door and steal something. That house turned out to be Mindy's place. Josh opened the door of the house and began to search the house for valuables. At one point, Mindy walked into the room, and he immediately realized that if he let her live now, he wouldn't be able to avoid jail. He didn't want to go there again, so he grabbed the woman, took her to the bathroom, and tied her hands. The perpetrator then went to his house to get a gun, taking some handy things to kidnap her with. Before returning to Mindy's house, he put bags on her legs and secured them with duct tape so as not to leave any trace. He then took the woman to the garage, put her in his own car, and drove out on her legs and secured them with duct tape so as not to leave any trace. After an hour of driving, he stopped in a wooded area and drove Mindy away from the road where he killed Josh, then returned to her house, cleaned, vacuumed the carpet, and left. The trial did not begin until the spring of 2009. The prosecution had offered Josh a deal: he would confess to killing Mindy and another woman 7 years earlier in exchange for waiving the death penalty. This way, the authorities hoped to close two high-profile cases at once, and Josh agreed. As a result, he was sentenced to 99 years in prison without parole. During the reading of the sentence, Josh cried, but at one point things heated up when the judge called him a coward for taking the lives of two women. The criminal jumped up and shouted, "What about the man I killed?" At this point, his lawyers grabbed him and silenced him before he could say anything else. That shouting kept the detectives busy for 5 long years until in 2014, Josh himself offered authorities a new deal. He agreed to confess to the murders of 3 men if he was transferred from a local prison to a federal prison. Apparently, the conditions there were much higher. Considering that the criminal's request was insignificant, the authorities agreed. Josh said he killed one man in Anchorage in 1994. When he was only 14 years old, he committed the next murder in 1999, and he killed the third man a year later. On the same day, he massacred the woman. The first 2 men had been identified, but the identity of the third is still a mystery. Investigators have no doubt that Josh was indeed involved in the murders, but they are more concerned about another question: whether there are no other crimes under his belt about which he is silent. In any case, the police have managed to permanently isolate him from society and prevent other murders that would surely have followed. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A first-year student went out dancing with her friends and disappeared. Without a trace, several days later her car was found abandoned under a bridge. The police started an investigation, which eventually became one of the most high-profile and iconic cases in the entire state, although they did eventually uncover the truth. The case continues to haunt detectives to this day. 42 years later, Gina Renee Hall was born on August 24, 1961. In the American state of Virginia, she had an older sister named Vienna and loving parents. However, tragic events followed her in childhood. When she was 2 years old, she and her mother were involved in a serious car accident. As a result, Gina was seriously injured and suffered third-degree burns. She had to undergo a long course of treatment, but it was impossible to completely get rid of the burns. Her mother blamed herself for the accident, and over time things only got worse. The woman developed serious psychological problems, which eventually led to her leaving the family. Gina and her sister struggled to deal with this event, but their father did an excellent job of raising the children. Later, he remarried, and the girls gained his stepmother after finishing high school. Gina decided to attend a local college to become a nurse, but after the first semester she thought about changing schools. Her older sister was studying at Radford University, and Gina transferred there. This university offered more in-depth education in her chosen field, and was generally more prestigious. In addition, the young women could spend a lot of time together as they had been very close since childhood. Diana rented an apartment near the university, and Gina moved in with her from the first months of her studies. Gina had a group of friends with whom she spent a lot of free time. She was thrilled with the university and especially happy to be living with her sister again. Diana was finishing her final year at the time, while Gina was only in her first year during the summer break of 1980. Both young women decided to stay at the university and attend additional classes. Gina also wanted to spend more time with her sister before she graduated on June 28th. Gina took her last exam to finish her first year and decided to celebrate. She planned to go dancing at a club with her friends and sister, but Diana decided to stay home at the last minute. Gina was upset about it, but still went to the club with her friends around 10 p.m. She took Diana's Chevrolet Monte Carlo and drove to a nearby city where the club was located at 1 a.m. Diana woke up from a call on the home phone. It was Gina, and from her voice, her sister seemed slightly concerned about something. The young woman said that she was at a lake house with a guy named Steph, and she soon hung up. Diana thought it was strange at 18. Gina had never been involved with boys throughout her life. The young woman had complexes due to burns covering a significant part of her body, so she always avoided relationships with the opposite sex. Diana thought her sister had gone there with other friends and did not attach much importance to it. The young woman woke up at around 6 a.m. and immediately went to her sister's room, but she was not there. The car was also missing from their parking spot. Diana began to worry seriously because Gina should have already returned home at around 7:30 a.m. An old friend of Gina's came to their apartment. He served in the army and returned home for a few days to see his friends and family. A few days before this, he and Gina agreed to meet this morning. Diana became even more worried. Her sister was an irresponsible and punctual person, and she could not imagine her setting up a meeting with someone close and not showing up. Diana called several of Gina's friends with whom she was that evening, but none of them saw the girl after the club. Then, with this young man from the army, they decided that Gina could have had an accident or someone kidnapped her. They got in the car and drove to the lake, inspecting the surrounding areas around the roads for the Chevrolet Monte Carlo. This task was complicated by the fact that they did not even roughly know which house Gina was in that night. After driving for several hours on different routes, they returned home, and Diana decided to contact the police as usual. In those days, the police were in no hurry to accept reports of a missing person. Gina was 18, so the operator advised waiting until the next day to file a report. In the evening, Diana also called her father and reported her sister missing. The man arrived the next morning, and they again turned to the police. This time, the report was accepted, but they still did not rush to conduct the full-scale search. The police still thought that the young woman had just gone out and no danger threatened her. Then Diana, her father, and some of Gina's friends decided to go on their own search again. This time they were met with an alarming discovery. Driving near the bridge on the edge of Radford, they saw Diana's car next to the railway viaduct. The trunk was open, and the doors were unlocked. The first thing Diana noticed was that the driver's seat was pushed all the way back, which seemed very strange to her. Gina was just over 150 centimeters tall, and she always had to move the driver's seat as close to the steering wheel as possible. Physically, Gina wouldn't be able to drive with the seat pushed all the way back, which led everyone to a very alarming thought: someone else must have been behind the wheel. In addition, inside the car, relatives noticed several broken handles, and a red mark resembling blood was visible on the trunk lid. They reported their findings to the police, and detectives examined the car more thoroughly. Hairs were found inside that matched Gina's hair color and length near the location of the car. They also found one of Gina's shoes and a blue towel. In 1980, DNA analysis was not yet practiced, so the police could not determine whose blood was on the trunk door. Despite this, the detectives finally started to properly investigate the case because they believed that Gina was dead. However, at the Same time, a mass shooting occurred nearby, and most of the police were transferred to that case. As a result, a simple road patrolman with no experience in such matters was appointed as the lead detective. Soon after the car was found, another interesting fact emerged. It turned out that two different police officers saw the car while driving by. The first noticed that around 5 a.m. on the night of Gina's disappearance, despite the car being parked with an open trunk. He did not suspect anything and thought the car belonged to a fisherman. They really liked to park in that spot because it was close to the riverbank. The second police officer drove by a few hours later. He did not approach the car, but only ran its plates over the radio, hearing that the car was not in the system as stolen. The officer left. The lead detective spoke with Diana and learned that Gina called her at 1 a.m. and said she was at a house by the lake. At the time, they did not know which exact house she was referring to or whose staff was there. For the officers went there and knocked on every door. Unfortunately, this did not yield any results. Most of the houses were only used on weekends, and the residents of the others did not see Gina. Meanwhile, divers began inspecting the river next to where Gina's car was found. It looked as though an unknown person had killed Gina, brought her to the river, and dumped her in the water. However, the divers encountered strong currents and almost zero visibility underwater, leading them to speculate that if Gina's body was thrown into the water more than a day ago, it could have been carried far away. Meanwhile, Gina's father and sister held on to hope that she would be found alive. They didn't rely solely on the police and went to the local radio station to report her disappearance, hoping that someone in the community might have information or be a witness. The detectives focused on finding that Stephen, who was with Gina in the house by the lake, he planned to question all of her friends who were at the club, but before he could do so, Stephen himself called the police station and showed up for questioning. He turned out to be 28-year-old Stephen Epperly. Stephen explained that Bill, one of Gina's friends and a member of their group, invited him to the club that evening. They danced and had a good time, and then Stephen suggested going to Bill's parents' house by the lake. Bill's parents were away for a few weeks and asked their son to look after the house. Gina agreed, and they drove to the house in her car. Stephen drove, and after arriving at the house, Gina called her sister. Then she and Stephen went swimming in the lake. When they returned to the house, Stephen tried to kiss her, but Gina refused, saying that she wasn't ready because they had only met a few hours earlier. They spent more time in the house before leaving at around 4 a.m. Gina drove Stephen to his house and then went home. When Stephen heard about Gina's disappearance on the radio, he decided to go to the police station and tell them about that night. The detective asked Stephen to show him the house by the lake, and they went there together. On the way, the detective tried to get as much information as possible from Stephen about that evening to understand what might have happened to Gina. Stephen recalled that she had planned to meet an old friend who just returned from the army that morning. He also remembered that shortly before they left the house, Bill and his girlfriend arrived. The four of them talked briefly before Stephen and Gina left. The detective also questioned Gina's other friends, who confirmed Stephen's story that she left the club with him after midnight. Bill told the detective that Steph approached him in this club and asked for the keys. Bill's friend warned him that Steph was planning to come to the house later with his girlfriend, and Steph left. However, something interesting happened next. The detectives asked Bill if he saw Gina when he arrived at the house, and Bill denied it. According to him, when he and his girlfriend arrived, Steph was standing in the laundry room, drying himself with a towel. He said that he and Gina would leave soon, and Bill and his girlfriend went to another room. The last thing they heard was the front door closing. None of them saw or heard Gina. The detective found this strange, as Steph had mentioned that Gina was talking to Bill and his girlfriend, but Bill denied it after checking Steph's criminal history. The detectives found nothing serious. There were only a few traffic fines, but when he asked his colleagues at the station if they were familiar with this name, several officers told him a number of troubling stories. Staff often got into fights in bars, and the police had to intervene regularly, but he was never charged in any of these cases. When Stephen was around 18 years old, the police visited his home several times because the young man attacked his younger sister and even his mother with his fists. In these cases, the family refused to press charges, so these incidents did not make it into his criminal record. But that's not all. The detective called several police stations located in other counties where Steph used to live. In one of them, he was told that once the guy broke into his ex-girlfriend's house and beat her and subjected her to violence, but the woman managed to escape. When her little child cried in the next room, Steph let the victim go to calm the child down. Instead, she ran out with the child to the police station. Despite all this, the young man somehow managed to avoid punishment. Sometime later, he deceitfully lured another young woman to his apartment, saying that they're going to a party with friends. Instead, when the young woman entered the room, he closed the door and subjected her to violence. The victim went to the police. But again, Steph somehow avoided punishment. With all this information in hand, the detectives began to suspect Steph. The police went to the house by the lake to conduct a search where they found several disturbing discoveries. When Bill spoke with the investigator, he said he did not notice anything strange in the house after Gina's disappearance, but as soon as the forensic team arrived, they found many troubling signs of a heinous crime. There was a large blood stain on the living room floor that had clearly been attempted to be cleaned. Blood stains were also found throughout the house, including on the refrigerator door, a dustpan, some shoes, and so on. In addition, the broken ankle bracelet Gina always wore was found in the house. Bill and his parents noticed the disappearance of several items from the house, including 2 blue towels, one of which the police found next to Gina's car, a bath mat, and a large number of paper towels. But the most interesting thing was that almost all of the cleaning supplies had disappeared from the house, which had previously been well stocked with them. The police found an empty bottle of bleach in the garbage container, along with long hair of the same color. As Gina's experts examined blood samples from the house, DNA analysis was still unavailable at that time, but they matched Gina's blood group. Learning all this, Bill shared additional information with investigators. He told them that he heard about Gina's disappearance on the radio and immediately thought that Steph might be involved. In addition to being with her that night, all their friends knew about his criminal tendencies and aggressive behavior. Bill went to Steph's workplace and started asking him about that evening. Steph insisted that he had nothing to do with the young woman's disappearance, but then something interesting happened when Bill asked him to contact the police. Steph agreed but asked his friend not to tell anyone that he was with Gina that night. He also wondered how many people saw him leave the club with her. Bill also told something else about that night. When Gina left the club with Steph, she looked confused, apparently thinking that all her friends were going to the house by the lake and was in disarray. The next day, Bill and his friends had a barbecue in that house. None of them knew about Gina's disappearance at that time. While they were sitting outside, Steph volunteered to make drinks for everyone and went into the house. He spent a lot of time in there, and when he finally returned, he explained that he couldn't find the bottle opener. The detective thought that in fact Steve had been trying to clean up the blood stains all this time since he hadn't been able to do it completely at night. Despite no direct evidence linking Steph to the crime, the detectives no longer doubted that he was the one behind the murder. According to his version, that evening at the club, he invited Gina to the lake and said that the other friends were also going there in the house. He tried to kiss her, but the young woman refused, and then the man attacked her, subjected her to violence, killed her, and hid the body somewhere in the house. After that, for several hours, he tried to clean the blood and erase the traces of the struggle. When Bill came to the house with his girlfriend, Steph waited until they went into the room and moved Gina's body to the trunk of her own car. Then he drove her to the river, threw her into the water, and left the car there. The man did not even think to move the driver's seat closer to the steering wheel as it was originally installed. The big problem remained in this story. Gina's body was still not found in those years. Courts rarely sentenced criminals if there was no victim's body. Lawyers could always insist that without a body, it was impossible to consider a person dead with 100% certainty, and there was always a slight chance that the person was actually alive. Investigators continued to search for additional evidence, and 2 weeks after Gina's disappearance, they decided to re-examine the place where her car was found. This time they brought more officers and it paid off. They found the young woman's clothing nearby covered in blood. Experts found several hairs on it, one of which matched Steph's hair. In addition, they found small particles of foreign fabric. After conducting a series of necessary analysis, they determined that these particles completely matched the carpet in the house by the lake. In addition to the clothes, they found a second towel missing from the house. However, the police admitted that all these things were thrown by the killer after the car was found, as this particular place had already been inspected that day. The detectives did not stop there. In an attempt to obtain more evidence, he contacted a dog handler, and he came with his search dog to the place where the car was found. Then something that shocked all the present officers happened. The dog took the trail and headed across the river on a bridge. Then it walked through the streets of Radford, almost circling the entire city, when suddenly the dog approached one of the houses, climbed down to the porch, and gave the signal to the dog handler. It was a house where Stephen Epperly and his relatives lived. Even the dog handler did not expect such a result. He did not know who Steph was or what he was suspected of. The detective had hoped at best that the dog would lead them to some additional evidence or a body, but in the end, the dog led them to the porch of a possible suspect. Later that day, Steph was called in for questioning with the use of a polygraph. He continued to deny his guilt, but the polygraph operator repeatedly detected that he was lying. After the questioning, the investigators told him that their trained dog had just led them to his home. Stephen covered his face with his hands and said something like, "What a good dog." However, without Gina's body, he still couldn't be charged with murder, and Steph remained free. When the whole town learned about his previous crimes and the evidence against him in Gina's case, no one doubted his guilt. People came to his house and wrote threatening letters, and the man decided to move to a small town in Ohio. 5 days later, a 25-year-old woman disappeared not far from where Steph had settled, and a month later, her body was found in a cornfield. Local detectives knew that Stephen was suspected in Gina's murder, and he immediately became the prime suspect. However, his guilt could not be proven due to the lack of evidence. Bill continued to talk to staff and tell the police about their conversations. When Stephen found out that Bill had a good lawyer, he asked if he could represent him, and even more disturbingly, he asked Bill to ask him if the police could arrest him that the chances of a guilty verdict in court were slim. But after the other young woman's murder, he decided to risk his career and arrested Stephen. He was charged with murder, and the case went to trial. The situation was complicated by the fact that an inexperienced prosecutor was assigned to the case who had only been in the position for 7 months. Others simply refused to participate in such a complex process where they had to prove a murder without a body. Surprisingly, the prosecutor did an excellent job. The trial lasted more than 3 months, and ultimately the jury found Stephen Eberly guilty of Gina's murder. The prosecutor presented all available evidence and was able to convince the jury that the victim was dead and the staff was the killer. As a result, he received a life sentence without the possibility of parole. This was not only the first conviction without a body in Virginia, but also the first time a court accepted a search dog's lead as evidence. Unfortunately, investigators were unable to prove Steph's involvement in the murder of another woman in Ohio. They also continued to search for Gina's body, but these efforts were halted in 1994. However, in 2016, 36 years after Gina's murder, a local resident came forward to the Radford police. He confessed that his family had been keeping a terrible secret all these years. In 1980, their grandfather, who lived on a farm outside of town, saw 2 men in a white van pulling a body out of a car near. A field detectives thought this could be Gina and resumed their search. However, they were unable to find any remains, but the grandson's revelation led to new searches for Gina's remains. Her sister Diana played a big role in this, continuing to hope for closure. In 2019, she met a forensic anthropologist who invented a unique method for finding DNA underground. His tool detected the presence of any human biological material, and investigators used it in their search. After many months, it bore fruit. In 2020, they found Gina's remains in 8 different locations along the river and lake. These were mostly small pieces that would have been impossible to find without special equipment. Only in one case were they able to find a bone fragment that belonged to the young woman. As for Steph, he is still serving his sentence, despite numerous appeals and attempts to be released. Early investigators believe he may have had many more victims, but they have been unable to find the necessary evidence over the years. Their only comfort is that he has been isolated from society and has not harmed anyone else. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we will look at a case that occurred in Minnesota. In 2013, Kira Steger, 30, worked as a store clerk at a mall-based clothing store. She was enthusiastic about her job and never missed a shift. So, on February 23, 2013, she did not show up for work. Her co-workers became worried. They attempted to contact Kira, but she did not return their calls or text messages, and the police were quickly informed that she was missing. Kira K. Steger was born on November 19, 1982 in Des Plaines, Illinois. She was Marcy and Jay's daughter. Steger described her as a lively, dedicated, and affectionate daughter. Kira worked for 2 Mall of America stores, Wet Seal, and, most recently, Delia's. Kira considered her co-workers to be more than just friends. They were like family. Kira had a unique talent for identifying people's strengths that they themselves did not notice. She envisioned and hoped for a bright and peaceful future. Unfortunately, all of her dreams came to an abrupt end when Kira mysteriously vanished. On Thursday, February 21st, 2013, Kira worked a shift. Her co-workers reported that she had been feeling well and planned to go to a nice restaurant with her husband after the store closed. Kira and Jeffrey Trevino met 3 years ago and immediately struck up a romantic relationship, which eventually led to a wedding. Overall, Kira and Jeffrey appear to be a happy and stable married couple. There may have been occasional disagreements between them, but everything was kept within their immediate circle. At least 2 days later, on Saturday, February 23rd, no relatives, friends, or co-workers knew about them. When Kira failed to show up for work, her co-workers were concerned because such behavior was unusual for her. She was punctual and strict with herself, and others would never tolerate being late or not sticking to her schedule. After failing to reach Kira, her co-workers contacted Jeffrey, who had no idea where his wife had gone. Kira had left the house the previous morning and had not returned since. Kira had a habit of disappearing for a day or two at a time, so he wasn't worried. She would spend the night at a friend's house or visit a relative unannounced. One factor that could have caused concern was the bad weather that day, as it had been snowing heavily. Jeffrey suggested that perhaps something had happened to her along the way. Perhaps her car became stuck and her phone battery ran out of charge. On the same day, after not hearing from his wife, Jeffrey filed a missing persons report and contacted Kira's family. Her family members were taken aback by their loved one's mysterious disappearance, which was a devastating blow to them. After receiving a missing persons report for Kira Steger, detectives immediately went to work, as is customary in such cases. The investigation began by questioning the spouse and searching the immediate surroundings. This was no exception. Detectives went to Jeffrey's home to speak with him. Jeffrey told detectives that he and Kira planned to spend time together on Thursday. They had dinner, talked, bowled, and then left the mall. According to Jeffrey, he and Kira immediately went home because Kira wanted to watch a movie. Jeffrey also told detectives that his wife left their home the following day, a Friday, around 8:30 a.m. An event was scheduled at work, and her presence was mandatory. He noticed nothing unusual about her behavior. Jeffrey thought it was normal for Kira to disappear on occasion, despite the fact that he had no idea where she was or who she was with. They'd been having relationship problems for a few months, Jeffrey explained. However, he did not consider it serious or alarming. Consider them to be minor conflicts that occur in all families. The detective began asking Jeffrey who Kira might be staying with and if she had a lover. The man refused this suggestion because he had personally asked Kira about it and received a negative response. Jeffrey describes his wife as someone he truly loves and trusts. The investigators relayed all of the information they gathered about Kira and her car to the on-duty patrols. The detectives went to the Mall of America to confirm the credibility of Jeffrey's statements and possibly find some clues. The Mall of America ranks among the world's largest shopping malls. It is located in Bloomington. It includes 520 stores and theme parks. There is an ocean area movie theater, a golf course, and much more. As a result, it's unsurprising that the mall is outfitted with numerous security cameras. Knowing what time Kira had left work on February 21st, the detectives investigated that moment. The footage showed nothing unusual. Jeffrey's account proved accurate. He met Kira after work, and they spent some time at the mall before heading to the parking lot and driving away. There were no arguments between them, and the evening appeared to have gone well. Nothing is worse than waiting without knowing what is going on. And with each passing day, Kira's anxiety about her life grew worse. After not hearing from her and growing tired of waiting for a cure, his family traveled to Bloomington to assist with the investigation. They printed flyers with her pictures on them, posted them on poles, and handed them out to passers-by on the street. Their goal was to draw as much attention as possible to the search for Kira. They realized they couldn't just stand by and had to do everything they could to find their loved one. The wild, curious family was handing out leaflets, and the investigators continued their investigation. When officers interviewed the couple's neighbors, they discovered a surveillance camera installed on one of their homes. The camera rotated sideways, and one of its angles captured Kira and Jeffrey's house. Thus, the investigators requested that the homeowner copy the camera footage for them in the hopes of uncovering some clues. Meanwhile, investigators received records from a cell phone company, which provided them with a new lead. According to his phone records, she was dating someone other than Jeffrey. He turned out to be Ryan Go, the manager of the store chain where she worked. They had an intense and long-term relationship and communicated frequently. Police discovered Ryan was out of state, and while the search for Kira was ongoing, Ryan was driving to Colorado. This man was highly relevant to the investigation, because, in addition to having a romantic relationship with Kira, he relocated out of state around the same time she vanished. Maybe it was just a coincidence, or perhaps things were completely different, and his escape concealed something. The investigators would be responsible for determining the answer to that question. Regardless, the detectives were able to reach Ryan, who agreed to appear for questioning in Colorado, where he was asked numerous questions. He stated that he last contacted Kira while driving across South Dakota and texted her. These text messages were sent shortly before Kira disappeared. Detectives discovered that Kira had communicated with her new lover while dining with her husband. The correspondence made it abundantly clear that Kira was growing apart from Jeffrey. The investigators examined Ryan's phone to determine his location in relation to the cell towers and reviewed his credit card statements. He appeared to be completely out of it that evening and had no way of being connected to solve his disappearance. He was released and removed from the suspect list on that basis. The message's timestamps revealed that Kira was still texting Ryan when she arrived home with her husband. However, their conversation ended at 11:44 p.m., and their curious phone has since been inactive. Meanwhile, another team of investigators was preparing to examine video footage from the surveillance camera installed at Kira's neighbor's home. This camera covered most of the street, sweeping left and right. However, it was turning far too quickly. And this made observation difficult because if the investigators spotted something suspicious, the camera would immediately rotate to the other side. Jeffrey and the curious house were only seen for a few seconds. As the camera shifted to the right, Jeffrey explained that after dinner and bowling, he and Kira returned home, watched a movie, and went to bed. However, when investigators reviewed the video footage, they discovered that Kira's car reversed into the yard shortly after 2 a.m. Because of the poor quality of the footage and the camera's constant movement from side to side, it was difficult to tell exactly what was happening on screen at the time, but the car soon drove away from their house. Jeffrey attributed the night drive to Kira's request that he pump gas in her car before her commute tomorrow, so he headed to the gas station. Interestingly enough, his story was true. He was actually seen at the gas station around 3:30 a.m. However, the detectives discovered that after leaving the gas station, he did not return home but instead proceeded to the highway for unknown reasons. It's unclear where he's going next. The neighbor's camera did not record him returning home, but this could have been a coincidence because it rotated constantly. Thus, it is theoretically possible that Jeffrey returned home later in the day, when the camera was facing the opposite direction. When investigators examined the footage further, they discovered that the curious Chevrolet drove away at 9:21 a.m., but there was no way to tell who was behind the wheel. On Saturday, February 23rd, police received a missing person report, and the police department received a call on Monday, February 25th. Two multi-story parking lots near the shopping center where Kira worked are available for reporting the discovery of a suspicious vehicle. Security guards noticed that a specific car had been parked there for several days and requested a tow truck. The tow truck driver examined the car before picking it up and discovered suspicious-looking red smudges on the trunk lid. He then called the police. It turned out to be a white Chevrolet. There wasn't much blood, just a few minor stains, but it was present. That was an extremely bad sign. Kira's purse, which was recovered from her abandoned car, contained divorce court forms that appeared to have been downloaded from the internet. In addition, the investigators noticed a small, dark item lying in the snow behind the car. When they got closer, they noticed a rolled-up trunk mat with dark stains on the reverse side. DNA testing revealed that it was Curious Digger's blood, With regret, the investigators realized Kira was most likely no longer alive. Her family and friends were devastated by this horrific discovery. Their last hope of seeing Kira again was dashed. But this sparked a slew of questions in their minds. How did she die? Did she suffer? Who could have resented her enough to take her life? The absence of care in his body exacerbated the situation, as it was much more difficult to bear the grief that had befallen them without it. The detective's top priority was now to identify the person who had abandoned the vehicle in the parking lot. The car left the house at 9:21 a.m. About 20 minutes later, the mall's cameras caught it. There were no cameras in the lot where the car was found, but there was a camera pointed at the path leading to the car. The camera was near Kira's car. After reviewing the camera footage, the detectives noticed that a few minutes later, the white Chevrolet drove into the parking lot. The footage showed a man with a hood covering his head. It was fairly cold, and the man's hoodie didn't seem unusual, but the detectives wanted to know where he was going. The hooded man was seen crossing the street and walking to a taxi stand, where he spoke briefly with one of the drivers before getting into the car and driving away. Based on the time the hooded man interacted with the driver, the police were able to determine which company owned the cabs parked in the shopping center's parking lot. The police were able to easily identify the license plate number of that particular vehicle. All of the cabs were outfitted with GPS tracking devices, revealing that the hooded man finished his trip a block away from Kira and Jeffrey's house and then exited the vehicle after paying cash as it left the neighborhood. The cab was caught in the lens of the same camera that had captured some of Kira and Jeffrey's home footage. After 2 minutes, a hooded man entered the scene. The low resolution of the video made it difficult to see his face, but what stood out was the white logo on his hoodie. As the investigators continued to watch the footage, they noticed the hooded man walk into the house where Kira and Jeffrey lived. Kira had gone missing, making it almost certain that the hooded man was Jeffrey. After obtaining a search warrant, law enforcement officers proceeded to the house. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary, unremarkable house, but this was only the first impression. Under closer examination, the criminalists discovered dark red stains in the spouse's bedrooms. There were a few stains on the wall beside the bed, and approximately 100 on the mattress. It was clear that the bedroom had recently been rearranged and cleaned. When the forensics team sprayed luminol, the floor carpet practically glowed. It had many bloodstains that could not be seen with the naked eye. Those stains originated in the bedroom and spread to the other side of the house. Forensics confirmed that the blood was unusual, which convinced investigators that she was no longer alive. Aside from searching the inside of the house, police examined Jeffrey's car. Despite the fact that there was no blood in the car and no evidence of a struggle, they were able to discover something interesting. Jeffrey's car contained a gas station receipt from an hour and 40 minutes before Kira's car was left in the mall parking lot. The receipt indicates that the purchase was made with Jeffrey's card. Detectives went to the gas station to review the security footage. The video shows Jeffrey filling up his car, then going inside and withdrawing money from an ATM. This footage provided a glimpse of Jeffrey's face and revealed that he wore a logo on his jacket in the chest area that resembled the logo on the man seen earlier. Jeffrey Trevino, 39, was arrested based on this recording and other evidence discovered in the house. He was brought to the station for questioning and became the primary suspect. Directly from the interrogation room, Jeffrey contacted his attorney, who advised him to exercise his right to remain silent. The police had enough evidence to charge him, but the body provided the most compelling evidence of his guilt. Nobody had any doubts that Kira had died. In late March, as the snowdrift began to clear, the police, Kira, his family, and some volunteers searched for her for months. Volunteers discovered a strange bag by the roadside at Keller Lake, a few miles from Trevino's home, and contacted the police. The bag held a bloodied pillow, a shirt, and a bra. The forensics team linked the discovery to Kira because her DNA was found on the items. The lake was still encrusted with ice, which hampered the search, but divers continued to survey it. They still found no remains in it. The area surrounding the lake was searched several times with search dogs trained to locate bodies, but this, too, proved fruitless. 2.5 months after Kira's disappearance, on May 8, 2013, the St. Paul Police Department received a disturbing call. The male caller informed the operator that he saw what appeared to be a dead body in the Mississippi River. What police recovered from the water turned out to be a body. There was no clothing on it. Kira Steger's body was identified through dental records. She sustained severe blunt force trauma to her forehead and a fractured index finger on her left hand. Due to the level of decomposition, the medical examiners were unable to determine an exact cause of death. Using the new evidence, investigators attempted to reconstruct the timeline of events leading up to his death and what happened afterward. They speculated that when Kira and Jeffrey returned home, he became aware or noticed that she was texting someone else. Kira refused to show her husband the correspondence, so he violently snatched her phone and broke her finger. After seeing the romantic correspondence, Jeffrey became even angrier and, in a fit of rage, took his own life before attempting to conceal evidence of the crime. He drove her car to the house, put the body in the trunk, and then went to a gas station before disposing of it in the river. He then drove back home, dumping the bag with the pillow and clothes along the way. The next morning, he went to a gas station and took out cash from an ATM because he knew he'd have to pay for a cab after leaving his car in the mall's parking lot, and he'd rather do so in cash. After disposing of the curious car, Jeffrey returned home and spent the rest of the day cleaning the house. Jeffrey's trickery was intended to give the impression that Kira had driven away in her car by herself that morning and was fine. However, due to surveillance cameras, his plan failed. In October 2013, a jury convicted 39-year-old Jeffrey Trevino, agreeing with the defense that his actions were not premeditated and that the crime was the result of a heated and unexpected argument after discovering his wife's infidelity. Before the judge announced the sentence, curious family members made statements. Carrie Ann Steger, a curious sister, described the monster as a calculated criminal who deserves no mercy. Marcy stated that Trevino showed no mercy to her daughter and dumped her like trash into the nation's most polluted body of water. She said. But her father Jay insisted that no punishment would ever compensate for the pain Trevino had caused their family. No amount of time spent with Mr. Trevino will suffice. Never enough, he said. In November 2013, Jeffrey Trevino received a 27.5-year prison sentence. He will be eligible for parole in 2031. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we'll look at a story that happened in Pennsylvania in the year 2017. On June 28, 2017, witnesses began calling 911 to report a car accident on one of the highways. When police arrived on the scene, they discovered a Chevy Malibu that had gone off the road. Unfortunately, the driver Bianca Robertson, 18, did not survive. However, her death was not an accident, as initially assumed. Bianca Nicole Robertson was born on October 17, 1998, in Pennsylvania. She graduated from Bayard Rustin High School in Westchester with all A's. Bianca was a member of the Black Student Union at Rustin, where she also received several awards and was on the honor roll her senior year. She received a 4-year merit scholarship to Jacksonville University in Jacksonville, Florida, and plans to major in criminal justice and become an FBI forensic agent. She has previously been a Girl Scout, a cheerleader, and a basketball player. She studied flute, violin, clarinet, and guitar. She was also an artist. Bianca, who lived with her mother and maternal grandmother, Josephine Perry, was excited to experience the freedoms and challenges of dorm life. Her mother explained that, unfortunately, all of her plans failed. On June 28, 2017, Bianca, her mother and grandmother went shopping at Walmart. Bianca was preparing to relocate to Florida and looking forward to a new chapter in her life. After purchasing everything, Bianca and her family went to the parking lot. They all got into separate cars. They intended to meet at home later, but her mother and grandmother had other plans, and Bianca immediately returned home. She had to drive approximately 10 miles. Bianca was very familiar with this road. However, this was the young woman's last car ride. About 10 minutes after she left the Walmart parking lot, witnesses to the accident began calling 911. The first responders arrived at the scene right away. Bianca Robertson was the driver of the Chevrolet Malibu. The paramedics were unable to help her, and she was pronounced dead on the scene. At first glance, Bianca's head injuries appeared to be the result of a severe blow when the car veered off the road. Many people driving along the highway at the time of the accident came to a stop near the scene before the police and ambulance arrived. After interviewing eyewitnesses, the police discovered one crucial detail. One of the witnesses claimed Bianca went off the road after colliding with a red pickup truck, which then fled the scene without stopping. "I hope it isn't Bianca." That was what the grandmother told herself as she drove past the car crash scene, intended to meet her granddaughter at home. She had no idea that the traffic she was stuck in was caused by a crash involving her granddaughter. When Bianca's grandmother returned home, 2 police officers had already arrived to report the car accident that claimed her granddaughter's life. Bianca's mother, Michelle, could not believe what was happening to her. The death of a child is one of the most devastating events that parents can experience. Michelle, a nurse in Delaware County, said she never imagined anything like this would happen. After losing her 22-year-old son, Michael James Rowley, to a heart condition in 2013, she hoped her pain would ease. Instead, it's doubled. "I'm not even sure who I am right now. I'm just existing," Michelle said. "They were my breath. My reason is to get up. I don't have any children right now." Michelle Robertson has lost her second child, and this is heartbreaking. She claimed she did not leave the house for quite some time and was constantly crying. Michelle and Rodney Robertson, who divorced in 2006, have become amicable co-parents thanks to Bianca. "Our divorce was not pleasant," Rodney admits. "Bianca didn't like the way I was talking to her mother, so she corrected me. Because we loved her, it caused everything to calm down." Bianca was devoted to her family, and she particularly enjoyed being her daddy's girl. "If I had a favorite, it would be Bianca, who, as her father put it, was looking forward to being on her own." Bianca's parents said she was pleased to be getting closer to realizing her dream of becoming a forensic specialist for the FBI. She was focused on her future, and nothing was going to stand in her way, said Bianca's father, who proudly stated that his daughter had received a 4-year merit scholarship to Jacksonville University, one of the 4 schools to which she applied, and one of the 3 to which she was accepted. She was also accepted at Coastal Carolina and the University of Georgia. Detectives requested CCTV footage to confirm Bianca's claim that her car veered off the road after colliding with a red pickup truck. After all, if Bianca's death was caused by a collision with another vehicle, it was more than just an accident. It was a crime. If this was the case, the police had to find the perpetrator. But what they quickly discovered was even more shocking. While the detectives waited for the footage, there was another watershed moment in this case. Everyone assumed Bianca died after going off the road and hitting her head. However, during the autopsy, forensic experts determined that the cause of her death was not a car accident. They discovered a bullet in Bianca's head. It drastically altered everything. What appeared to be an accident, followed by a collision with a red pickup truck, turned out to be death from a gunshot to the head. After receiving the autopsy report, the detectives visited Bianca's family. They had to inform Bianca, her parents, that her death was not an accident. It was an even bigger surprise for everyone, particularly her mother. Michelle was puzzled. Why would anyone do that to her daughter? The family was unable to identify anyone who could wish Bianca harm. She had a friendly relationship with everyone. Robertson needed answers, and investigators were doing everything they could to find the person responsible for Bianca's death. The detectives found nothing suspicious while reviewing footage from cameras at Walmart, where Bianca and her family had gone on the day of her death. They scrutinized every move Bianca and her family made, from getting out of their cars to leaving the parking lot. The detectives ruled out the possibility that someone at Walmart chased Bianca and fatally shot her. After all, she did not get into any fights while shopping at Walmart. They simply bought what they needed, loaded it into Bianca's car, and left. It is possible that Bianca died as a result of an incident that occurred while she was driving down the highway toward her home. "We loaded all of the bags into Bianca's car," her mother explained, referring to the 2009 Chevy Malibu the family purchased from CarMax for her 16th birthday. Bianca did not ask for much, but when she did, she asked for big things, such as a car, according to her mother, who added that Bianca had chosen the car when she received her permit. "She got what she wanted," Michelle Robertson stated. "I do not call it spoiled, I call it loved." But Bianca was willing to work for her goals. She got her first job at McDonald's at the age of 15. She left fast food after 2 weeks to work as a dietary aide at the Whitehorse Village retirement community in Delaware County. Michelle said she has a stack of letters and cards from residents who loved Bianca. Soon after, the police obtained the traffic surveillance footage. There were no cameras near where Bianca veered off the road, but one was about a mile away. Let us look at Google Maps. Here's where Bianca got off the road. As you can see, the 2 lanes merge into one at this point. When the investigators watched the recording, they discovered evidence that confirmed Bianca's story about a disagreement with the driver of the red pickup truck. The video captured their cars driving side by side. They're approaching the point where the 2 lanes merge into one. Perhaps the conflict arose because one did not yield to the other. Knowing the outcome of the confrontation, the investigators suspected that the driver of the red pickup truck fired the fatal shot. Unfortunately, the footage was of low quality. The pickup truck's license plates were obscured, as was the driver's face. However, from that point forward, the driver of the red pickup truck was the primary and sole suspect in Bianca Robertson's death. Detectives needed to identify this man, but all they had at the time was a blurry image. None of Bianca's family members knew anyone with a red pickup truck. The police returned to speak with those who were present at the scene of the incident, and those who dialed 911. None of them noticed the license plate on this car. Friends and stuff, rangers young and old, too many to count, have reached out to the Robertsons in support, beginning with a vigil 2 days after her death. They've heard from teachers who have known Bianca for years. "Bianca changed my mind about how I would teach." According to one educator, Michelle, Bianca was our Save the World child. Michelle confronted Bianca, saying that if a parent put a child out, she would sneak them into our house. Bianca might say something like, "Mom, wouldn't you want someone to do the same for me?" Bianca once saw a car accident and asked her mother if they could stop and help. If she noticed someone dining alone, her first thought was to invite them to the family table. The investigators determined the direction of the pickup truck's movement after the incident by reviewing recordings from cameras located further away from where Bianca's car crashed. They needed a higher quality recording to determine the car's make, model, and license plate. The police also asked the media to spread information about the red pickup truck, hoping that the public could help identify its owner. Detectives determined that following an incident, the driver of a red pickup truck turned onto Paoli Pike. They began walking around the neighborhood, visiting houses and shopping centers. "I was looking for cameras that could have recorded the pickup truck." They discovered one surveillance camera, and the footage was of high quality this time. While analyzing the recording, the detective noticed a red pickup truck driving down the road about 5 minutes after witnesses called 911 to report an accident involving Bianca Robertson's car, but the license plate could not be seen. Furthermore, it was unclear whether it was the same car or another that matched the description. While the investigators searched for additional recordings and moved from one door to the next, another breakthrough occurred in the case. 2 days after the incident, a woman called the police and said she had seen the car they were looking for. She also saw the face of the person sitting behind the wheel. This woman stated that her red pickup truck overtook her, came to a stop at the Paoli Pike intersection, and then turned left. This information was critical to the investigation because it limited the search area. Furthermore, it indicated that the pickup truck in this video was not the vehicle they were looking for. It was simply a similar-looking truck. The woman who contacted police assisted the forensic artist in creating the suspect's sketch. She described him as a white male between the ages of 25 and 35, with brown hair and a stubble beard. The police were hoping that someone would recognize this person and report it to them. They presented the suspect's sketch to Bianca's family. However, they didn't know anyone who resembled the sketch. The investigators also began to suspect that Bianca's death was a hate crime. Knowing that the red pickup truck had turned left at this intersection, the detectives went around the shops and houses on this street, hoping to find a high-quality recording that could answer some questions. Soon, they discovered what they were looking for. The owner of the house, which is less than half a mile from the intersection, provided the police with a recording from a surveillance camera pointed at his driveway. After calculating the approximate time it would take to get there from the crime scene, the police quickly located the required vehicle. Although the footage was of higher quality than the previous one, the angle of view prevented law enforcement officers from identifying the vehicle or the driver. The police worked hard to find another recording from the camera at a closer distance, and luck was on their side. Although they couldn't see the license plate, they did notice the car's distinguishing features. The vehicle had a sticker on the right side window, a vertical dent on the passenger door, and damage to the hood. These distinguishing characteristics could greatly simplify the search for this vehicle. The police wanted to expedite the process. As a result, they used the media to request assistance from the general public. They offered a $5,000 reward for information that could help them locate the truck or its driver. The investigators were confident that someone would recognize this particular vehicle. 3 days after Bianca Robertson died, a lawyer called the police station and said he had a client who wanted to turn himself in, mentioning the latter's involvement in the incident that resulted in the death of 18-year-old Bianca Robertson. This incident occurred on Wednesday, around 5:30 p.m. Bianca Robertson: I am 18 years old and recently graduated from Westchester Ruston High School. I am on my way to Jacksonville University. Her entire summer and life were spent in front of her loving family. She was driving on Route 100. Route 100 is a 2-lane highway that connects to Route 100 Spur just a few miles away before merging with Route 202. And where it merges, it reduces from 2 lanes to 1. That is the same merge that people in southeastern Pennsylvania perform thousands of times per day. People all over the world do this without issue. But last Wednesday, as Bianca was merging from 2 lanes to 1, a man in a red pickup truck joined her, and they were jockeying for position, which irritated him. So he pulled out his gun and shot Bianca in the head. The driver of the red pickup truck was identified as David Desper, 28, of Pennsylvania. He arrived at the police station with his lawyer. Desper refused to testify but consented to a search of his home. He also told them where his pickup truck was. Desper was arrested and charged with killing Bianca Robertson. The police found the pickup truck at the location indicated by Desper stickers on the side windows, and the rims made it clear that it was the vehicle they were looking for. During a search of Desper's home, investigators discovered the gun used to shoot Bianca Robertson in the head. The police were certain they had found the culprit. However, the motive for this crime was unknown. On July 7, over 800 heartbroken family, friends, and community supporters gathered at St. Paul's Baptist Church in the borough of Westchester, 25 miles west of Philadelphia, for her homegoing service. During the funeral service, a church banner read patience, kindness, goodness, gentleness, and self-control. Among those who paid tribute were her brothers, officials from Bayard Rustin High School, where she had recently graduated as chief admissions officer at Jacksonville University, where she was set to enroll in the fall, and friends. What emerged was a portrait of an extraordinary young woman, with speaker after speaker after speaker praising her brilliance and virtues. In his eulogy, Pastor Wayne Croft Sr. compared the shooter to George Zimmerman and Michael Dunn. Zimmerman killed black teenager Trayvon Martin in Florida in 2012. Zimmerman was acquitted of murder in 2013. In 2012, Dunn fatally shot Jordan Davis, another black teenage male, in Florida. A verbal altercation over music in the teenager's car escalated when he fired shots into the vehicle while it was driving away. He was convicted and sentenced to life plus 90 years in prison. The black community is unconcerned about whether Bianca's murder was motivated by rage or racism. All we know is that we have lost another bright young black star. The pastor announced that another good sister had passed away. At the September 2018 trial, they asked David Desper to explain his motivation for committing the crime. Instead of responding to this question, he asked for forgiveness from the Robertson family. Bianca's parents were not looking forward to confronting her alleged killer. Rodney had ordered t-shirts featuring Bianca's face on the front for family and friends to wear as they gathered at the Chester County Government Services Center. They also had bracelets engraved with the words, "Bianca Robertson, a rose in God's garden," and a banner reading "Justice for Bianca Nicole Robertson, who was murdered on Wednesday, June 28, 2017. I'm not sure how I'll react when I see him. My daughter was shot by the man who held the gun. I know I won't do anything stupid. Rodney claimed Desper simply stole her dreams. He did not have that. Right, Michelle claimed I couldn't get her back. I need to get her back, and I can't. I need to comfort her, but I can't. I'm her mother, and I can't do that while he's still here. She shed more tears, and he was able to talk to his parents and hug them. He is 28. She's just a teen, a baby. The prosecutor suggested that the traffic jam was caused by Bianca's failure to yield to Desper when the two lanes merged. He then rolled down the passenger side window and pulled the trigger. Recognizing the consequences of his actions, Desper fled the scene, leaving his pickup truck with a friend in Pennsylvania and attempting to flee to Delaware. However, when his sketch and the distinctive features of his pickup truck made the news, he decided to hire a lawyer and turn himself in. The police investigated his social media accounts and interviewed his friends, but found no evidence of a bias-motivated crime. As a result, they did not charge the man with a hate crime. District Attorney Hogan added that there was no evidence that we were aware that this was a race or hate crime. Many people disagree with that assertion. Before the sentencing, the defense described Desper as a harmless, almost juvenile 28-year-old who enjoyed playing with cars in his spare time. They called him a big kid and claimed that Desper essentially gave the government the case by turning himself in. According to the defense, Desper was driving home when a car unexpectedly approached him. He took the gun and shot it. They claimed there was no monster or threat. If you're a 28-year-old man driving a car with a loaded firearm, you're not a big kid, argued prosecutor Chris Miller. It turned out that Desper's mother had shared a Facebook post about police searching for the man who killed Bianca Robertson. She later realized it was her own son. Wendy Desper expressed her love for Bianca's family and prayed for her. "I apologize for what my son did." She said this while her son sobbed. Rodney Robertson struggled to speak through tears as he confronted his daughter's murderer. "My questions to the defendant are simple. Why in God's name did you shoot my daughter because she was young and black? Because she was a girl? You wanted to be the first on the road because you had a bad day?" "All of my dreams for Bianca were coming true." He continued, "Until the day the defendant murdered my daughter, all I had of Bianca were my memories." David Desper admitted to third-degree deprivation of life. The court sentenced him to 40 years in prison, with the option of applying for parole in 20 years. Judge Anne Marie Wheatcraft wiped away tears as she announced the sentence, telling Desper, "I don't believe you were afraid. I believe it was anger." County Judge Anne Marie Wheatcraft imposed the maximum sentence for that level of homicide, which ranged from 20 to 40 years. Desper attempted to appeal his sentence, but it was denied. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will discuss the events that took place in Texas. On April 4, 2011, Robert Frisbee arrived at the police station because he couldn't find his 17-year-old daughter, Bridget. Robert assumed she had spent the night at her friend's place, but when Bridget did not return home, he became concerned and attempted to contact her via phone. All of his attempts were unsuccessful. So Robert headed to the police station. Bridget was born December 17, 1993. There isn't much information about her early life because she was raised in an orphanage before being adopted by Catherine Randall Frisbee and Robert Frisbee at the age of 18 months. When I mention Robert and Catherine, I'll refer to them as Bridget's father and mother, not her adoptive parents. Bridget grew up to be a cheerful, energetic, and inquisitive young lady. She enjoyed poetry, painting, and horseback riding. Unfortunately, the difficulties that had followed Bridget like a shadow since birth did not fade as she grew older. Catherine Frisbee, Bridget's mother, died from a long illness when she was 6 years old. Her passing was heartbreaking for both Bridget and her father, Robert Frisbee. Catherine died at age 49. Robert tried everything to make his daughter happy. They had a warm, trusting relationship, but Bridget was getting older, and her rebellious side began to show. On April 3, 2011, teenagers riding motorcycles through the woods on the outskirts of Katy, Texas, noticed something suspicious on the ground among the trees. They decided to stop and take a closer look at what they saw. As they approached, they discovered a young woman lying on the ground. She was clearly dead and had been lying there for quite some time. They reported the discovery of the body to the police, The police officers who arrived at the crime scene quickly determined that the location where the teenagers discovered the young woman was the site of her death, but she didn't have any identification with her. The detectives had no idea who she was or how she ended up in the woods. Thus, one of the detectives' primary responsibilities was to identify the victim. She looked about 20 years old. When the expert examined the body, he discovered an entry bullet hole in the back of the victim's head. The bullet passed through and through, as evidenced by the exit wound on the forehead. Police discovered a 9mm pistol shell casing next to the body. At the time, the shell casing was the only clue that could be used to solve the case. When investigators examined the crime scene, they discovered another suspicious detail. There was a small hole a few yards away from the body. It was clear that someone had removed the topsoil, but it was unclear whether this was related to the crime. In search of answers, the police began interviewing residents near the crime scene. It was a quiet, wooded area, and residents became concerned about their safety after learning about a brutal crime committed near their homes. The police wanted to know if they had seen anything strange. Perhaps someone noticed strangers or unfamiliar cars near their home. Any clue was valuable. The officers went door to door, but no one reported seeing anything unusual. However, one of the locals stated that she had heard something strange. She spent the night before with friends in the backyard. At approximately 2 or 3 a.m., they heard a loud bang, like a gunshot. They paid little attention to it and did not call the police. At the time, this was not a major concern. However, learning about the discovery of a dead young woman nearby has raised serious concerns. Thus, the police estimated that the crime occurred between 2 and 3 a.m. No other residents have provided significant information to the police. To solve this case, detectives first had to identify the victim. In most cases, the perpetrator and victim know each other's names, occupations, social circles, and enemies. The police were able to track down the criminal detective, who began reviewing missing person reports in the hopes of finding someone who matched the description of a young woman found in the woods, but no one did. The following day was April 4, 2011. Robert Frisby visited the police station. He became concerned after learning that the police were investigating the death of a young woman whose identity had not yet been determined. Robert couldn't contact his 17-year-old daughter, Bridget. He informed detectives that he had last seen his daughter 2 days ago. She thought she was spending the night with a friend. He began to worry when she did not return home. Robert's worst fears were confirmed when the detective showed him photos of the crime scene. He recognized Bridget among them, and this, of course, caused him unimaginable emotional distress. Many years ago, he lost his wife, and now he's lost his daughter, whom he loved despite her rebellious nature. The investigators asked him to describe everything about the last time he saw his daughter and the events leading up to his visit to the police station. The police now knew the victim's name, giving them hope that they would be able to find the person who killed Bridget quickly. Robert Frisby testified that he had last seen his daughter on April 2, 2011. That day, he bought her a new rave outfit, including blue, green fox fur leggings, a skirt, and a top. Kendall Suto, Bridget's friend, visited them in the evening and stayed for dinner. Robert drove Bridget and Kendall to a rave party, but it was closed, so they returned home shortly after 10 p.m. Kendall's ride was supposed to pick him up at midnight, so he and Bridget settled in to watch a movie. Bridget was still dressed in her new rave outfit when Robert went to bed and set the alarm for midnight. When he awoke, Bridget informed him that the candle ride had not yet arrived. When Kendall left, Robert wanted to lock up the house. When Robert awoke at around 3 a.m., he discovered the back door and garage door open. Bridget could not return without the man's knowledge because he was locked up. Then he realized his cell phone was missing. He had recently taken away Bridget's phone, so he assumed she had taken his when she went out. Robert repeatedly called his cell phone and searched the internet for its GPS location. He gave up waiting for her to return after being unable to contact her or locate the phone. The next day, he called several of Bridget's friends, but none of them knew where she was. Later that evening, April 3, he read on the internet about a body discovered nearby and began to suspect it was Bridget. He therefore decided to contact the police. Thus, based on Robert's information, investigators had their first potential suspect, Bridget's friend, Kendall Suto. But Robert Frisby didn't think Kendall could hurt Bridget. He claimed that only one person could have personal motivations to harm her, Bridget's ex-boyfriend, Jonathan Larson, with whom she had a complicated relationship, became the second potential suspect. Bridget's boyfriend, Zach Richards, was also considered a suspect by investigators. They needed to know what these three people were doing and where they were during the crime. The first person investigators decided to speak with was Bridget's friend Kendall Suto, who was at Frisbee's house and may have been the last person to see her alive. Kendall had no prior issues with the law. When the police called, he agreed to meet with them. During a conversation with detectives, he admitted to watching TV with Bridget on the night she died. However, Kendall allegedly left Frisbee's house shortly after Bridget's father went to bed. He denied involvement in Bridget's death, claiming they were friends, and he had no reason to harm her. The man was prepared to provide the investigators with any assistance they required. He mentioned it while he and Bridget were watching television. She was upset due to a disagreement with her ex-boyfriend, Jonathan Larson. They were together for several months, but the relationship was troubled and they eventually split up. Investigators checked Kendall's alibi, which appeared to be confirmed. Nonetheless, he was not removed from the suspect list because the case was still unclear. Next, the investigators decided to approach Jonathan Larson, whose name they had already heard from several people, in the hopes of catching him off guard. They showed up at his house without warning. However, they were not expecting a pleasant surprise. The house was empty. Larson's family apparently left the house quickly. The most surprising thing, however, was what the investigators discovered outside the windows. The front door and walls were bullet-ridden, as was revealed 3 weeks prior to the police visit. Someone fired all of those bullets at Larson's family home in a drive-by shooting. The police department investigating the murders was unaware of the shooting because no one was injured. When someone shot the house, the owner called the police, but the case remained unsolved. The police only had shell casings and bullets, but they had no idea who was responsible for them. After interviewing the neighbors, the investigators discovered that the next day after the drive, they shot Larson and fled because they felt unsafe. Detectives were now investigating whether Bridget Frisbee's death and the shooting at her ex-boyfriend's house were connected. Let me remind you that Bridget's body was discovered on April 3, 2011, and the drive-by shooting happened 3 weeks ago. On March 14, Jonathan Larson was identified as the primary suspect, so the police began searching for him. During the investigation, police went to Bridget Frisbee and Jonathan Larson's school. The school administration stated that Jonathan had not attended school in several days. When they couldn't find Jonathan, they decided to speak with Bridget's classmates. They wanted to know who she was feuding with, who might wish her harm, and if she had any enemies. Alexander Olivieri was among those with whom the investigators spoke. He claimed that he and Bridget were friends who frequently spent time together. Alexander claimed that Jonathan Larson was the only one with a motive to harm Bridget. When the investigators asked Alexander about the last time he saw Bridget, he stated that they were supposed to meet on the night she died. They agreed to meet at her house, then traveled to Houston together to pick up Bridget's boyfriend, Zach Richards, at the bus stop. Alexander stated that he arrived at Frisbee's house with his friend Alan Perez, but Bridget was not present. She was supposed to be waiting for him on the street near the house, but she was nowhere to be found. Alexandra Olivieri stated that he and Alan Perez returned to Frisbee's house a few hours later, but Bridget was still not present. According to him, it was around 5 a.m. No wonder Bridget was not at home. She had already died by that time. Olivieri stated that he learned about Bridget's death from a news report. After visiting the school, the investigators added 2 new names to their list of potential suspects, Alexander Olivieri and Alan Perez. However, the main person of interest in the investigation remained the same, Bridget's ex-boyfriend, Jonathan Larson. Detectives discovered that Jonathan's mother did not leave the city following the drive-by shooting. She lived in a friend's apartment for a while. During a conversation with investigators, she stated that she sent her son to live with relatives in Austin, Texas. Following the incident, the woman stated that her son frequently got into trouble, and she was certain that their house had become bullet-ridden as a result of him. That incident, she believed, was a form of vengeance against her son. She also claimed Jonathan fought with another man shortly before the drive-by shooting. She was certain there was a connection between the fight and the shooting at their house. The woman's relationship with her son was not ideal. She had no idea where Jonathan was at the time of Bridget Frisbee's death. She gave officers the address of her relatives in Austin, where she claimed Jonathan was supposed to be. However, the case's breakthrough came before the investigators discovered Jonathan. A lawyer representing the Perez family approached the police. He stated that his client, Alan Perez, has important information regarding Bridget Frisbee's death. When the investigators spoke with Bridget's classmate, Alexander Olivieri, they learned the name Alan Perez. The latter then stated that he came to Frisbee's house with Alan Perez. Alan was now prepared to share important information, but only under certain conditions. He was willing to discuss Bridget's death in exchange for an immunity agreement. The authorities needed answers, so they accepted this condition. Alan Perez claimed that the drive-by shooting at Jonathan Larson's house was linked to Bridget Frisbee's death. This shooting occurred just 1 week after Jonathan and Bridget split up. Alexander Olivieri, 17, whom investigators had previously spoken with at school, assisted Bridget in exacting revenge on Jonathan and firing the shots at the house. Perez and Olivieri met in high school. They joined the National Guard together, but when Olivieri returned from basic training, he began attending a new school. According to Perez, Bridget was one of Olivieri's new friends at his new school. Perez testified that Bridget had been bragging about participating in a drive-by shooting with a friend, and that Olivieri later told Perez that he was the shooter. Specifically, Olivieri told Perez that Bridget drove, and he shot at her ex-boyfriend's house with his Hugo semi-automatic rifle. Perez testified that Olivieri approached him for a favor on the evening of April 2, 2011. Olivieri explained that he wanted to punish Bridget for informing friends about the drive-by. He wanted Perez as a backup. Olivieri told Perez to bring a weapon. Perez arrived carrying a .380 caliber pistol and dressed in a green military uniform, mask, and gloves. Olivieri carried a 9mm Beretta pistol in a shoulder holster beneath his jacket. According to Perez, they arrived at Olivieri's house after midnight. Olivieri then called Bridget and asked her to accompany him to pick up her boyfriend, Zach Richards, from the bus station. Bridget declined, citing her busy schedule. Olivieri went to Bridget's house and instructed Perez to hide under a blanket in the back of his Suburban. Olivieri informed Perez that he wanted to get Bridget into his car. That's why Perez had to sit under the covers and remain silent. Perez was supposed to follow them from a distance once they arrived at their destination and exited the vehicle. Bridget was leaving on her four-wheeler to meet friends when they arrived at her house, so they left. They went looking for her again a little later, and they found her pushing her four-wheeler because it had run out of fuel. Olivieri requested her assistance in locating a cache of random items. She initially declined, but he eventually persuaded her to go with him. Bridget parked her four-wheeler and got into the passenger seat of the Olivieri Suburban. Perez was still hiding in the back of the car, under blankets. Olivieri returned to the same neighborhood where he and Bridget had conducted the drive-by shooting. They got out of their car. Perez waited a minute before following them. Perez spotted Olivieri carrying a shovel and leading Bridget with a flashlight. Olivieri pointed out a spot and instructed Bridget to begin digging. As she bent over to dig, Perez noticed Olivieri reaching into his jacket, pull out his gun, place it against the back of Bridget's neck and fire. Perez testified that he was shocked because he expected Olivieri to threaten her with the gun, but he had just shot her. Olivieri ran towards Perez, who cursed at him for a while. Olivieri told Perez to shut up and run towards the car while he got his shovel, flashlight, and Bridget's cell phone. Then they left the crime scene and drove to Perez's house. Before they reached their destination, they smashed Bridget's phone with a shovel before hitting it. After this, they drove home to Olivieri. They moved everything from the Suburban into Alexander's room. According to Perez, he and Olivieri arrived at the bus station around 4 a.m. to pick up Bridget's boyfriend, Zach Richards. Perez invited Richards to spend the night at his house, so the three of them drove to Perez's home and went to bed. They told Richards nothing about the crime. Olivieri informed Perez that they needed to be each other's alibis. When questioned by police, Perez had to explain that he stayed at Olivieri's house, hung out, watched a movie, and then they went to pick up Richards together. Alexander Olivier persuaded him that saying the same thing and providing each other with an alibi would not put them in danger. Olivieri also told Perez that he was going to get rid of the gun he used to kill Bridget. Bridget was upset because Jonathan Larson, with whom she was in a relationship, cheated on her. Olivieri offered to exact revenge on him by shooting at his home. However, he had not anticipated what would happen next. Bridget failed to keep the drive a secret, which concerned Olivieri. This incident may put an end to his plans. He wanted to be a military man, but now his dream was hanging by a thread. That's why he went to great lengths to keep Bridget quiet. He decided that the only way out of this situation was for Bridget Frisbee to die. During the investigation, the police heard the name of Bridget's boyfriend, Zach Richards, several times.
So they decided to speak with him.
They wanted to know whether Richards would confirm Alan Perez's testimony, or if the latter was attempting to absolve himself of responsibility. The situation seemed perplexing. Bridget's boyfriend Richards testified that in March 2011, Alexander Olivier Airy said he was going to deal with something, grabbed his AK-47 and left with Bridget in her car. Later, Olivier told Richards that he shot at Bridget's ex-boyfriend's house from her car as she drove by. Olivier told Richards that he participated in the drive-by as a favor to Bridget and simply because he could. Richards testified that Bridget continued to brag about the shooting, and Olivier confronted her and told her to stop telling people. On April 3, 2011, Olivier agreed to drive Bridget to the Houston bus station to pick up Richards around 1 a.m. When Olivier did not show up, Richards took a ride to Denny's and finally called Olivier at around 2:30 or 3 a.m. Olivier informed him that he was at home, but would come pick him up. Alexander finally arrived several hours late, and Perez accompanied him. When Richards inquired about Bridget Olivier, he stated that he attempted to contact her and visited her house, but she was not there. Richards stated that he went to Bridget's house after sleeping for a few hours. Her father answered the door and explained that Bridget had been out all night, and he had no idea where she was. Richards spent the next few days attempting to locate her through friends before learning of her body's discovery. Richards told the investigators that he had previously visited the woods, which have now become a crime scene, with Bridget and Olivier. According to him, Olivier was familiar with this area, and it was not unusual for him to carry a weapon at all times. Thus, everything pointed to Alexander Olivier being responsible for Bridget Frisbee's death. 4 days after her death, police issued an arrest warrant for Olivier. Given that the suspect possessed a variety of weapons and was proficient in their use, the police requested assistance from SWAT teams in apprehending him. After the surveillance team confirmed that Alexander Olivier was at home, the SWAT team began their work. Fortunately, they did not have to use weapons, and Olivier surrendered without resistance. He was calm and emotionless. He understood why he was arrested, but he denied having any involvement in Bridget Frisbee's death. Alexander's father, Samuel Olivier, agreed to a search of the house and car. The police discovered neither the AK-47 nor the Beretta, but they did find an instruction manual for a 9mm Beretta pistol. It matched the shell casing discovered at the crime scene. In Olivier Rivery, police discovered a blanket, a shovel, a rifle, and shotgun shell casings, as well as trace evidence samples such as fibers from the passenger seat and floorboard. Ballistics testing revealed that the shell casing from the Suburban match was recovered during the drive by shooting at Larson's home. Fibers lifted from the car's passenger seat matched Bridget's new Rave Fox fur outfit, which she was wearing when her father last saw her on the night of April 2. During his trial, Alexander Olivier claimed that he did not see Bridget on the night she was killed. Olivier's defense claimed that fibers discovered in their client's car matched the fibers of Bridget's new Rave Fox outfit and arrived there a few weeks before her death, but this theory was rejected. During the trial, Robert Frisbee provided a credit card statement that showed Bridget's outfit was purchased on April 2, 2011. She died several hours later. It showed that Bridget was undoubtedly in Olivier's car before her death, implying that he was lying when he claimed he hadn't seen her that night. The court saw a video posted on YouTube in 2010. Approximately a year before Bridget died, it was called Me and My Beretta 9mm. It shows Alexander Olivier firing a variety of firearms, including a Beretta pistol. Alan Perez testified at the trial that the video showed the same gun that Olivier used to kill Bridget. On August 1, 2012, the court sentenced Alexander Olivier to 60 years in prison. He will be eligible for parole in 30 years, but Robert Frisbee believes Olivier will be imprisoned for at least 50 years. It is critical that this man be removed from the streets and remain so for the rest of his life. Robert Frisbee stated that after spending so many years in a small cell, he will be a broken man when he gets out. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we'll look at what happened in England on Christmas Eve 2020, when 26-year-old Ella Edwards was with her friends at the Lighthouse pub in Wallasey Village on the Wirral. Rather than a Christmas miracle, Ella had to confront real evil. Unfortunately, that evening marked the end of the beautiful young woman's life. Ella Edwards was 26 years old in 2019. She was a dental nurse as well as a cosmetologist at Nova Studio Beauty Salon. Her colleagues and many clients adored her. Here's how Tim Edwards, Ella's father, described her. How can I describe her to people who don't know her? She was wonderful, beautiful, kind, generous, always looking out for others, particularly her family, bubbly, and always had a good laugh. She set her own goals and was achieving them with a positive attitude. On the evening of December 24, 2022, Ella and her sister went to the Lighthouse pub after flying from Dubai to spend Christmas and New Year's with her family. She was supposed to meet her friends, and their surveillance cameras caught Ali's evening activities. She was in a good mood, hugging her friends and smiling. They danced, sang, and had a great time. However, someone who valued themselves above all decided to ruin this evening. Someone who did not value human life. Police received multiple reports of a shooting shortly after 11:50 p.m. Soon, police officers surrounded the area. Someone had fired at least 12 shots at the patrons of the pub, where Elle was meeting friends. Sue Coombs, detective superintendent, told a news conference on Christmas Day. Tragically, the victim, a 26-year-old woman, sustained a serious gunshot wound to the head. She was taken to Aero Park Hospital, but unfortunately died shortly after. Her family has been notified, and they are dealing with this tragic loss on a day that should have been spent celebrating with friends. It is still very early in the investigation. However, we do not believe that the victim in this case has been targeted. She was out enjoying Christmas with her sister and friends, which should have been a relaxing time. What her family is currently going through is incomprehensible. Witnesses described a gunman firing shots into the pub's front entrance before fleeing in a dark vehicle. Ella Edwards was the victim of the shooting. The police did not believe Ella was the intended target of the attack, which also injured 4 men. A 28-year-old man from a nearby Beechwood was treated for serious injuries, while the other men, aged 22 and 33, sustained non-life-threatening injuries. Elle's tragic death presented an unimaginable and heartbreaking challenge for her family. Tim Edwards awoke early on Christmas morning to the worst news any parent could ever hear. It didn't make sense to Tim. After all, he just spoke to his daughter a few hours ago. They discussed the meeting and decided to wrap Christmas presents together. Now the bereaved father sought answers, attempting to figure out how to go on. Meanwhile, the police were working tirelessly to apprehend and prosecute the criminal. They needed CCTV footage and witnesses who could share important information on Facebook. Merseyside Police Detective Superintendent David McCarran stated that we have a number of officers at Wallasey Village who are conducting extensive investigations to determine what happened and take immediate action. I would urge anyone who was in the lighthouse in Wallasey Village last night and witnessed the incident or has mobile or CCTV footage of what happened to contact us immediately, as they may have vital information for our investigation. We believe the gunman left the pub parking lot in a dark-colored vehicle, possibly a dark-colored Mercedes, shortly after the shooting, and we would like to hear from anyone who witnessed this to contact us right away. The police knew the criminal had fled the scene in a dark Mercedes. They discovered this information after reviewing CCTV footage. You can see Mercedes pulling into the parking lot next to the pub where Elle was with her friends. The driver parks the car to see who is inside the establishment and leave as soon as possible. The man observed everyone for a while. He then got out of the car and approached from the side to remain invisible. Moments later, he fired 12 shots, dashed to his Mercedes, and fled the crime scene. As a result, the police had to answer a few questions. Who was this man? Who was the target of the attack? What was the motivation? They began patrolling the streets near where the shooting occurred. Officers went from one door to the next, interviewing residents. 2 days later, police announced the arrest of 2 suspects but did not reveal their names. They were a 30-year-old man and a 19-year-old woman who were eventually released. According to the authorities' statement, the arrested man did not fire the shots. The police spokesman stated unequivocally, "We will not rest until the offenders are brought to justice." And by that I mean the person who pulled the trigger of the gun in the most indiscriminate manner, anyone who was responsible for arranging, facilitating, or harboring this individual, and anyone who continues to withhold information on who did this or where the weapon is. We will work tirelessly to find justice for LA and her family. The shooting was reportedly the result of a feud between two local rival gangs. It confirmed LA was a random victim and asked if he could directly link the shooting to a gang feud in Whirl. Critchley stated that there has been some escalation in this area over the last few months. The detectives determined that Jake Duffy and Kieran Salkeld were the intended targets of this attack, but we'll discuss them later, on December 29. The police arrested a third suspect in this case, but he was not the one who fired shots at the Lighthouse Pub's patrons. The man whose name was kept public was charged with conspiracy to commit a crime. The police were also able to locate the criminal's dark Mercedes, which he used to flee the crime scene, but the vehicle had some issues. Let's look at the CCTV footage from the evening of December 31. A week following LA's death, the bright, flashing light you see now is fire. The criminal knew that the police were only a few steps away from apprehending him, so he burned the Mercedes to destroy any evidence that the police might find there during a search. The Mercedes had become a pile of burned metal, but the police were able to identify it. It turned out that the criminals stole this car, most likely to use it to commit a crime. Almost 2 weeks later, on January 11, police announced the arrest of 2 additional suspects. They arrested a 22-year-old man and a 23-year-old woman in Central Wales. The man was named Connor Chapman, and he had a lengthy criminal record. These 5 photos show him at various times. In a matter of years, Chapman went from petty criminal to the main suspect in Lee Edwards' death. Here are a few of the offenses for which he has previously been arrested: aggravated carjacking, threatening behavior, burglary, disorderly conduct, and a high-speed chase that ended with him hiding in the bushes and telling officers he was waiting for his mate. Growing up in the woods, he spent most of his time in Birkenhead with his grandparents. Chapman went to Woodchurch High School, but left before taking his exams. He first appeared in court in 2014 when he was around 14 years old for shoplifting. In 2016, the young man faced criminal charges for being on enclosed property and driving a stolen car. Next, he violated his conditional discharge by driving without a license or insurance. Then, in 2017, he was charged with car theft, illegal substance possession, and violating a criminal behavior order, which barred him from traveling to certain parts of the world. In 2018, the police detained him again for possessing a prohibited substance and carrying a cold weapon in public. During the same year, the general public became aware of Chapman's name after he first appeared strangely on the pages of local newspapers. After an unsuccessful attempt to flee a police chase, officers noticed the stolen Audi and attempted to stop it, but the driver disobeyed. Chapman, who was 18 at the time, was speeding at 60 mph in a 30 mph zone while attempting to escape. He flew into oncoming traffic and then crashed into a curb, forcing him to abandon the car and flee. When the police discovered him hiding in the nearby bushes, he stated, "I'm waiting for my mate." Chapman's lawyer claims he is influenced by older peers and has struggled with his own health issues, such as ADHD and other medical diagnoses. Chapman admitted to reckless driving, aggravated vehicle theft, driving while disqualified, and violating a criminal behavior order. The court sentenced him to 8 months in a Young Offenders Institute and a 2-year and 4-month driving ban, passing the sentence. Recorder Mary Lauren told him poignantly, "You have a bad record despite your youth, and you have been given every opportunity. You show no regard at all. Other people with this diagnosis do not behave in the same way that you do. They do not cause a nuisance to the public in the same way that you do." By the age of 18, he had 14 convictions for 30 offenses. As a result, it is reasonable to assume that this man had no intention of improving his situation. Unfortunately, there were no legal grounds to keep him isolated from society for a long time. In January 2020, the court sentenced him to 10 months in prison for possessing stolen goods and carrying a cold weapon in public. According to records, Merseyside police issued public appeals for information on his whereabouts on 5 separate occasions while he was a wanted man. Chapman once claimed that he was in custody more than he was out. By the age of 20, Chapman had 19 convictions for 43 offenses. In summer 2022, he got out of prison. Edwards passed away after about 6 months. His first child was born while he was still in prison, and a second daughter was on her way. He told the jury that he wanted to start over and become a better person, but these were empty words. Chapman turned out to be a member of a local gang. He sold illegal drugs, robbed another home, and stole 2 electric motorcycles. But his most heinous and devastating crime was yet to occur. On December 24, 2022, during a dispute between organized crime groups based on the Wood Church and Beechwood Estates, Chapman armed himself with a Scorpion submachine gun. He waited for Kieran Salkeld and Jake Duffy, members of the rival gang outside Wallasey's Lighthouse pub, for 3 hours. Chapman fired 12 shots just before midnight. Both Salkeld and Duffy were seriously injured, but they survived. Unfortunately, when Chapman fired the gun, Lee Edwards, who was enjoying the evening with close friends, was next to Sol when 2 bullets struck her in the head. She didn't know Salkeld or Duffy. She just happened to be present during an attack on them. On January 25, 2023, family, friends, and hundreds of others attended Lee Edwards' funeral. Locals lined the streets in the rain as mourners arrived for the 12:30 p.m. service. The funeral procession was led by a hearse with a floral tribute stating that Ella's coffin was transported in a carriage pulled by 4 white horses. Pallbearers, including her heartbroken father Tim, carried it into the church, topped with a floral display. Her grandfather George delivered a message to the mourners, encouraging them to leave the church with hope. The Lighthouse pub was closed that day as a mark of respect. According to a statement posted on the pub's Facebook page, Ellie and her family have been on our minds for several weeks. This is especially true right now. May she rest peacefully. Tim stated that he hoped to establish a foundation in his daughter's name to help reduce gun violence. He stated that there are no winners in gun crime. If you pick up a gun, your future and the futures of those around you are over. It's dead simple. It's completely pointless and solves nothing. I want to see a positive outcome from this. Ellie's name will be used for positive purposes in the future. She cannot be forgotten. Connor Chapman was charged with numerous offenses, including causing the death of Lee Edwards, but he had an accomplice. Police charged 20-year-old Thomas with possessing a prohibited weapon and assisting an offender. The detectives discovered that after shooting at the Lighthouse pub's guests, Chapman drove the stolen Mercedes to Barnston, Merseyside, where his longtime friend wearing it lived. The surveillance camera there captured Chapman walking down the road and picking up the crime scene weapon after it had fallen to the ground. Although the crime weapon was never found, police discovered Chapman's DNA in a mixed sample on a bullet casing discovered at the scene and a red glove recovered from Waring's home, which matched one worn by the gunman in a taxi ordered under a false name. Around 5 a.m., Chapman returned home to Woodchurch, Merseyside via a vague pickup point on Christmas morning. To cover up their heinous crime, the men drove to a remote location on New Year's Eve and set fire to a stolen Mercedes. Thomas Waring was found guilty on all charges. In July 2023, the court sentenced him to 9 years in prison. Now I'd like to say a few words about Jake Duffy and Kieran Salkeld, who were the targets of the attack. They were both wounded but survived. In this case, they were the victims. However, a closer look at their way of life reveals that they were on a dangerous path. They were part of the Beechwood gang on December 23, 2023. Chapman had injured them the day before at the Lighthouse pub. Duffy and Saul killed and beat up another criminal affiliated with a group that included Connor Chapman. While Chapman was awaiting sentencing in the shooting case, the two were already imprisoned for their crimes. Salkeld received a 27-month sentence for assault and 9 months for being afraid to run concurrently. Duffy was sentenced to 2 years for assault and 9 months for a fray that would run concurrently. The court has also issued injunctions against them, the full list of which is displayed on your screen. Commenting on the injunctions, Chief Inspector Tom Welch stated that gang-related activity has a profoundly negative impact on those who live or work in areas where these criminals conduct their business, often recklessly and with complete disregard for others. The gang injunctions served on Duffy and Salkeld are part of our ongoing and relentless efforts to combat serious and organized crime in Birkenhead. Our local officers are well aware of the prohibitions detailed in these injunctions, and they will strictly enforce them. If either man violates the law, we can act quickly to arrest him and return him to court, where he may face prison time. We are using all available powers and legislation to disrupt and deter gang activity, but we can't do it alone. We need communities to report any criminal activity in their area so that we can get criminals off the streets. Together, we are always stronger. However, before the story of the shooting began, the court prohibited Chapman from entering the area surrounding the Lighthouse pub. Nonetheless, he chose precisely this location to commit the crime that resulted in the death of the innocent young woman. Perhaps many countries around the world should have stricter laws and more effective methods for influencing people who pose a threat to society. This is my subjective opinion. However, you can express your personal opinion in the comments section. Connor Chapman denied everything. He claimed that the camera at the Lighthouse pub captured another man, not him. He claimed he was at home wrapping Christmas presents, but the evidence suggests otherwise. During the 3.5-week trial, the jury heard about events leading up to the incident, including a feud between Chapman's Wood Church, a state-based gang, and a rival group centered on the Beechwood estate, which is home to Saul and Duffy. Investigators discovered that after committing the crime, Chapman planned to flee to Spain by car ferry. Before he could do that, the police searched his grandparents' home, and the man knew they were close to catching him. As a result, he chose to flee to Wales, rather than risk his life on a car ferry. That is where the plainclothes officers later arrested him. During the trial, Chapman admitted to having access to the Mercedes seen on CCTV footage, but stated that it was primarily used by him and other gang members to trade illegal drugs. He claimed other people had access to the Mercedes and that he wasn't driving it that evening. He admitted to burning the car, but said he did so after realizing someone from his gang had used it in the shootout. Outside court, LA's father, Tim, expressed his hope that his daughter's killer would never see Christmas again. If I'm lucky enough to be around for a long time, I'll do everything I can to ensure that he never leaves jail. He stated that the jury of 7 women and 5 men reached a unanimous decision. Following 3 hours and 48 minutes of deliberation and 3.5 weeks of trial at Liverpool Crown Court, they found Chapman guilty, passing sentence. Mr. Justice Goose informed him about what you did. Connor Chapman was both wicked and shocking. You murdered Ellie Edwards, ending her young life. You spent the days following the incident removing or destroying evidence that could identify you as the gunman. It's absolutely shocking. You meticulously planned a revenge attack in a gang rivalry. You had no regard for anyone else. The risks of what you did were both obvious and high. On July 7, 2023, the court sentenced Connor Chapman to life in prison with a minimum of 48 years before he could seek parole. During the verdict announcement, Ellie's family breathed a sigh of relief and whispered yes. Her father, Tim Edwards, also went on air to answer questions from journalists. Tim said some crucial words. I believe Elle's legacy will hopefully inspire people to be more positive. She was a caring person who would devote more of her time to others than to herself. If she can be remembered for that, as well as her warmth and the happy-go-lucky life she was leading at the age of 26. She would not want you to sit around moping and going downhill. She would not want that. She would not want that. She wants you to live your best life. That was how she approached or interacted with others. She would uplift your spirits. I was lucky to be her father, but we were also close friends. So there are a lot of good memories of laughing and doing stupid things together that you can't print. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we'll talk about a story that happened in California. Christy Wilson, 27, was last seen at the Thunder Valley Casino parking lot. It was the early morning of October 5, 2005. Wilson had a brief phone conversation with her boyfriend, Danny Burlando, on the evening of October 4th, assuring him that she would return home soon, but she then vanished mysteriously. It took the authorities 15 years to figure out where Christy went. Christy Lynn Wilson was born on January 10, 1978, in San Jose, California, USA. She graduated from Gunderson High School and earned a business degree from California State University, Chico. According to her mother, Deborah Wilson Boyd, and stepfather, Patrick Boyd, she was an outstanding athlete and student. Christy graduated from college and found a job she liked at a tech company near Sacramento. In her spare time, she enjoyed playing blackjack at a nearby casino, where she eventually met her boyfriend, Danny Burlando. Christie's family and friends described her relationship with Danny as quite harmonious. They appeared to be a good couple with a promising future, but their relationship began to deteriorate after they moved to Sacramento together. Christie had numerous bruises on her body, but she refused to discuss their origins. Christie struggled at work, in addition to her personal issues. She lost her job as a result of the high-tech crisis and had to relocate to San Jose to live with her parents. She eventually received a job offer in San Francisco and decided to start over. Christie went to Sacramento on October 4th, 2005, to pick up the last of her belongings. But 2 days later, Danny Rolando called Christie's parents to say she had vanished. He claimed to have contacted all jails and hospitals, as well as all of her friends, before calling them. The police have also been informed of Christie Wilson's disappearance. According to Danny Christie, he arrived at the apartment on October 4th. That night, he ate dinner with his family while Christie visited the Thunder Valley Casino. It was the last time he saw her. Danny's family disliked Christie, so it's not surprising that he attended a family dinner alone. Christie's family did not like Danny either. Christie's bruises on her body indicated that Danny had abused her. Christie's stepfather, Patrick Boyd, loved her as if she were his own daughter. And when he learned about the domestic violence, he was furious. Patrick wanted to confront Danny, but Christie's mother, Deborah, stopped him. Danny Burlando was 31 at the time. He used to work as a car salesman but quickly lost his job. Christie went missing about a month ago. After hearing her scream loudly, her neighbors called the police. When the police arrived, they discovered that Christie and Danny had fought, but there were no repercussions because they quickly reconciled. Obviously, Danny was the first person detectives suspected after Christie disappeared, and the fact that he waited nearly 48 hours before reporting his girlfriend missing to the police only added to their suspicion. What if he used this time to destroy all evidence? However, Rolando cooperated and allowed investigators to examine his phone records, credit card transactions, computer, apartment, and car. Although he was a suspect, there was no evidence of criminal activity on his part. He had an alibi of family dinner before reporting Christie's disappearance to the authorities. He called her 78 times, but she did not respond. Christie's friends and family were interviewed by detectives, and her phone and credit card activity was investigated. There has been no activity in her bank account since October 4th. Christie's parents and the police department coordinated a search that included dogs, volunteers, and a police helicopter. The family requested that anyone with information about her whereabouts notify them. Danny stated that he was looking for Christie and went to the Thunder Valley Casino, but the staff did not provide him with any useful information. Danny eventually found Christie's car, which was still in the parking lot next to the casino. When investigators arrived at the casino, Christie's car was still present, but this discovery raised more questions than answers. There was no evidence of a struggle or another crime. As a result, it was unclear if Christie had left the casino, and if she had, why did she abandon her car? Detectives requested CCTV footage from both inside and outside the casino in hopes of finding answers. At the same time, the police attempted to search Christie and Danny's apartment once more, but were unsuccessful. Christie's stepfather, Patrick, was also a police officer, and he organized a search of the bottom of a nearby river that turned up nothing. Investigators focused on Thunder Valley and tracked Christie's movements at the casino using her player's card. The card indicated that she sat at a blackjack table around 11 p.m. As investigators suspected, Danny Burlando was not present on any of the recordings. Christie, however, shared a table with another man. They appeared to communicate with one another. When Christie was won, this man congratulated her. When one of them lost money, they consoled one another. Christie spent approximately 6 hours in the casino. The camera also caught the moment when the man placed his hand on Christie's shoulder. She experienced ups and downs that night. At first, luck was on her side and she could count cards extremely well. Christie became increasingly agitated and anxious as she began to lose control. After one too many drinks, she began to lose control of herself. At some point, the casino employees wanted her to leave. When a casino employee asked Christy to go outside and relax, the black-haired man responded, "Don't worry, I'll take care of this beauty soon after." The camera captured this man getting up and leaving the casino alongside Christy. During their visit to Thunder Valley, detectives discovered that casino employees had discovered a mobile phone beneath a blackjack table. It turned out to be Christy's phone. Perhaps she didn't realize she'd lost it. It was a negative development for the police. After all, they want to find Christy by tracking her phone's location. Further examination of the CCTV footage revealed that Christy and her new acquaintance went to the parking lot. A white car drove away from the parking lot about 4 minutes later, leaving Christy's vehicle behind. The investigators suspected Christy had driven somewhere with an unknown man in his car. The police needed to know if she did it of her own free will, or if this man forced her into the car. Using the player's card information, detectives identified the man at the blackjack table as Mario Flavio Garcia, an Auburn resident. Mario, 53 years old, was a family man. He has 2 sons. Garcia was married and had a relatively successful career, and investigators quickly determined that the white car seen on CCTV footage belonged to him. All of this made him the main suspect in Christy Wilson's disappearance. Garcia, on the other hand, appeared to be alone in his car as he drove away from the parking lot. Christy did not approach her vehicle after leaving the casino. Garcia stayed in the parking lot for 3 minutes and 41 seconds. Perhaps something occurred between him and Christy at that time. Detectives looked into Garcia's life and discovered that he was a beloved community member and football mentor. Despite this, he had a dark side until approximately 25 years ago, when he was arrested for kidnapping his ex-girlfriend. Garcia coerced her into intimacy by taking her to a private location. Furthermore, all of this occurred at gunpoint. As a result, the case was plea bargained down to assault with a deadly weapon. In other words, Garcia got away with it. He made a deal with the prosecutor's office and received only 18 months probation. However, Garcia was of interest to the police in other cases as well. Garcia began dating Lynette Smith a few years after his ex-girlfriend was attacked. This wasn't a fairy tale romance either. Garcia, Lynette, and her mother, Violet Davis, gathered after dinner to celebrate Christmas 1979. On Christmas night, the 3 of them got into Lynette's car. Eyewitnesses told the police that a vehicle had fallen into the river and sank near Oakland Airport. Mario Garcia was the only survivor. He told police Lynette was driving, but detectives were unable to determine who was behind the wheel. Violet Davis' body was in the car. However, it took them a week to locate Lynette's body. Everyone believed it was an accident, and no one was charged. After gathering all of this information, the investigators decided to question Garcia about Christy Wilson's disappearance, but he claimed to know nothing about it. He stated that they left the casino together, politely said their goodbyes, and parted ways. Unfortunately, the CCTV footage could not confirm whether he was telling the truth because the camera was turned in the opposite direction. Garcia claimed that he went home after saying goodbye to Christy, but this was a lie. After reviewing the CCTV footage, the police determined that he drove in the opposite direction from his home. Garcia told detectives that he went straight home and fell asleep. At 8:30 a.m., he awoke and headed to work. His wife refused to speak with the police, so detectives could not confirm or deny this version. However, when they examined Garcia's cell phone records, it became clear that his entire story was a lie. He did not return home immediately after the casino. That morning, at 7:51 a.m., he called his wife, but the cell tower that received his phone signal was a long distance away. Mario also stated that he arrived at work at 9 a.m., but his co-workers reported that Garcia arrived late, around 10 a.m. Investigators learned from speaking with all of Garcia's co-workers that the day Christy Wilson went missing, Mario arrived at work with scratches on his arm and a bruise under one eye. As the main suspect stated, he received them after falling from a tree while pruning. The investigators didn't believe any of it. Who prunes the trees at night? Doesn't that sound ridiculous? The police asked a forensic expert to examine Mario Garcia's wounds. An experienced expert observed that the scratches on the man's face and body were not consistent with injuries sustained while falling from a tree. There were 4 parallel scratches across his face. But that is not all. The 3 parallel scratches on Mario's left side of the chest were particularly intriguing. After all, when resisting, the right-handed person will use their right hand to leave traces or scratches on their opponent's left side of the chest. Christy Wilson was right-handed. The police had reason to believe Mario Garcia was involved in whatever happened to Christy, so they obtained a search warrant for his vehicle, home, and computer. As a reminder, Garcia stated that he went home after saying goodbye to Christy in the parking lot. However, as forensic investigators searched his car, they realized that Christy Wilson was most likely dead. The man was able to wash his car both inside and out. Despite throwing the mat out of the trunk, he failed to destroy all of the evidence. At first, experts discovered a small, unassuming spot on the car seat. After testing, they discovered that it was blood. Unfortunately, it was not clean enough to perform a DNA analysis. Aside from 2 long hairs, the police discovered small splashes of blood on the back door of the trunk. After a comparison, they determined that these 2 hairs belonged to the missing Christy. Following additional testing, the police reached a different conclusion. The bloodstains contained Mario and Christy's DNA. This evidence contradicted Mario's claim that they separated in the parking lot. Everything pointed to a fight between Garcia and Christy. Detectives discovered that he was looking for forensically toxic, illogical data after reviewing his search history. He also used a website that described the drugs that can be slipped into drinks during a date. Investigators assumed Christy was a random victim. They sat at the same table, and Garcia may have slipped something into her alcoholic beverages. However, the police needed to find Christy to prove it. They conducted an extensive search for Christy's body on Garcia's 5-acre property. However, they were unable to discover any new clues. Despite the absence of Christy's body, police arrested Mario Garcia, who was charged with kidnapping and murdering Christy Wilson. Despite the fact that all evidence pointed to his guilt, the man maintained his innocence. The trial started on September 11, 2006. Prosecutors presented compelling evidence that Garcia met Christy at the blackjack table, left the casino with her, attacked her, killed her, and hid her body. At the trial, Garcia asked why the DNA on the door, purportedly belonging to Christy Wilson, was the only thing found. Why wasn't the DNA of my son's wife and the other people in the car found? I cleaned everyone else's DNA except Christy Wilson. Hey, that was the only thing they found. So, how did it arrive there? He hoped to persuade the jury that the police had planted evidence in his car. I suppose I'm supposed to ask for mercy, forgiveness, and remorse during this hearing. However, I am not going to do that. I didn't kill Christy Wilson. I'm innocent. Garcia stated that after hearing both sides, the jury found Mario Garcia guilty on January 11, 2007. The court gave him a life sentence of 59 years. But the story does not end here. Christy's family hoped that after the sentencing, Garcia would reveal where he hid the body, but he refused to do so. Christy's family tried to move on with their lives after such a heartbreaking ordeal. The fact that Mario Garcia filed one appeal after another exacerbated the situation. All of his attempts to appeal the verdict were unsuccessful, but they kept Christy's family from living their lives. Nonetheless, Garcia did not want to spend the rest of his life behind bars. As a result, he changed his tactics. In 2018, he informed Christy's family that he wanted an early release from prison in exchange for information about the body's location. Deborah Boyd considered negotiating with him, but ultimately abandoned the idea. This would be a disgrace. She insisted he would not use my daughter's body as a bargaining chip. The police asked Garcia's family for assistance. They knew Jean Garcia divorced Mario after he was imprisoned. She eventually stopped believing Garcia and began to suspect her ex-husband was involved in Christy Wilson's disappearance and subsequent death. Investigators also contacted Garcia's sons, Chris and Andy, and asked them to recall any details about Christy's disappearance and the days leading up to their father's arrest. The police were curious about Mario's behavior back then. Perhaps there have been some changes. Mario's son, Chris, recalled that he had an important football game. He saw his father working on a tractor. He was working around the property in a frantic manner, with a crazed look in his eyes. Chris wanted his father to attend his game, but Mario said, "I'm not going," which was very firm. "I am not going." Chris thought that was out of character for Mario. Investigators asked Chris to accompany them to his childhood home, which the family had lost in 2007. Chris remembered the details of that day and showed them where he saw his father working on a tractor. It was adjacent to a detached garage on the road. Just 100 yards from Garcia's house, Mario has done an excellent job of making the landscape appear to match the terrain. He had plenty of time to do this. Mario had 4 to 5 days to cover his tracks. In 2005, law enforcement officers searched Garcia's property with police dogs. However, neither of them could find anything at the time. Now the investigators have decided to take a different approach. In August 2020, they contacted a company that specialized in ground-penetrating radars. The technician scanned nearly all 5 acres of Mario Garcia's land and accurately identified 8 voids or pockets beneath the surface. The first 2 holes yielded nothing. The third location identified by experts was where Mario Garcia was digging with a tractor. It was there that the police discovered the skeleton. The examination proved conclusive. Christy Wilson's remains were discovered 15 years after she went missing. Although the exact cause of her death was unknown, experts concluded she had a broken arm and were aware that the investigators who had been working on this case for 15 years traveled to Arizona to personally inform Deborah that they had located her daughter. Christy's family received both sad and joyful news. They finally had the opportunity to say goodbye to their daughter. At a press conference in Auburn with the Wilson family and District Attorney Morgan Gear Place, her County Sheriff Devin Bell announced the discovery, which he claimed was made without Garcia's assistance. He said the now 67-year-old is a convicted murderer who refuses to cooperate, will not provide any information to help the family find closure, and is exactly where he should be: prison. Wilson's mother, Deborah Boyd, stated that the announcement would mark a day of peace for their family. "We've never had this peace before, and we are overjoyed to finally be able to close this chapter of anguish and move forward with a wonderful Thanksgiving." She stated, "Today is a day that exemplifies some of the greatest perseverance in police work that a victim's family could ever ask for." Mario Garcia died from pneumonia on December 24, 2020. Christy's family said his death brought them great peace. Garcia never pleaded guilty, despite the fact that Christy's remains were discovered on his property in 2005. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this episode, we will discuss the events of 2014. Carly McBride, 31, disappeared under mysterious circumstances after visiting her ex-boyfriend's house. After receiving a missing person report, the police launched an investigation. However, the authorities took nearly 2 years to respond to the question, where has Carly vanished? Carly was born on April 14, 1983, into the family of Steve McBride and Lorraine Williams. She was a cheerful and outgoing child who had a strong bond with her parents. Carly became increasingly troubled as she grew older, and she began abusing alcohol and illegal substances. Nonetheless, she made an effort to overcome her harmful addictions. Carly was 31 years old and lived in Belmont, New South Wales, Australia, in 2014. She was a mother to 2 children. William is 7 years old, and Cadence is 3 years old. Carly had children with various men, but I couldn't find any information about her relationship with her former partners. However, we know that Andrew Easton, Cadence's father, was among the last people to see Carly. Carly sought treatment in 2013 to overcome her drug addiction. While there, she met Sale Kenneth Newson, and their friendship developed into something more. In August 2014, Carly and Sale began spending almost all of their time together. The couple fought occasionally, but they appeared to be happy on the surface. On September 30, 2014, Sale drove Carly to Muswellbrook, where her 3-year-old daughter Cadence lived with her father, Andrew Easton. Carly came to stay with her for a few hours. She entered her former partner's home around 12:30 p.m. Saley did not stay with her, but they agreed that he would return in a few hours. However, when Saley arrived to pick up Carly, she was no longer present. Carly's ex-partner Andrew Easton claimed they fought, so Carly departed. She planned to visit the nearest McDonald's, which was about a 20-minute walk from Andrew Easton's house. She was perplexed that Carly had not called to tell him where she would be waiting for him. Sale began addressing her as himself. Since all attempts had failed, Sale drove towards McDonald's, where she allegedly planned to stop along the way. He looked around, hoping to see Carly sitting somewhere waiting for him. He suggested that her phone had died, but Carly was nowhere to be found. She wasn't at or near McDonald's, where she was supposed to have gone. Sale drove around Muswellbrook streets for a while, but it was in vain. Carly appeared to vanish into thin air. When she did not return home to Belmont that evening, Sale called the police. The detectives questioned him about what had happened. It would be precisely the same thing each time. I would drop her off, and she would exit and head to the front door. She'd hold her daughter in her arms, turn around, and wave me away. Newson said she would call and text me twice during each visit to let me know she was fine. But on that particular day, I dropped her off around 12:30 p.m., and everything changed, and I did not hear from her again. Not a thing. I texted her. I called her, but the phone simply rang. Newson said he arrived at the house around 4:30 p.m. As usual, I went to pick up Carly, only to be told by her ex that she had left after an argument earlier that afternoon and was walking about a mile away to a McDonald's. Undoubtedly, the following question arose. Did Carly leave her ex-partner's home, or was Andrew Easton concealing something? His story suggested that he was the last person to see her. However, no other witnesses could confirm that Carly had actually left his house. Police interviewed neighbors and people who lived along Carly's route to McDonald's. The fact that no one saw her has fueled suspicions about her former partner. Unfortunately, no surveillance cameras near Andrew Easton's home could confirm or deny his claim that Carly left around 2 p.m. After reviewing the recordings from McDonald's surveillance cameras, the investigators discovered no evidence that she was ever present. Police investigated the fields behind a nearby residential area for clues. However, the chief investigator in this case stated that nothing particularly remarkable had been discovered and that the investigation would continue. They urged anyone with information about Carly McBride's disappearance to contact the police department. She was last seen in blue jeans, sandals, and a yellow t-shirt, carrying a tan handbag. After obtaining a search warrant, police investigated the house where Carly was last seen. A group of police officers went there, hoping to find evidence that would shed light on what had happened to the mother of 2 children. However, after searching Andrew Easton's house, the police discovered no new clues. Nothing indicated that a crime had been committed in that house. However, investigators discovered something suspicious. They discovered Carly's Facebook account was deleted a few hours after she vanished, prior to the official report of her disappearance. The mysterious deletion of her social media account sparked many questions, including whether the account deletion and Carly's disappearance were linked. Was she the one who deleted her account? Or did somebody else do it? Why was the account deleted? Perhaps the Facebook messages contain information about what happened, which is why the account was deleted. To learn the answers to these questions, the detectives turned to the U.S. Department of Justice, hoping that they could help restore Carly's account and determine who deleted it. Facebook's data analysis takes place at its headquarters in Menlo Park, California. However, Sergeant Wright stated that McBride's Facebook friends could assist the New South Wales police. We're wondering if anyone had contact with Carly via Facebook or other social media in the days leading up to her disappearance. If anyone notices anything unusual, please come forward and let us know. He made this statement in light of the timing of the Facebook page's closure, and in the context of the disappearance, we believe it is highly suspicious. However, it may contain important information about what happened to Carly. Carly's parents couldn't believe their daughter had just fled to begin a new life. Kylie Smith, a close friend and flatmate, said nothing unusual occurred while she spoke with Carly on the phone and traveled to Muswellbrook. She was very down to earth. I would describe her as a free spirit. She was easygoing and just enjoyed life. Miss Smith claimed she was always there for her friends. If you were having a bad day, she knew and would contact you. She also made a plea. Every day, we wake up with no idea what has happened. I don't know where she is. She stated that you must have a conscience to come forward with some news. Please give us something. The police thoroughly searched the area where Carly was prior to her disappearance. The search involved dogs, police divers searching the Hunter River and its surroundings, and aerial and trail bike patrols. And yet none of this helped to find any traces of Carly McBride months ago, and the investigation yielded no results. Carly did not leave any digital footprints. She never turned on her phone after her disappearance. Her social media accounts were inactive, and she did not use any bank cards. Investigators began to believe Carly was no longer alive. Carly's parents asked for help finding their daughter 9 months after she went missing. They were joined by Detective Timothy Seymour, who could help by requesting any information relevant to the investigation. Lorraine Williams, Miss McBride's mother, cried during the public appeal and begged for assistance in finding her beloved daughter. Anything, no matter how small. Please come forward and assist us, she advised. Steve and Lorraine stated that their family faced difficulties following Carly's disappearance. We are doing our best. According to Mr. McBride, the situation with Carly's children is quite complicated. Both children have 2 different fathers. And to be honest, we haven't had much close contact with those kids. So we're just hoping that changes so we can continue to communicate with them. Detective Inspector Timothy Seymour stated that officers had worked tirelessly since Miss McBride's disappearance. We are sorting through a plethora of information. However, we continue to appeal. Inspector Seymour stated that the breakthrough moment may come from someone who believes they have innocuous information. Carly's parents gradually realized that they would likely never see their daughter alive again. Lorraine wrote a heartbreaking letter to the man who robbed her of her daughter. I don't think there's a single person who doesn't know what happened to my bum or hasn't noticed what happened that fateful day. Please help us with her children. They are innocent and beautiful babies. Whoever you are, you have taken away their mother, their only source of fun and happiness in their lives, their tower of strength. They will never feel her soft, warm, and reassuring kisses and big, warm hugs, along with her contagious belly laugh and radiant smile. Their memories are lost. They cannot say goodbye to her. Our pain, anguish, angst, and frustration are dragging us all down, causing us to wake up terrified that we will get a call saying they have found my baby. Whoever you are, you chose that day to take my daughter away from us. You, the bottom, feeding runt, have left us with question after question. We don't know how or why we're grieving. We're in a kind of grief limbo. Our little beautiful and poor babies need to know where their mother is. They are the innocent victims of the terrible nightmare we are living. Please come forward so that they can move on and become the amazing people their mother would have wanted them to be. We cannot honor or respect Carly's life until she is found. My daughter is luring you in, and you will be a good catch when you least expect it. This is my only wish, that we find my baby and put her to rest. It is a fundamental human right, with the dignity and respect she deserves. Then her babies, with their beautiful but broken hearts and heads, can begin to heal, and they may be able to live a life free of anguish, pain, and anxiety. You did not give my daughter a chance. Please let her children know that they ache for William, and Cadence should not be burdened with this pain. Please assist us in providing them with a sense of grief and loss throughout their journey. Carly is a proud Aboriginal woman, as is her lovely sister, and I am honored to be their mother. Nobody deserves this in life, but my baby is drawing you in. You're breaking as we're aching. Your truth is Carly's truth, and therefore our truth. Please, speak up. Because the police were unable to connect Carly's disappearance to her ex-partner, Andrew Easton, they turned their attention to another possible suspect, Sale Newson. During the investigation, they discovered that Carly and Sale's relationship was far from perfect. The man was extremely jealous, which was a frequent source of their disagreements. Despite their brief relationship, Newson told everyone he was deeply in love with Carly, claiming she was the first woman he had fallen in love with in the previous 14 years. He desperately sought any information, helped launch a Facebook page offering financial incentives, and knocked on every door in the area where she was last seen. Despite these public declarations of love and devotion, Newson almost immediately began intimate relationships with other women. Furthermore, just hours after reporting Carly missing, he offered sexual intercourse to several women. Carly vanished on September 30, and on October 2, Sale spent the night with another woman, but in public, he acted like a heartbroken man who had lost the love of his life. Detectives also discovered an argument between Sale and Carly 2 days before her disappearance. Carly allegedly received Facebook messages from other men, which sparked the fight. However, all of this was just circumstantial evidence. They needed direct links to charge Sale Newson in April 2015. The authorities searched 3 addresses, 1 in Muswell Brook and 2 in Scone. Scone is a town in Upper Hunter Shire, Hunter Region, New South Wales, Australia. The distance between Scone and Muswell Brook is approximately 15 miles. During the searches, they seized 3 firearms and an unspecified amount of illegal substances, as well as arresting James Cuneen, a 24-year-old man. However, the police stressed that the charges were unrelated to the ongoing investigation into Carly's disappearance, despite the fact that they arose during the investigation. We should keep this name in mind. Carly has been missing for nearly 2 years. The police continued their investigation, but there were no new leads to help solve the case. But then there was a breakthrough. On August 7, 2016, local pedestrians discovered the remains in a shallow grave in a bush just a few feet from the road. A forensic examination confirmed that these were Carly McBride's remains, a mother of 2 from Belmont who went missing on September 30, 2014, at Muswell Brook. The police delayed announcing the discovery of her body by 4 days in order to gather more evidence. Superintendent Guiana reiterated police suspicions that Carly, 31, had been kidnapped from the street by an unknown person. We do not believe this was a random act. So we're looking into her past and as many people as we can find, he said outside the school and police station, but he didn't name any suspects in the case because it's still too fresh. It took us 2 years to achieve this breakthrough, and we have a large volume of new evidence that needs to be thoroughly evaluated. He stated that we have worked very hard on this over the last 2 years. The team here is eager to resolve this for Carly's family, and we now have so much new evidence that it will require a significant amount of work, but we are well underway. He stated that the heartbroken parents had expressed their desperate need for answers through tears. "Please come forward with any information," Lorraine sobbed. "We still want to know who did this to my baby." The couple stated that they now have some closure after her body was discovered, and they are extremely grateful to the police and public health for finding their last daughter. The investigators worked for 10 months before issuing an arrest warrant for Newson on June 19, 2017. He was arrested and brought to the police station. Newson denied having any involvement in Carly McBride's death. However, Sale Newson was not the only one who faced charges. Police suspected that 26-year-old James Cuneen helped Newson dispose of the body. Carly McBride, Sale Newson, and James Cuneen met at an alcohol and drug rehabilitation center. Each left the center at a different time and for different reasons, but they remained in contact. The trial of Sale Newson began in August 2018 and lasted several years because the police only had circumstantial evidence. Prosecutors say Newson met Carly after she left her ex-partner's house, struck her several times in the head and back in a jealous rage, and threw her body away. Forensic experts determined that Carly McBride died as a result of multiple blunt force traumas. She suffered 23 skull fractures, 13 torso fractures, including spinal and rib fractures. According to the judge, Carly McBride died as a result of blunt force injuries from Newson. Judge Arraes also mentioned that Newson told police during an interview that he was a skilled mixed martial arts fighter. His primary sport was that of boxing. "I had 20 fights and 20 victories. I trained alongside world champions, but as I improved, I became too old." He informed the police that the deceased died as a result of severe brain trauma caused by a high level of force applied to his head. The judge stated, "I am satisfied that the offender caused death through the use of fists, feet, or both, or the use of objects." While looking for a Newson's house, the police discovered the map and a shoebox beneath the bed. This map featured a circle drawn around the towns of Muswell Brook and Scone. Carly's remains were discovered exactly within this radius. That map also had the numbers 1, 2, and 3 written on it in locations outside Muswell Brook with Senior Constable Mohini, indicating that the first 2 numbers represented the location of point-to-point, 2-point cameras. After the police discovered Carly's remains in 2016, Newson contacted her father, Steve. During the conversation, Newson mentioned that the found skeleton lacked hand bones. However, the police never disclosed this information. The only people who knew about it were the police, Carly's parents, and the Department of Forensic Medicine at John Hunter Hospital, as the authorities assumed Newson knew because he was familiar with the crime scene, and he was the one who left Carly's body where they discovered it 2 years later. Furthermore, the clothes on Carly's remains matched those she wore on the day she disappeared. It appeared she died shortly after leaving her former partner's home. The police couldn't find her phone. When police investigated a suspicious mobile phone, they discovered that he had deleted Google location services between September 18 and October 2, 2014. During the trial, the investigators discovered that the photo of Carly that Newson took on the way to Muswell Brook and later used in missing person flyers was edited and cropped before the police received the report of Carly's disappearance. When the search for Carly began, Newson offered a $20,000 reward for information on her location. However, his bank account showed that he was broke, implying that he offered the reward solely because he knew no one would ever find her. Thus, he would not be required to pay. Newson jumped right into the police investigation, attempting to deflect suspicion onto others and gathering information about where police and other emergency services would be searching. He also searched the surrounding streets for CCTV or witnesses, which the police claimed was done not to find information, but to suppress it and determine whether anyone had seen him intercepting Miss McBride. And while volunteers and police searched for her in Muswell Brook and distributed missing person flyers, Newson was in city messaging friends about how he was driving an Audi R8, as well as that Newson claimed to know the area where Miss McBride was found, like the back of my hand, and described it to Carly McBride's father, Steve McBride, despite only seeing footage of a police-staged crime. The images you're seeing now are not from a real crime scene, but rather a staged one that the police used to get a nuisance reaction from. The more investigators dug into Newson and interviewed him, the more they looked through his Facebook messages. The more he listens to his phone calls, the more he reflects on himself. After reviewing his internet search history, investigators discovered that he was looking for instructions on how to delete Facebook account. His account remained active, but Carly's account was deleted soon after. Although all of the evidence was circumstantial, the prosecutor stated that there were puzzle pieces that, when assembled, revealed a picture. These pieces eventually came together to form an irrefutable case, ruling out any other possible explanations for Carly McBride's disappearance and the discovery of her body approximately 82 feet from the side of the road. The judge concluded that the brutal and unplanned attack on Carly was motivated by Newson's jealousy. When he picked up Carly from Muswell Brook, he discovered she had spent approximately 90 minutes with her ex-partner rather than spending time with her daughter as planned. Carly's daughter was not home at that time, and being alone with her ex-partner for an hour and a half allegedly resulted in Noose attacking Carly in a jealous rage. Lorraine Williams, Ms. Zenz, McBride's mother, told a sentencing hearing that she had lived in a state of grief and anxiety for 2 years while waiting for her happy, gorgeous, and outgoing daughter to return home to her 2 young children. Instead, the next time she saw Carly, she was in the morgue. She described the worst day of her life with tears. Carly should be present, living her life with her children. Her sister, her father, and me, Ms. Williams, stated that after today, she will never hear, speak, or see the man who killed her beautiful daughter again. He no longer has the power to harm me, and I refuse to think about him anymore. Ms. Williams said she will miss Carly every second of her life, nearly 7 years after he reported her missing. Newson, 43, was found guilty in December 2021. He was sentenced to 27 years in prison, with parole eligibility in 2038. Following the sentencing, Newson turned to the judge and reiterated his innocence. "I understand that the verdict is final," he said, "Your Honor, I am innocent. From the day I reported Carly missing until today, I've cooperated with the police, the courts, the jails, and everything, and I've been convicted of a crime I didn't commit. Someone out there committed this crime, and it was not me. It was not me. And now I have a difficult task ahead of me in trying to clear my name through the courts." James Cunningham, who assisted Newson in disposing of Carly McBride's body, denied any guilt. However, in July 2022, a jury convicted him. According to the judge, Cunningham lied to police during 3 interrogations to create a false alibi for nuisance and deleted data from his phone to cover his tracks. Unfortunately, I couldn't find his photo. However, it is known that when Cuneen was charged in the Carly McBride case, he was already in prison for possessing illegal weapons and prohibited substances. In November 2020, the 31-year-old Cunning showed almost no reaction when he was sentenced to 7.5 years in prison with a 4-year parole period. Following the trial, Carly's parents stated that, while justice had been served, no matter the outcome, nothing would ever return their daughter. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will look at what happened in Malaysia in 2003. Canny Ong, 28, went missing from the parking lot of a metropolitan mall after eating dinner with friends. Her family filed a missing person report with the police, and authorities soon made a shocking discovery. Many Malaysians still remember Canny Ong's story. This tragedy has shaken the country not only because it was so terrible and absurd, but also because it occurred in a well-known and prestigious mall with surveillance cameras. Canny Ong Lay Kian was born in Malaysia on July 18, 1974. She was the younger of 2 daughters and had a close bond with her parents. In 1995, Canny traveled to the United States to further her education and pursue a career in information technology. Living in the United States, she met a man named Brandon. He was a U.S. citizen and ethnic Chinese whose parents immigrated from Singapore more than 20 years ago. Canny and Brandon were friends at first, but their friendship quickly evolved into a romantic relationship. Brandon became a very close friend to Canny. He tried to support her in everything and help her. In 2001, the couple married. Canny had achieved her professional and personal goals. In 2003, she worked as an analyst in San Diego, was planning for the future with her husband, and wished to become a mother. However, that year, a series of events culminated in horrific events. Canny's father, B. Zheng, was diagnosed with cancer in 2003, so she decided to return to Malaysia to see him and support her family during this difficult time. The date was June 1, 2003. Canny arrived in Malaysia with Brandon. Brandon returned to the United States in a few days, while Canny remained in Kuala Lumpur and spent the majority of her time caring for her father, who was receiving treatment at one of the capital's clinics. Every day, she spoke with Brandon on the phone for hours. They discussed everything, including their 2 cats, and she chastised him for overfeeding them. It almost sounded like they were discussing their children. His father had his kidney removed, but fortunately his health was improving. He was recovering. That is why, on June 14, 2003, Canny planned to return to the United States. The day before her flight, she invited her mother Pearlie, sister Elsie, and close friends to a farewell dinner at a restaurant in one of the popular malls. That evening, June 13, 2003, Canny and her mother arrived at the designated location later than others. I couldn't find a parking spot on the street in front of the mall. Canny had to drive through the underground parking lot, which was not free, but Canny's mother was concerned about something other than the fee. However, the parking lot was not well lit. They left the car and went up to the 2nd floor, where the restaurant was located. Canny was delighted to see her childhood friends. She hadn't seen some of them in a long time, and they had plenty to talk about. In a few hours, she started to notice that she looked tired. She asked her mother if she wanted to go home. Pearlie responded that she had a very busy day and did not mind leaving, assuring her friends that she would return soon. Canny rose from the table with her mother and sister, Elsie. The 3 of them went to the machine to pay for parking. The payment terminal was on the 1st floor of the mall, and as I mentioned, the parking was underground. Standing in line for the terminal, Canny realized she had left a parking ticket in her car. She instructed her sister and mother to remain in line and went down to get the ticket. The terminal queue was gone, but Canny hadn't returned in 10 minutes, so her sister started calling her. The first call went unanswered, and the second was directed to voicemail. Something was obviously wrong. Elsie and Pearlie arrived in the parking lot. Surprised, they discovered that Canny's car was no longer there. They circled the parking lot several times. After that, they were certain that Canny had vanished with the car. Pearlie was certain that something had happened to her daughter because Canny wouldn't drive off without saying anything. The parking lot was poorly lit, but surveillance cameras could provide some answers. The mall security initially refused to show the footage to Canny's relatives, but eventually gave in after her mother begged for assistance. Around midnight, Pearlie and LC sat in front of a monitor, watching the footage that shocked and confirmed their worst suspicions. The footage showed Canny's car exiting the underground parking lot at high speed and breaking the barrier, while someone else drove it. The video quality was not satisfactory. However, it was clear that the person in the driver's seat was most likely a man, and Canny was sitting next to him in the passenger seat, her body tucked against the door, trying to keep as far away from the driver as possible. Pearlie went to the police station right away after seeing the footage and filed a report of her daughter's disappearance and kidnapping. The police launched an investigation, and Canny's family and friends drove all over Kuala Lumpur, hoping to find her car, a purple Proton Tiara. Meanwhile, Brandon, Canny's husband, began to realize something was wrong. He called the wife several times but was unable to reach her. He called her mother, and she told him what had happened. Canny's disappearance shocked Brandon. Pearlie overheard him crying over the phone. Only at dawn did Canny's friends and relatives return home. Unfortunately, their search was unsuccessful. The police were spreading information about the disappearance and conducting their own search, which did not provide any hope. The footage from the mall parking lot where Connie was kidnapped did not help identify the man driving the car. It's been more than 72 hours since his loved ones last saw her. The authorities knew that if Canny Ong had been kidnapped, it was not for ransom, because if money had been the motive, the kidnapper would have come forward long ago and demanded ransom. And this situation did not look good, as evidenced by a sinister discovery made by the police the same day. Connie's car was left on a city street. The front right tire was in such bad shape that it was safe to assume the car had been driven with a flat tire for quite some time, and as a result, it was literally ripped apart. In the back of the car, on the passenger seat, there was a big red stain. Forensic experts collected scrapings from the back seat, fingerprints from the steering wheel, and other car parts. There was plenty of evidence in the car. I'll talk more about it later. Canny's family and friends have not given up hope, and we hope she returns home safely. Unfortunately, the next day, after the car was discovered, all their hopes were dashed. On June 17, a road worker detected a strong, foul odor emanating from a manhole near a highway. When he lifted the lid, he discovered a body that someone was attempting to burn with 2 car tires and sticks. A team of leading forensic experts from the Royal Malaysian Police arrived on the scene immediately and discovered car tires filled with concrete that had previously been used as road sign stands lying on top of the body. Whoever hid it was trying to make it difficult to identify. The family's worst fears were confirmed after the body was discovered, but it was stated incorrectly that she will not believe her daughter is dead until she receives confirmation. Until they do, we will continue to hope she is found alive. She said the family was going to the morgue. However, the doctor stated that they could not confirm whether Canny Ong's family members had DNA samples taken for comparative analysis. The results of expertise fulfilled Canny's parents' worst nightmare. The body discovered is undoubtedly that of their daughter. According to some sources, even before the DNA test results could help family members identify the jewelry on the body, Pearlie, a loving mother, believed and hoped that her daughter would live to the end. It's difficult to imagine the emotional torture she had to endure. The autopsy revealed that Canny suffered stab wounds in her abdomen. A medical forensics expert also discovered signs of strangulation. A cloth was tied around Canny's neck in several knots. In addition, semen was discovered inside her body, which served as a source of DNA. A few days after the body was discovered, an event occurred that raised numerous questions about the work of law enforcement agencies. Subramaniam Ravichandran, an undercover police officer, reported to his superiors that on the night of Canny's disappearance, he and his partner were patrolling the streets of Kuala Lumpur at night on their motorcycle. Both he and his partner were dressed in civilian attire. They noticed a car parked in the wrong spot, taking up half of the road, and decided to stop near it to see if anyone was inside. Walking up to the driver's door, Ravichandran noticed a man behind the wheel and a woman next to him in the passenger seat. He knocked on the window. And when the man behind the wheel lowered it a third of the way down, he showed him his police ID and asked what he was doing there, to which the driver replied that he was simply sitting there and chatting with his girlfriend and was not doing anything illegal. Following these words, the police officer requested that both the drivers and their companions' IDs be checked. While the man behind the wheel was handing out the documents, The woman in the passenger seat made strange hand signals. It appeared that she was asking for assistance. Every time her assumed boyfriend turned to face her, she came to a halt. I noticed the officer asking the driver to get out of the car. The driver reacted angrily, telling Ravichandran that he was not a police officer but a thief. Following these words, he raised the window and reached for the key in the ignition. When the policeman realized the car was about to drive away, he took out his pistol and shot the right front wheel, causing the car to speed away. Ravichandran and his partner began a motorcycle chase, but they were unable to catch up to a car with a flat tire. This is the official version. Given the state of affairs in Malaysian police at the time, it was unsurprising that the officer on duty did not call for reinforcements or notify anyone about what had occurred. That car with a flat tire was the purple Proton Tiara, Kaniong's transport, and it will be discovered abandoned in a few days. Even though the chase did not end in the police's favor, they now have documents from the driver. The driver was Ahmad Najib, a 27-year-old Rs, and the passenger was Kaniong. And if the officer in that situation had behaved differently, perhaps Kani would still be alive. Unfortunately, Ravichandran informed his higher-ups about the situation. Only after Kani's body was discovered. The officer's possession of documents on the suspect was most likely the only positive outcome of that night. Aside from Kani's family, many Malaysians came to say goodbye to her. Brandon was devastated by the death of his beloved wife. Meanwhile, police began searching for Ahmad Najib. As it turned out, he never lived at the address listed on his documents. But his name was real, so there were several ways to find him. The police began looking for the name on the documents in the Registry of Documented Marriages. A match was found at the National Social Support Agency. Ahmad Najib bin Aris was born and raised in Muar, Malaysia. He was the second of 4 brothers and sisters in the household. He dropped out of school so he could work and help his family. In 1998, he went from Muar to Kuala Lumpur. Later, he married and had 2 children. Since 2000, he has been a cabin cleaner for Malaysia Airlines. The police began surveillance on his wife after learning her name and workplace. She worked at one of the metropolitan banks and waited until her shift ended. Police officers disguised in civilian clothes followed her and discovered her home address. The police now knew where Ahmad lived, but they needed to ensure that he was inside the house to avoid scaring him. They kept an eye on the house for 3 days, but when the investigators began to doubt Ahmad Najib's ability to live with his family, he disappeared. However, these were hasty conclusions. On the 4th day of surveillance, around 4 a.m., they noticed a cab pull up to the house, and Ahmad Najib got out. Only a minute later, he was handcuffed and led to the police station for questioning. Information about the arrest and the suspect's identity spread quickly in the press. Many people who knew Ahmad Najib couldn't believe he was responsible for Kaniong's kidnapping and death. He was a devoted husband and father of 2 children, and he gave the impression of a good man. However, officers soon realized that he was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Najib remained calm throughout the first interrogation, stating that he was only willing to speak with the head of the Criminal Investigation Division. He started to deny his guilt. Only after he was presented with evidence linking him to Kaniong did his confidence gradually wane. At first, he was shown 2 IDs that he had given to the officer on duty the night Kani was kidnapped. The officers then stated that they discovered blood spots on his jacket and jeans, and DNA analysis would almost certainly show that this was Kaniong's blood. It wasn't until Najib realized that the officers were not faking it, and that they had irrefutable proof that they were not bluffing, did he admit that he kidnapped and murdered Kani in 10 days, beginning on June 23, 2003. Ahmad was taken to court, where he reiterated his confession. During the next few days, the police conducted an investigation in which Najib showed all of the places where he was with Kani and explained in detail how and how many times he forced her to have intimate relations with him, as well as how he killed her and attempted to dispose of her body. They discovered evidence to back up Najib's claims in every location where he led the police. The cameras captured Ahmad Najib in the underground parking lot where it all began. According to him, he was waiting for his former boss who fired him and wanted to exact revenge. It is worth noting that the version about the former boss has not been confirmed. By hiding in the dark, he noticed Kani looking for something in her car and decided to take advantage of that. He pushed her into the car and threatened her, telling her that if she tried to flee or call for help, she would regret it. Kani fell into a trance and obeyed all of his commands. Then he got into the driver's seat and drove out of the parking lot at high speed, breaking the barrier. After stopping in an industrial area, he began harassing Kenny, but just then, a police officer dressed in civilian clothes approached the car. Najib was attempting to persuade the officers that he only realized he had kidnapped the wrong woman when the officer asked to see their IDs. Even if we assume he intended to kidnap his former boss, this does not absolve him of guilt. Without a doubt, she would have met the same fate as Kanyang. According to his words, Najib escaped the pursuit. Even though the officer had his documents, he didn't think to let Kenny leave. He pulled over on the road to replace a tire that had been punctured by a bullet. A car with a woman inside was parked near where he had stopped. He walked up to her and asked for a jack. He wanted to change the tire, but then he noticed that Kenny was signaling the woman with her hands, who had landed him that jack, so he abandoned the idea and drove away. A short time later, he arrived at a deserted location and forced Kenny to have an intimate relationship with him by threatening her with a knife. Then he drove to another district, forcing Kenny to satisfy him yet again. Both of them were in the back seat, and Kenny begged him for mercy. Instead, he ended her life. Then he hid her body in a manhole near a highway, drove a car to another location, and abandoned it there. After 16 hours, he returned to the location with a gasoline canister and attempted to conceal the evidence of the crime. DNA testing confirmed that the cement discovered inside Kanyang's body belonged to Ahmad Najib Ben Aris. His DNA and fingerprints were also discovered in the car, providing additional irrefutable evidence of his guilt. The experts also determined that the blood found on his jacket and jeans belonged to Kanyang. The trial began on September 15, 2003, only 3 months after Kenny's death. This case became one of the most contentious in Malaysia, attracting a lot of attention from the media and the public. Such a high-profile trial has attracted not only ordinary Malaysians and journalists, but also those who, in my opinion, decided to make a name for themselves, namely attorneys, of which Najib had plenty, despite the fact that he admitted his guilt during the investigation, and there was more than enough evidence of his crimes, including DNA evidence, after consulting with 6 of his attorneys. Najib did not plead guilty in his first trial, telling the court that he confessed under police pressure. However, the judge before whom Najib confessed shortly after his arrest testified that there were no signs of physical abuse on the defendant at the time of confession, and that he was calm and relaxed. With that in mind, the attorneys changed their strategy and began arguing that Kenny was in the car with their client at her own volition. Attorneys attributed it to the fact that Kenny, who holds a black belt in Taekwondo, did not attempt to escape. This attempt to blame the victim for not escaping was rejected because everyone responds differently to critical situations. But they did not stop there. Then they came up with a new version, claiming that Kenny became intimate with Ahmad Najib voluntarily and died of strangulation, which was used to heighten the sensations during the intercourse. But this version was challenged and denied by forensics experts. The cloth around Kenny's neck was tied in multiple knots, indicating that Najib had no intention of loosening it. In fact, the cloth was tied so tightly that the skin beneath it was the only part of the body unaffected by the fire. But that is not all. The cloth was designed for wiping plane windows, and given that the defendant worked as a cabin cleaner, this linked him even more to the crime, not to mention the fact that the lawyers couldn't explain the stab wounds on Kenny's body. At that point, Najib's attorneys ran out of ideas and advised him to remain silent and not testify. Many people wondered why Kenny didn't get out of the car when she had at least 2 chances to do so. Sadly, we will never know the answer. Maybe she just froze in fear and couldn't run away. On February 23, 2005, Ahmad Najib Ben Aris was found guilty of all charges. The judge stated that the evidence points to only one person committing the crime against Kanyang's sexual integrity. Najib received the maximum sentence under Malaysian law, 20 years in prison and 10 chain strikes, but he was also sentenced to death for killing her. Those who frequently watch these types of videos about real crimes are aware that, for example, in the United States, criminals are executed via lethal injection. However, in Malaysia, the process is quite different. They use ropes instead of expensive drugs. Ahmad Najib's attorneys attempted to appeal the sentence twice, but both times were unsuccessful. In 2010, Najib wrote to the head of state, requesting that his death sentence be commuted to life imprisonment. In his letter, he pleaded not guilty yet again, but his clemency request was denied. Ahmad Najib, 40, received his sentence on September 23, 2016, more than 13 years after Canny Ong died. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we'll look at a story from 2016. Michelle Lang, 25, had always wanted to study in Australia, and one day she realized her dream. Unfortunately, her story did not have a happy conclusion. Meng Mei Lang, also known by her middle name Michelle, was born on January 29, 1991, in Chengdu, Sichuan Province, China. Michelle grew up to be a kind, responsible, and respectful young lady. Michelle had a very close relationship with her parents, so it was devastating for her when her father died in an earthquake in 2008. She excelled in school and aspired to live in Australia. Her mother, Mei Zhong Leung, remained supportive throughout and believed that if her daughter received an education in Australia, she would have a bright future. Michelle began attending the University of Technology, Sydney in 2011. This enabled her to travel to Australia and realize her long-held dream. Michelle's aunt, her mother's sister, lives in Australia and has offered her a room in her apartment. She also had a daughter who was 2 years younger than Michelle. Michelle's aunt, who was 44 at the time, married Derek Barrett, a man 20 years her junior. Derek was a temporary unemployed professional who was only 3 years older than Michelle. Michelle, her aunt, cousin, and Derek have since lived together in suburban Campsie, New South Wales. The first few years went well. Michelle excelled in her studies, made new friends, and found a part-time job. Begin in 2016. Michelle's aunt frequently visited Wollongong for work, and Michelle, her cousin, and Derek continued to live in an apartment in Campsie. Michelle's aunt left for another business trip in April 2016, with a return date of April 24th. Michelle, 25, had been out with friends 3 days before that date. Around noon, she took a bus from the University of Technology Sydney to a downtown shopping mall. Around 3 p.m., security cameras captured Michelle shopping on Pitt Street in Sydney's central business district. She was alone, and the footage showed she was fine, unconcerned about anything. The vision also showed her taking a train from St. James to Campsie, arriving around 4:30 p.m. Michelle Lang was last seen alive at the Campsie train station. However, she used her cell phone to communicate with friends and family until late that evening. Those who spoke with Michelle that evening reported no anxiety or unusual tones in her voice. Derek drove to the train station on Sunday, April 24th, to meet his wife after she returned from a business trip. And when Michelle asked Derek about her niece, he said he hadn't seen her in 2 days. Derek was unemployed at the time, so he spent his time on the computer and slept late. So he claimed he and Michelle had not seen each other. He also mentioned that Michelle had been spending a lot of time with her girlfriends and going to nightclubs recently. Michelle's cousin often stayed overnight at friends' houses, so she didn't see her for a few days. Michelle hadn't been seen since April 22nd, and her phone was turned off. This was unusual because she communicated with friends and family members living in China on a daily basis. It was also odd that Michelle didn't log into her social media accounts. The truth is that if someone who was previously an active user of social media and spent several hours per day on it suddenly stops logging into their accounts, there is a good chance that something has gone wrong. Michelle's aunt searched her room, trying to figure out where she had gone. The room was in perfect condition. Michelle's belongings were all in their proper places, and it appeared that she had simply vanished. The next day, Michelle's aunt and husband, Derek, went to the police station to file a missing persons report. They also informed the Chinese embassy about Michelle's disappearance at the police station. Derek told them about the last time he saw Michelle, and her aunt explained that she had just returned from a business trip yesterday, and they had been unable to locate Michelle on their own, much to the disappointment of everyone who cared about Michelle. Her body had already been discovered when the police report was filed the day before, around 10:30 a.m., on Sunday, April 24th. several people called the police after seeing a body floating in the water near Snapper Point. That's approximately 80 miles from Campsie. The same day, some Australian media outlets reported the discovery of a woman's body. According to the report, a woman's body was found face down inside a blowhole on the New South Wales Central Coast. Police said the death was suspicious, and a crime scene was set up yesterday at Snapper Point in the Munmora State Recreation Area. The unidentified woman was found near Mooney Beach between Gosford and Newcastle. She is described as Asian in appearance, between the ages of 20 and 35, and stands about 170 centimeters tall. A post-mortem examination will be performed to determine the cause of death. A rescue helicopter spokesman said it was unclear how long the woman had been there or how she ended up in the water. Detective Chief Inspector Gary Jubilant of the New South Wales Homicide Unit stated, "We are creative in the way that we recapture the area and what has happened in the area, so we're looking through CCTV footage to see if we can find anything like that. I won't say what we discovered, but we're getting a pretty good idea of what happened in that area." During that time, he stated, now that the police had received a report of Michelle's disappearance, they quickly cross-referenced this information with a woman whose body had been discovered at Snapper Point and whose identity had yet to be determined. Michelle's relatives were devastated to learn that she had been discovered dead. Inspector Jubilant stated that police had informed Ms. Ling's family, who live both in Australia and overseas, of the news. "We spoke with Michelle's auntie, who she lives with. Then I called Michelle's brother, who lives with her in China. He said it was terrible news to deliver, and you can imagine how upset they were." Police have asked anyone with information about Michelle's weekend activities to come forward and report it so that detectives can determine who is responsible for this heinous crime as quickly as possible. When the body was retrieved from the water, there were several injuries indicating that Michelle had been severely assaulted. During the autopsy, the medical examiner found over 30 stab wounds on her body. She fought for her life and attempted to fight back against the perpetrator, resulting in defensive wounds to her arms. Michelle's mother flew to Australia a few days after learning of her daughter's death, still unable to accept her loss. "Even today, we cannot accept that she has left us and that we are still in great pain." Miss Lang stated that the time when Meng Mei and I lived happily together would never come back. She said, "You cannot imagine how painful it is for me. The saddest thing in life is losing someone you care deeply about." While investigating the case, the detective spoke with Michelle's aunt and husband because she lived in their apartment and they were the most familiar with her. Derek stated that he last saw Michelle on the evening of Thursday, April 21st. Following dinner, they watched a movie before Michelle went to bed in her room on Friday, April 22nd. When he awoke, Michelle had left the house. He woke up late, so it was not surprising that she had already left. According to him, Michelle had not yet returned when he went to bed, so he assumed she was out having fun with friends. The following day, he awoke late, and Michelle was still missing. He wasn't sure if she was coming home, so he texted her, asking where she was and if she was all right, but the message went unread. Michelle's aunt didn't say anything because she was on a business trip. According to some Australian media, Michelle's aunt told the detective that she checked Michelle's Facebook correspondence on her laptop and discovered that her niece had recently dated an Australian guy whom she described as having golden hair, pale skin, and fierce eyes. As a result, the police assumed Michelle had gone on a date with a man she met online. However, that version was quickly pushed aside. In fact, investigators had already identified a suspect in Michelle Lung's death. Derek Barrett was the last person who saw her alive. The police were skeptical of his claims about waking up late and not seeing Michelle. They called him in for questioning and began asking him about his relationship with Michelle, when he last saw her, and so on. Derek then refused to answer the questions and requested a lawyer, after which he was informed that he had been arrested as a suspect. The truth is that investigators checked his cell phone signal and discovered that he had been in the same area where Michelle's body was found on April 24th. This information contradicted the man's claim that he had not visited Snapper Point that day. A police officer also obtained camera footage of a car matching Barrett's description in the early hours of April 24th, near Snapper Point. However, the image was blurry, and Barrett began to claim it wasn't his car, which the police denied. Detectives discovered video footage of Derek Barrett paying for gas and purchasing beverages at a gas station on his way to Snapper Point. The image is of good quality and clearly shows Barrett. When told that he was lying about what he was doing on April 24th, he began to claim that he had memory problems and couldn't recall specific periods of time because he frequently used illegal substances. Barrett's phone was seized and handed over to experts for analysis and recovery of previously deleted data. What was discovered on the phone proved beyond doubt that Derek Barrett was not only involved in Michelle's death, but also had an unhealthy interest in her. His own stepdaughter was also the focus of his desire. A 15-minute video from September 2014 shows his wife's daughter, his stepdaughter, taking a shower. Derek installed a hidden camera in the shared bathroom, concealing it behind toiletries. In another video, investigators saw Derek enter his stepdaughter's room while she slept, stand next to her bed, and express his satisfaction. After some time, Derek Barrett's attention shifted from his stepdaughter to his niece. Experts recovered a half-hour video of Michelle taking a shower from his phone. In another video, Derek satisfied himself by standing next to Michelle's bed while she slept. The phone also contained images taken shortly before Michelle died. We now know that Michelle returned home around 5 p.m. On April 21st, she sent her last text message around midnight, and no one has heard from or seen her since. Derek Barrett began carrying out his insidious plan shortly after midnight. He attacked, so Michelle tied her up and taped her mouth shut. In pictures on his phone, investigators saw Michelle, bound and naked, lying on a bed, terrified. Michelle had not yet sustained the injuries that caused her death, according to the 17 photos. Derek's last picture was taken around 8 a.m. Michelle was still alive around 4 p.m. On April 22nd, that same day, when Derek's stepdaughter returned home, she had no idea her cousin was tied up in the next room. When questioned by investigators about that day, she stated that she had been home for approximately 3 hours before leaving again. She didn't hear Michelle's call for help. Experts were unable to determine the precise time of death, so it's unclear whether Michelle was alive at the time, but she was definitely present in the apartment. She spent the entire 3 hours at home. Derek was in the bathroom with the shower the following day, April 23rd. Derek left the apartment 4 times to remove trash bags. This was captured on surveillance cameras. Michelle was reportedly dead by this point, and Derek was cleaning the house. Michelle's aunt, Derek's wife, told investigators that when she returned home from a business trip, it was spotless, but she didn't think much about it at the time. At 3:19 a.m. On April 24th, Derek drove to Snapper Point. On the way, he stopped at a gas station to buy drinks and fill up his car with gas. When he arrived at Snapper Point, he disposed of Michelle's body and took some photos around 9 a.m. An hour and a half later, police received information from eyewitnesses who saw the body in the water. Derek visited his parents in the meantime, who did not notice anything unusual about his behavior, and then returned home to Campsie. Derek Barrett was indicted on 27 counts, including unlawful imprisonment, secret videotaping, and murdering Michelle Lang. It is worth noting, in particular, that he was not accused of soliciting for lustful purposes. Derek, like many criminals, began to complain about his difficult childhood, including being bullied at school. Some people believe that a difficult childhood is an excuse for their abusive behavior. The trial started in October 2017. The psychiatrist who examined Derek concluded that he could be held fully accountable for his actions. A psychiatrist testified that Barrett told him, "I lost everything because of a stupid weekend." Derek wrote a letter of apology to his wife and Michelle's family, stating, "No words can begin to describe the emotional pain I have caused you and your family. I can only imagine what you're going through after your loss. Every single moment of my life. I wish I could go back in time and undo that terrible day. My own problems spilled over into the family home, and they paid the price. In some small way, all I can do is dedicate my life to making amends for what I have done." Tam-Mei Jiang, in her mother's translated victim impact statement, requested that the judge sentence this vicious rapist, malicious torturer, and cold-hearted murderer to life in prison. In April 2016, the death of Hamong may have caused great pain to my entire family, and as a single mother attempting to support her daughter, who was an international student in Sydney, she stated that my healthy mother was in such grief that she also died. Not long after learning of Meng Mei's death, my family was dealt such devastating blows that we are still suffering irreversibly. Derek Barrett pleaded guilty after being charged with multiple counts. In December 2017, he was sentenced to 46 years in prison, with the possibility of parole at 34 years and 6 months. Barrett sat with his head down during his sentencing, barely reacting. He was supposed to become eligible for parole in 2050. But circumstances changed. Detective Gary Jubilin spoke to the media outside court, welcoming the lengthy sentence. The courts recognized the gravity of the offense with the sentence imposed on Mr. Barrett. He stated, from an investigative standpoint, "It is satisfying that we have justice, but there is no joy in a situation like this. It's just a very sad case." Michelle's family asked the judge to sentence Barrett to life in prison, so they were dissatisfied with the outcome. The story does not end there. However, another event occurred, forcing Barrett back into the courtroom and causing additional distress for Michelle's family. For years after the crime, a woman discovered a USB drive in the hands of her elderly mother, who suffered from dementia. The elderly woman was not related to Derek Barrett and lived about 6 miles from where he lived before being arrested in 2016. Because of her memory issues, she couldn't recall where she obtained the USB drive. It's still a mystery. Her daughter decided to view the contents of the flash drive on her computer. The video she saw shocked her, so she immediately called the cops. Derek Barrett was identified by investigators as the man who repeatedly satisfied his desire and treated Michelle as an object rather than a person in the videos. The footage was captured on April 22nd and 23rd, 2016. An offender who enjoyed hurting, humiliating, and degrading Ms. Ling defiled her personal integrity cruelly. According to the police statement, the new videos were discovered and reported to Michelle's mother. This caused her even more distress, and she claimed that when the police informed her of the contents of the videos, she began to faint. Barrett set up 2 video cameras in Michelle's room to record his actions from various perspectives. Supreme Court Justice Helen Wilson, who handed down Barrett's original maximum sentence of 46 years, told the court that if she had known the full extent of his crimes in 2017, she would have sentenced him to life in prison. Judge Wilson described the disgusting contents of the 9 videos discovered on the USB drive. She said a compilation of the videos provided by police lasted about 60 minutes and began with Barrett entering his bedroom. She was clearly shocked and alarmed by his entry into her bedroom and didn't want him there. The recordings clearly show that Justice Wilson intended to relive that enjoyment later. She claimed that the offender went to great lengths to make the USB stick and that his disposal of it indicated a desire not to be caught. After new evidence was discovered, Derek Barrett was charged with Michelle Lang's carnal abuse. Barrett pleaded guilty and made no statements. In March 2021, he was sentenced to another 20 years in prison. Unfortunately, both of his sentences will run concurrently. Nevertheless, he will be eligible for parole 2 years later than originally planned. He will be released from prison no earlier than October 27, 2052. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will talk about what happened in Windsor, Canada in 2018. Autumn Taggart, 31, lived on the 3rd floor of this building with her son, Gavin. On June 10, the boy awoke and went into his mother's room. Her room was completely disorganized. He tried to wake up his mother, but Autumn lay motionless. The Autumn Taggart case received widespread attention and Canadian police enlisted the assistance of their American counterparts to locate and apprehend the suspect. Autumn Taggart was a single mom in 2018. Her son Gavin was 9 years old, and they lived in Windsor, about a mile from the border between Michigan and the United States and Ontario, Canada. On Saturday, June 9, 2018, Autumn and Gavin spent the afternoon with the child's father, Chris Sherwin. Autumn maintained friendly relations with him after their breakup. They both did their best to ensure that the breakup did not have a significant negative impact on Gavin. At the end of the day, the three of them went grocery shopping before Chris drove Autumn and Gavin to their third-floor apartment. After that, Chris returned home. Before going to bed, Gavin played video games with his mother, unaware that the following night would be an unimaginable nightmare for him. Gavin awoke to a noise while it was still dark outside. He was startled and opened his eyes to see an unknown man standing next to his bed. Before leaving Gavin's room, the stranger instructed him to close his eyes and sleep. His mother's room was behind a wall. It's on the right in this image. After about a minute, Gavin heard her scream. The boy had never felt such fear before. A few minutes later, silence hung in the air. His mother stopped screaming, and he quickly fell asleep. When Gavin awoke, it was already morning, and he was getting out of bed. He first went to his mother's room. Everything there was shattered and destroyed. Autumn was lying on the bed. Gavin, 9, initially believed his mother was sleeping, but when he saw the blood on her nose, he knew she was dead. It shocked him. The boy was unwilling to believe it was true. He spent the first half of the day playing on the console and watching YouTube videos, attempting to distract himself from the fact that his deceased mother was lying in the next room. In the afternoon, he couldn't take the pressure anymore. He began crying and decided to tell someone about it. After entering his mother's room, he took her phone and used Messenger to contact his father. He texted him that Autumn hadn't woken up. Chris and his girlfriend drove immediately to Autumn and Gavin's house. After parking and exiting his car, Chris noticed his son standing behind a sliding glass door on the third floor. Chris did not have an electronic key to enter the building, so Gavin went downstairs and let him in. He asked his son to stay with his girlfriend while he investigated why Autumn hadn't woken up, then entered the apartment and the bedroom. Chris noticed that Autumn was very pale. She had bruises on her face and body, and her nose was bleeding. The man immediately dialed 911. The police and an ambulance arrived at the address he provided, but the paramedics were forced to declare Autumn dead due to the injuries on her body and the signs of a struggle in the bedroom. It was clear that it was not an accident. Investigators began searching for possible evidence in the apartment. Meanwhile, a child interrogation specialist speaks with Gavin and learns about the overnight guests who told him to sleep. The boy claimed he heard his mother's screams, but they quickly stopped. He described the man he had seen in his room at night. The boy thought the man was white, about average height, and had messy hair. He looked like he'd just gotten out of bed, the boy testified. I believe he was thin, but not too thin. I believe he was skinny. The forensic experts who conducted the autopsy determined that Autumn died as a result of strangulation. Someone beat her up before she died. Furthermore, there were injuries in her genital area and male DNA samples found on her body. Among other things, the police had to answer the following questions. How did the perpetrator enter the apartment? What was his motivation? And, most importantly, who was the man who entered the building? People required an electronic key. The police immediately ruled out the possibility that the killer was one of the building's tenants, because Gavin knew all of his neighbors, and the man he saw on the night of the crime was not one of them. In addition to obtaining an electron key to enter the building, the perpetrator had to enter the victim's apartment. However, there were no signs of forced entry on the door leading to Autumn's apartment. This could indicate that she let the perpetrator in herself or that she failed to lock the door. Eventually, the police will discard both of these assumptions after discovering evidence that the perpetrator climbed to the third floor. He began by ascending to the second-floor balcony and then to the third. The door was open, and he entered the apartment without difficulty. In addition to the DNA sample, the police discovered fingerprints whose owner they were attempting to locate. Only 12 days after the body was discovered, did the police release the victim's identity in the hopes of receiving tips from the public. Authorities have urged anyone with information that could aid the investigation to contact detectives. On the night of the crime, someone noticed a new black SUV, possibly a Honda Pilot, in the parking lot next to the building. It was there until around 6 a.m. Detectives suspected that the owner of the SUV was involved in Autumn's death. They believed he first climbed onto his car's roof and then went higher from there. The building's corners have repetitive, decorative protrusions that could have served as steps for the criminal as he climbed from the second to the third floor. The crime happened at night, so investigators began looking into the activity of mobile phones in the area where Autumn lived. In this case, the fact that the crime occurred at night simplified the task because most people are asleep at that time. There were few phone numbers that were active near the crime scene. During the investigation, the detectives learned that one of the phone numbers belonged to Autumn's neighbor, despite living in the same building as Autumn. She stated during the police interview that she knew nothing. However, she was not only talking on the phone in her apartment, she had moved around the city several times and turned off the phone around the same time that someone had killed her. She was either in her apartment or close to it at the time. It was impossible to say for certain because there is always an error rate when determining the phone's location, but there was no doubt that this woman was concealing information from the detectives investigating the case. So they went to speak with her again. Her name was Michelle, and she insisted that she didn't know or hear anything, but the police warned her that if she withheld critical information for the investigation, she could become an accomplice to the crime. She therefore began to speak. She said that around 2 a.m. that night, a man they knew as Jay contacted her boyfriend, who was looking to buy an illegal substance and hire an escort girl. All three drove to the ATM, where Jay took out cash. They then gave Jay some of the substance. Michelle admitted that she and her boyfriend were dealing with the issues themselves. Jay eventually asked them to sell him more. Then, according to Michelle, she directed Jay to the parking lot near her building. The woman admitted that she and her boyfriend intended to rob Jay. When they arrived at the building, all three consumed illegal substances, and Michelle and her boyfriend decided to flee with the remainder. Interestingly, before fleeing, Michelle hid a bag of the substance in her genitals. Fortunately, there are no details on how she did it, but it's worth remembering this moment. It will be necessary in the future. According to Michelle, she and her boyfriend fled, taking not only the substance but also some of Jay's money. They dashed to the building's entrance and then went upstairs to their apartment, where they locked themselves in, sat quietly, and did not turn on the lights. Jay was unable to enter the building because he did not have an electronic key. He couldn't shout or honk because someone would have called the cops. Furthermore, according to Michelle, when they looked out the window, they noticed shoe marks on Jay's car roof. The man drove away around 6 a.m., and investigators assumed Jay climbed into the building to find the people who stole the substance and money from him, but he had no idea where Michelle lived. So he probably entered Autumn's apartment by mistake. The police now had the suspect's phone number and photo. These images are from a camera at the bank's entrance, where he was withdrawing cash to buy the substance, as well as an ATM camera. After checking the phone number, investigators discovered that his name was not Jay. The man's real name was Jitesh Bogle, and he was a 27-year-old Canadian citizen living and working as a car development engineer in Warren, Michigan. He also owned a black Honda Pilot SUV and used to visit Canada almost every day. To get to Windsor, he only needed to cross the river via bridge or tunnel. Authorities were able to track his movements and discovered that he had left Canada on the morning of June 10. The day Autumn died, he left the country and has not returned since. Jitesh sold his car after the police released details about the black SUV incident at the victim's home. The Canadian police contacted their American counterparts and asked for assistance. They learned that Jitesh was planning to relocate from Michigan to Washington State. His parents lived in Kent. After leaving a good job for unknown reasons, he returned to his parents' home. The fact that he decided to relocate, get rid of his car, and stop visiting Canada was very suspicious. However, the police required irrefutable evidence to arrest and extradite him to Canada. The Windsor police asked the U.S. National Security Agency to assist with the investigation and track the suspect's movements. The male DNA discovered on Autumn's body most likely belongs to Jitesh. To prove it, they needed to collect a sample of his DNA for comparison. Agents from the United States tracked the suspect's movements. They were aware that he was planning to relocate to Washington State and were concerned that he might leave for a third country. Jitesh also tried to change his appearance by removing his beard and wearing blue contact lenses. Fortunately, Jitesh was not particularly cautious. One day, he went to one of Warren's bars and drank. When he finished his last glass and left the bar, the agent seized the glass, obtaining a sample of his DNA. It took some time to compare it to the sample on Autumn's body, but the results were not unexpected. The victim's body contained male DNA that matched Jitesh Bogle. On August 17, 2018, more than 2 months after Autumn Taggart's death, Jitesh was arrested at his parents' home in Kent, Washington. The arrest surprised him. The man appeared to believe that the police would not track him down. The U.S. authorities have begun the extradition process to his homeland. In the extradition documents, the prosecutor stated that Jitesh was a threat to society, posing a flight risk and being unpredictable. Shortly after, Canadian police charged him with the murder of Autumn Taggart. The trial was postponed for an extended period of time due to country-imposed restrictions. It started in November 2021. There were 3 separate courtrooms, allowing for social distance. The main courtroom housed the judge, the prosecutor, the jury, and the defendant, along with his defense. The other 2 courtrooms featured large screens that showed the trial to Autumn's relatives and others. Jitesh Bogle pleaded not guilty to first-degree homicide, claiming that he accidentally killed Autumn. He described how some dealers stole money and an illegal substance from his car. It upset him, so he got out of the car to find them. He didn't remember much of what happened that night because he had consumed so much alcohol and other substances. He remembered climbing onto the balcony before entering the apartment. Autumn was asleep in her bed when he mistook her for Michelle, the woman who had robbed him. When Autumn awoke, she began screaming. He told her to stop making noise, but Autumn did not listen. He put his hand over her mouth, causing her to suffocate. According to the man, he realized he had accidentally killed Autumn after the scream stopped. He then performed CPR on her, but it didn't work. Jitesh couldn't remember how the genital injuries appeared on Autumn's body, or how he left her apartment. Jitesh and his attorneys asked the prosecution to dismiss the first-degree life deprivation charges because they believed it was an unintentional crime. According to them, Jitesh was unaware of his actions due to the large quantity of substances he consumed. The hand over the mouth indicates that they want to be quiet, not that they want to die. Bogle lacked the ability to form intent or understand the consequences of his actions. According to defense attorney Peter Thorning, there is only one explanation for his behavior: intoxication. It is true that terrible things can happen without our knowledge. That is what happened here. This death was unintentional. He was intoxicated or didn't realize that his actions would not result in death. He added, his lawyers also claimed that there was no evidence that the defendant had intercourse with the victim. This is an important consideration because it will have an impact on Jitesh's sentence. Yes, Autumn's body contained Bogle's DNA, but it was not seminal fluid. The lawyers believe it could have been caused by cross-contamination or DNA transfer from one surface to another. For instance, through a forensic expert's gloves. Bogle's lawyers attempted to persuade the jury that John Lasorda, who worked in the forensic unit during the investigation, performed his duties incorrectly by transferring their client's DNA to Autumn Taggart's body. Lasorda's role was to photograph the scene and collect any evidence that came into direct contact with the victim. Bogle's defense lawyer, Peter Thorning, suggested to Lasorda that rotating the body on the bedsheet, which the police seized, could result in DNA or fluid transfer from the body to the sheath, or vice versa. This is known as cross-contamination. It is not impossible, Lasorda stated during cross-examination. Thorning asked Lasorda if he had the necessary training to work as a forensic identification expert. Lasorda stated that he changed gloves between touching each piece of evidence and grabbing his camera to photograph it to avoid cross-contamination. Lasorda examined the evidence in Taggart's room, looking for fluids, urine, saliva, and sperm. Lasorda testified that the likelihood of actual assault increases when there is a deceased female victim compared to a male victim. The court heard that Lasorda discovered no fluid depositions consistent with a jewel assault. He admitted his examination of the body was limited because he was not a trained medical official, such as a coroner. Nothing overt on or around the body would indicate a sexual assault, Lasorda stated in court. He also stated that there were no visible signs of a struggle. Lasorda clarified in court that signs of a struggle would include broken furniture or glass, forced entry, tampered locks, or blood spatter, none of which were found in Autumn's apartment. However, the prosecutor held a different view. Recalling that Michelle hid the substance in her genital area, the prosecution claimed that the defendant was aware of it and searched for it in the same part of Autumn's body, and that even though he did so with his hand, nothing changed. He committed all of the assaults. "You searched her," the prosecutor said, "which is disgusting." "I disagree," said Bogal. "Why didn't he call 911? The prosecutor asked. Autumn stopped breathing. Jitesh responded that he was afraid the police would arrest him because he was sure no one would believe him. "Nobody believed me. I barely believe myself." Bogle testified that he does not remember much of what happened in Autumn's room. He said he recalls performing CPR on Autumn after she stopped screaming. He previously testified that he remembered counting 5 or 6 ribs down before beginning CPR, and that he performed 15 compressions and 3 breaths. The prosecutor also disputed that the defendant's strangulation of the victim was accidental. After all, he could have simply placed his hand over Autumn's mouth to stop her screaming, but he also closed her nose, depriving her of the ability to breathe. And he needed to do it for a while, so he knew what he was doing. Autumn's son, Gavin, who has since turned 13, also testified at the trial. The boy testified at the trial? The boy testified in a separate room in the courthouse from the main room, which housed the judge, jury, lawyers, and accused. He was accompanied by a support worker as he gave his testimony. That was how he described the events of that night. "Someone came into my room and said something I can't recall. He was kind of close." He also testified that no contact was ever made. "When he left my room, it was quiet for a short while. Then I heard my mother scream that night. That scream lasted a while before ending. And then before I knew it, I had fallen asleep again and woke up." When the boy woke up in the morning, he went into his mother's room. Everything was knocked down, broken, and destroyed. My mom was sleeping. Well, that was what I thought at first, but there was blood on her nose, which led me to believe she had died. She was killed. He said I was shocked. He said I was shocked. I could not believe it. I cried, but I tried to cope with it. I simply went about my day unconcerned. The boy testified. He claimed to have spent some of the day playing video games and watching YouTube videos. The date was June 10, 2018. Later that day, he sent a message to his father using his mother's phone. "I could not take it anymore. I needed to tell someone about it." Gavin said. Chris Sherwin Taggart, his former partner and their son's father, testified that he last heard from her via text message around 12:30 a.m. On June 10. In the morning, he texted again, but no one responded. At that point, he expressed concern. Later that day, he claimed to have received a text from Taggart's phone. He soon realized it was his son. A copy of the text messages was displayed in court for the jury to view. On December 1, 2021, a 12-person jury convicted Jitesh Bogle of first-degree life deprivation. They discovered no conclusive evidence that Bogle had intercourse with Autumn. "I can't say we were not nervous. It's definitely the correct decision. Autumn deserved it. Her son deserved it. John Taggart, Autumn's father. Justice. That's exactly what we wanted. That's what we have." The family members hugged and expressed relief. On January 5, 2022, the court sentenced Jitesh Bogle to life in prison. He will have to serve 25 years before being eligible for parole. He appeared on video in jail wearing an orange jumpsuit and a black mask. He sat against a wall away from the camera while listening to the victim's impact statements. Finally, the judge asked if he had anything to say. "It's difficult to express my sorrow and remorse, but I'm glad for the family that they have a sense of justice and can move forward. That day, a part of my soul also died." Bogle stated that we would still like to see the laws in Canada change from life to actual life, rather than 25 years and then parole. "We want life to mean life for all victims," said John Taggart. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A woman was found dead in her own bedroom. Her 2 sons, who lived with her in the same house, heard and saw nothing. Detectives started investigating, but they couldn't find the culprit. It took 38 years for a breakthrough in the case, but nobody was prepared. Linda Slayton was born in 1950 in the state of Alabama, USA. She had loving parents and a younger sister named Judy. From an early age, Linda was ambitious and kind-hearted. She always tried to help others, which earned her many friends. Later, she married a man named Frank, with whom she had 2 sons, Jeff and Tim. However, as the years went by, their marriage became increasingly problematic. Frank developed an alcohol addiction and started to abuse his wife and children. Eventually, Linda left and decided to move to Florida with her sons. They settled in the city of Lakeland, where Linda's parents and sister already lived. Linda rented a house in a residential complex by the lake and dedicated all her time to providing for her sons. Linda took various jobs, but money was always tight for her. Sometimes she had to sell her belongings to pay the bills. She couldn't even afford a car, so her elder son Jeff had to ride his bicycle to school. Her younger son Tim played on a football team, and often he had to ask his coach for a ride home after practice to avoid walking despite the financial difficulties. Linda always strived to give her sons the most time and attention she could. She took them on hikes, brought them to concerts of their favorite bands, and overall tried to ensure their childhood was filled with positive moments. On the evening of September 3, 1981, when Linda was 31 years old, she waited for Jim to finish his practice and went with him to the neighbors who were hosting a small family gathering. Meanwhile, Jeff arrived home and wanted to have dinner, but there was hardly any food in the fridge. He got angry at his mother, hopped on his bicycle, and rode to his grandparents' house, who lived on the other side of the city. Later, when the whole family returned home, Jeff argued with his mother about the empty fridge. But eventually they wished each other a good night and went to bed. The next morning, Linda's sister, who lived in the same complex, went to her house to invite her for a cup of coffee. She knocked on the door but received no response, thinking that Linda had gone somewhere. The woman turned around and was about to leave when she noticed that the bedroom window was open. She approached it, looked inside, and saw Linda lying across the bed. In the next second, the woman screamed and ran to the neighbors to call the police. One look at her sister's face was enough for her to realize that she was dead. Detectives arrived at their house and began examining the crime scene. Linda was lying on her bed, her clothing partially pulled down with a wire hanger around her neck. Based on this evidence, the police suspected that an unknown man had entered the victim's room and assaulted her and strangled her. Soon, forensic experts confirmed this theory by finding a palm print on the windowsill. Linda often left it open since there was no air conditioning in the apartment, making it easy for the killer to gain access. While the detectives worked at the crime scene, the eldest son of the victim woke up from all the commotion. The investigators took him outside and delivered the tragic news of his mother's death. Afterward, they woke up his younger brother and led him towards the exit. However, at that very moment, as the boy passed by his mother's room, another police officer emerged from it, and through the open door, Tim saw his mother's body and froze in place until the officer pulled him away. Jeff and Tim, age 15 and 12 at the time, were in deep shock. Initially, they simply couldn't believe that their mother was dead. Later, the investigators managed to talk to them, and the brothers stated that they hadn't heard any noise and hadn't even woken up that night despite having their own rooms. The detectives found this strange, considering the building had very good acoustics, and given the brutal nature of the murder, loud noises should have been audible from the victim's room. The police interviewed the neighbors, who also hadn't heard anything. None of the residents in the complex had seen any suspicious individuals that day. Medical experts examined the victim's body and confirmed that she had been subjected to violence. They extracted the killer's biological material, but at that time they couldn't conduct DNA analysis. The experts also confirmed that Linda died as a result of strangulation, so the detectives had to investigate the case with almost no evidence. The palm print could only help them if they managed to find a suspect and make a comparison. Linda's sons moved in with their grandparents. They remained in a state of shock and constantly feared that the unknown killer would come after them. The fear was so intense that they slept in the same room as their grandmother, while their grandfather sat in the living room with a rifle. However, the detectives believed that the children were not in danger. In their opinion, the crime had solely a sexual motive, and the killer must have known the victim. After speaking with Linda's relatives, they learned about her ex-husband, who had a history of domestic violence. He immediately became the prime suspect, but the police quickly determined that the man was in a different state at the time of the murder. Afterward, the investigators discovered that shortly before her death, Linda had started dating a certain man. They located this person, but he also had a solid alibi. The detectives checked all the victims' neighbors, comparing their fingerprints with the sample found on the windowsill. They then conducted a similar comparison with all previously convicted men residing in Lakeland, but they couldn't find any matches. Several weeks after the murder, Linda's sons gradually started to recover, and eventually the relatives decided that the best option for them would be to return to school. Over time, it did help the brothers as they began interacting with friends again and gradually returned to a normal life. Tim rejoined the football team as his mother had always been proud of his accomplishments in the sport. A month after her death, he hung a photograph of his team in his bedroom as a reminder of how his mother had taught him to move forward and achieve his goals. Meanwhile, the detectives reached a dead end, failing to find a suitable suspect. They decided to go back to the beginning and reconsider why the sons hadn't heard any screams or signs of a struggle. The police reviewed Jeff's statements and noticed that he had an argument with Linda on the day of her murder. Furthermore, the teenager himself mentioned that he and his mother frequently engaged in verbal disputes. This made the detectives wonder, could Jeff have killed his mother? They called him in for questioning and started asking various questions again. Soon, Jeff realized that the investigators suspected him of the crime. He denied his involvement, but the detectives continued to pressure him. They offered Jeff to undergo a polygraph test, and he agreed. The polygraph operator did not detect any signs of deception, but the police were not ready to give up. Soon after, they called a man for questioning again, and even planned to bring in a hypnotist to put him in a trance state. Jeff constantly faced pressure, and the investigators directly accused him of strangling his mother. This led to the breaking point for Linda's relatives, who demanded that the police focus on finding the real killer and prohibited them from approaching Jeff. Despite this, Jeff agreed to undergo another polygraph test, and after successful results, he was finally no longer considered a suspect. From that point on, the case remained stagnant for many years. Jeff and Tim grew up, got jobs, and started their own families. The murder of their mother still haunts them. But every time they contacted the investigators, they received the same response: no progress had been made in the case. In March 1999, experts extracted a DNA sample from the biological material found on the victim's body. 2 years later, a new detective assigned to the case compared it with samples from all the suspects, including Linda's 2 sons, but there were no matches. Even comparing it with the FBI database yielded no results. When Jeff met with this detective, he realized that they had been acquainted for many years. It turned out that the men regularly played bowling together with mutual friends. They talked, and the investigator promised Jeff that he would solve the case, no matter what. Around the same time, Tim and Jeff heard about another unsolved crime that had remained unresolved for many years. After it received widespread media attention, new evidence emerged leading to the capture of the perpetrator. That's when the brothers decided to approach journalists and share their family tragedy. They gave a detailed interview, and the story made it into the local newspapers. In September 2001, the detective received an interesting lead. He learned that a man named Jimmy Ulmer had abducted a young woman through her bedroom window a year after Linda's murder, for which he received an 80-year prison sentence. What made it even more intriguing was that during Linda's murder, this person lived in the same residential complex just a few meters away from her house. At the time of Homer's arrest, the DNA of criminals was not yet entered into a common database, since it simply did not exist. The man himself passed away in '96, and there were no remaining biological samples. However, the detective contacted the perpetrator's mother, who provided several personal belongings from which the experts managed to extract the sample. Unfortunately, it did not match the DNA of the killer, but despite the setback, the detective was not ready to give up. He continued to search for new suspects, consistently asked the FBI to run the DNA sample of the killer through all available databases, and stayed in touch with Linda's sons. At that point, Jeff and Tim had almost resigned themselves to the thought that they would never find their mother's killer. However, in 2019, a new hope emerged when C.C. Moore, a renowned expert in genetic genealogy, took on the case. She took the DNA sample of the killer and uploaded it to public databases, then began searching for any matches. Typically, such databases can even help find the most distant relatives of the DNA owner, who could be living in different parts of the world without the slightest knowledge of each other's existence. With this information, it is possible to trace their family tree and find common lines, filter out thousands of relatives, and identify the DNA owner. After conducting all this extensive work, Moore was able to pinpoint one family living in the area at the time of the murder. Within that family, there was only one person who fit all the parameters. leaving her to conclude that he was highly likely to be the killer when the detectives heard his name. They immediately realized they had come across him in old reports. His name was Joseph Clinton Mills. Tim's football coach, who regularly gave him a ride home from practice, had never been on the list of suspects, but back in 1981, the police took a statement over the phone as he had dropped Tim off at home on that same day. None of the detectives even considered the possibility that Mills could be the killer. At that time, he was only 20 years old, and there was absolutely no evidence against him, so the police didn't compare his DNA and fingerprints with the samples found at the crime scene. The investigators decided to hold off on informing Jeff and Tim about this discovery. First, they needed to make sure that Mills was truly behind their mother's murder. After studying his biography, they discovered that Mills was arrested in 1984 for forgery of a will, and his fingerprints were taken, which are still kept in a paper archive to this day. Experts compared them with the fingerprints found on the victim's windowsill and obtained a perfect match. After 38 years, they finally learned the identity of the probable killer. Immediately after they discovered that the man still lived in the same house as in 1981. Mills was now 58 years old, owned a small business, was married, and had children and grandchildren. The detectives monitored him for several weeks, hoping to obtain some item with his DNA. It could have been a cigarette butt, a coffee cup, a bottle, and so on. However, they never had the opportunity, so the police decided to discreetly retrieve his trash. They handed the bag to the laboratory, where experts tried to find an item with his DNA, and soon they succeeded. Mills' DNA matched completely with the sample found on Linda's body. Afterward, the detectives met with their sons to inform them of the progress in the case. They were both shocked, but Tim had a much harder time accepting it. He couldn't believe that his football coach turned out to be the same monster who had killed his mother. Tim respected him and looked up to him, and what's more, Mills continued to give him rides home from practice even after the murder. The man constantly encouraged him and always asked if there were any developments in his mother's case. For all these years, a photo of his football team hung in Tim's old bedroom, with the monster who killed his mom standing right behind him. In the same year Mills was arrested, he remained calm and didn't even ask what he was being accused of. When brought in for questioning and asked about Linda's murder, he claimed to have no involvement. According to him, he dropped off Tim and left. Mills insisted that he never entered their house, but the detectives knew it was a lie. They informed him about the DNA and fingerprint match, after which the suspect suddenly changed his version of events. Now Mills insisted that on that night, Linda herself invited him to sneak into her bedroom through the window for an intimate encounter. Then she asked him to lightly choke her with a hanger, but Mills miscalculated his strength and ended up killing her. Of course, the detectives didn't believe this story for a second, considering all the existing evidence. They had a much more plausible theory based on the fact that Mills had repeatedly given Tim rides home. He had seen his mother and could have targeted her as a victim. On the evening of the murder, he dropped off the boy, who immediately went to a party at the neighbor's house with his mother. Mills took advantage of the fact that no one would be home in their house. He drove away for some distance and returned on foot, sneaking into Linda's bedroom through the window and hiding in the closet. He spent several hours there waiting for everyone to go to sleep. In that same closet, he took a wire hanger and used it as a murder weapon. After subjecting the victim to violence, he left the house through the window. Based on all the available evidence, charges were brought against Mills for the murder, and the case was handed over to court in the state of Florida. The death penalty was a possible sentence for such a crime, and on February 9/20, Mills decided to make a deal with the prosecution to avoid this fate. He confessed to the murder, but under the conditions of the agreement, he was not required to disclose the details of the crime. Linda's sons were unhappy with this fact. In the courtroom, Tim shouted at his coach, demanding to know why. Dull. He took his mother away from him, but the man remained silent, looking down only when given the opportunity for a final statement. Mills said, "I'm a good person. I'm not who they're trying to portray me as." This angered the brothers even more, but ultimately they were grateful to the investigators for bringing the case to a conclusion and finally finding the killer. Mills was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole after the verdict was delivered. Jeff and Tim promised to try to live honorable lives and dedicate themselves to their families, as that is what their mother would have wanted. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today's story is a poignant reminder of life's fragility and the devastating consequences of rash actions. Let this tragedy serve as a call to compassion, guiding collective efforts to prevent similar sorrow from befalling other families. Emily Longley was born on February 22, 1994, in the London hospital. She was the first child in Mark and Caroline Longley's young family. Mark's friends teased him about becoming a father at 26. He felt completely unprepared for parenthood. He was present at the birth, and when the nurse cleaned the baby and handed her to him, he gently held her in his arms, her tiny head resting in his palms and her legs barely reaching his elbow. The girl opened her eyes and looked at her father. In that moment, Mark knew fatherhood would not be a problem for him. A few years later, the Longleys welcomed their second daughter, Hannah. The two blonde sisters adored each other and brought joy to their father. He was confident that keeping the kids warm and safe would show them how much he loved them. The girls grew up surrounded by their parents' unconditional love. They had an example of prosperity and happiness right in front of them. Mark Longley worked as a journalist for a local paper. Caroline was a teacher, and the girls had a bright future ahead of them, just as any parent would want for their children. Emily and Hannah Longley's lives were turned upside down 10 years later when their parents decided to relocate from their hometown of Bournemouth to the scenic landscapes of New Zealand. This was a huge change for everyone, as moving to another country was a big step. This difficult decision was made for Emily's health, based on the doctor's recommendation that she needed a change in climate. The longtime family traveled halfway around the world in the hopes of providing a better life for their daughters. As a result of its geographical features, New Zealand's climate varies. Most of New Zealand has a temperate maritime climate with 4 distinct seasons. The winters here are mild, and the summers are relatively cool. The Pacific Ocean and mountain ranges are significant contributors. The English family found the environment and atmosphere ideal. A new chapter has begun in the lives of the Longleys and their daughters. Emily attended a prestigious private school, and her life went on peacefully until she was metaphorically stabbed in the back by former classmates. Her friend Sarah Lee Terblanche caused a stir at school when she revealed that Emily had fallen in with the wrong crowd and was involved with banned substances. Sarah gave the school newspaper an interview about a party at Emily's house. After overcoming initial disappointments and betrayals, Emily returned to England at the end of 2010 to further her education. She moved in with her grandparents, Ronald and Zosie Longley, in a large detached cottage near the promenade in South Beach in Bournemouth, and enrolled in a British college, hoping for a new beginning in her life. Emily, who had struggled in school, adapted to a more relaxed student life and thrived. Emily made progress, balancing her studies at Brockenhurst College in Hampshire with a job at the Topshop clothing store. At 16. Emily Longley was a vibrant, cheerful, and ambitious young woman with stunning blonde beauty. Her radiant appearance helped her achieve early success in the modeling industry. Emily's captivating charm and irresistible charisma set her apart in her community. In December 2010, at a party, she met 19-year-old Elliot Vince Turner. Elliot was the only son of Lee Turner, a wealthy and successful jeweler. He worked at his father's jewelry store in Bournemouth and lived with his family in the affluent Queen's Park neighborhood. He was a member of the Firm, a group of affluent young men who frequented local bars and clubs in Bournemouth and Poole. Elliot Turner, who drew the attention of many women, appeared almost obsessed with them. Nonetheless, they quickly became a couple. Elliot was deeply committed to his girlfriend, who had begun modeling and earning her first income. She began to attract the attention of many men, and Elliot's jealousy of Emily grew intense. Within 4 months, their relationship had devolved into a battleground of constant disagreements and mutual grievances. Emotional abuse became the norm in this tumultuous relationship, characterized by Elliot's worrying behavior and unending jealousy. If he didn't like her outfit, he would accuse her of looking like a call girl. He hacked her Facebook account to track her activities and conversations. He also showed up and announced when she was not present. He used his strength and anger to intimidate Emily after she wrote him a note saying, "Stop acting so aggressive." However, each incident was followed by remorse and apologies, only for the cycle to continue. Elliot eventually went from verbal threats to physical actions. He grabbed her throat and punched her in public several times. He then justified his actions, blaming Emily for his uncontrollable emotional outbursts. Emily became concerned for her life as a result of the constant arguments and fights. She took a break and went on a holiday with her parents to New Zealand. This was the Longleys' best Easter holiday ever. Hannah and Emily hung out as they had done in the past. They walked a lot, laughed a lot, and spent a lot of time together, as if they were expecting to say goodbye soon. Her father hugged her tightly as they said their goodbyes. She agreed to return in September for the Rugby World Cup. Already aboard the plane, she sent her father a message. "It was so nice to see you. I love you." They had had a special bond between father and daughter since she was born. Emily was last seen alive by her family. She went back to the UK, intending to end her relationship with Elliot. This occurred, but unfortunately at the expense of a promising young woman's life. Elliot met his girlfriend not with flowers, but with a new set of accusations and disagreements. Elliot came across photos of Emily with two shirtless young men on social media before she returned from New Zealand. Jealous, he invited her to spend the night at his house. Despite their disagreement, Emily agreed to return to Elliot's family home to talk about their problems, comforted by the presence of Elliot's parents, Lee and Anita. Her arrival at the house was met with a barrage of jealousy and insults. The young couple frequently yelled and argued. A half-hour of yelling was followed by silence. On May 7, 2011, emergency services received a call that 17-year-old Emily Longley had been discovered unconscious in bed. Nina Turner called after discovering the girl in her son's bedroom. Rescuers arrived on the scene and were only able to confirm her death. Following the girl's death, neighbors noticed Turner sitting in the ambulance with his head in his hands. Elliot Turner was arrested immediately following Emily's death, but he was later released on bail pending further investigation. The investigation began following the tragic incident. Turner Jr., consumed by guilt, wrote a confession. His parents, determined not to lose their only son, intentionally withheld critical evidence, delaying the investigation. On the night of the incident, Anita Turner, 51, and Lee Turner, 53, removed a coat from their son's house, retrieved the confession letter from its pocket, and doused it with bleach, destroying vital evidence. During the investigation, it was decided to secretly install listening devices in the expansive Turner family home on May 18th. After gathering evidence from a family discussion about fabricating evidence and concerns about lying to police, the police searched the household computers for additional evidence, which they discovered. A look at the browser's search history revealed searches for death by strangulation and how to avoid a murder charge. In July, all three family members were arrested and charged with being involved in the incident and intentionally concealing evidence. Elliot Turner denied any involvement, blaming Emily for his troubles. A forensic reconstruction of the incident revealed that Elliot and Emily engaged in a struggle on that fateful day. Elliot used force to subdue her, pressing her face down on the bed with a pillow. He then threw away the pillow and continued to strangle her with his hands. When she fell silent, he stood up and exited the room. Pathologists examined Emily's body and discovered injuries consistent with strangulation. Elliot had scratches on his arm, and Emily's fingertips contained his DNA, indicating a struggle between them. Elliot's behavior toward Emily was described in court as threatening, aggressive, violent, controlling, and possessive. These concerning characteristics worsened, and on a fateful night in May 2011, a heated argument broke out between the couple over Emily's choice of outfit and her photos with unknown men. The wealthy family could not afford to lose their son and damage their reputation. Elliot's hired lawyers vigorously defended him. The defense tried to downplay the tormentor's role in the young woman's death, claiming she may have used drugs. However, the Dorset police conducted an independent, toxic, and illogical examination that revealed no drugs or other prohibited substances in the victim's bloodstream. The affluent jeweler and his wife, who disposed of evidence to help cover up how their jealous son ended the life of the aspiring New Zealand model Emily Longley. At 20 years old, Elliot Turner was found guilty by a jury at Winchester Crown Court and may have killed 17-year-old Emily in his bed after a fit of jealous rage. Judge Dobbs stated during his sentencing that he intimidated, stalked, threatened, and assaulted Emily in order to maintain control over her as his trophy girlfriend. The judge also advised Elliot to abandon thoughts of champagne Bentleys and girls as he sentenced him to life in prison, stating that he must serve at least 16 years before being eligible for parole. His parents are Lee, 54, and Nita, 51. We were sentenced in the same court after being convicted of obstructing justice by concealing evidence. They concealed the crime by destroying their son's confession letter and removing critical evidence from their Bournemouth home. Their son was sentenced to 9 months in prison for obstructing justice by concealing evidence. The prosecution claimed Turner suffocated Emily with a pillow before strangling her after she returned to his home to discuss their situation following a heated argument that night. Emily's father, Mark Longley, called Elliot Turner evil and expressed his wish that Turner would suffer every day in prison. Elliot Turner was found guilty of ending her life in May 2012 and sentenced to life in prison. His parents, Anita Turner and Lee Turner, were both imprisoned. They were sentenced to 27 months in prison for misleading the police about the incident and destroying their son's confession note. Because it was a homicide investigation, the police kept her body, and it wasn't until September that she could be brought home in a closed casket. The Turners were released in 2013. Turner's reduced sentence appeal was denied the same year. However, British judges ruled otherwise during hearings in the High Court of London. It's clear that, due to wounded pride, he harbored thoughts of ending her life for a long time, eventually leading to her death. Lord Chief Justice Royce Justice Globe stated in his verdict that Simon Jones, one of the successful prosecutors, stated following the sentence that Emily's death was the result of domestic violence. Elliot stated, "I never wanted to hurt her. I was simply defending myself." Elliot Turner, Emily Longley's perpetrator, is currently serving a life sentence in a Kent prison for the brutal murder of the young aspiring model. The court determined that he would not be eligible for parole for at least 16 years. Turner, according to the Daily Star, has decorated the walls of his prison cell with photos of Emily, indicating a disturbing and possibly obsessive relationship with his victim. Surprisingly, while behind bars, Turner reportedly expressed his desire to return to a life of champagne, Bentleys, and birds. Such an attitude raises concerns about his lack of remorse and the possibility of continuing harmful behavior after release. Furthermore, Elliot's parents, Lee and Anita Turner, were imprisoned for perverting justice by destroying their son's confession letter and tampering with evidence at the crime scene. This emphasizes the gravity of the situation and the collective impact of the Turner family's actions on the pursuit of justice for Emily Longley. Following the conclusion of the trial, Emily's father began to investigate domestic violence. He portrayed Elliot as an abuser using patterns and behaviors. He was constantly thinking about ending her life. It was simply a matter of time. To love someone means not attempting to control their lives, calling them derogatory names or isolating them from their friends. That is not love. A woman is treated as a trophy. Such relationships are solely focused on retrieving the man from Emily's father's memories. He treated Emily cruelly before she returned to New Zealand, but she did not tell us anything. I'm not sure why, but if she had, things might have turned out differently. Now I don't think of Turner or his family. He is in prison, and I hope he suffers every day. If I think too much about what he did, my anger rises, and it is the type of anger that can consume you. He never thought about the people who had loved, cherished, and raised Emily for the previous 17 years. He stood behind her, wrapped his arms around her neck, and took her life. Even now, years later, it's difficult to believe anyone could do this to Emily. After the tragedy, Emily's parents divorced. However, they continue to struggle with anniversaries and birthdays. Easter is particularly difficult because it was the family's last holiday together. On May 6, 2011, Emily was still alive. She was chatting on Facebook with her father just a few hours before the incident occurred. She appeared normal and happy with no hint of fear. On May 7th, everything changed. Emily's father awoke after receiving a phone call. He did not respond right away. By the time he awoke, he had several missed calls from his ex-wife, Caroline, as well as multiple messages on his cell phone. Texts from her were not uncommon, but the volume of calls and messages was concerning. Finally, he picked up an incoming call. It was his younger daughter, Hannah, crying inconsolably on the other end in the background. He could hear his ex-wife screaming, "Emily is gone. Emily's gone." He broke down while sitting on the same couch Emily had sat on just a week before. What was she going to do after college? This could not be true. How could such a vibrant young girl be gone? He couldn't remember anything else about that night. According to Emily's father's recollections, he did not sleep until he boarded the plane for England. "I recall being driven to Auckland, stopping in a small town to refuel, and seeing Emily's photograph on the front page of the Herald. I thought I was going to get sick right there in the station while reading the headline. At the airport, people were throwing their copies in the trash, and I wanted to tell them who she was and that they should keep the newspaper. It felt like an eternity before Mark Longley arrived in England. He was still shocked, unable to believe that his visit to his once-loved England was to identify his beloved daughter, Emily. He still hoped there had been an error. They took him straight to the morgue, where Emily's body lay. He stood in a room with Caroline, a police officer, and the mortician, who pointed to a window and announced that the body was in the next room. The mortician pointed to the window the light would turn on, allowing them to enter the room when they were ready. The light turned on. Mark and Caroline, their hands cold with horror, stood unable to cross the threshold of that room. They were prepared to scream that it was not their daughter, but it was her. Emily was lying on the gurney, covered in a purple sheet, and appeared to be sleeping. Her father approached and touched her face. Emily's father remembered her skin as smooth but icy cold, with a beautiful alabaster hue. I wanted to flee and pretend I hadn't witnessed it. But I stood there, holding her hand, staring at the face I had studied so closely when she was born. Except now, her eyes were closed, and I realized this was no joke. She wasn't going to sit up and say, "Boo, Emily, my daughter," had left. In the midst of such horror, all tomorrows become yesterday. When a flood of emotions pours down, bombarding and overwhelming the soul, you realize your complete helplessness. Emily's parents saw her for the last time that day in the morgue. The pain of losing someone does not get any easier. Time does not heal. It simply teaches you to live with it. Everyone always commented on Emily's beauty, and it continues to be discussed. She had a wonderful, warm, and loving side to her personality. She would approach you, wrap her long arms around you, and give you a tight hug. But most of all, Emily's family misses the woman she could have become. They will never know how her life would have turned out. A life denied to her. Years later, Emily's father remarried. He has a wonderful wife, Hillary, and a lovely son, Hunter, who is growing up in their household. Hannah, Emily's younger sister, has graduated from university and established her own life, free of domestic violence. Their greatest regret is that Emily is not present to share the joyful moments with them. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will talk about a story that happened in 2019. Jassy Correa planned to celebrate her 23rd birthday at one of Boston's entertainment venues. However, she did not return home after meeting up with friends. What happened to her was widely reported on American television channels. Jassy Gelsa Pires Correa was born in Praia, the capital and largest city in Cabo Verde. Jassy and her father immigrated to the United States when she was 3 years old. They resided in Dorchester, Massachusetts. Boston became her home, where she grew up, attended school, and eventually became a devoted mother to her daughter Gabriella. Jassy's personal life was not a fairy tale. Approximately a year before the events we'll discuss today, Gabriella's father, Miguel Castro, attacked her. She wanted to leave, but Miguel refused. Instead, he beat her severely. Jassy later reported Miguel to the police, and the court eventually sentenced him to 4 years in prison. Jassy worked as a waitress at Boston's Del Frisco. She enjoyed dancing and was enthusiastic about photography. The young woman valued her time spent with her family, friends, and daughter. She enjoyed visiting the park with her young daughter. On the evening of Saturday, February 23, 2019, Jassy left her 2-year-old daughter with her family to celebrate her birthday with friends. They chose the venue, a nightclub on Warrenton Street in Boston's Theater District. She wore her new orange jumpsuit and had a good evening. A few days later, her friend informed the police that she and Jassy had spent the night dancing and drinking champagne. After the nightclub closed, Jassy and her 2 friends went outside. As is often the case, the friends parted ways, leaving Jassy on her own. She didn't return home after that night. Her phone was turned off, and all calls went to voicemail. There was no news from Jassy on Sunday morning. Nobody has seen her since she left the venue on Sunday morning. On Tuesday, February 26, her father, Joaquin Correa, went to the police station with a friend of Jassy to report that his 23-year-old daughter had gone missing. The police opened an investigation. The first thing the detectives needed to figure out was where Jassy went after leaving the club. Her family and friends distributed information flyers to passers-by and throughout the city. I was hoping someone would share important information. Detectives speak with Jassy's friends who were with her that night. However, because they had no idea where she had gone, this did little to help the investigation. After leaving the nightclub, they said their goodbyes, with Jassy intending to return home. Police interviewed witnesses and examined CCTV footage from the club and surrounding streets. One of the recordings showed Jassy on the sidewalk on Fremont Street near the nightclub, where she spoke with several people at 2:14 a.m. It was after she had left the nightclub. The footage also showed Jassy, who appeared to be under the influence of alcohol, getting into an Uber that she had not ordered. The young woman accidentally got into the wrong car. To put it mildly, the driver was upset about it. They began arguing, and he pushed her out of the car. What happened next was of particular interest to the investigators. She continued to argue with the driver after being forced out of the vehicle. At that point, an unknown man approached her and offered to take his hand. He took her aside briefly, and they began talking about something. Perhaps she wanted to leave, but this man refused to let go of her hands. In this video, you can see them standing on the sidewalk, and the man holding Jassy's hands pulls her towards him. Further investigation of the CCTV footage revealed that Jassy left the area with this man, knowing how the story would end. One realizes she fell into the hands of a predator who decided to exploit the situation. The next video from the cameras shows Jassy jumping on the man's back and being carried to his car. They got in the car and left 14 minutes later. The police had to find answers to numerous questions. Who was this man? Where has he taken Jassy? Fortunately, they quickly learned his name and address. The man Jassy was with turned out to be Lewis Coleman, 32. He grew up in a good family, and some sources say he had a master's degree in physics and had no legal issues. The police database contained no information indicating that Lewis Coleman owned a car. Coleman's mother, who lived in California, had a red 2016 Buick, which was exactly the type of car Coleman put Jassy in. Korea Coleman resided in Providence, Rhode Island, approximately 50 miles from the venue nightclub. The police arrived at his home, but the man was no longer present. CCTV cameras inside and outside the building confirmed both the police and Jassy's family's worst fears. Coleman's drive from the venue club to his apartment in Providence took about an hour, so he must have stopped somewhere because he returned to his apartment at 4:15 a.m. on Sunday. He got Jassy into his car about 2 hours later. Coleman emailed his colleagues the next day, informing them that he would be away for a few more days. "Hello, everyone. I just wanted to let you know that I am still out sick. I will be back in a few days," Coleman wrote. According to what he wrote, he needed time to hide the evidence of the crime. That's what he tried to do over the next 2 days. We'll now look at more cat TV footage to see what happened to Jassy after she left with Coleman. For ethical reasons, the police never released the first recording, which showed Coleman going to his apartment with Jassy. The following is how FBI Special Agent Thomas Zukaskas described what he witnessed on the recording. Coleman walked from the red sedan to the front of the building carrying a body with long hair and orange pants. I believe the footage shows Coleman carrying the victim into his apartment building. According to Zukaskas, the video from the building's lobby shows Coleman entering the building around 4:27 a.m. with a woman in his arms. Then he took the elevator up to the 6th floor. Jassy wasn't moving at the time. She was either unconscious or had already died. Coleman was caught on camera at Walmart on Tuesday, February 26, the same day that Jassy's father reported her missing to the police. The list of goods he purchased was very revealing. The receipts obtained by the police showed that he had purchased 3 Tyvek suits, duct tape for candles, electrical tape, a mask, surgical gloves, 2 pairs of safety goggles, a respirator, and the Clone Release bleach bath the next day. On the Clone Release bleach bath the next day, on February 27, Coleman returned to Walmart while relatives and friends distributed information flyers featuring Jassy's picture to passers-by. The footage was shot at 9:22 p.m. He is shown wheeling a cart that contains very characteristic items. He purchased a large suitcase and a canister on February 27, 2019, Coleman was captured on video entering the apartment building around 9:58 p.m. with what appeared to be a large suitcase. The footage then shows Coleman wheeling the suitcase away from his apartment unit towards the elevator, out of the building, and into the parking lot to his vehicle on February 28, 2019 at 2:15 a.m. More comments are unnecessary for this footage. Simply watch it, and you will understand everything. Coleman appeared to have difficulty lifting the suitcase into his car's trunk. Around 2:44 a.m., Coleman allegedly exited the building several times between 4 and 4:02 a.m., carrying cardboard boxes, trash bags, a bottle of bleach, a computer tower, a black laptop case, and a small duffel bag. Jassy Correa has not left Coleman's apartment since the morning of February 24. The U.S. Attorney for Massachusetts, Andrew Lelling, told reporters later that day, on February 28, 2019, the police obtained a search warrant for Coleman's apartment, and they discovered 2 packages of hooded coveralls and 2 respirator masks. They also examined a sofa with 4 large cushions, one of which was missing a cover, in a dumpster outside the apartment complex. They discovered white trash bags, a bag containing plastic sheets, men's bleach, stained jeans and a belt, a white nylon hooded cover, an unopened box of baking soda, clear safety goggles, duct tape packaging rubbing alcohol, Walmart bags with plastic gloves, and an empty package from a car air freshener. I used 3 packs of purifying charcoal and a sponge. On the afternoon of February 28, 2019, police stopped Coleman's car near Wilmington, Delaware. Coleman was ordered out of the vehicle by the officers, who also inquired about the presence of any other passengers. According to some sources, Coleman responded, "She is in the trunk." Officers discovered Jassy's body wrapped in a sofa cushion cover in the trunk of Coleman's vehicle, inside a black trash bag inside a large suitcase similar to the one Coleman brought into his apartment on February 27, 2019. Experts who examined the vehicle discovered 2 cracks in the windshield on the passenger side. It gave police reason to believe that the man assaulted Jassy in his car. They arrested Coleman and took him to a Delaware State Police barracks. Coleman had a large bandage covering the right side of his face. When asked about it, he allegedly said, "It's from the girl." During the forensic examination, experts determined that Jassy died from strangulation and blunt force trauma. Furthermore, they discovered seminal fluid on her body, the DNA samples of which matched Coleman's. Prosecutors claim Coleman's DNA was also at Jassy's fingertips. At the same time, experts couldn't say where Jassy died. It could have occurred in either the car or Coleman's apartment. Jassy's death shocked her family. Her 2-year-old daughter had also lost her mother, which was equally heartbreaking. Some Boston officials paid a visit to the Correa family and promised to seek justice for Jassy. As is customary, some people accuse Correa on social media of being alone on the street at such a late hour. Rachel Rollins, Suffolk District Attorney, expressed her thoughts on this. She claimed that Jassy was not in the wrong place at the right time. She was right. Every woman has the right to celebrate her birthday on a night out with friends. Let's not get into a debate over whether we should walk home alone or how many people we should call when we leave the club. If anything, we should remind the men in our lives that violence against women is not a woman's issue. It is a problem that men accept responsibility for in their own lives. The lives of their sons and their social lives with friends and colleagues, On Saturday morning, March 9, 2019, mourning family and community members gathered at St. Peter's Parish in Dorchester to say goodbye to Jassy Correa. Some loved ones dressed in all white, while others pinned buttons, shirts, and sweatshirts featuring Jassy's face and the phrase "Justice for Jassy as a family man." We express our sadness as friends and community, but we must also accept Jassy's death. We don't know, but God does, and I have complete faith and trust in God that her death was not in vain, stated Michaela DeAndrade, Jassy's cousin and best friend. While delivering the first eulogy, Boston Mayor Marty Walsh promised to work to make the world a safer place for women. Young women deserve to go out at night to celebrate their birthdays with their friends and then return home to their children and families. Walsh stated that no family should ever go through what Jassy's family has. Correa's father, Joaquin Correa Jassy, thanked the congregation of more than 200 people inside the church. According to a cousin, Jassy's mother, who lived in Portugal and hadn't seen her daughter in 20 years, was also present. The parents appeared to be overcome with grief as they prepared to lay the 23-year-old to rest. There were no empty seats in the church, and many people lined the back wall. Joaquin Correa thanked the city for its support, as well as all of the various law enforcement agencies and departments that spared no effort or resources in carrying out their noble and risky mission in the 3 states involved. "My dear Jassy, rest in paradise," he said. "Rest in peace, my beloved child." Louis Coleman was charged with kidnapping, which led to his death. The charge of kidnapping resulting in death carries the death penalty or a life sentence. But in November 2019, prosecutors announced that Coleman would not face capital punishment. During the trial, prosecutors presented a variety of evidence, including a video of Coleman dragging Jassy Correa's body into his Providence apartment and a history of his online searches in the days after her disappearance. FBI agents described Coleman's online searches in the days following the alleged kidnapping, which included how a person can fit in a suitcase and how to extract a tooth that is not loose. However, Coleman's legal team has argued that the evidence presented by the prosecution had little to no relevance to the charge against him. It is not a question of whether he handled himself appropriately following her death, or whether he did anything illegal or inappropriate after that. And, frankly, that is where the majority of the government's evidence has been gathered. I would argue that none of these factors are determinative of the elements of the kidnapping allegation, according to Attorney David, whose several motions filed by the prosecution and defense detail what happened the night of Jassy Correa's disappearance and the days before police discovered her lifeless body. Both sides had different stories about what happened. However, the documents revealed disturbing details about the events leading up to Jassy's death. Prosecutors proved Coleman was at the same nightclub as Jassy and her friends, where he was chatting with a woman he had recently met. It was not Jassy. They talked, danced, and exchanged phone numbers. They texted each other while at the club, and when it closed, the defense and prosecution expressed opposing viewpoints. Prosecutors claimed Jassy was not the aggressor, and that Coleman killed her after duping her into believing he would drive her to a friend's apartment. Coleman's defense team argued that Jassy was aggressive after the Uber driver pushed her out of the car. At trial, defense lawyers attempted to argue that Jassy started the fight with Coleman on her own initiative, and that the crime was a spontaneous altercation, rather than a planned and executed stalking, kidnapping, and deprivation of life. Prosecutors said the defendant's argument appears to be that the victim, who weighed 119 pounds at the time of the autopsy, assaulted the defendant, who weighed 200 pounds when he was arrested. Coleman's lawyers attempted to downplay their client's involvement in the crime. After all, in addition to alcohol, the toxic illogical examination found traces of a variety of prohibited substances in Jassy's body. Coleman was convicted of 1 count of kidnapping with a fatal outcome in June 2022. The defense team filed a new motion, arguing that there is insufficient evidence to support a conviction. However, they were unable to influence the trial's outcome. In October 2022, the court sentenced Louis Coleman, 36, to life in prison without parole for kidnapping and murdering Jassy Correa. The court also ordered him to pay her family approximately $60,000 in compensation. Jassy Correa, 22, was a vibrant and beautiful woman with a toddler daughter. Louis Coleman, a complete stranger to her, abducted, raped, and strangled her to death. This sentence will never alleviate the pain and suffering that Louis Coleman caused Jassy and Correa that night, as well as her loving family, her mother, father, brother, and so many others, every day since February 24, 2019, by his depravity and callous disregard for Ms. Correa's life. Louis Coleman gave up his right to live freely, and society still believes that Louis Coleman has shown no remorse. According to First Assistant US Attorney Joshua Levy, after luring 22-year-old Miss Correa into his car, we assaulted and killed her. Louis Coleman did not even consider turning himself in. Rather, he devised a gruesome plan to conceal the assault, or he simply committed it. Today's sentence of life in prison is just. Levy said this in a statement. It is unclear where Louis Coleman was taking Jassy's body and what he planned to do with it. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On July 3, 1989, another child was born in the municipality of Estreitão in Maranhão, Brazil. The boy was named Danilo, which is a common Portuguese name. This child was not spoon-fed or stroked on the head with bedtime stories. When he reached school age, he was not escorted there. He grew up on the streets, like all the other children in this impoverished neighborhood. Adults and children in Brazil's favelas live in conditions of oppressive poverty, low living standards, and unemployment. All of these factors provide the foundation for street crime to flourish. From childhood, there was only dirt, poverty, a lack of human contact, and ordinary food. All existing instincts for self-preservation are activated. Everyone survives in their own way. Unfortunately, more often than not, a person who has seen only violence and the speed with which results are obtained through force will choose the same path in life because he does not know how else. Our story today is about the horrific brutality and unwavering obsession that destroy people. Sara Brandão was looking forward to seeing her younger sister Deborah and two nephews, a boy named Ian and a girl named Yasmin, at the airport in 2019. Deborah, 30, had a failed relationship with her children's father. Driven by a genuine desire to provide a better life for her children, she relocated from Brazil to Pennsylvania to live with her sister. The family quickly settled into their new home. I grew accustomed to my cozy home and the new standard of living. Deborah Brandão and her sister Sarah were inseparable. They not only worked together in the cleaning service, but they also spoke on the phone throughout the day. They lived a peaceful and happy life. They had moved to another country. However, an unexpected encounter altered the fates of all the heroes forever. Deborah met her compatriot, 31-year-old Danilo Cavalcante, in the park during a day off with children in 2020. The young people quickly developed a trusting relationship with one another. The man was extremely attentive to her and kind to her children. Deborah fell in love with her Brazilian neighbor, Danilo Cavalcante, and concluded that she had found a suitable and trustworthy man. After a few months together, they rented a small house and began living as a full-fledged family. After a while, the hot and emotional Danilo became bored with his ideal family life. As their relationship with Deborah grew closer, he became more jealous and obsessive. Mistrust arose from nothing and gradually evolved into complete control. Scandals between the couple erupted on a regular basis, eventually leading to violence. Danilo drank every night and returned home in a completely different person. He acted like an angry animal. He demanded complete obedience and submission from Deborah. In the event of resistance, he punished her severely in front of the children. The woman was not weak. She defended herself to the best of her ability and refused to let her beloved children suffer harm. Unwilling to tolerate such treatment, she returned to her sister's house, and after receiving repeated threats, she went to the police and then to court to obtain an order of protection prohibiting Cavalcante from approaching her. Despite Deborah's numerous attempts to distance herself from Cavalcante, he pursued her relentlessly, threatening violence if she dared to end the relationship. Deborah, fearing for her life, conducts a small investigation to learn more about Danilo Cavalcante's identity. After contacting acquaintances in Brazil via social media, she learns about Danilo's previous life and the reasons for his entry into the United States. The woman realizes her lover is not who he claims to be, and the revelation shocks her. On November 5, 2017, while in his native Brazil, Danilo Cavalcante fatally wounded 20-year-old student Walter J.R. Moreira dos Reis shot him 5 times near a restaurant in the city of Figueirópolis. An investigation revealed that the two were friends, and the killing was motivated by Walter's car repair debt. A week following the crime, the Brazilian judicial system granted the prosecutor's office's request for preventive detention, issuing an arrest warrant. However, Brazilian authorities did not have time to detain Danilo. Cavalcante was able to flee the country via Brasilia International Airport due to a disagreement with the Tocantins judicial system, which did not request that the decision be entered into the National Warrant Registry until 7 months after the crime. Cavalcante entered Puerto Rico illegally. A warrant for his arrest was issued in Brazil in June 2018. Cavalcante obtained a fake ID after entering Puerto Rico and eventually moved to Chester County, Pennsylvania, to live with his sister. Danilo's real identity was revealed. Deborah gave him an ultimatum: either leave her alone or she would reveal his identity. This was the woman's fatal error. Deborah was walking with her children in front of her house on the evening of April 18, 2021. The children were playing catch-up, and the woman was quietly conversing with an elderly neighbor. Danilo Cavalcanti took her aside to talk. The neighbor remained waiting for Deborah and only observed the ex-lovers chatting. The conversation was calm until Cavalcante pulled out 2 knives and suddenly attacked her. Deborah fell, and he stabbed her multiple times. Deborah's children screamed down the street for him not to touch their mother. However, the man was in agony. He stabbed Deborah 38 times. A neighbor who witnessed the brutal scene desperately attempted to provide emergency aid and stop the bleeding. Deborah's daughter dashed to a neighbor's house to seek assistance and call emergency services. Deborah Brandau was taken to Pauli Hospital but died of her injuries. Meanwhile, Daniel Cavalcanti fled Pennsylvania to avoid arrest and remained on the run for several hours before being apprehended and arrested by Virginia State Police. He was extradited to Pennsylvania and arrested pending trial on August 16, 2023, in Chester County. Danilo Cavalcanti's trial for first-degree murder began. The investigation found that Cavalcante refused to accept the end of their relationship and had been intimidating Deborah since 2020. During the Cavalcante's trial, Deborah's crying child testified repeatedly about the horrifying events of that bloody day. It only took the jury 15 minutes to reach a guilty verdict. Cavalcante was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. After the verdict was announced, Cavalcanti was transferred to the Chester County Jail in Poquoson, where he was awaiting transfer to a federal prison. However, on August 31, 2023, at approximately 9 a.m., he escaped from the Chester County Jail via a chimney, much like Spider-Man. He climbed across the wall between 2 cramped hallways, ascended through the chimney to the roof, deftly avoiding the barbed wire fences, and escaped. Surveillance footage captured the prisoner in the narrow space between 2 walls in the exercise yard. He walked up with his arms and legs to either side. He then ran across the roof, climbed over the fence, and pushed through the barbed wire to escape. Prison officials were well aware of all the vulnerabilities discovered in the prison after Igor Bolt escaped and believed they had been addressed. Officials believed that the barbed wire installed following a similar escape by an inmate named Igor Boller a few months prior would prevent a jailbreak planned by the acting warden. According to court documents from May, an inmate named Igor Boller climbed onto the jail roof and jumped to a less secure location. He was apprehended less than a mile from the prison, approximately 5 minutes after escaping. Again, we neglected to account for the failure on the human factors side. We concentrated solely on the physical infrastructure, not the human factor. According to Holland, 160 cells did not witness the escape, and a guard and a tower that watched over the prisoners did not notice the Cavalcante's disappear. The tower guard was initially placed on administrative leave and then fired. As a matter of urgency, the prison was closed, and the hunt for a particularly dangerous criminal began. Alerts were everywhere. Danilo Cavalcanti, 33, has black hair and is possibly armed and dangerous. The escape of a dangerous killer from a state prison has garnered a lot of attention. Every day, the search for the fugitive was broadcast on all media channels. The Pennsylvania State Police Chief, who led the search for Cavalcanti, held regular press conferences and briefings to provide state residents with accurate information about the special operation. He urged residents to take an active role in the situation by holding vigils. It's an observation to help figure out the perpetrator's path, and it worked. So, a few hours after his escape, Danilo Cavalcanti was seen walking along a road about 2 miles west of the prison. Cavalcanti was discovered using a surveillance camera in the early morning hours of September 2nd after receiving reports from local residents. Police established a search perimeter around the area, securing the roads and railroads that run through it to prevent Cavalcante's possible escape, and offered a $10,000 reward for any information leading to his capture. Authorities began searching within 2 miles of the jail in a heavily wooded pickup area and township in Chester County. A local resident discovered the fugitive in a creek bed just days after his escape, but he fled into the woods before police could locate him. The search continued. After a week on the run, the search area expanded. Cavalcanti was captured on a security camera at Longwood Gardens, a popular botanical garden nearly 3 miles from the jail and just south of where police initially searched for him. There are a lot of ravines, high fields, grass, and cover for a guy who is 5 feet tall and weighs 120 pounds. Robert Clark, Deputy U.S. Marshal for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania, stated on September 5th. In addition to the difficult, rugged terrain, searchers struggled to deal with the extreme heat and humidity that persisted for days following a week of desperate searches for the fugitive felon. The number of officers searching for Cavalcante on the ground has increased from 250 to nearly 400. We have a large perimeter secured, and we are very optimistic. According to the police chief, the search team has been strengthened not only in numbers but also in terms of equipment. Helicopters flying over the search area began playing a recorded message from Cavalcante's Portuguese-speaking mother, begging him to surrender peacefully to authorities. The next morning, a security camera caught Cavalcante on a property about 2 miles south of the prison. Police have moved in to set up a new perimeter around the facility, and Longwood Gardens and nearby schools will be closed while the search is conducted. Police continued their intensive search for the object for the rest of the week, and Longwood Gardens briefly reopened with limited access before being forced to evacuate and close again on September 7th after another sighting of the object. On the same day, police increased the reward for information leading to his capture from $10,000 to $20,000. After nearly a week of searching, nerves were frayed. Locals knew a man convicted of murder was on the loose, but authorities had yet to explain how Cavalcante escaped from prison. Police in Philadelphia's Chester County have asked residents to lock all doors and windows, secure vehicles, and stay indoors. CBS News reported that Danilo Cavalcante, 34, escaped from a Pennsylvania prison. The intense search continued until September 9th, when Cavalcante was seen on a video intercom call standing on the front porch of a former colleague's home near Phoenixville, nearly 20 miles northeast of the search perimeter. Cavalcante had a deft way of altering his appearance. He shaved and dressed in new clothes. Danilo moved around the state with sophistication and remained undetected, so he stole a van from a nearby dairy store and drove it to Phoenixville, hoping to find assistance and shelter from acquaintances. On the morning of September 10th, a stolen van with an empty gas tank was discovered abandoned in a field in East Nantmeal. The search was expanded to include the northern part of Chester County. On September 11th, the fugitives' movements caused the search perimeter to change again. As the search continued, Cavalcante was added to Interpol's wanted list, and authorities increased the reward for information on his whereabouts. The same night, a local resident called emergency services. He reported that a man with a similar description had broken into his garage. The homeowner was forced to open fire in self-defense, shooting him 7 times. However, Cavalcante was able to escape and steal a .caliber rifle with a scope and flashlight from the house. Police responded quickly and discovered Cavalcante's sweatshirts and shoes near the home after confirming the perpetrator's identity and determining that the dangerous felon was now armed. Police urged residents of the South Coventry neighborhood to lock all doors, windows, and vehicles and stay indoors if possible. The convicted felon carries a handgun and is especially dangerous. Many residents in the area have been alarmed by the chemical contest escape. School districts canceled classes for the day after Cavalcante was captured on surveillance video. The police expanded their search and advised residents to keep their doors locked. Police established a new search perimeter in South Coventry Township that was tighter than previous ones because they believed Cavalcante was now surrounded. The search continued throughout the day on September 12th until around 1 a.m. On September 13th, an aircraft equipped with thermal imaging technology spotted Cavalcante in the woods. Despite the sighting, police had to wait until sunrise to approach because bad weather prevented the surveillance plane from flying safely. The big breakthrough came in the early hours of September 13th, when authorities discovered that a security alarm had gone off shortly after midnight within the final search perimeter. According to Bill Evans, an illegal drug enforcement aircraft using thermal imaging technology detected a heat signal in the area around 1 a.m. An alarm was triggered. Ron Johnson, a retired Missouri State Highway Patrol captain, stated that technology was extremely important in this case. Things went against law enforcement for a long time, but they were able to detect the heat signature of a DA spy plane around 8 a.m. On September 13th, police discovered Cavalcante sleeping with the rifle he had stolen from his home 2 nights before. Danilo Cavalcante, a dangerous criminal, attempted to flee by crawling into dense undergrowth, but a police dog named Yoda apprehended him by biting his head and holding him until officers arrived. Lieutenant Colonel George Bivens stated at a press conference that Yoda caused Cavalcante minor head injuries during his capture. They were able to land quietly. Bivens stated that we had the element of surprise. which allowed us to capture the fugitive with no casualties. Cavalcanti was questioned by police shortly after his capture, where he stated that he survived on watermelons and creek water, only traveled at night, and once nearly got caught by a police officer while hiding. Travel content intends to steal a car and travel to Canada since returning from prison. Cavalcanti has been charged with several crimes stemming from his escape, including burglary, trespassing, and theft. Following the capture of high-risk felon Danilo Cavalcante, local and state officials, including Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, thanked the numerous law enforcement officers who helped with the search. Chester County District Attorney Deb Ryan stated, "Today is a great day in Chester County. Our nightmare has finally ended, and one for the good guys. We are grateful to all of the first responders for their tireless and dedicated efforts to bring this fugitive to justice. They worked around the clock, and we are very grateful to them all." Chief George Bivens, who led the search, discussed the various challenges law enforcement officers faced in finding Cavalcante, mentioning the intense heat and thunderstorms that occurred during the search, as well as the fact that each of the search perimeters established during the search were in heavily wooded areas. The search team consisted of about 500 law enforcement officers, including Pennsylvania State Police, FBI, ATF, and US Marshals, who searched the area surrounding the shooting scene. The police set up a perimeter of several miles in each direction. After Cavalcante's escape, the Chester County Jail Board, which oversees the Chester County Jail, was heavily chastised by locals for failing to prevent Cavalcante's escape. Residents pointed out that the jail had the opportunity to make appropriate security improvements following Igor Bolt's May 19th escape attempt, which could have potentially prevented Cavalcante's escape because he used the same method Bolt did. The prison guard who was on duty during Cavalcante's escape on September 7th has already been fired, according to prison officials, who claimed the guard had the opportunity to spot Cavalcante during the escape, days after the offenders were apprehended. The Chester County Jail announced the installation of a tin roof over the area where Cavalcante climbed up walls to access the roof and escape, as well as a number of other security measures and improvements. "I believe Chester County officials will have to answer questions about how the suspect was able to escape, particularly given the prison's history," said Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro. The communication and cooperation of all law enforcement agencies and local residents who banded together during the state's lengthy search assisted in apprehending and honorably punishing the evil. Daniela will never be free. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys. Welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The events in this video occur in the year 2021. Bobby Ann McLeod, 18 of Great Britain, informed her parents that she was leaving home to meet her boyfriend, but hours later, it was clear she had vanished. Her family contacted the police, and the following day, a massive search began, culminating in the gruesome discovery. Bobby, Anne, her parents, Donna and Adrienne, and brother Lee lived in Plymouth. Plymouth is a lively coastal town in southwest England. It has a rich history and maritime heritage that dates back centuries. Plymouth, with its stunning waterfront and vibrant downtown, is a popular destination for both tourists and locals. On November 20, 2021, at around 5:45 p.m., Bobby, Anne walked out of her Plymouth home and went to the nearest bus stop on Sheepstore Road. As she left, she told her father how much she loved him and that she was going downtown to meet her boyfriend and mutual friends. Bobby, Anne only needed a few minutes to get to the bus stop. She was familiar with the route because she had traveled it numerous times. It had been an hour and a half since Bobby, Anne, left the house. Her mother, Donna, texted her to see if she was okay. If she had arrived at her destination without receiving an answer, a concerned Donna attempted to contact her daughter, but Bobby, Anne, was also not answering her phone, and that was completely useless. It took another hour or so before Bobby, Anne's boyfriend, called her parents to see if their daughter was home. He was concerned because Bobby Ann had not shown up for her date, and all of his phone calls had been unsuccessful. Bobby, Anne's parents, became concerned when they called all of their daughter's known friends and discovered that no one knew where she was. They immediately contacted the police and reported her missing. It was already past 9 p.m. The next day is November 21. Police initiated a search of the area, which included McLeod's family and volunteers. Leaflets featuring Bobby Ann were distributed throughout the city. Her disappearance was covered on social media and in the mainstream media. Her brother, Lee McLeod, posted on his social media page, "I'm begging every single person in Plymouth to help me search everywhere, searching for everything. Please, everyone. If you hear or see anything, please let me know." Police quickly discovered that Bobby Ann had not boarded any of the buses scheduled for downtown. However, while interviewing people, the officers discovered that a local resident had driven by the bus stop the previous evening and seen Bobby Ann there. The implication was that she had definitely arrived at the bus stop, but had not boarded for some reason. The evidence that she was at the bus stop was quickly corroborated. The bus stop area was cordoned off after they discovered wireless headphones in the walkway behind it that were identified as Bobby's. Police officers were literally on their knees, searching the entire area for potential evidence. Evidence was also searched along the girl's route from home to the bus stop, as well as all nearby streets. Given that Bobby Ann was at the bus stop but never boarded the bus, that her headphones were discovered near the bus stop, and a number of other details that police did not reveal, authorities began to suspect that the girl had been abducted. The police encouraged anyone with information relevant to the investigation to come forward. A large number of officers participated in the search, doing everything they could to locate Bobby Ann as soon as possible. Investigators attempted to track down the location of her cell phone, which revealed that it was within city limits, but they were unable to determine exactly where all calls to Bobby and Ann's number were routed to voicemail. The police confiscated the girl's phone that same day. It was given to the police by the bus driver who was on the route where Bobby Ann went missing. As it turned out, a local resident arrived at the same bus stop at 7:15 p.m. the previous evening and discovered the phone and an AirPod case there. At 7:23 p.m., a bus arrived, and the man handed the items he discovered to the driver, assuming the owner would look for them. The next day, the bus driver noticed Bobby Ann was missing and last seen standing at the bus stop. He contacted the police and handed over the phone and AirPods case. The next day is November 22. Police, families, and volunteers searched the woodlands and roads surrounding Bobby Ann's home, but no clues were found. The following evening, November 23, police announced that a woman's body had been discovered at Bovston Beach, approximately 8 miles from the bus stop. It was discovered in a forested area, about a half-mile from the beach. During the McLeod family's identification process, the worst was confirmed. Bobby Ann's body was discovered, and her death devastated family and friends. The family thanked everyone who attended Bobby Ann's memorial vigil, which was held near the bus stop where she was last seen. Donna McLeod, Barbie's mother, sobbed as she paid tribute to her daughter and thanked friends, family, and the community for their support. Surrounded by other family members, her voice trembled as she finished a prepared statement. She stated, "I would like to thank everyone for coming on behalf of the family. It's nice that everyone is banding together in these circumstances. Unfortunately, our beloved Bobby Ann has been taken from us, but she will never be forgotten. I would like everyone to hold their candles up. This is for Bobby Ann." This was followed by a moment of silence as the entire audience raised their candles in unison. Lee McLeod, Bobby Ann's brother, shared a heartbreaking childhood photo of the two of them to pay tribute to his beautiful and talented sister. The image depicted the two siblings smiling in their primary school uniforms. Mr. McLeod wrote in a message alongside the picture, "Until we meet again, sis, I love you. You did not deserve to be such a beautiful and talented girl, let alone to be my little sister. The adventures and journeys we took will always be remembered." Now you can rest easy. When the police discovered the body, it was naked. However, the medical examiner concluded that there was no evidence that Bobby Ann had been raped before her death. She suffered serious injuries to her head and face, including 14 lacerations. It is unclear how long the police would have searched for Bobby Ann's body if not for one event. On November 23, the exact day the body was discovered, a man entered the downtown police station. This occurred at 1:17 p.m. Upon entering, he asked to speak with someone and informed them that he had information about the missing girl and wanted to assist the police and her family. When a detective arrived, the man admitted to having done it. He confessed to kidnapping and killing Bobby Ann and provided some details about the crime after indicating the location of the body on a map. Police officers who hoped Bobby immediately. Unfortunately, their hopes were not fulfilled. When the inspectors made their way through the dense undergrowth, they discovered the body, which was naked and face down. There was no doubt the girl had died. The man who confessed to the horrific crime was a 24-year-old Kodiak Island resident. He was the son of an ex-military man who remained with his mother following his parents' divorce. In fact, he lived just a few miles from the bus stop where Bobby Ann was last seen. Kodiak Island was detained as a suspect. A lawyer spoke on his behalf, saying, "I accept full responsibility for Bobby and his death." Ackland also stated in the statement that he had never met the victim before that fateful evening and confirmed that he was the one who kidnapped her from the bus stop. Police seized his car, phone, computer, and several other items from anyone familiar with Kodiak Island. He was a nice guy, guitarist and songwriter for the local indie rock band Recruiter. No one knew Ackland was interested in serial killers from all over the world, in addition to music. His personal idols included Joseph D'Angelo Jr., Andre Gicatilo, Ivan Milat, Fred West, and Tommy Sells. Ted Bundy, however, was number one in Ackland's personal ranking, with an unknown number of victims but at least 30. Ackland focused on Ted Bundy and his atrocities. Investigators discovered 3,216 images on Ackland's phone, many of which were disturbing, dark, and reminiscent of horror films. In the days and weeks prior to Bobby Ann's death, Ackland searched the internet for information on serial killer crimes. He also looked for remote areas on Dartmoor and potential weapons. On the day of Bobby Ann's abduction, Ackland was browsing the website of an online sports store, looking at baseball bats, ski masks, and waterproof clothing. It is important to note that, despite his clandestine hobbies, Kodiak Island had never drawn the attention of the police, nor had he ever been in trouble with the law. Apparently, he became so obsessed with his secret hobby that he committed a serious crime. It has been discovered that Bobby Ann was an unintentional victim who, by a cruel coincidence, found herself in the path of Ackland, who, like a vicious beast, went hunting for prey that evening. The events of that evening went as follows. Bobby Ann arrived at the bus stop around 6:15 p.m. Ackland, who was driving his Ford Fiesta around the neighborhood, told detectives he saw her at the stop. Bobby Ann resembled his ex-girlfriend in appearance, but Cody claims that was not the emotional trigger that drove him to attack. He was simply looking for a victim to carry out his long-term plans. The police concluded that even if Ackland had not met Bobby Ann, he would have carried out his plan. The victim could have been any gender. That is what the police believed. When Ackland saw Bobby Ann, he stopped his car on the road behind the bus stop. After watching her for a few minutes and ensuring that no one else was present, Ackland took his pre-purchased hammer, crept up to Bobby Ann, and struck her twice in the head. Then I assumed she was dead. Ackland returned to his car and prepared to leave the scene. Unfortunately, as he drove away, he noticed Bobby Ann was still alive and trying to get up, so he returned to the bus stop, moved her semi-conscious body into his car, and drove her 20 miles to the Belver Forest parking lot and Dartmoor at 7:45 p.m. He came to a halt in this parking lot, which is nestled in the heart of a forest. He intended to leave the body there but discovered Bobby Ann was still alive and conscious. Unfortunately, Ackland did not think twice. He did not seek help or transport Bobby Ann to the hospital. Instead, he helped her get out of the car. Miss McLeod told him I was scared, and he responded, "So am I. I've never done this before." Struck her 12 times on the head in an attempt to destroy evidence. Ackland burned Bobby's purse. After pounding Bobby Ann McLeod with a claw hammer a dozen times, Cody Ackland was amazed that the 18-year-old could still make noise. Later, when he told the police, he thought, "Wow, hats off to you." He had one final chance to save Bobby Ann's life. However, once again, Ackland declined. Instead, he claimed he had put an end to the girl's suffering. He then loaded the body into his car's trunk and drove almost 30 miles to Bovis. He hid his body after taking off his shoes, clothes, and jewelry. Around 10 p.m., Ackland arrived home and went to bed. The next day, he drove to Tamerton Foliot, north of Plymouth, and threw the hammer into the Tamar, as well as a carrier bag containing his and her blood-stained clothing, into nearby allotments on Coombe Lane. The hammer was never found, despite a thorough police search. On the same day, November 21, Ackland went to a pizza place with friends, attended his band's rehearsal, and spent the majority of the night at the pub. Everyone who saw Cody that day commented on his unusually upbeat mood. He was enjoying joking and hugging his friends, which was unusual for him. The next day, November 22, Ackland continued to have fun by buying popcorn and going to the movies. While he watched the movie, the police, family, and volunteers searched for Bobby Ann, and Ackland used his phone to keep up with the latest news. On November 23, Cody was at his non-music job. According to the English papers, he worked for a car service company. After leaving for lunch, Ackland sent a message to a chat room where members of the music group recruited a word he'd written: "I love you both." At the same time, he texted his mother telling her how much he loved her, and then went to the police station to confess to the crime. Ackland's bandmates issued a statement on Facebook stating that they would disband the group immediately as a show of respect to the late teenager. It also stated that the remaining members of recruiter Josh Ross, Josh, and Mike are all shocked and in complete disbelief at the tragic events of the last few days. Our thoughts and prayers are with Bobby Ann McLeod's family and friends, who must be devastated by her passing. As a mark of respect, we have decided not to continue as a band and will disband with immediate effect. We will not make any additional comments at this time. In addition to Ackland's confession, the police had a plethora of physical evidence, including Bobby Ann's DNA discovered in his car and sneakers recovered from his home. As for motive, Detective Mike West, who led the investigation, stated that Ackland refused to elaborate on his motive and avoided answering the question of why he killed Bobby Ann. At the same time, the detective did not rule out the possibility that, after reflecting on his actions, Ackland might become more forthcoming and provide more information in the future. He would later tell a psychiatrist that the feelings of depression he had experienced prior to murdering Miss McLeod had vanished, and he was no longer filled with resentment, as if this violent act was a manifestation of these feelings. The trial took place in May 2022. Ray Tolley, Ackland's attorney, stated that psychiatrists determined his client was not suffering from mental illness, but rather had struggled during childhood. Ackland was diagnosed with ADHD, dyslexia, depression, and anxiety, and by the age of 19, he had suffered from depression for 7 years. Mr. Tolley stated that Ackland had received little comfort from his home or school life, and that his father and other male role models had not offered much succor or support. On sentencing, Judge Robert Linford informed Ackland that his act was determined savagery and that he was satisfied with the evidence that he intended to kill. This poor person endured a long and terrible ordeal. She had her entire life ahead of her until you brutally and savagely ended it, he said. You were clearly planning murder, and you committed murder. Cody Ackland, 24, has been sentenced to life in prison. He will serve 31 years in prison before becoming eligible for parole. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A woman was found dead in her own home, and the police quickly solved the case, but what happened next is more reminiscent of a twisted detective movie than a real-life story. There are so many unexpected twists and shaky moments in this case that it is rightfully considered one of the most intriguing in history. Donna Brown was born on November 10, 1963, in Miami. She grew up in a large and friendly family with 2 younger sisters whom she got along with very well. When Donna was young, her parents divorced, and she remained living with her mother. Despite this, her father remained actively involved in his daughters' lives, and they remained quite close after finishing school. Donna received medical training and became a surgical assistant at a local hospital. Her colleagues quickly grew to love her because she took her work seriously and was also a kind and open person. Her life was going quite well, but Donna wanted to start her own family for complete happiness. In the late 1980s, Donna went on a date with a man named Mark Winger, and she almost immediately knew she had met her match, who was charming and intelligent, worked as a nuclear engineer, and dreamed of having a large family. They began dating and decided to get married in 1989. Shortly after that, Mark received a job offer at a nuclear facility in Springfield, Illinois. It was a big step up the career ladder for him, and he and Donna decided to move there. The couple settled in a nice neighborhood, and soon after the move, Donna got a job at a local hospital. They only liked children for complete happiness, but all their attempts were unsuccessful. At some point, Donna learned that she was medically unable to conceive, and it was a devastating blow for her. Both she and Mark dreamed of a large family, and all the conditions of their lives were favorable for it, but fate decided otherwise. The couple began to consider adoption but kept postponing this serious step. This continued until 1995, when everything changed and one day a pregnant underage girl was admitted to the hospital where Donna worked, and she wanted to give her child to a loving family. Mark and Donna immediately decided to adopt the baby. In June, right after the birth, they adopted a girl and named her Bailey Elizabeth Winger. The day they took her home coincided with the anniversary of their engagement. The couple and all the relatives were happy that they finally had a child. In August of the same year, Donna went to Florida with her 3-month-old daughter, the visitor parents, and introduced them to their granddaughter. The family had a great time, and sometime later the woman returned home. She flew to the nearest airport, which was 2 hours away from Springfield, and then hired a taxi to her city through a special company. This trip greatly spoiled Donna's mood because the driver behaved quite inadequately the whole way. He talked about how several personalities lived in him and they forced him to do various terrible things, such as killing people. In addition, the driver talked about how he regularly participated in orgies and even invited Donna to participate in them. The man also violated traffic rules and drove the car quite dangerously. When Donna got home, she told her husband about it, and he was furious. Mark called the company the driver worked for and demanded that he be fired. It turned out that the driver was 27-year-old Roger Harrington, and after the complaint, the management decided to suspend him from work, but that wasn't the end of it. During the next week, an unknown man called Winger's home phone, refused to identify himself, and asked for Donna. She and her husband suspected that the caller was Roger, and she was seriously concerned about her safety given that the man knew their home address. She was afraid that Roger might harm her. On August 29th, a distress call was made to the Springfield Police Department. Mark Winger was in a panic and reported that an unknown man had broken into their home and attacked Donna with a hammer. Mark, shocked and terrified, took his gun and shot the intruder. When the officers arrived at the scene, they found 2 bodies on the floor with Mark in a state of panic. The police officers detected the faint pulse from both individuals on the floor and called an ambulance while trying to obtain information from Mark. But what had happened? Although Mark could barely speak, the detectives managed to piece together a rough idea of what had occurred. Mark explained that he was using the treadmill in the basement when he heard a noise upstairs. He went upstairs to the main floor and found his 3-month-old daughter unattended on the bed. When he went to another room, he saw an unknown man attacking his wife with a hammer. Mark panicked and grabbed his gun, shooting the attacker before calling the police. While waiting for the ambulance, one of the officers found a wallet in the attacker's jacket with documents belonging to Roger Harrington. The detective knew this person well. Roger lived in a trailer park in Springfield and had a criminal history mostly related to minor offenses. He also had mental health issues and was generally known to be quite aggressive. Both Roger and Donna were taken to the hospital, where they died without regaining consciousness. Meanwhile, the police examined the crime scene, collecting evidence. Next to the bodies was a bloodied hammer, while Mark's gun was found on a table nearby, along with a pack of cigarettes and a paper cup of coffee. Mark told the detectives that the cigarettes and coffee were likely brought by the killer, and the hammer was from his tool set, as he was planning to hang some pictures that day, so he prepared it and left it in the living room near the Wingers' home. Roger's car was found, and detectives discovered a note inside that contained Donna's home address, Mark's name, and the time of 4:30 p.m. When asked if he knew the attacker, Mark initially denied it, but when the police mentioned Roger's name, Mark realized with horror that the driver was the same person. He told the detectives the story of how they knew Roger, his strange behavior towards Donna, and the creepy calls to their home number. The investigators spoke with acquaintances and relatives of Donna who were aware of her fears. She had repeatedly complained to them that she was seriously concerned about Roger and was afraid that he might come to her house one day and seek revenge because he lost his job after she complained to their superiors. Donna even wrote down all the details of her trip with Roger on a piece of paper in case she had to go to the police. The police found this paper at their house, and the investigation lasted for 2 days before the case was closed. No charges were brought against Mark for shooting Roger because his actions were classified as self-defense. He continued to be in a state of shock, and his relatives flew to Springfield to support him and help take care of his daughter. Donna's relatives also provided him with all kinds of assistance. Months went by and Mark continued to struggle with the loss of his wife, and his family began to notice negative changes in his behavior. He began drinking heavily, although he had never consumed alcohol before these events. He also often visited local bars. His relatives tried to support him in every way possible and help take care of Bailey, but ultimately they had to return to their own cities. Donna's parents understood that it would be difficult for Mark to take care of his daughter, so they suggested finding a nanny. In the end, Mark hired a woman named Rebecca, who specialized in round-the-clock childcare, so she spent most of her time at their house. Rebecca took care of the girl and got along great with her. Mark gradually began to recover, stabbed, drank, and returned to work. This went on for several months, and during this time a romance developed between him and Rebecca. She hardly ever left his house, and they spent time together with Bailey, constantly communicating. Eventually, this led to mutual sympathy. Rebecca also sincerely loved the girl, and a strong bond was formed between them. In 1996, a woman became pregnant, and Mark was given another chance to start a big and strong family. Rebecca also monitored this, and the couple got married in October. Mark and Donna's relatives were surprised that he started a new relationship just a few months after his wife's death, but ultimately supported him as the new family was beneficial, not only to him but also to Bailey. All the relatives sympathized with Rebecca, seeing her sincere love and care for the girl. Mark decided to sell his house because it constantly reminded him of Donna's death, and after what had happened, he did not want to raise children there. He and Rebecca decided to buy a house with a large plot of land outside the city, renovate it, and start to build their new life. Soon they had a daughter, and over the next few years they had another daughter and a son. Thus Mark and Rebecca raised 4 children, and the man's dream of a large family came true. Over time, Mark became more distant from Donna's relatives, who tried to be present in their granddaughter's life. The problem was that Bailey didn't remember Donna at all and considered Rebecca her mother. Mark didn't want the girl to know about the tragic past of their family from an early age, and ultimately he forbade his parents from calling her their granddaughter. They tried to persuade him, but in the end, they gave up all attempts. The relatives understood that it might be better for the girl to grow up away from what had happened. In the following years, Mark and Rebecca happily lived in their new home, raised their children, and made plans for the future. The tragedy of the past gradually faded, but its echoes continued to haunt the family. In 1999, Mark decided to sue the company that hired Roger Harrington as a driver. In Mark's opinion, this company did not make any effort to check this person's sanity, and as a result it led to the murder of his wife. The company did not want to admit its guilt, and Mark hired a lawyer to determine their guilt. The court decided to study all the materials of the case and the evidence, which were handed over to the lawyers while they were preparing for the trial. Something completely unexpected happened in February of the same year. A woman named Deanne Schultz came to the police and told detectives a shocking story. Deanne was Donna's best friend and worked with her at the hospital. When Donna had a child, Deanne actively helped her take care of the girl, but Diane's story turned everything upside down. She confessed to the police that she had been having an affair with Mark for several months, which they had kept hidden from their spouses. It all started 3 months before Donna's death. Around the same time, the couple adopted a daughter. Mark and Deanne were secretly seeing each other, but this was just the tip of the iceberg. The woman told detectives that Mark wanted to get rid of his wife to be with her one day. He said it would be so much easier if Donna just died. He then began to persuade Diane to help him with a plan, but he did not reveal the details. Mark said that all Diane needed to do was go to their house, find his wife's body, and call the police. The woman thought Mark couldn't be serious and was just joking, but he continued to share troubling things with her. After Donna complained to him about Roger Harrington's behavior, he told Deanne about it and said he had planned to frame the driver. He added that he just needed to figure out how to lure him into the house. A week before the murder, he called Deanne and asked if she would still love him no matter what, to which she answered yes. A few days after Donna's murder, friends and family gathered at their house to support Mark. When he was alone with Diane, he said, "It seems like the police believe me. I did it for us." The woman was shocked, but Mark demanded that she not tell anyone, and she obeyed. They continued to secretly see each other and even exchanged rings, planning to get married in the foreseeable future. But in the following months, Mark started a romantic relationship with the nanny and eventually broke up with Deanne. She was devastated. She had kept this terrible secret from Mark, and he had traded her for someone else. Diane never dared to tell the police about everything, realizing that part of the blame was on her. Over the next few years, the woman repeatedly tried to take her own life, and only after 3.5 years did she finally overcome herself and go to the police station. The detectives were completely shocked. All this time, Mark had been considered a victim and even a hero who tried to save his beloved wife from a terrible killer. But Diane's story changed everything, and the police looked at the case from a completely different angle. The investigators decided to re-examine the evidence, but they were met with an unpleasant surprise. All of it had been handed over to lawyers who were preparing Mark's case against the transportation company. It would take time to retrieve them, but some materials from the case remained at the station. The photographs from the crime scene. The lead detective looked at them and realized with horror that they had missed some obvious things all these years. The investigation had been quickly closed after the murder, as no one doubted Roger's guilt, but now as the detectives out these photos for the first time, he realized that the positioning of the bodies did not match Mark's story at all. He had told them that when he entered the room, Donna was lying on the floor and the perpetrator was striking her with a hammer from above, and then he shot him and Roger fell next to the woman. In reality, however, his body was lying in the opposite direction, and he physically could not have fallen in that direction. The detective realized the Mark story was a lie, and it made him rethink a whole series of moments that now made much more sense. First of all, no one ever figured out how Roger got into the house. There were no signs of a break-in, and Donna certainly would not have opened the door for him. But if you remember the note inside Roger's car, everything falls into place. It had Mark's name and the time, which looked like a reminder of a meeting. Remembering Diane's story, detective concluded that Mark had somehow invited Roger to their home on some pretext and let him in, after which he shot him. Secondly, in Roger's car, they found a knife and several other items that he could have used for the murder, but he did not take them with him and used Mark's hammer, which the man took out of the closet on that very day, and left him plain sight. All of this sounded completely illogical if you assume that Roger came to the house to kill someone. Moreover, he left a pack of cigarettes and a paper cup of coffee on their table, a very strange thing for a person who came there to kill. The detective listened to the recording of the 911 call made by Mark and was once again shot. Mark told the operator that he had shot the attacker once, after which there was a male mumble in the background as if someone was trying to speak. Mark told the operator that his daughter was crying and he needed to go to her, after which she hung up. However, there was no hint of a child's crying on the recording. A more realistic scenario was that Mark did not shoot Roger once, and on hearing the gunshot, Donna ran. Her husband hit her with a hammer. After that, he called the police and pretended to be panicked, reporting what had happened. Suddenly, Roger woke up and tried to say something, and those sounds were recorded on the call. Mark lied about his daughter crying, hung up, and shot Roger again. In support of this version, there was another fact that the investigators completely ignored. Mark and Donna's neighbors said during the questioning that they heard 2 shots. However, about 5 minutes had passed between them, which did not fit with Mark's story but completely matched the more realistic version in which he was the killer. But that wasn't all. During the initial investigation, which lasted only 2 days, the experts did not even examine the evidence. However, now that Mark decided to sue the transportation company, they hired lawyers and were going to win this case. The lawyers requested an independent examination of the clothing of all 3 participants in those events. The results spoke for themselves. Blood spatters and traces indicated that Mark's story had nothing to do with reality. According to him, Roger was hitting Donna with a hammer, but there was not a drop of her blood on his clothes, not even the smallest well. There was plenty of blood from his wife on Mark's clothes, which directly indicated that he had killed his wife. The police took the evidence from the lawyers and conducted their own analysis, which showed exactly the same result. In the end, the police reopened the investigation, but this time it was about a double murder in which Mark became a suspect. His family was in shock, and no one believed that the man was capable of such a brutal crime. Donna's relatives were skeptical of the suspicions against Mark until they heard all the information that the detective said uncovered. The only ones who insisted on Roger's innocence from the first day were his friends and family members. They were all aware of his minor criminal history, but did not believe he was capable of murder. Moreover, their neighbor Roger, with whom they shared a rental, initially gave the police important information that they overlooked. It all looked as if Mark had scheduled a meeting with him, but the police did not attach much importance to it. Rebecca experienced the greatest shock from the whole situation. She knew Mark as a loving and caring father who had never shown any aggression during their time together. She refused to believe that this person could be his wife with a hammer and frame someone else. After several weeks of investigation, the police decided to arrest Mark and he was arrested right at work the case was sent to court. Mark was granted a $1 million bail. He cannot raise that amount, so he remained in custody awaiting trial. The trial did not begin until 3 years later in May 2002. All his close ones, and even Donna's relatives, hoped that this would be a big misunderstanding and that the court would prove Mark's innocence. None of them were prepared for the opposite, and his lawyers insisted on the truthfulness of Mark's version. They noted that the crime scene photos could have been taken after the medics moved Roger's body. Considering that the doctor's actions were not documented, it was possible to prove or disprove this possibility. In addition, the lawyers emphasized Roger's criminal history, his mental problems, and his inappropriate behavior with Donna during the trip. Deanne Schultz became the main witness in this case. By law, she could have been punished for keeping Mark's secret all these years, but the judge decided to grant her full immunity. In exchange for her testimony, the male lawyers tried to discredit Diane in every possible way, pointing out that she had attempted suicide multiple times, which could indicate psychological problems. The defense also suggested that she had made it all love out of jealousy, seeking revenge on Mark. The prosecution insisted that the evidence in Diane's testimony unequivocally pointed to his guilt, as her motive lay in the mistress's story. Mark lost interest in Donna long before they adopted Bailey. He had been having secret affairs with her best friend, but he could not divorce him because he would have to split their expensive home and other assets, which was unacceptable to him. After Roger gave Donna a ride from the airport, Mark saw the perfect opportunity and decided to act. As terrible as it sounds, Mark was lucky to have encountered a man with a criminal record and mental illness who claimed to hear voices telling him to kill people. After Roger complained to management, to have encountered a man with a criminal record and mental illness who claimed to hear voices telling him to kill people. After Roger complained to management, he lost his job, which became the perfect motive when both the prosecution and defense laid their cards on the table, leaving only the jury's decision to wait. Despite the compelling evidence against Marv, there were still doubts about his guilt among both his family members and Donna's relatives. None of them could imagine a loving father and respected member of society as a killer. Nevertheless, the jury unanimously found him guilty of the double murder. In the end, Mark received a life sentence without the possibility of parole, and Roger was posthumously exonerated. Rebecca could now believe that her husband had actually killed Donna. It took her a long time to impartially consider all the evidence of his guilt until she finally came to terms with the fact that he was truly a murderer. The chief detectives apologized repeatedly to Donna's and Roger's families for the sloppy initial investigation. He admitted his guilt in accepting the most logical version of events as the only correct one, overlooking all the contradictions. If you think that's the end of the story, then I have another unexpected turn for you. Even after the conviction, many doubted whether Mark had actually done it, but in 2006, those doubts were dispelled in Mark's prison cell, where they found 19 pages of handwritten text in which she was plotting to kill Deanne and another person. Mark wanted to hire a hitman stray from prison through other inmates or people on the outside. His desire to kill Deanne was understandable. He wanted to avenge the woman for revealing all his secrets to the police. The second person on the list was a man named Jeffrey Gellman. His childhood friend detectives quickly discovered the reason for such a decision. Mark asked him for $1 million in bail, but the friend refused to provide such a sum from these handwritten pages. It followed that Mark wanted to kidnap the man to get a solid ransom for him and then kill him. Why he needed money for life imprisonment was unclear. Perhaps he planned to eventually get out or escape, but in the end, the man faced another trial and received an additional 35 years in prison. She was planning a double murder, and after that, no one doubted that Mark was the one who killed Donna. Rebecca raised 4 children alone, and they all know what kind of monster their father is. They changed their last names and do not plan to communicate with Mark in 2019. Rebecca decided that Bailey should renew contact with Donna's relatives, who had not seen her since she was 3 years old. Bailey was already 24 at the time, and she went to Florida and had a great time with them. They still communicate, and the young woman learns more about Donna from them. As for Mark, he is still in prison and denies his guilt. Perhaps he would never have been held accountable for what he did if it weren't for 2 factors that happened almost simultaneously. The first is the testimony of his former mistress. She could no longer keep this secret, especially watching how the killer creates a new family and raises children. The second factor is Mark's greed. Almost 4 years after the murder, he decided to sue his employer Roger Harrington for a substantial sum even though he was earning very good money himself. Apparently, he did not expect third-party experts to study the evidence much more carefully than the local detectives. Interestingly, the end decided to turn to the police, including. After learning about this lawsuit, it became one of the last straws and the woman who revealed Mark's terrible secret. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we'll look at a story from 2004 in New Jersey. USA. Brittany Gregory was born on April 1, 1988, in Brick Township, the youngest of 5 children in her family. Her parents divorced, and she was left to live with her father, but she remained close to all of her siblings, particularly her sister Brianna, who was 4 years older than her. Brittany excelled in school, and her teachers expected her to become a scholar. Her unusual dream, however, was to become a forensic scientist and investigate crime scene evidence. Brittany enjoyed being the baby of the family. Her mother described her as spoiled but not vain or arrogant. She celebrated her 16th birthday in April by keeping her mother's promise to let her get her belly button pierced. She adored pop star Britney Spears and had posters of her up in her bedroom. She enjoyed cartoons, particularly SpongeBob SquarePants. She also couldn't get enough of TV shows about forensic science, which she wanted to pursue. She and her mother used to watch the same shows and then call each other to discuss what they were watching. In 2004, Brittany, 16, and her older sister Brianna, 20, lived in a small house near their school with their father, Joe Don, and his new girlfriend, Lori Peterson. Brittany's father's house was the last one on the street, and it was near a wooded lot. Brittany had been dating 18-year-old John Fitzgerald for nearly 2 years. He was a nice guy who Brittany's family liked. They had a great relationship and were considered the ideal couple. At around 8:30 p.m. on Sunday, July 11, 2004, Brittany's mother Deborah and sister Brianna drove to the town of South Toms River, about 15 miles from Brittany's home, to visit her older brother and his wife, who had recently had a daughter. That evening, Brittany called her mother from her cell phone and requested a ride to her boyfriend John's house. The girl's voice was extremely upset, indicating potential trouble. Her mother explained that she was out of town and unable to drive Brittany, but that her sister Brianna could be there in about an hour. Brittany agreed, saying she'd wait for her. Brianna was free about 45 minutes after Brittany called, so she called her, but her sister did not answer. Brianna assumed Brittany was asleep or that someone else had brought her to John's. When Brianna returned home in the morning, she discovered Brittany was not there, but her belongings, including her phone, were still there. Brianna speculated that Brittany had spent the night at her boyfriend's house, but it seemed strange that she hadn't told anyone and had left her cell phone at home. It was not like her. Looking for answers, Brianna began calling all of Brittany's friends to see if they had seen her, but no one knew anything. Brianna decided to call John after unsuccessful attempts to contact her sister. He said he last spoke with Brittany on the phone Sunday morning, and they hadn't seen or spoken to each other since Brittany's father's friend Lori Peterson, who lived with them, said she returned home around 10 p.m. Brittany was not present on Sunday night. Brianna sensed something was wrong and went straight to the police station to report Brittany missing. The police initially dismissed Brianna's concerns about her sister's disappearance. They assumed the girl had simply run away from home or was out with friends. But Brianna persuaded the officers that she had already contacted all of her sister's friends and spoken with her boyfriend. But no one knew where Brittany might be. Brianna was certain her sister couldn't have run away from home because she was an honor student who spent the majority of her time in the library. Brittany never left the house without warning, and she left all of her belongings, including money and a phone, at home. Brianna persuaded the cops that her sister could not have run away from home on her own. The officers started their search. They first went to Brittany's house to inspect her room and look for clues. They ensured that Brittany's purse, containing her phone, ID, and makeup, was left in her room. The police found nothing suspicious in her room. They interviewed everyone who lived in the house and concluded that no one close to Brittany was involved in her disappearance. The police then began searching the area around the house. They inspected all of the houses in the area, walked around the property, and spoke with neighbors. They looked for witnesses who could have seen or heard something. The officers noticed that the house was at the end of the street, with a wooded area across the street, except for one woman who reported seeing Brittany walking down the street toward her house late Friday night when it was already dark. None of the neighbors saw anything suspicious. This occurred 2 days before Brittany's disappearance, and while the information appeared insignificant, investigators paid attention to it. This information contradicted the image of a modest girl who spent the majority of her time in the library and did not leave without her parents' permission. What made Brittany stay out so late? And was she allowed to go out at that time? The police were eager to determine whether Brittany was a true home girl, as her sister had described her. Numerous police interviews with her family, neighbors, and teachers revealed that no one had negative things to say about the girl. Everyone spoke highly of her. Brianna told the police that Brittany and her boyfriend John had a strained relationship recently. The couple had been arguing frequently, and on the day of her disappearance, Brittany and John had another fight. Brittany was upset, and she planned to visit John that evening to make amends. The investigators decided to look into John's identity more closely. They invited him to the police station to see if he saw Brittany on the day she went missing. John said his last phone call with Brittany was on Sunday morning. At the time, he was at the beach with friends, and Brittany was disappointed that he went without her. They argued about it and haven't spoken since. He also revealed that he had broken up with Brittany a few days ago, but she was unable to accept it. Even though she knew he was already dating another girl, John insisted that he had no plans to go out with Brittany that night and had no idea she was coming to his house. The rumor that Brittany kissed another guy at the party sparked their breakup. Despite the fact that he did not see it, John decided to end his relationship with her and start dating another girl. He last saw Brittany on July 10, the day before she vanished. She gave him a letter expressing her desire to reconcile. The detectives asked John for permission to read the letter Brittany had written, and he handed it to them. Brittany apologizes in the letter for her behavior as well as for breaking John's heart. She also asked him to stay friends. John appeared genuinely concerned and worried that Brittany had not yet been found. The police found no evidence linking John to Brittany's disappearance, and after passing a lie detector test, he was removed from the suspect list. However, John did provide the detectives with one important detail. He claimed that Brittany frequently came to his house via the woods behind her father's house, and the story of Brittany's disappearance became increasingly complicated. Detectives began to wonder if Brittany attempted to reach John's house that night, which was about a mile from her father's house through the woods. It was already dark, and she might get lost or fall somewhere along the way. The police began a search in the woods where Brittany most likely passed. She may have walked along a path that began near her house. Being in the woods at night was frightening and dangerous. The question of why a young girl was not afraid to walk through the woods in the dark was perplexing. The search in the forest lasted 3 days, but nothing was discovered. When it appeared that the investigation had come to an end, the police were contacted by a woman who had been with her brother in a nearby park. The night Brittany disappeared, it was quiet and deserted, with only one car. The woman drove a Chevrolet pickup truck with distinctive wheels, and she noticed and remembered the car's license plate. Investigators discovered that the car was registered to Anthony Geiger, a 23-year-old. To determine Anthony's connection to Brittany's disappearance, police began investigating his past and discovered that he was Bobby Joe's ex-boyfriend. Brittany's sister, Bobby Joe, told detectives that they split up about a month ago because Anthony was overly jealous and focused too much on Brittany. She also stated that she began to suspect Anthony, who was 23 years old, had feelings for her younger sister, Brittany, and ultimately decided to end her relationship with him. Brittany's friend said Anthony always looked at her strangely and tried to flirt with her. They last met at lunch, when Anthony attempted to flirt with Brittany again. Detectives began to suspect Anthony of kidnapping Brittany and brought him in for questioning. During the interrogation, Anthony denied being in the neighborhood where Brittany lived on the evening of July 11. According to him, he did not arrive until the following day, July 12, when the police had already begun searching for the girl. He did not deny that he was on good terms with her and saw her frequently at parties and other gatherings, but he insisted that they were just friends and that he did not flirt with her. Anthony also stated that he knew Brittany was too young for him and that he only cared about her as a friend. Anthony testified that he spent the evening of July 11 at home with his new girlfriend. Although Anthony's girlfriend confirmed his alibi, investigators still suspected him because his house was close to Brittany's. Investigators returned to examine the letter Brittany had written to John and discovered disturbing signs that she was saying goodbye to her loved one. They became concerned that Brittany might be harming herself after ending her relationship with her boyfriend. Brittany's parents, however, rejected this version, believing that their daughter was intelligent and determined, and that her breakup with her boyfriend would not prevent her from pursuing her dreams. They thought Brittany was overly passionate about life. After the investigation stalled again, the police decided to use the media to contact the public in search of potential witnesses. In addition, police officers from other areas joined the investigation to help. Brittany's parents also decided to take an active role in the search because they were tired of doing nothing but waiting. They decided it was time to take action and began going door to door, asking people in the neighborhood. But it did not work. The police decided to return to where it all began, Brittany's home. Even if she had decided to walk through the woods to meet her boyfriend, it remained unclear why she had left her phone in her room. Could she have been kidnapped right outside the house? If so, did she know the person? Did she trust him? During a thorough search of the house, the police discovered something important in Brittany's room. Her personal diary, which contained a handwritten letter. The contents of this letter were extremely important to the police because they pierced the veil of secrecy surrounding family relationships. Brittany described her life, her relationships with her friends and boyfriend, her education, and how she prioritized her family. In particular, she wrote that she comes from a dysfunctional family, that she visits her older brother in jail every Sunday, that her mother is a drug addict who abandoned her when she was 9, and that she now lives with her father, with whom she is not particularly close, and his girlfriends. She also stated that she is not perfect and has done things she is not proud of. However, she does not want to be like her parents and wishes to succeed in life. She aspires to be a forensic scientist who helps solve crimes. After reading this letter, the police expanded their suspect pool and focused on Brittany's family, who had not previously been considered suspects. Detectives began checking on each member of Brittany's family and discovered that a male massage parlor was operating from her home. Lori Peterson, a friend of Brittany's father, serves various men every day. But everyone in the neighborhood knew she didn't give massages, but rather offered intimate services for a fee. It turned out that many people were aware of it, and Lori did not keep it a secret, handing out business cards throughout the area. Neighbors also reported that suspicious individuals frequently gathered at Brittany's father's home to use illegal substances for the police. This suggested that the atmosphere in Brittany's home was dysfunctional. Lori's services were sought by a number of men, the majority of whom she had never met. It was possible that one of her clients had taken Brittany from the house. More than 100 police officers began working to identify everyone who had visited Joe Dunn's house in the previous month. It was an extremely difficult task. However, a week after Brittany disappeared on July 18, police announced the arrest of a murder suspect. Brittany's family was shocked to hear the news because she had been reported missing and her body had yet to be found. When a picture of the suspect appeared on television, Brittany's mother, Deborah, recognized him. It turned out to be her longtime friend, 28-year-old Jack Fuller Jr., who had attended all of the family gatherings and had known them for 20 years. His daughter was engaged to Brittany's brother, who was incarcerated. Deborah was in shock. Why was Jack arrested and charged with murder when Brittany's body had never been found? The family couldn't believe Jack could have been involved in this case, given that his children were friends with Brittany. They hoped Brittany was still alive. Fuller, a hardened criminal, spent the majority of his adult life threatening his Howell neighbors. According to court documents and interviews, he broke into cars, houses, and garden sheds, used and sold drugs, threatened a man with a baseball bat, fought with police, and lied about his identity after being arrested for drunk driving. He has been arrested over a dozen times in the last decade alone. He has spent time in state prison for theft and parole violations. Neighbors claim that many of his crimes went unreported because people were afraid of him. The last time he was tried. He was sentenced to 5.5 years in prison and released a year before Brittany went missing. Brittany's parents assumed Jack would steal money or jewelry to buy drugs, but they didn't think he'd hurt their daughter. Shortly after Fuller's arrest, it became clear how the police had linked him to Brittany's disappearance. It all began with a call to the police station. The caller stated that he had met Jack a few days prior, who had complained to him about back pain that had developed after burying the girl's body in sandy soil. Jack assured him that the location where he had hidden the body would never be discovered, and he asked how deep the body should be buried so that the animals would not smell it. The police invited the informant to the station, suggested that he wear a listening device while meeting with Jack Fuller, and questioned him about the crimes, including the murder. The informant agreed, and during the meeting, Fuller revealed that he had buried the girl's body in a remote location and would never be discovered. He confessed to the murder, but never mentioned Brittany's name. In addition, Fuller stated that he needed to kill someone else who knew too much, referring to his friend Tommy, who was in the car and did not hear these remarks. The detectives were confident that Tommy knew something important that could aid in the investigation, or Jack Fuller would not have wanted to get rid of him. They went to Tommy's house and took him to the station for questioning, but he refused to cooperate, claiming that he knew nothing. The detectives knew he was lying, to prove their point. They played a recorded conversation in which Jack expresses his desire to kill Tommy because he knows too much. Tommy realizes he is in danger and agrees to cooperate with the police. He tells them that the night Brittany vanished, he and Jack were driving around the neighborhood while smoking crack. They came to a halt in front of Brittany's home, and Jack decided to go inside to speak with her father about some issues. When he entered the house, there was only Brittany. 5 minutes later, Jack returned to the car with Brittany, who sat in the back. Tommy expressed confusion and inquired as to what was going on. Brittany didn't say anything. She lowered her gaze, and Jack explained that he was about to take Tommy home. Tommy claimed Jack drove him home. When he got out of the car, Brittany, who was sitting in the back, also got out and took the front passenger seat, and then he and Jack drove away. When they met the next day, Jack said nothing about the previous day's events. They stopped at a car wash where Jack washed his car both inside and out. This was unusual because he had never attempted it before. The car wash attendant even made a joke about it. But Jack became enraged and told him to mind his own business, or he'd risk his life. Tommy explained that when he learned about Brittany's disappearance, he suspected Jack was involved and asked him directly what he was doing with her. Jack became enraged by the question and stated that he had taken her home and left rudely, instructing him not to ask again if he did not want trouble. Tommy assumed Jack had taken Brittany to the woods to rape her because he intended to use Lori's intimate services that evening. But she wasn't at home. The detectives realized Jack is just the man for them. When they arrived to arrest him, Jack was holding a can of gasoline and appeared to be preparing to burn his car. Was he planning to burn the car to destroy the evidence? Yes, it appeared that he was conducting the search. Blood was discovered in the car, and forensics determined that it was Brittany's. When the police discovered that Jack had visited a car wash after his trip with Brittany, they went there and confiscated the vacuum cleaner he was using. A criminologist discovered sand particles stuck together by blood inside a vacuum cleaner. Testing confirmed that it was Brittany's blood. Despite the evidence in front of the police, Jack refused to confess to Brittany's kidnapping and murder. Detectives interviewed all of Jack's acquaintances, and the majority of them were convinced that he was capable of murder. Many described him as a man who could handle anything. Despite the fact that Jack never worked, he was always financially secure. During the investigation, it was discovered that on the night of Brittany's disappearance, one of the patrol officers observed a car parked on the side of the road near the woods. That was Jack Fuller's car. Brittany had gone missing, but this was unknown at the time. When the officer approached Jack, he explained that he was looking for his dog, which had run off into the woods. Given this information, the search for the body concentrated on the area where the officer spotted Jack's car. The search, which involved police officers, canine units, helicopters, and volunteers, was ultimately unsuccessful. Investigators suspected Brittany was desperate for someone to drive her to her boyfriend's house that night. When Jack arrived at her house, she asked him to do it. Jack agreed to transport her wherever she needed to go. Instead, he took his friend Tommy home and decided to exploit the situation by raping and killing Brittany. To prove it, her body had to be discovered. While the police were attempting to question Jack and extract a confession, another witness came forward. A woman called the cops, claiming that if Jack Fuller really killed Brittany, she might know where he hid her remains. This woman was a former drug addict who Jack once held hostage for months before escaping. During that time, she had grown to know Jack Welch and knew all of his secrets, including where he went and what he did. He frequently visited the same places and accompanied her. One day, he showed her a location near a power line and told her it was an excellent place to bury her because no one would ever find a body there. The detectives didn't believe the woman at first and began questioning her. She stated that the site was in Lakewood and the soil was sandy. The police immediately remembered the words of an informant who told them how Jack had complained to him about how difficult it was to bury a body in sandy soil. The authorities decided to conduct a search in the area the woman had mentioned. It was only 3 miles from Brittany's home. After several days of searching, no results were found. However, the police continued their search after experts discovered a perfect match between the sand from Fuller's vacuum cleaner at the car wash and the soil in the area. Every day, more than 100 people combed the dense forest that borders Monmouth and Ocean counties. Brittany's grave was discovered on Tuesday morning, July 27, 2004, 15 days after she had been reported missing. She was discovered by 3 New Jersey canine officers who had brought their dogs on a weekend search to assist. The young girl's naked body was discovered in a hole, accompanied by a necklace bearing Brittany's name. The detectives knew right away that they had finally found her. The medical examiner who performed the autopsy confirmed that it was Brittany Gregory's body, but he was unable to determine the exact cause of death due to the girl's strangulation and head trauma. "I'm not going to deny that there was trauma to her head, but that was not the cause of death," said Ocean County Executive Assistant Prosecutor Robert Gasser. The body had decomposed for 2 weeks, and the medical examiner says he cannot rule out strangulation or suffocation. Gasser stated that Brittany's body showed no obvious signs of sexual assault. However, the medical examiner did not rule out the possibility of rape. After consulting with his attorney, Jack Fuller agreed to a plea bargain. Brittany's family also agreed to the settlement to avoid a lengthy and difficult trial. Brittany's mother stated that she opposed the death penalty for Jack because it would be too easy for him. She wanted him to spend the rest of his life in prison, suffering and regretting his actions. Jack stated that Brittany asked him to take her to her boyfriend's house, and he agreed. He took Tommy home first, then planned to take Brittany to see her boyfriend. But first, he stopped on the side of the road and began smoking. This infuriated Brittany, who began yelling at him and slapping him on the arm. This irritated him, and he started punching Brittany. He admitted to punching her in the face and head at least twice after she tried to stop him from smoking again. Following the beating, Brittany began to make gasping and gurgling sounds. Fuller continued to get high as blood flowed from her nose and mouth. Brittany stopped breathing when he finally turned his attention to her. He realized she had died and decided to dispose of her body. However, his story was not believed because the medical examiner discovered evidence of strangulation on Brittany's body that Fuller had not mentioned. Furthermore, he did not explain why he had removed all of Brittany's clothing. The prosecution suspected that the crime was sexually motivated. On February 9, 2005, the Ocean County Grand Jury indicted Fuller on murder charges. On October 18, 2005, Fuller pleaded guilty to purposely and knowingly causing serious bodily injury that resulted in death. On January 13, 2006, he received a 30-year sentence without the possibility of parole. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today's story is a retelling of the biblical story of the first crime on earth, as recorded in the book of Genesis, in which Cain rose up against his brother Abel and murdered him. This occurred after Cain sacrificed the earth's fruits to the Almighty, as did Abel, the firstborn lambs. To the older man's disappointment, God accepted the younger man's sacrifice while rejecting his gifts, motivated by selfish jealousy. Cain summoned Abel to the field, where he committed suicide. Unfortunately, even in the modern world, unhealthy jealousy can lead to the older brother killing the younger one. Donna and Samuel Eckerd's family endured a difficult time at the end of June 2010. Their 19-year-old son, Sean, went missing. Sean had a fight with his older brother Stanley the night before and slammed the door when he left. Sean had never before allowed himself to leave the house for an extended period of time without calling or informing his mother. Late that night, the entire family was concerned about the young man's disappearance. However, the official search for the boy did not begin until 24 hours later. A missing person discovered that photos of a smiling, blonde-haired Sean were posted at all supermarkets and on the streets. However, after 2 days of searching, there were no results. The police held their hands up in the air as they searched for more than 2 days. Sean Paul Eckerd was officially missing. Relatives, acquaintances, and a few friends formed a group of activists who combed local establishments day and night, interviewed random passersby, and minute by minute reconstructed the guy's route that night. Without pausing the search, the police began to delve deeper into the Eckerd family's habits and rhythms in order to piece together the events leading up to Sean's disappearance. Donna and Sam Eckerd, married with a history of familial relationships. They had 6 adult children from their previous marriages, following difficulties and setbacks in their early unions. They found comfort in each other's company and settled in San Diego, California. They rented a large family home and went to the local church every weekend. The family was devout and led a quiet, unsociable life. A few years after moving in, the family welcomed a son, Stanley, and 2 years later, a second son, Sean. They both attended a good local school, and every weekend the entire family participated in church activities. The oldest children, having reached adulthood, flew away from their parents' nests across the continent to start their own families. But the Eckards were friendly. They kept in touch, called each other frequently, and spent all family holidays together. Sean was a simple, fun-loving boy. His bright appearance, charisma, and insight drew people to him like magnets. He could listen and empathize, so he made friends easily. Stanley, on the other hand, had a more reserved personality and was cautious of everything. He was aware that he was shy, so interacting with others was much more difficult for him than for his brother. They shared a common group of friends and classmates. Despite their age difference, the brothers were like one, helping and looking out for each other. The boys developed good manners and excelled in school. They were always trusting and friendly with one another. Their parents laughed when they made jokes about each other. The family valued respect above all else. Donna and Samuel raised their children with a strong faith in God, and according to God's laws, the Eckerd family's life unfolded in its own unique way. The brothers' interests diverged significantly as they grew older. Sean, the youngest, participated in a music band, while Stanley, the eldest, became interested in martial arts. Each young boy's life was full of vivid memories and emotions that he shared with his family in the evenings. Sean was always first. When the family gathered before dinner to share their day's emotions, he spent the majority of the time telling stories about music, friends, and upcoming plans. Everyone listened to Sean. There was no time for Stanley, and it didn't appear that he had much to say. There are no grand plans for the future. There are no exciting stories to highlight, not even those of friends. So, Stanley humbly forwarded his brother's stories. On one such evening, Sean informed his family that he had met a neighbor girl named Mary Jane. A fragile young girl with bright brown eyes and long blonde hair put Sean in a trance. Through the open window of the girl's home, he heard a magical piano playing, as if mesmerizing. Sean's confidence in his own charm enabled him to walk out of such a funny situation with dignity and meet the girl he liked. Despite the fact that she was a few years older than Sean, they maintained a friendly relationship. The company's soul shone through, and they organized picnics to which Mary Jane was invited. They walked a lot, went to parks, and visited observation decks. The burgeoning adolescent love affair was cut short by the harsh realities of adulthood. The Eckards were devastated to learn of Donna's elderly mother, Sean, and Stanley's grandmother's illness. In search of prosperity, parents attempted to consider the interests of each family member. However, the decision makes a fundamental change in the life of the entire family. Sean did not want to leave his native land, his friends, or his mother, Mary Jane. But the parents' decision had already been made. The Eckards leave the city where their children were born and raised and relocate to another state. So, as fate would have it, the Eckerd family moves into Donna's mother's house in the small town of Spring Hill, Florida, in 2005, and begins a new life. The move was a breath of fresh air for the entire family because it was the correct decision. Sean and Stanley's grandmother was on the mend. Sean was heartbroken. He missed his band, which he used to play on walks with Mary Jane and during hangouts in his favorite city. But Sean, who loves life, can't stay sad for long, and eventually, a new life becomes as full as the one he missed. Donna and Samuel landed a job at the Presbyterian church, where they spent almost all of their time. Donna looked after the children in the nursery, while Samuel helped with the chapel. Over time, the brothers rekindle their bond and make new friends at school. Old life appears to be resurrected in a new environment. Sean participates in the school band again. Stanley goes to a martial arts school that is just a few blocks from their new home. Despite his new busy lifestyle, Sean can't stop thinking about Mary Jane. Every night after class, he locks himself in his room and talks on the phone for hours. The goodbyes are the same, with Sean saying he hopes to meet again. He always promises to come to see her after he gets his parents' permission. The younger brother, on the other hand, grew and held his first love close to his heart. The elder Stanley attempted to establish himself in the family in his own way. Stanley, despite his quiet and calm demeanor, appeared to be deprived of parental warmth and attention in pursuit of self-expression. He makes a series of bad decisions that have serious consequences for the entire family. In May 2006, he tells his parents that he plans to drop out of school and devote his life to studying martial arts and starting a martial arts club. However, youthful maximalism leads the guy into bad company, where he begins to engage in petty fraud and experiment with illegal drugs. In 2007, Stanley's arrest resulted from dysfunctional connections. He was caught stealing and charged with felony fraud offenses. Donna suffers her first major setback when she learns of her elder son's antics. She ends up in the hospital with a heart attack, but the situation is quickly resolved thanks to the services of a lawyer hired by Jennifer's sister. He skillfully defends Stanley, demonstrating the lack of direct evidence, allowing the man to go free with only a suspended sentence. This episode terrified Stanley. He feels guilty and isolates himself in the hopes of being understood and accepted by his family. Sean does not discuss his decisions with his parents after surviving the frightening events that occurred to Stanley. During his summer vacation, he works as a waiter. "I've saved up some money." He only leaves a note for his mother, telling her to go to California for Mary Jane. The 2-day bus ride to his beloved felt like an eternity. The scenery changed outside the window. Tonight, the day changed. Sean imagined seeing Mary Jane at the final station. When the driver announced the final stop, the bus came to a stop. Sean was ready to run to her, because he'd seen her happy face through the window and her long hair, which she was tucking behind her ears with her fingers. They had shared some of their happiest days together. They'd had picnics, just as they had in his best high school years. Sean had confessed his desire to marry for the first time, and the feeling was mutual. After another walk, the youth sat down on a bench. Sean felt faint. His eyes turned black. Sean was admitted to the hospital after falling unconscious. The young boy was fading like a match in a matter of days. Mary Jane contacted Sean's sister, and Jennifer flew to California, where doctors determined what was causing a strong and sturdy man to fade so quickly. Tick-borne encephalitis begins suddenly and quickly, causing a variety of complications, including brain inflammation. A difficult struggle for Sean's life and health began. Doctors fought for the boy's life for a long time, more than a month in a coma, and 6 months of rehabilitation enabled him to return from the other side of the world. Sean struggled to recover for quite some time. An ordinary tick bite on a summer walk resulted in a serious injury for him. Jennifer returned her brother to Florida, where he underwent therapy and a long recovery. Mary Jane was left waiting. Again, the lovers' only means of communication was the telephone. A slew of problems and unexpected illnesses brought the Eckerd family together. Donna does everything she can to completely free her beloved son Sean from the effects of a serious illness. She closely monitors his diet and exercise. Such attentive care leads to Sean's complete recovery, as well as Stanley's inner resentment and jealousy, which he nurtures in bits and pieces. Sean regained his strength and resumed his studies in music. In 2009, he completes his studies and dreams of returning with his mother, Mary Jane, to introduce her to his parents as his favorite. However, Sean's plans are unlikely to come true. Stanley introduces his brother to Samantha Rowe, his dream girl. Samantha, a Florida native, quickly discovered a common language with the two brothers. Stanley adored and sympathized with her, but the girl was taken with Sean's cheerful and sociable personality. For a while, Stanley actively courted Samantha, and she accepted his advances. Many romantic encounters conclude with a passionate kiss. Stanley is extremely happy. Samantha, who said yes to her older brother, continues to think about her younger brother. Samantha decides to send Sean a message in which she expresses her sympathy for him and invites him on a walk around the city. The guy agrees, and they spend the evening walking along the waterfront, discussing Stanley and Mary Jane. Sean does not seek to win the girl, after all he has long belonged to or rejected her. Samantha sends a message to Stanley, informing him that Sean has been seeing her, and he admits that he also likes her. Stanley was infuriated. That same evening, he went up to his brother's room, where they talked. The brothers began by speaking quietly, but their words quickly became shouts, and then there was complete silence. The parents were present, but the brothers occasionally clarified relations quite loudly, so they saw nothing unusual in what had occurred. Mom was the first to notice Sean was missing. He had not returned her calls. Recalling the evening before Stanley's explanation, Sean had left home after an argument. After 2 days of searching, the police received a terrifying call. Jennifer, Sean's sister, made the call. The dispatcher who took the call only heard a woman scream into the receiver. A piercing male moan was heard in the background. After several requests to calm down, the dispatcher finally records the request for assistance. Jennifer continues to scream. She pleads for assistance and reports, "Oh, damn it, my brother Stanley murdered Sean. He's inside the house, talking to his mother. His father is freaking out while lying over his dead son, who has been buried since early Saturday morning. Damn it, I'm begging for assistance." Police officers who arrived at the scene of the tragedy witnessed a horrific scene. In the backyard of the house, Samuel was kneeling, his hands dripping with earth. He was screaming as he pulled his son's body from the damp earth, attempting to wipe it away. In an instant, a quiet neighborhood with sculpted lawns, where the two young brothers frequently waved to neighbors, became the site of a violent tragedy. And now the Eckerd family, who once raised 2 sons, is haunted by the memory of digging in the ground and discovering one of their sons, while watching the other son be handcuffed and taken away. Stanley Eckerd was arrested on suspicion of premeditated murder. During his first interrogation, he admitted that he had no intention of killing his brother. In a fit of rage, he struck Sean on the head. Sean fell as a result of his injuries. Stanley checked his pulse. When he realized his younger brother had died, he tied up the body and carried it out the window to be buried on the lawn behind the house. Stanley said at the inquest, "I buried him after all. That's what you do with the dead." These words sound like the cold-blooded calculations of a serial killer rather than a loving brother. In his defense, Stanley Eckerd stated that he did it for his mother. He wanted to shield her from any shock she might have felt at the news. After that, Stanley planned to relocate his brother's body and rebury it once his parents were gone. Stanley's behavior during the interrogation varied. He cried and confessed what he had done, clearly apologizing and presenting it as an accident, or he blamed Sean with hatred in his eyes. Stanley spoke harshly and unpleasantly about his younger brother. He blamed him for all of his problems and admitted that he had won the battle for his mother's and Samantha's affection. Stanley was charged with second-degree murder and arrested without bail the same day. 2 days later, Dr. Barbara Wolf conducted an autopsy on Sean's body. She presented the court with the results of the forensic examination, which revealed that the victim's neck had bruising under the skin and rope marks, indicating that the neck had been compressed to make breathing difficult. The examination determined that the death was caused by an inflicted head injury and asphyxiation. Assistant State Attorney Pete Marino investigated the case. The first hearing began on February 25, 2011, and was presided over by District Judge Stephen. Donna and Samuel Eckerd, Stanley's parents, rushed to the second row. On April 9, 2013, they wept as they watched their oldest son be escorted into the courtroom. The trial began in Hernando Court, which was presided over by District Judge Anthony Taddy. Attorney Alan Hunter led the defense, while Pete remained on the prosecution's side. The primary goal of the prosecution was to persuade the jury that Stanley had meticulously planned the crime. According to defense attorney Allen, the tragic outcome stemmed from a spontaneous fight. In conclusion, Allen urged the jury to take note of Stanley's attempt to conceal the crime in the name of good intentions. Stanley Eckerd was charged with first-degree premeditated murder, which carries a mandatory life sentence if convicted. Sentencing was scheduled for May 13th. Stanley's fate lay in the hands of District Judge Anthony Taddy, who presided over the 5-day trial. Second-degree murder carries a maximum sentence of life imprisonment. Stanley Elias Eckerd always claimed that he had no intention of killing his brother 3 years ago, before burying him in the front yard of the house. Before trial, Eckerd turned down prosecutors' offer to plead guilty to second-degree murder in exchange for a 20-year prison sentence. Eckerd remained stone-faced as the clerk read the verdict. The brothers' parents, Samuel and Donna, wept quietly. As the jury exited the courtroom, Samuel Eckerd's sobs turned into screams, and a crowd gathered around Donna and Samuel. The jury agreed that Eckert did not intend to kill 19-year-old Sean, but they did not completely clear him of guilt. After 2.5 hours of deliberation, 9 women and 3 men convicted Eckert of second-degree murder. All the while, according to the record, they believed Stanley's account of what happened early on June 19, 2010, and criticized the state attorney's office for filing the charges. Later Friday, Samuel Eckert stated that Chief Assistant Public Defender Alan Lanter did an excellent job. The family questions whether the sentence is appropriate. They filed an appeal against the verdict but were denied. I don't understand how the jury returned a verdict of second-degree murder, and after about 2 hours, Samuel Eckert stated that our faith had not been shaken. He stated that one fact was not disputed during the trial. After his brother died, Stanley removed his body from Sean's bedroom window and buried it in a shallow grave in the family's Spring Hill backyard. Samuel Eckert discovered Sean's body 2 days later. During his closing arguments at trial, Assistant State's Attorney Pete Marino showed jurors photos of Sean's dirt-covered body lying in a fetal position. This isn't a detective novel case, but Marino said. He stated that when detectives questioned Stanley on the day his brother's body was discovered, he changed his testimony. 6 times he claimed he had no knowledge of Sean's death until 2 days after his brother's funeral. According to Marino, Stanley sent messages from Sean's cell phone to family members, claiming that Sean had traveled to California to stay with his girlfriend, Mary Jane. On Sean's behalf, he also wrote to Samantha, telling her that he didn't want to communicate and that she should focus on Stanley. After several hours of questioning, Stanley revealed that Sean died during a struggle in the bedroom that morning. He claimed to hear a snap in his brother's neck as they fell to the ground. He then hid Sean's body to protect his mother, Donna, who has a weakened heart. He stated that he planned to tell his father after his mother left on a trip. The defendant's hand injuries constitute murder, according to Magazzino, who also cited testimony and Stanley's statements to detectives about rising tensions over Samantha Rowe. He also brought up testimony about a conversation Stanley had with his brother and a friend about revenge in the weeks leading up to Sean's death. During that conversation, the friend testified that Stanley stated that if he was going to kill someone, he would hit them in the back of the head and bury the body in the backyard. That evidence was shaky at best and could not dispel reasonable doubts. Alan Lanter told the jury that a crime is an act with an intended outcome. Lanter replied, "Yes, I was involved in my brother's death, but he did not kill his brother." Lanter cited testimony from a forensic pathologist, who stated that the blow to the head was combined with other factors. Sean's death was most likely caused by high blood alcohol levels and possible lingering brain swelling from encephalitis. The pathologist also testified that hitting his head on the bedroom nightstand when the 2 men fell could have been enough to kill Sean Lanter, which reminded the jury of Donna Eckert's testimony that Sean suffered from severe mood swings after contracting encephalitis. In her testimony, Donna Eckert referred to Sean's death as an accident. The jury could have also convicted Stanley Eckert of third-degree murder or manslaughter. In the case of pardonable homicide, Lanter urged jurors not to be distracted by gruesome photos of Sean's body or Stanley's poor decision to bury him in the yard. Stanley Eckert did something horrible after Sean died, according to Lanter, but he is not a murderer. During the final sentencing, the record parents were filled with excitement. Judge Anthony sentenced the defendant to 50 years in prison without the possibility of parole. The parents were broken. One miserable day, they lost both of their sons at the same time. The cold-blooded murder of an innocent man, including a brother, is clearly beyond the scope of appropriate human response. In the Bible story, Cain, the brother killer, was banished from paradise as punishment. However, he approached the problem differently, eliminating the source of his remorse. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A student who came to visit her family for a holiday went for a run and disappeared. Without a trace, the residents of the small village were shaken by this event, as nothing like this had ever happened in their area before detectives began an investigation that lasted for many years. And it was only after 28 years that everyone learned the gruesome truth that shocked the residents of the small village. Mandy Stavik was born on April 16, 1971, in the American city of Bellingham, Washington. She grew up in a large family with loving parents, 2 brothers and a sister. Soon after Mandy's birth, her parents decided to move to a town called Palmer, Alaska. This place was known for its picturesque nature, safety, and the unity of its few thousand residents. The family lived in this town for several years, but when Mandy was 3 years old, her parents decided to divorce, and she stayed with her mother. Nevertheless, she continued to see her father almost every day. A year later, a terrible tragedy struck their family. Mandy's 17-year-old brother went on a hunting trip and disappeared. The police later found his body, which had almost 20 bullet wounds. Despite all the investigators' efforts to solve the case, they could not find any suspects for Mandy's family. This event was a real shock, but she continued to grow up joyful and active. She excelled academically, participated in many sports, and played various musical instruments. When Mandy was 12 years old, her mother decided to move back to Washington, but this time to a small village called Acme, whose population at that time was less than 300 people, and all the residents knew each other well. There were practically no serious crimes in this place, and the woman decided that she and her 3 children would be better off there. Mandy enrolled in the local school, quickly made friends, continued to play sports, joined the school music group, and became a cheerleader. In addition, she loved the local nature and enjoyed going for runs towards the picturesque river. When Mandy was 17 years old, another tragedy struck her family after the divorce. Her father stayed in Palmer and started a new family with several children. In 1988, Mandy's stepbrother drowned in a river. It was another blow for her and reminded her of her older brother's death after graduating from high school. Mandy enrolled at Central Washington University in 1989, which was 3 hours away from her home. She wanted to become a pilot and strove to get straight A's. She lived in a dormitory, but whenever she had the chance, she visited her family. At the end of November, she came home to spend Thanksgiving with her relatives and planned to stay there for a few more days. On November 24th, the day after the holiday, Mandy decided to go for a run. Usually her mother accompanied her and rode her bike next to her, but this time she stayed home because her sister had come to visit her briefly, so Mandy set off alone, taking the family's German Shepherd with her usual route, started from home and ran along the road to the river, after which he turned around and ran back, totaling about 5 kilometers. Usually the run takes less than an hour, but this time Mandy was clearly delayed. When her brother returned home, he was surprised that Mandy was still not back. He was visiting a friend whose house was located along the road. The brother saw Mandy run back towards home, but after a few minutes she ran in the opposite direction. He thought she decided to do another lap, but even considering that she should have returned home much earlier than him, as time passed, Mandy's relatives began to seriously worry about her, in addition to the fact that she had never run for so long before. She had plans for the evening before heading home for the holiday. She invited her dorm mate, who came with her. They were planning to go to a neighboring town that day to meet with friends. 2 hours later, something happened that made the whole family worry even more. Their German Shepherd returned home without Mandy, which was extremely strange. The mother of a young woman who had already lost a child once decided to immediately contact the police, and despite Mandy being 18 years old, the sheriff agreed to start the search right after the woman's call. Meanwhile, the mother began calling literally every resident of the village and asking if they had seen her daughter. Upon hearing that Mandy had disappeared, many of them went out into the street and quickly organized their own search together with the young woman's relatives. They walked along the route she had run several times, but she was not found. Meanwhile, the police began questioning people close to Mandy. They learned that the young woman had a boyfriend named Rick, whom she'd been dating since high school. The young woman's mother also said that the couple had broken up and got him back together again. The investigators spoke with him but found no reason to suspect the young man. They questioned several other people while combing the area with the villagers. By that time, people on SUVs, horses, and helicopters had joined the search. The local dog handler even tried to work with a shepherd dog, hoping that it would lead them to Mandy. However, the dog was clearly frightened and did not want to leave the porch of its house. The search continued until late at night, but it yielded no results. The next day it continued, and the police managed to find the first worrying clue. Volunteers found women's sports bands on one of the back roads. They were covered in mud, looked old, and had several holes. The pants were immediately shown to Mandy's mother, but she hesitated to say that they belonged to her daughter. Despite this, the police still sent them to the laboratory, where experts found traces of male semen on them. Detectives immediately asked for DNA samples from all the men who were familiar with Mandy and were in the area, but no matches were found. The FBI's general database, which contains DNA of convicted criminals, did not exist yet that year, so investigators could not do anything with this clue. Meanwhile, specialists with search dogs began to participate in the search, and soon they discovered a new lead. They managed to find traces of the young woman on the dirt road as well as the tracks of her sheepdog. But there was one strange moment when their tracks stopped at the same place. From this, only one conclusion could be drawn. Mandy must have gotten into someone's car. Detectives suggested that she may have been abducted and forced into a car, but experts disproved this assumption as there would have been a different scene at the point where the tracks ended, as the young woman should have resisted. In reality, it looked as though she got into the car of her own accord, meaning that the driver could have met someone she knew on the third day of the surge. Police, along with firefighters, began searching the nearby river that flowed alongside the road where the young woman was last seen. They made a distressing discovery about 5 kilometers downstream from the village. They noticed a female body in the water. After retrieving it, they immediately realized that it was Mandy, as she was naked except for her socks and sneakers. The police did not see any serious injuries except for several large scratches on her legs. In connection with this, they began to speculate that the young woman could have drowned, but this version made no sense. First, it was the end of November, and the water in the river was very cold, so Mandy could not have gone into it voluntarily, especially without clothes. In addition, the depth of the river in that place was significantly lower than human height, and the young woman could have stood there safely. Medical experts examined the victim's body and found a head injury, which was most likely caused by a strong blow. However, they determined that this injury could not have been the cause of death. In the end, the experts concluded that the young woman died of suffocation in the water. In other words, she drowned. In addition, the medical experts found evidence of violence against the victim and were able to extract biological material from the perpetrator, as well as detect male DNA under the victim's fingernails. Based on all this, the police developed the most likely version of what happened. Someone kidnapped Mandy on the road, dragged her into a car, and drove her to the river, where an unknown perpetrator subjected her to violence. After that, the young woman managed to escape, evidenced by the scratches on her legs, most likely caused by prickly vegetation along the riverbank. At some point, the criminal caught up to Mandy, hit her on the head, and threw her into the water. Forensic experts identified a DNA profile and compared it to samples from everyone who was in any way connected to the case in total. They checked over 30 men, but no matches were found. Police continued to search for any leads by questioning all residents of the village and surrounding areas. Apart from Mandy's brother, another Acme resident saw her on the day of her disappearance. The man parked near his house and saw the young woman running along the road when she disappeared from view. A dark pickup truck drove past. At that moment, the man did not attach any importance to it, but after Mandy's murder, he shared his observation with the police. He could now remember the model of the pickup truck and refused to provide detectives with his DNA sample. This behavior seemed suspicious, and they obtained a court order to compel the man to give his DNA. However, it did not match the sample found on the victim's body. The murder received active media coverage, and unfortunately, they all led to dead ends. And as a result, the investigation dragged on for years. Detectives were unable to identify any serious suspects, although they continued to actively consider various candidates. At some point, investigators speculated that an unknown serial killer known as the Green River Killer might be behind the crime. He was suspected of killing dozens of young women, and he often dumped their bodies in rivers. However, no evidence in favor of this version. Often dumped their bodies in rivers. Even when the killer was caught and his identity became known, investigators could not link him to Mandy's murder due to the lack of evidence and new suspects. The investigation into this case stopped for many years. Periodically, detectives retrieved it from the archives, trying to find some fresh ideas, but it did not produce any results. In 2009, 20 years after Mandy's death, a new detective from the local police department reopened the investigation. Given that no new evidence had emerged over the past 2 decades, he decided to take a different approach together with his colleagues. They went around the entire village and surrounding areas, asking every male resident to provide their DNA sample. The detective's plan was quite simple. He understood that the killer of Mandy was most likely a local resident, and if they collected DNA samples from literally every man, there was a decent chance of finding the culprit among them. Considering that there were only a few hundred men living in the village and its surroundings, this task seemed quite straightforward, but in practice it turned out to be much more difficult. It took the police a whole 4 years to check all the men, and in the end, they didn't get a single match. The detectives realized that in 20 years since the murder, the killer could have moved somewhere else or even died, so they began to dig through archives and try to track down literally every man who lived in the area at the time of 1989. In 2013, the police received an unexpected lead. 2 women who grew up in the same village as Mandy went to a water park with their children. As they chatted, they remembered the infamous murder and began to discuss it. At some point, one of the women said that she suspected who might have killed Mandy. The other replied that she also suspected a specific person, and they both named the same person, Timothy Bass. At the time of the murder, he was 21 years old and lived just a few houses away from the victim. The women were shocked that they had been suspecting the same person all this time, but even more interesting were the reasons why they considered Timothy to be the culprit. One of the women said that Timothy had been hitting on her when they were teenagers once when she was in a car with Timothy. And some other friends, he began to aggressively pursue her and make advances. The other friends intervened, and since then, the woman had been seriously afraid of being near this person. The second woman's story was even more shocking. Several years after Mandy's murder, when the woman was already living with her husband and their newborn baby, Timothy knocked on her door one evening. While her husband was at work, the woman was not surprised by his visit since he and her husband were friends. Timothy said that he had been passing by after hunting and needed to use the phone. The woman let him in, but Timothy started to behave strangely. Instead of making a call, he stood there with the phone in his hand and then put it down. He then began to tell the woman that he had been in love with her for a long time and offered to engage in a sexual relationship. She refused and demanded that he leave, but Timothy continued to insist aggressively. The woman then threatened to call the police, and only after that did he leave their home. Sharing these stories, they decided to go to the police together and talk about their suspicions about Timothy. When asked why they waited so long, the women replied that they were not sure of his involvement in the murder. In such a small community, they would never be forgiven if they accused an innocent person of murder. So none of them dared to share this information. Detectives immediately became interested in this person and noticed something interesting. During the initial investigation, none of their colleagues interviewed Timothy or asked him to provide a DNA sample. This was very strange. The young man did not appear in old police reports, despite being acquainted with the victim, living nearby and his house being next to the same road that the young woman ran on. Digging deeper, investigators also found that Mandy was friends with his younger brother Tom. Another suspicious moment was that Timothy moved to another city less than 2 months after the murder. Perhaps this was the reason why the guy remained out of the police's sight. At that time, they were busy with a huge amount of leads and checking people who voluntarily cooperated with them. Timothy settled in the town of Emerson, located 40 kilometers from his old home. Shortly before moving, he married and eventually had 3 children. Opening his criminal history, detectives found another alarming fact. In 2010, his wife filed a statement with the police that Timothy had beaten their children, but the investigators were most surprised by one small detail contained in this statement. In it, his wife described why Timothy was a danger to their family. Among the stories of domestic violence, she briefly mentioned her husband's strange behavior while watching documentary crime films. When they watched similar programs together, Timothy constantly criticized criminals for how poorly they commit murders, leaving behind a lot of evidence. The man also loved to say that he would never make the same mistakes and would not have been caught. After studying all this information, the detectives began to seriously consider his involvement in Mandy's murder. They went to his house to ask a series of questions and request a voluntary DNA sample, and that's when the most interesting part began. Timothy claimed that he did not remember the crime and could not even remember who Mandy Stavik was. This statement immediately made detectives doubt his words. First of all the residents of the village, with a population of less than 300, knew each other. Secondly, Timothy lived just a few houses away from the Stavik family, and it was simply impossible to imagine that he did not know her. Moreover, after the murder, this case was talked about not only in the village itself, but also in all neighboring towns. It was the first such crime in the area in many years, and for local residents, this topic remained number one for many months. Therefore, detectives did not hurry to believe the man's words, and they asked him to provide a DNA sample, but Timothy refused, which aroused even more suspicion. Unfortunately, they had absolutely no evidence that could link him to the murder, so investigators could not obtain a court order that would require the man to provide his DNA. Then they decided to go another way. Detectives found out that Timothy had worked as a courier at a bakery located in a neighboring town for many years. They went there and talked to the manager, asking him to provide them with information about Timothy's routes for the next few days. The police planned to track him and get some items on which the man could leave his DNA. They did not tell the manager which particular crime their employee was suspected of. Detectives only said that an investigation was underway, but the woman refused to provide this information without the permission of higher management. The police contacted them and demanded a court order. Thus, investigators were again at a dead end. They continued to study Timothy's biography and try to find new clues that would allow them to obtain the much-needed court decision, but other attempts led to nothing, and the case was stalled for several more years. In 2015, the police came to his house again, asked a few questions, and requested a DNA sample, but he refused again. It continued until 2017 when something unexpected happened. A woman named Kim Wagner, who was a manager at the bakery, went to a bar with her husband and friends, all of whom used to live in Acme and were around the same age as Mandy when she was murdered. At some point, they started talking about the case, which had haunted the locals for decades. Suddenly, one of the friends mentioned Timothy Bass, who lived near the victim's home, and it dawned on Kim when the police came to her workplace and asked for information about his whereabouts. She didn't even think it could be related to Mandy Stavek's murder, and then Kim started thinking that her colleague was the killer. This thought stayed with her for a long time. At some point, detectives came to her workplace again, hoping that she had changed her position since their previous conversation, and their hope was justified. Kim invited the investigators to her office and asked directly, "Do they suspect Timothy of killing Mandy?" The police were surprised but did not deny it, and then the woman provided them with all the necessary information and interesting observations about her colleague. She had known the man for many years and always found him strange when one of her friends mentioned that Bass lived near Mandy's home. During those years, she began to seriously consider his involvement in the case, so she decided to help the investigators. The detective started following Timothy, and new difficulties emerged. He always wore gloves at work, which prevented experts from taking a DNA sample from objects he touched. The also did not smoke, so the police could not even obtain a cigarette butt with his saliva. Bass did not even have a workplace in the bakery since he worked exclusively on delivering products. In addition, another strange fact complicated the investigators' task. Timothy never threw away his garbage at work. He stored it in his van and took it home. The detectives immediately realized that such behavior could not be a coincidence. Evidently, Timothy understood that the police suspected him of Mandy's murder and started making sure that they did not get any items with his DNA. But in the end, the detectives were lucky to find out that they couldn't obtain the suspect's biological material. Kim offered to help. Laws work in such a way that police officers are not allowed to ask third parties to obtain evidence for them. In such a case, the evidence will not be admissible in art, even if the suspect's guilt is obvious. However, if any person voluntarily hands over evidence to the investigators, they have the right to accept and use it. Thus, Kim offered to obtain some DNA samples from Bass, and the detectives waited. The suspect was very careful, and it took the woman a long time to achieve her goal. Only after 3 months did she see the man drink coke from a plastic cup and then throw it away in the trash with the can. Waited until Timothy left, took both pieces of evidence, and handed them over to the police. They immediately sent the can with the count to the laboratory, and the experts extracted a DNA profile from them. It fully matched the biological material found on Mandy's body. Having finally obtained the long-awaited evidence, the police immediately went after the man and arrested him 28 years after the murder. The suspect was finally charged during the interrogation. Timothy denied his guilt until the investigators told him about the DNA sample match. Hearing this, the man immediately changed his story and said that he and Mandy had a secret affair. They supposedly started dating many months before her murder and had to hide the relationship from everyone because she had a boyfriend. According to Timothy, on the day of her death, Mandy came to his house during her jog. They had an intimate encounter, and she left. He added that his father was at home at the time, but it was impossible to use him as a witness since he had passed away long ago. The detectives did not believe this story for a second. In their opinion, Timothy made up the whole story about the secret affair just to explain the presence of his DNA on the victim's stone. Proof of his words, he referred to his deceased father, who could not refute this information. Investigators talked to Mandy's relatives and friends, and they all expressed complete confidence that the young woman would never date Timothy, who was very strange, avoided communication with other people, and spent most of his time alone. The detectives decided to speak with Timothy's wife, despite the fact that the woman had filed statements against her husband and lived separately. They were still married, and here the police were waiting for another interesting turn. The woman suddenly said that on the day of Mandy's murder she was with Timothy at his house, and he was there all day. The detectives did not believe her story, but her words created possible difficulties for the court. On the other hand, they contradicted Timothy's version. according to Mandy, who came to his house on the day of the murder and had an intimate relationship with him. The trial began in May 2019. Timothy's lawyer continued to insist that his client was innocent and that his DNA got on the victim's body as a result of consensual intimate contact. The prosecution, however, insisted that there was no evidence to support this version. Timothy never called Mandy, she never wrote her notes or letters, and no one among the witnesses saw them together. It was much more likely that Bass had a one-sided crush on the young woman and was even obsessed with her. Investigators found out that the guy started attending all the sports matches when Mandy joined the school team. Before that, he had absolutely no interest in sports. In addition, his windows overlooked the road where the young woman was running, and he could watch her during her runs. Apparently that day he decided to talk to her and caught up with her. Perhaps the guy started to harass Mandy, but the young woman resisted, or he persuaded her to get into his car on some pretext. Later, Bass took her to a deserted place, subjected her to violence, and then the young woman managed to escape. The guy caught up with her near the riverbank, hit her on the head with some object, and threw her body into the water. Timothy's wife testified as a witness in court, who by that time had already divorced him. And this time she surprised everyone again instead of sticking to her original story. The woman told a new one. According to her, she did not remember that she was at Timothy's house on the day of the murder. The woman added that Bass had forced her to lie to the police during the first interrogation, otherwise he could go to jail. At that time, she seriously feared that her husband might harm her or her children, so she agreed to lie to the police. This deprived the suspect of his only alibi, but the court heard even more interesting details. Tom's younger brother told him that after Timothy was asked for a DNA sample, he started to get very anxious about it. When Tom asked him what was going on, his brother told him the same story about a secret affair with the victim. Even Timothy's own mother testified against him when she visited him in jail, and he passed her a note asking her to lie to the police that they had gone to the store together on the day of the murder to buy Christmas gifts, but she refused. In the note, Timothy also asked her to testify against his own father and try to convince investigators that he was the real killer. After all this, the defendant's lawyer tried to convince the jurors that Timothy's DNA sample had been obtained illegally. He insisted that the police had asked the civilian to obtain the man's biological material outside the rules. However, Kim Wagner refuted these claims and said that she had offered her help to the police in 1989. This murder deeply shook her, and she continued to think about it regularly for decades. Learning that her colleague was a suspect, she wanted to help solve the case. Moreover, by that time she already had a daughter, and Kim could barely imagine what Mandy's mother felt during those years. Trial lasted several weeks, and after all the evidence presented, the jury found Timothy Bass guilty of murder. He was sentenced to 27 years in prison with the possibility of applying for early release after 24 years. Mandy's mother, who was 83 years old at the time, thanked the detectives for their work. Although she had lost 2 children in her life, she was still glad that the guilty party had been punished. In 1990, Mandy's relatives established a scholarship in her name at the high school where she attended. They continued to support this program to this day, annually awarding the most talented students who study music. The foundation of this scholarship was $25,000 collected by the residents of Acme and other towns. Initially, this money was offered as a reward for information, but after the case was solved, it was decided to put it into this program. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This video investigates a story that occurred in 2014. The case of Charlie Scott, a 27-year-old young woman, drew the attention of some of Hawaii's most prominent television stations, becoming one of the most high-profile cases in the state's history. Carly Joanne Charlie Scott was born on November 24, 1986, in California, USA. She was Kimberlyn and Robert Scott's daughter. Her family members referred to her as Charlie, so I'll use that name from now on. Charlie had several sisters with whom she was extremely close. After her parents' divorce, she was raised by her mother and stepfather. Charlie and her family had been living on the Hawaiian island of Maui for several years by 2014. Charlie was about to graduate from cosmetology school and hoped to open a beauty salon for dogs. She was very fond of dogs and owned 2 of them. Charlie had some difficulties in her life, which I will discuss later, but she was a happy and optimistic young woman with a positive outlook on the future. Charlie lived in Makawao with her 2 dogs and was last seen on February 9, 2014, at a family gathering in Haiku at her sister's house, about 6 miles from Makawao. Charlie was supposed to see her family the next day, but she failed to show up. Her mother, Kimberlyn, became concerned when she couldn't reach Charlie that evening, so she and her other daughter, Phaedra, drove to Makawao. When they arrived at Charlie's house, it was already around 9 p.m. It had been 24 hours since they last saw her. Kimberly's first observation was that her daughter's vehicle was not in the driveway. Charlie had a silver 1997 Toyota 4Runner with Hawaiian license plates and a lead skull embedded in the grille. The front door was locked, but the window remained open. So Phaedra snuck into the house and unlocked the front door for her mother, allowing Kimberlyn inside. The house was orderly, with everything in its proper place. Kimberlyn and Phaedra searched every room, but there was no one in the house except one of the dogs. Charlie had disappeared, along with her other dog, Nala. This was an unusual situation because Charlie had never left without informing any of her family members. Her family's anxiety was growing by the minute as they were unable to reach Charlie. None of her friends knew where she was either. Kimberlyn had always maintained contact with her family, which gave her a bad feeling. Charlie was 5 months pregnant, which made the situation even more concerning. Pregnant women rarely disappear unless something bad happens to them. Charlie's disappearance was reported to the police. Charlie and Stephen Capobianco met in 2009 and were together for 2 years in Makawao, on the stunning Hawaiian island of Maui. While the red-headed Charlie was obsessed with her boyfriend, Stephen told his friends they were only roommates and avoided taking pictures with her. Their relationship was complicated, and no matter how harshly Stephen treated Charlie, she was willing to completely forgive him. Charlie had broken up with Stephen several years before her disappearance, but she remained desperately in love with him. Stephen had found a new girlfriend, but he kept a secret relationship with Charlie, so they remained intimate even after their breakup. When Charlie, 27, tried to move on, she discovered she was pregnant with Stephen's child. Her maternal instincts kicked in, and she was eager to be a mother. When she discovered she was having a boy, she named him Joshua. However, Stephen, 24, was not eager to become a father. They visited a family planning center together to discuss terminating the pregnancy. Stephen insisted that Charlie have an abortion, but she chose not to do so and decided to raise the child alone. When he discovered this, he became extremely angry. Charlie did not force Stephen to marry her. She was simply overjoyed about becoming a mother. Charlie's decision was supported by her family, and we are prepared to provide her with any assistance she requires. Kimberlyn alerted the police about her daughter's disappearance. She also revealed to investigators that Charlie was 5 months pregnant and had a strained relationship with the child's father, Stephen Capobianco. Charlie had an app on her phone that allowed her family to track her location. When Kimberlyn attempted to do so, she discovered that the last time Charlie's phone was active was on date night, February 9. Charlie was supposed to return home to Makawao after spending the day in Haiku at her sister's house. However, she took a completely different path. She took the Hana Highway towards Hiko, and the last time her phone was active, she was 30 miles from home. Charlie saw no reason to drive there. But Kimberlyn knew her daughter was willing to comply with any request from Stephen. When she filed a missing persons report, Kimberlyn informed investigators that Stephen Capobianco may have been involved in Charlie's disappearance. Kimberlyn and Charlie's sister Phaedra, unwilling to sit idle, got in their car the next morning and drove toward Haiku on the Hana Highway. The Hana Highway is extremely dangerous, with sharp turns, descent, and one-way traffic sections. Nothing was discovered where Charlie's cell phone was last active. It was just a stretch of road with no reason or location to stop. Kimberlyn and Phaedra would find convenient places to pull over, get out of the car, and shout Charlie's name, implying that she had gone off the road. They also called out for Charlie's dog, Nala, hoping that she would appear from within the woods. Kimberlyn was looking for her daughter. The police went to Stephen's house to speak with him because Charlie's family had identified him as a possible suspect in the case. Stephen informed detectives that he had seen Charlie but was unaware of her disappearance. He said his car broke down in a remote part of Maui, so he called Charlie and asked her to come and help him. Stephen's car broke down approximately 3 miles from where Charlie's cell phone was last active. Stephen stated that Charlie helped him start his car, after which they drove in the direction of Makawao for a while. According to Stephen, He drove up front while Charlie followed behind him in case his car broke down again. At one point, he lost sight of Charlie's car in his rearview mirror, but he didn't think much about it. Assuming he was driving too fast and Charlie had fallen far behind him, he returned home and has not spoken to her since. The first disturbing discovery came 2 days after the disappearance. Charlie's dog, Nala, was discovered in Haiku, approximately 13 miles from where her cell phone was last active. After examining the dog, investigators determined that Nala had been transported to Haiku by someone. If she had traveled 13 miles over the rugged terrain on her own, her paws would have been marked and scuffed, but they were fine. Meanwhile, the police had expanded the search area, but the number of officers available was limited. As a result, Kimberlyn requested assistance from the Maui community in finding her daughter. Hundreds of volunteers responded to the request. Flyers featuring Charlie's picture were distributed throughout the island, and detectives urged anyone with information to come forward. The fact that Charlie was pregnant heightened the urgency of the case. On April 12, one of the volunteers made a startling discovery that stunned Charlie Scott's family. A car belonging to her was discovered completely burned out 10 miles from her home and far from where her phone was last used. When volunteers discovered the vehicle, it lay on its side. The only thing that reassured Charlie's family in this situation was the absence of any remains in the car. This gave her the hope that she was still alive. Perhaps someone stole her car and decided to burn it. While the police inspected the car for clues, Charlie's family, with the help of volunteers, investigated the location where her phone had last worked. The area was a stretch of terrain with thick and rugged vegetation, no footpaths or anything like that. Shortly before sunset, a discovery indicated that Charlie was no longer alive. Phaedra identified a CD on the ground as her sister's, and Charlie's t-shirt was next to it. Additionally, her shirt and skirt were discovered. It was obvious that this was not a car accident. Charlie's belongings were found 20 miles away from the burned-out car. When the police learned of this discovery, the investigation into her disappearance changed dramatically. Stephen Capobianco was the last person to see Charlie alive, and when word spread around the island that her belongings had been discovered, Hawaii news broke. Malika Lincoln called him to ask what he thought about it. Stephen agreed to answer questions and gave a brief interview in which he discussed his relationship with Charlie and how their last encounter went. Capobianco declined to have his voice recorded, so the interview was published. His text message, "This interview will be void," was overheard and presented as a phone conversation for your convenience. However, as I mentioned before, this is a reconstruction of the conversation. Malika Lincoln of Hawaii News interviews Stephen about the ongoing search for Charlie, his ex-girlfriend. Stephen discusses his relationship with Charlie, including occasional hookups and their connection over the years. He describes the events of the night Charlie went missing when she dropped him off at his truck and he drove ahead of her, losing sight of her near Twin Falls. Despite failing a polygraph test, Stephen denies any involvement in Charlie's disappearance and is concerned for her safety. He discusses his cooperation with the police and the suspicions raised by Charlie's family. Stephen expresses his hope for Charlie's safe return and mentions his participation in the search efforts. Stephen did not immediately check on Charlie's whereabouts after she went missing, but instead texted her the next morning, assuming she was working. The police later arrived at his house, informing him of her parents' missing person report and mentioning him as a possible lead. Stephen willingly participated in police questioning and took a polygraph test, but he doubts its accuracy after allegedly failing. Despite being a prime suspect, the police haven't given him much information. Nala, Charlie's dog, was with her when she picked up Stephen, but Stephen isn't sure how she was discovered later. He is perplexed by the discovery of Charlie's torched car. Stephen expresses his only wish for Charlie's safe return and denies any involvement in her mistreatment. While concerned about his own safety, he prioritizes Charlie's well-being. Stephen hopes Charlie will be found, and he expresses his love for her as well as his unexpected desire to become a father. He recalls talking about baby names with Charlie and expressing his preference for a boy. Although he is unsure of the baby's gender, he believes Charlie may have hoped for a girl. Stephen waits for updates after Charlie's car is discovered without receiving a call from the police. Stephen mentions that, while a friend informed him that Charlie's car had been found, the police did not contact him. He acknowledges that someone may have set him up, but he denies any wrongdoing. He sees Charlie's family as the only potential adversaries because of their strained relationship. Despite this, he believes they were thrilled with Charlie's pregnancy. Stephen doubts Charlie will leave without her dogs and dismisses the possibility of her leaving voluntarily. He speculates on potential enemies, but defers to Charlie's family for more information. He is still committed to finding Charlie but has chosen to assist independently rather than participate in search parties due to hostility from her family. As a result, Stephen realized he was the primary suspect in this case. He was the last person to see Charlie alive, and he did not want to be a father. However, could Stephen's reluctance to become a father have been enough motivation for the crime? Charlie's family paid close attention to her skirt. They had no doubt that Stephen Capobianco was responsible for her disappearance. Her skirt had numerous cuts on it, particularly in the stomach area, prompting the detectives to draw some very firm conclusions. The search concentrated on the area where Charlie's belongings were discovered. The police and her family realized they were unlikely to find her alive, but the reality was far more shocking. One police officer discovered a jawbone, followed by smaller fragments. The next morning, a team of investigators set out to find Charlie's remains, and they quickly made several more discoveries. These included a tongue, piercing pin, several strands of long red hair, and fingernails. 9 days after Charlie's disappearance, it was discovered that the jawbone, hair, and fingernails were hers. Charlie was officially declared dead, and this came as a huge blow to her family, who were mourning not only Charlie but also her child. The forensic team examined the jawbone and discovered more than a dozen cuts, leading them to believe that whoever killed Charlie intended to dispose of her body piece by piece. The police and her family searched for months, but found nothing else. The cause of Charlie Scott's death could not be determined, but one thing was certain. Stephen Capobianco was the only suspect. When questioned by the detectives, he stated unequivocally that he had no intention of becoming a father and denied any involvement in his ex-girlfriend's death. Charlie's skirt had 27 slits, all concentrated in one spot, which investigators believed was no coincidence. However, a single motive was insufficient for an arrest, so the police concentrated their efforts on Charlie and Stephen's phone records. Stephen had been in the area where Charlie's remains were later discovered, just hours before Kimberlyn reported her daughter's disappearance to police. His and Charlie's cell phones were close together, but then Charlie's phone was turned off and never recovered. Phone records also revealed that Stephen had visited the area where the remains were discovered at least 3 times. This evidence suggested that Capobianco made a false statement when he told the police that he returned home after Charlie assisted him with his car. Detectives speculated that he burned Charlie's car to eliminate evidence of the crime. Stephen Capobianco was arrested 5 months after Charlie disappeared. He was charged with Charlie's murder, specifically the 2nd degree, as well as 2nd-degree arson. He pleaded not guilty to both charges. Hawaii has no laws that punish the death of an unborn child, so Stephen was not charged with anything related to this. Capobianco went to trial after more than 2 years. The prosecution faced the challenge of having only circumstantial evidence. However, the prosecution presented new DNA evidence a few days before the trial began. During the investigation, jeans with distinctive dark red stains were discovered. DNA testing confirmed that the stains were Charlie Scott's blood. The jeans fit Stephen Capobianco's size, but that is not all. A short black hair was also discovered in the pocket, and DNA analysis revealed that it belonged to Stephen. This linked him directly to Charlie's death. However, this evidence was submitted after the deadline, and the judge ruled that Stephen's jeans and hair could not be used as evidence at trial. Thus, the judge dismissed the only irrefutable piece of evidence. Stephen's chances of getting away with his wrongdoings have significantly increased. The trial went on for 6 months. During the trial, Deputy Prosecuting Attorney Robert Rivera told jurors that multiple stab wounds in the abdomen area of Charlie Scott's skirt demonstrated that Capobianco caused her pain. At a court hearing, Charlie's father, Robert Scott, stated that despite his best efforts, he was unable to break free from his anger and revenge. It turns out, it's an innate human trait in me. He described it as very strong. If the courts and justice system fail to provide this, who will? If this retribution is not met, I will exact it myself. Having said that, some things have crossed the line. John Apo, Robert Scott Polk's defense attorney, was struck in the face with his finger. "You should be ashamed of yourself, and I will spit on you." According to Scott, the judge then asked the sheriff's deputies to remove Robert Scott from the courtroom, stating that this was inappropriate. On December 28, 2016, a jury found 27-year-old Stephen Capobianco guilty of all charges. He was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 40 years for killing Charlie Scott. He received another 10 years for setting fire to her car. Since the court sentenced Capobianco to 2 consecutive sentences, his minimum sentence is 50 years before he is eligible for parole. Capobianco did not testify at his trial. Kimberlyn stated after the sentencing that she thought prison time was about the best Hawaii could offer. She claims it does not compensate her family for the loss of her daughter and unborn child Joshua, but it does provide some peace of mind. "I think we're glad we made this decision," she said. "I'm not completely unhappy. I'd like life to truly mean life. However, in our state, life sentences are typically for 20 years. So 40 years is a small way of recognizing the lives he took away." Another issue Charlie's parents faced was that the fragments discovered were not legally considered bodies and were held as evidence in the case, so the family was unable to remove them and bury them properly. Kimberlyn and Robert saw the remains for the first time in 2020, following a public memorial outside the Maui Police Department's Forensic Center, where they are kept as physical evidence. Flowers, photos, and an ultrasound image of her unborn son were among the emotional tributes left outside the forensic building. Following the public ceremony, her parents were given the opportunity to privately view her partial remains, including her jawbone. Robert and Kimberlyn stated that they will seek a change in the law and will continue to look for ways to give their daughter a proper burial. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will talk about what happened in 2007. Kelsey Smith, 18, mysteriously disappeared after going to the store in Kansas, United States. What happened to Kelsey drew media attention, and CCTV footage helped solve the case. Kelsey Ann Smith was born May 3, 1989 in Overland Park, Johnson County, Kansas. Kelsey was the 5th child of Greg and Missy Smith. She graduated from Shawnee Mission West High School on May 24, 2007, and was excited to start college in the fall. People recognized her as an outgoing and friendly individual. Her sense of humor left no one indifferent. She was a member of a marching band and played clarinet. Kelsey worked at an AMC movie theater on June 2, 2007. She had another shift. Missy, her mother, was leaving for a friend's wedding that morning, unaware that her family's life would be forever changed and that she would never see her daughter alive again. Missy said her goodbyes to Kelsey before leaving. Kelsey drove to work in the car her parents gave her. Her morning shift concluded without incident. After work, she went to see her father and sister, Lindsay. They visited an amusement park together. It had been a wonderful day, but it did not end well. Kelsey had decided to go shopping around 6 p.m. She asked her sister if she wanted to keep her company, but she declined. Kelsey left the house alone and drove to the nearest Target. Before leaving, she told her father, Greg, about her plans and expressed her love for him. Greg, a police officer, adored his children. The man taught them basic self-defense techniques and advised them to always take precautions. Kelsey called her mother, who was returning from a friend's wedding, about an hour later to say she was going shopping. They spoke briefly before agreeing to meet at home. After a while, John, Kelsey's boyfriend, arrived at Smith's home. John was one of the guys who boosted Greg's confidence. He frequently spent time at their house, and everyone expected their relationship to develop into something more. Kelsey went shopping that evening for a gift for John. The latter attempted to call her but was unable to get through. He went to her house, but she was not present. Greg tried calling his daughter, but she did not answer. Greg, a police officer, became concerned after several unsuccessful attempts to contact Kelsey. He tried to remain calm, but as a father, he became increasingly concerned with each passing minute. Greg began calling his daughter's friends. But no one knew where Kelsey was or why she wasn't returning calls and texts. Kelsey was unlike her peers. She always called her family, even if she was a little late. After a while, John and Kelsey's sister Lindsay got into their car and began driving around the area, hoping to locate Kelsey's car. What if she gets into an accident? Perhaps the police pulled her over for speeding. They first inspect the parking lots of various stores. In one of those, they noticed a Buick belonging to Kelsey. She informed her father that she was going to the Target store. However, they discovered her car near another store. John checked the car, but Kelsey wasn't present. Lindsay called her father to say they had found Kelsey's car. Greg warned them not to touch anything because the car could be a potential crime scene. After all, if this was the case, it was critical not to destroy any evidence that may have been left there. Greg contacted the police to report his daughter missing. The police conducted an official investigation. The detectives immediately arrived at the location where John and Lindsay discovered Kelsey's car. Greg and everyone else noticed something odd right away. Her car was not in the Target parking lot. It was next to another store in a dimly lit area of the parking lot. The detectives carefully examined the car, hoping to discover anything useful about Kelsey. But all they found inside was a package of gift wrapping paper and the gift the girl had bought for her boyfriend, John. There was nothing inside the car that suggested a crime. There were no signs of struggle. There was no trace of blood or anything like that. The keys were under the driver's seat. But then, the detective noticed something strange and suspicious. They noticed some fabric that resembled a t-shirt sticking out of the trunk, causing anxiety in his heart. Greg opened the trunk. It was empty. Kelsey was not present. She bought a gift for John at Target. That meant she was present at some point. The forensic experts thoroughly examined the car and discovered a thumbprint on the seatbelt. It didn't belong to Kelsey or anyone who had access to the car. Kelsey had recently graduated from high school and was preparing to attend the University of Kansas to become a veterinarian. She was always an excellent student. Kelsey was an ambitious and cheerful young lady. She had her entire life ahead of her. But now she had mysteriously vanished, and her family was desperate for answers. The police continued their work. However, other than an unidentified fingerprint, there was no evidence that her car was a crime scene. It appeared that someone had just left the car in this parking lot. The detectives went to Target to gather new information about Kelsey's disappearance. CCTV footage could answer some questions. By the time the officers arrived, the store had already closed. Despite the fact that it was nearly 11 p.m., they were able to locate the person who let them in and showed them the recordings. The police spent several hours at the monitors, watching Kelsey's every move, but her trip to the store was routine. She found the necessary items, paid for them, and proceeded to the parking lot. There was no indication that anything was wrong. While at the store, Kelsey did not argue or speak with anyone. She remained calm and left there alone. But here's what appears strange. Kelsey got into her car and drove in the opposite direction of her house for some reason. The recording quality was poor, making it impossible to see any details. As a result, a number of new and important questions emerged. Why didn't Kelsey go home as scheduled? Did she drive the car herself? Could she have concealed her own free will? Before dawn, Greg and Missy went to the police station, where detectives questioned them. As a cop, Greg was aware that this was a common practice. When investigating such cases, detectives must rule out the possibility that someone in the family is involved in the crime. He knew that if he and Missy answered the questions quickly, they would no longer be suspects and the police would be able to focus on other leads. The couple answered all of the questions. Kelsey's parents were not the suspects. The police wanted to investigate the next person for his involvement in Kelsey. His disappearance was caused by her boyfriend, John. After all, Kelsey had spent the majority of her free time with him over the last few days. He was the last person she had contact with. They needed to know where John had been before he went into Kelly's house and informed her father that he couldn't contact her partners, which is frequently linked to what happened to their soulmate. As a result, the detectives decided to put pressure on the suspect. They began asking him the same but differently phrased questions to see how he would respond and whether he would change his story. It lasted approximately 2 hours. But John insisted that he was not involved in Kelly's disappearance and that their relationship was fine. He answered all of their questions and let the detectives examine his phone. The officers were inclined to believe that John was not lying and had no involvement in Kelsey's disappearance. Still, the detectives did not remove him from the suspect list. Kelsey's family could not simply sit and wait, so they began an unofficial investigation. Greg was well aware that if his daughter had been abducted, the chances of finding her alive decreased with each passing hour. Greg, Missy, and John gathered willing volunteers and divided them into groups to search the area. Each volunteer carried a bundle of printed missing person flyers and walked around the designated streets, asking if anyone had seen Kelsey. Greg also called radio stations and requested some airtime. He inquired about his daughter's disappearance and advised anyone with any relevant information to contact the police or the Smith family. An hour after the radio stations reported Kelsey's disappearance, TV channels broadcast the news. It improved the odds of finding Kelsey as soon as possible. Her classmates joined the search. They moved from one door to another. Perhaps someone from the house heard or saw something suspicious, or something that did not appear suspicious at first glance but could aid in the investigation. Any information was critical. One of the questions the police had to answer was where Kelsey was for the 3 hours between when she left Target and when John and Lindsay found her car. To answer this question, the investigators returned to the surveillance cameras. The parking lot where they discovered Kelsey's vehicle belonged to another store. Fortunately, there were cameras there as well. However, due to the poor quality of the recordings and insufficient lighting in that area of the parking lot, the detectives were unable to see anything that would help them determine where Kelsey had gone. They observed how her car drove into an unlit area of the parking lot, after which the headlights turned off. The driver exited the vehicle and drove away shortly after, but it was just a silhouette of a person. It was unclear if it was Kelsey or someone else. The police were disappointed. Kelsey's family thought it was a good sign. The family members understood that she had no reason to hide. The most important thing to them was finding Kelsey alive. The police had no new leads yet, so they decided to look at the Target surveillance camera footage again. However, the detectives now use higher quality monitors. They retracted Kelsey's every move while she was in the store, but she discovered nothing suspicious. Everything appeared normal. Kelsey purchased the necessary items and exited the store like any other customer parking lot. What could have happened there to cause Kelsey's disappearance? Despite the poor recording quality, the detectives discovered a suspicious detail. After leaving the store, Kelsey went to the parking lot to park her car and opened the back door to store the purchased items. Then she approached the driver's door. At that moment, the investigator noticed a blurry spot following her. The police believed Kelsey had been attacked when she got into the car, indicating an abduction. The investigators repeatedly watched the recording. However, due to the viewing angle and recording quality, they were unable to see the full picture. The door closed in about 15 seconds, and the car left the parking lot. Perhaps her car turned in the opposite direction from her house because she wasn't driving, or someone threatened her. Detectives didn't want to tell Kelsey's parents that their daughter had most likely been abducted. The police had only a video recording of the abduction as evidence. However, it was impossible to see who did it. This person wore a white t-shirt and dark shorts. Thus, the investigators returned to the Target's CCTV footage. But this time, they're hoping to see someone in a white t-shirt and dark shorts. And then they noticed something new. A man in a white t-shirt and dark shorts followed Kelsey everywhere she went. He maintained his distance so Kelsey would not suspect anything, but he was always present. It was clear that this man was following Kelsey. When Kelsey approached the checkout to pay for the goods, he made his way to the exit without hurry. He obviously left the store first and waited for her in the parking lot. Soon after, the police were able to obtain a clearer image of his face. It wasn't a perfect quality, but they hoped someone could recognize this person. The police asked the community for help in identifying the man. The number of calls with potential leads surpassed 1,000. It took a long time to review this amount of data. Detectives attempted to filter out information that was unlikely to be relevant to the investigation. The police interrogated several people who resembled this man, but none of them were the one they needed to locate. The breakthrough in this case came after the police located Kelsey's phone. After she vanished, her phone was found in a wooded area near Longview Lake, Missouri, about 15 miles from Target. By this point, the FBI had joined the investigation. They focused the search in the area where Kelsey's phone was last active. Around 200 people took part in it. Kelsey was discovered 4 days after her kidnapping, and only 45 minutes after her cell phone company provided information about her cell phone activity that is worth paying close attention to. We will address this issue later. Unfortunately, she had died. The criminal attempted to conceal the evidence of the crime by hiding her body beneath the leaves and tree branches. Kelsey was naked, revealing the motive for this crime. Her belongings were a few feet from her. During the forensic examination, the experts determined that Kelsey died from strangulation. The criminal committed suicide with her own belt. The police had to deliver the worst news of her parents' lives. Kelsey's death devastated her family and friends. The criminal was still out there, and the police needed to find him as soon as possible because they feared he would kidnap another person. At this stage of the investigation, the police only had CCTV footage. As a result, the researchers decided to conduct another study on them. Knowing that someone had abandoned Kelsey's car in the parking lot at 9:17 p.m., the officers decided to look into what was going on in the Target parking lot at the same time. They saw a man rush up to a dark pickup truck parked in the parking lot, get inside, and drive away. It was around 9:22 p.m., however, it is possible that this was just a coincidence unrelated to the case. The pickup truck left the Target parking lot after it had already gotten dark. But what if the person driving the car arrived during daylight hours? The investigators reviewed the recording, which confirmed their assumptions. The blue pickup truck arrived in the Target parking lot at 6:55 p.m. Kelsey pulled into the parking lot a minute later, parking next to this pickup truck by some evil coincidence. Perhaps that was the first time the criminal saw her. The police released images of the pickup truck and the man who was following Kelsey in the hopes that someone could identify him, and it resulted in people calling the police station to say they knew the man in the picture. One of the callers introduced himself as a colleague and the other as a friend. Both callers gave the same name, Edwin Hall. He was 26 years old, owned a pickup truck, was married with a son. The police investigated Hall's past and discovered that, while he had no adult convictions, he did have a juvenile record for threatening his adoptive sister with a bread knife when he was 15 years old. If Hall was the one who kidnapped and murdered Kelsey Smith, he may have attempted to flee after his image appeared in the media. As a result, the police went to his home right away. When the cops arrived, they noticed Hall packing things into his car. He intended to flee with his family, but the police apprehended him first. They arrested Edwin Hall and transported him to a police station for questioning. He told detectives that he had no involvement in Kelsey Smith's disappearance and death. He said he had no idea who she was. However, everyone knew he was lying because Target's CCTV footage clearly showed Hall following Kelsey. When they told him about the recording, they were able to refute his claims. He admitted that he watched Kelsey because he admired her legs. However, Edwin continued to deny any contact with Kelsey after she left the store. He agreed to give the police his DNA sample and fingerprints so that he would be removed from the suspect list. Hall was certain he'd left no trace. However, he was mistaken in believing that his thumbprint matched those found on the seatbelt and Kelsey's car. This information directly linked Hall to the kidnapping and death of Kelsey Smith. After all, there was no other explanation for his fingerprint on the seatbelt. Hence, regardless of what Edwin Hall said. The police knew he was the one who approached Kelsey in the parking lot. After the detectives informed him of the fingerprint match, he decided not to wait for the DNA results and confessed all, to avoid the death sentence. Hall agreed to reveal all of the details of the crime he committed. He stated that he liked Kelsey when he saw her in the Target parking lot. Hall began following her while she was shopping and then waited until she reached the car. After this, he pulled out his gun and attacked her. Hall pushed her into her car and took her to a wooded area outside the city. There, he told Kelsey to undress and eventually killed her because he was afraid she'd tell him everything. Then Hall hid Kelsey's body beneath branches and leaves and drove away. After leaving Kelsey's car in a nearby parking lot, he returned to Target, where he had previously parked his pickup truck, and drove home. Missy and Greg Smith stated that following Kelsey's death, they noticed that the majority of violent crimes targeted children and young adults. We wanted to stop this from happening to others. Missy Smith stated that with that goal in mind, they developed safety awareness seminars. Greg Smith was a police officer when his daughter died, so he applied the training methods he learned in the military to a civilian environment. The Kelsey Smith Act was passed in Kansas in 2009, and similar laws exist in 23 other states. However, in 2016, it failed to pass the United States House of Representatives. Members of Congress who voted against the bill cited privacy concerns and the ability for law enforcement to access information without subpoenas. The Smiths state that only one location will be released, so texts, pictures, and phone calls would be prohibited. For 13 years, the couple has been advocating for change in Congress. One thing keeps them going. It's Kelsey, without a doubt. Greg Smith identified Kelsey as an 18-year-old recent high school graduate who walked out of a Target in Overland Park and vanished. It took a cell phone company 4 days to release her phone's location information. Once it did, police discovered her body within 45 minutes. The Smiths dedicated their lives to enacting legislation to speed up the process for other families. It would have saved you days of searching for her and not knowing if your child was still alive or what her fate was. Missy Smith stated that if law enforcement determines that an emergency exists, the Kelsey Smith Act requires wireless communication providers to disclose a device's location information. It also grants the phone company immunity for doing so. Overall, it serves as a tool for law enforcement. We live in a technological age, so why not give them every tool they need to find someone? According to Greg Smith, the legislation states that the information should be released if officers believe the phone was used to call 911 within the previous 48 hours, or if there is reason to believe someone is in danger of death or serious physical harm. In September 2008, the jury found Edwin Hall guilty of all charges. During the trial, he apologized to Kelsey's family and expressed deep regret. The court sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Kelsey, who would have turned 34 on May 3rd, has become the face of a movement to force telecommunications providers to be more responsive in emergency situations, particularly as GPS and cell phone technology have improved and evolved over the last 16 years. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This story occurred in the Scottish city of Glasgow in 2015. Karen Buckley, 24, went to a nightclub with her friends on April 11th, 2015, and has never returned home. Karen was born in 1991 in Cork, Ireland, to John and Marion Buckley. Her family had 4 children, and she was the youngest and only daughter. Karen graduated from St. Mary's Secondary School in Mallow, where she was described as a kind and caring individual who was always eager to help others. Her desire to help others played a significant role in her career choice. Karen enrolled in the University of Limerick's nursing program after finishing secondary school. Her interest in occupational therapy led her to Glasgow, Scotland, where she enrolled in Caledonian University's master's program. Karen arrived in Glasgow in January 2015 and shared an apartment with 3 other female students who were also newcomers. On April 11, 2015, she and her flatmates visited a nightclub about 2 kilometers from their home. They arrived at approximately 11:45 p.m. and had a good time. Around 1 a.m., Karen informed her friends that she was going to the restroom and we'd be back shortly. She took her leave, leaving her jacket on the table where the group was seated. Her friends continued to have fun while she was away. They eventually realized Karen had been gone for a while and should have returned by then. But she didn't. Her friends looked for Karen in the club, but she was nowhere to be found. Attempts to contact her by phone also failed. Karen's friends suspected she had gone home. Although it was odd that she didn't tell anyone and left her jacket behind, when they got home, the friends realized their assumptions were incorrect. Karen wasn't present either. Karen's friends' only thought at the time was that she could meet someone at the club and leave with them. With this thought, the girls went to bed. When Karen's neighbors awoke around noon, they were surprised to discover that she had not returned home. Attempts to call her again produced no results. Karen did not respond to social media messages or log into any of them. Karen's friends had only known her for a few months, but they knew her behavior was out of character. They did not invent another version to reassure themselves, but instead went to the police and reported her disappearance, as well as informing the Buckley family of what had happened. The Scottish police deserve credit for launching an immediate search for Karen. Her disappearance was covered in the media and on television. Karen's parents asked anyone with information about their daughter's whereabouts to contact the police. Meanwhile, detectives obtained footage from cameras at the club where Karen was last seen. While reviewing them, police discovered that she had communicated with an unknown man 36 hours after her disappearance on April 13th. The man's identity was established, and he was brought in for questioning. Alexander Pacteau was 21 years old. He admitted that he did meet Karen that night and that they had returned to his apartment on Dorchester Avenue, which was about 3 kilometers from the club. He also revealed that they had been intimate with one another. Karen left around 4 a.m., despite his offer to stay until the morning. Alexander also stated that during their intimacy, Karen hit her head on the corner of the bed, causing a wound and leaving marks on the sheets. The police had a mixed reaction to this information. On the one hand, Pacteau appeared to want to be candid. On the other hand, he appeared to be anticipating the events and attempting to explain what the police might discover if they searched his apartment. On the same day, April 13th, a man called the police to say he had found a woman's purse. Upon investigation, it turned out that he had discovered it in the park near Alexander Pacteau's home, and it was Karen's purse. It held her phone and documents. This discovery gave those versions of events more credibility. Something may have happened to Karen after she left his apartment. Meanwhile, the search for Karen remained active. Hundreds of police officers searched parks, forests, bodies of water, and abandoned buildings for any clues that could aid the investigation. At this point, Alexander Pacteau was the only suspect in the eyes of the police. He was the last person to see Karen. Investigators did not reveal any details about their suspect and kept his name a secret. However, 2 days after Karen's disappearance, police searched his apartment and the surrounding area. Journalists learned about it. Reporters from one of the newspapers speak with other residents of the building. Alexander Pacteau's name has since become public knowledge. This is important, but we will return to it later. So the police obtained a search warrant for Pacteau's apartment. The first thing they noticed when they walked in was the strong bleach odor. They also noticed that his mattress did not fit the size of the bed. Small, dark red spots were discovered on the bed, and in the bathroom samples were sent for testing. The apartment also contained a toolbox and an abundance of cleaning supplies. A police dog was trained to look for body signals near Pacteau's car, while awaiting a search warrant for the vehicle. Detectives discovered that Alexander Pacteau had taken his car to a salon for cleaning the day before, but the service was reportedly of poor quality. During the search, the same small, dark red spots were discovered on the interior of the passenger door, and samples were sent to the laboratory. Karen's death became increasingly likely with each new discovery, but the search for her continued. As previously stated, journalists were able to obtain the suspect's name, and the following day, a photograph of Alexander Pacteau appeared on the front page of one of the newspapers. Surprisingly, this step by the press proved beneficial to the investigation. A man who saw Pacto's photo in the newspaper contacted the police and provided some interesting information. He explained that he had previously worked with Alexander and was aware that he rents a warehouse on a farm outside Glasgow. The farm's address is approximately 9 kilometers from Pacto's apartment. Any leads were valuable, and the information gathered was investigated. The farm's owner confirmed that Pacto rents a storage space from him for £10 per week. This is the location in the storage area. Inside, they discovered a 200-liter drum containing Karen's body, which had been dissolved in caustic soda. Caustic soda is an extremely reactive alkaline substance that can dissolve organic compounds. They also discovered a bonfire containing remnants of a mattress that Pacto had attempted to burn. On the same day, April 15th, he was arrested as a suspect in Karen Barkley's case, despite the fact that he was aware of the substantial evidence against him. Pacto confessed to being the one who killed Karen. However, he claimed that he did it in self-defense, citing the evidence discovered by the police and the suspect's testimony. An approximate timeline of events was created for the days Pacto murdered Karen and attempted to cover his tracks. Karen left the club around 1 a.m. on April 11th, but the reason for her departure was unknown. Her friends claimed there was no argument between them, and Karen stated that she would go to the bathroom and return. Even if we assume she decided to go home for some reason, it remains unclear why she left her jacket behind. Officers investigating the case examined a total of 1,900 hours of surveillance camera footage. In one of the recordings, Karen was seen crossing paths with Pacto after leaving the club. After a brief conversation, they walked together toward his car. It is believed that he offered to drive Karen to her apartment, but when they got in the car, he attacked her. Pacto died in his car after striking Karen 14 times with a large wrench. The dark red stains discovered in the car, as well as those in the bathroom and on Pacto's bed, were dry drops of Karen's blood. After disposing of the girl, he began to plan his next move. First, he disposed of Karen's purse, which was later discovered and turned over to police. He arrived home around 2 a.m. What he did next astounded the detectives greatly. He took the body from the car to his apartment. At 8 o'clock in the morning, he used his phone to search the internet for information about caustic soda. He then went to a shopping center, and at 942 he purchased 6 liters of caustic soda, a respirator, and gloves. He thought 6 liters wasn't enough, so on his way home, he stopped at another store and purchased more caustic soda. When he returned to his apartment, he placed Karen's body in the bathtub and attempted to dispose of it. Pacto did not live alone. His apartment neighbor was expected to return home around 8 p.m. He realized he wouldn't have enough time to finish his plan. He removed the body from the bathtub, wrapped it in a blanket, and hid it in his bedroom. The next day is April 13th. He threw a wrench into the Clyde River, and divers discovered it. After that, he went to a shopping center about 1.5 miles from home and asked a consultant for assistance. He requested a recommendation for a product that could remove blood stains from mattresses. He also purchased 2 padlocks. On the same day, he took Karen's mattress, bedding, and clothes to a farm and burned everything along the way. He went home and bought a 2-liter barrel to store the body in. Around 2 p.m., he took the barrel to a rented warehouse, poured in the remaining caustic soda, secured the gate with the 2 padlocks he purchased, and returned home. At 6 p.m., the police arrived at his home and took him in for questioning. You know what happened next? Pacto confessed to his guilt, but his motive was unclear. He claimed he killed Karen in self-defense after an argument broke out in the car. However, investigators did not believe this version, which appeared to be an attempt to justify his actions. Police assumed Pacto was attempting to cover up another crime by killing Karen and then disposing of her body. However, due to the extent of decomposition, experts were unable to determine whether Karen had been subjected to violence before her death. Alexander Pacto was found guilty in September 2015 and sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole after 23 years. He apologized to the Buckley family via his lawyer, claiming remorse. Pacto told his defense attorney that he was too intoxicated on the night of the incident to remember anything while he was taking care of himself. It's worth noting that if he hadn't pleaded guilty, he would have been eligible for parole after 25 years, not 23. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A young woman disappeared from her apartment, which she rented with her sister. The police couldn't find a single clue, and the case went cold for decades. It wasn't until 53 years later that they were able to uncover the gruesome truth, and it happened in a very unusual way. Pamela Dorrington was born on November 23, 1948, in the small American town of Helena, Montana. She grew up in a close-knit family and had many friends. Her acquaintances noted that the girl from an early age was responsible and could always come to their aid. Pamela also loved animals, and her parents bought her a black Labrador. She did well in the local school, and in high school, she was passionate about learning the Russian language. After high school, the young woman took a job as a surgical nurse at St. Peter's Hospital in her hometown. Although her parents' home was relatively close to work, Pamela sought to establish an independent life. For this reason, she moved out of her parents' house and moved into a rented apartment. With her cousin Mary, who worked at the same hospital, the young women rented a 2-bedroom apartment on the second floor of an apartment complex. Early in the morning on February 17, 1968, Mary went to work at the hospital. Pamela was still asleep since she had to go out for the evening shift that day. The Labrador also slept in her room. A few hours after Mary left for work, Pamela's father drove by their apartment complex near the building. He noticed his daughter's Labrador running around without a leash the week before. The dog had broken loose and run away from its owner, and Pamela had to pick it up from the local shelter, so what he saw didn't surprise the man. He knocked on the door of their apartment, but there was no answer. Thinking his daughter had gone to work, he took the dog and left at 3 p.m. Pamela was supposed to go to work, but she never showed up at the hospital. Her cousin tried to call the home phone at their apartment, but there was no answer. When she got home, Pamela wasn't there, and Mary and her parents began to get seriously worried. Pamela was a very responsible person and would never miss her shift without a good reason, especially without notifying management. Besides, if the young woman was going somewhere, she would certainly tell her parents and sister. Another cause for concern was the fact that Pamela's car was parked in the parking lot of the apartment complex. This fact also made it less likely that the young woman had gone somewhere on foot all day. The relatives waited until the next morning and contacted the police. They took a missing persons report but were in no hurry to start a search. Pamela was 19 years old, and investigators did not rule out that she left home of her own free will. After inspecting her apartment, detectives found no signs of forced entry or a struggle. Everything looked routine. They asked her sister to look through Pamela's things and tell her if everything was there. Mary noticed that her coat, terry cloth, robe, purse, and winter boots were missing from their apartment 2 days after Pamela's disappearance. Police organized a search operation within a 30-kilometer radius of her home. They searched fields, forests, and bodies of water while volunteers and the young woman's relatives handed out flyers on the city streets. A patrolman interviewed Pamela's neighbors, co-workers, and acquaintances. None of them had seen the young woman the day she disappeared and had no idea where she might have gone. Her supervisor at the hospital said Pamela was supposed to pick up a check for $200 that day but never showed up. This further indicated that the young woman was unlikely to have run off somewhere, leaving behind the money she had earned in the first days of the search. The police interviewed more than 100 people who had anything to do with Pamela. Some of them were interrogated by polygraph, but it yielded no results. Investigators were also unable to find any evidence that the young woman might have left town with no leads in their hands.